After a 3-year hiatus, the Championship Tour returns to the perfect right-hand point break for stop number 9, the Corona Open J-Bay.
We are coming to you live from South Africa.
Known for clean long barrels,
Deep inside the pit.
open walls, and a canvas for absolute perfection.
He's going to go to the air again.
This is the gold standard of world-class waves.
This is going to be a good barrel.
Two surfers have clinched their spot in the WSL Final 5, and they both arrive in the yellow jersey.
This is somebody who wants a world title more than anybody.
Carissa Moore is coming straight off an event win in Brazil. Now she looks to defend her title as the 2019 Corona Open J-Bay champion.
It will be Carissa Moore's day.
Felipe Toledo has made the final in 5 of the last 6 events. With all the momentum following him from Brazil, he hopes to become a 3-time J-Bay champion this week. With only 2 opportunities left to punch a ticket to Trestles, who will clinch their spot next? The fight for the WSL Final 5 rolls on here at the Corona Open J-Bay.
I've been having this vision. I've been having this vision. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags. I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my fist, like in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
Day 2 of the event window here at stop number 9 on the WSL Championship Tour, the Corona Open J-Bay, and everyone's very excited about what this promising forecast is going to bring our way. Plenty of swell out there this morning as we watch the world's best get set for the opening round of competition here in the booth. We're rubbing our hands together. I'm almost ripping my skin off. I'm that excited. Ronnie Blakey with Rosie Hodge and Pete Mel. Rosie, really, it is looking beautiful out there this morning, and a good chance we'll see some competition get underway.
It's stunning. It's crispy this morning. You look over our shoulder, there's lines to the horizon. So what we expected to happen is right here knocking on the doorstep.
What's the level like out there at the moment, Pete? You've been watching the warm-up closely. Are they ready to go?
I would say yes. It's a pretty easy yes. You know, this is one of the best waves in the world, and we've woken up this morning. We've got 4 or 5 foot, maybe some bigger sets as the day goes on. So it looks really good for a competition today.
Bring it on. Let's see if we're going to get things underway shortly. Good morning, Laura Anova.
Good morning, everybody. Travis and I have been drooling over some of the waves rolling through behind us. Travis, makes your job easy this morning with some perfect conditions here at J-Bay, but what are we going to see and who first?
Yeah, Laura, Super Tubes looks so fun right now, and it's supposed to improve through the day, so we're going to capitalize on that, and we're going to go with women's opening round first, followed by the men's opening round, and then back into women's elimination round to finish off the day.
Absolutely amazing. It's going to be a jam-packed day.
Oh, that is great news. And as you can hear, we are getting very close to kicking off this opening round heat. And what a heat it's going to be. Stephanie Gilmore, who was victorious back in 2018 here at the Corona Open J-Bay, is going to be up against Brisa Hennessy, who's had an amazing year so far, and Courtney Conlog, who saved her place on the Championship Tour with some real heroics over there at Margaret River and has maintained her form throughout the season. So this will be a great clash, but Steph Gilmore's got to be the favourite here, Rosie.
I think, you know, when Steph looks at the schedule for the season, J-Bay must light her jets up. We always wonder what's going to motivate the 7-time world champion to compete. I think looking at this lineup, Steph's going to be frothing this morning.
Well, here is a little omen. Stephanie Gilmore, when she surfed in her final back in 2018 against Lakey Peterson, at the start of that final, big pot of dolphins came rushing through the lineup. So could be a real good memory for Steph to tap into there, Pete.
And you think about this wave specifically for Steph. I mean, it just fits her style, and sure enough, she's going to get the first wave here with the Dolphins, maybe, but no. You know, and I love this opening round at this point in the season. There's so much on the line. You know, you win this heat, you skip around and go straight into the quarterfinals. It's already a pretty good result. So it's important to win this first heat.
Pete, I've had 2 surfs out here since I've been here. I've done 2 turns and I've caught about 30 waves. 2 of those turns were on 1 wave, but it is a tricky wave, even though it's a perfect right-hander. It demands a a bit of patience, a certain approach, and a whole lot of speed.
And getting the right wave. I mean, you want to have one that's going to have a great pace, especially if you're on your backhand. We've seen the backhanders have to chase waves here, and it's not the best looking thing as far as you want to see. The forehand guys and girls are going to have a little bit more ability to get down the line and find those sections easier. You know, backhand's a little tougher on those smaller waves, so you want to find those waves with good pace. Saw Nat on the backhand today, probably had the best warm-up for him on the backhand. Ichilo was able to get down the line, but a lot of horizontal approach just because of the choice of his wave. So that's it. You got to have a well-paced wave.
Obviously, the criteria doesn't change, but the focus on certain points at different venues does change a little, Rosie. And here at Jeffreys Bay, that flow between manoeuvres and not losing speed, having that connection from the start of the ride to the finish seems very important.
Definitely, but also that variety of maneuvers. The judges want to see you mix it up, and you can get stuck in kind of that rhythmic flow through the moves that you just kind of go that cut back, and you've really got to think about maneuver choice and how you make it dynamic for the judges. And it's just, this is so quintessential Jeffreys Bay, watching this pod of dolphins as the sun rises. Yeah, it's so good to be back after 3 years away.
Yeah, you and I were watching the sunrise this morning, and you were saying, I mean, I shouldn't forget, but sometimes I just forget how beautiful this place is.
It's so breathtakingly stunning. I mean, you look around you and it's just this natural beauty, this diverse ecosystem. We're going to see a lot of activity in the ocean, just the dolphins coming through. The foliage around here is insane. I mean, the feinbos, just there's this smell about it, this feel about it. It's like nowhere else on Earth.
Yeah, it's a special place, and the crowd knows it. They turn up each year. They get right behind the competitors in the draw, and they've got a lot to celebrate this year, Pete. A lot of South African surfers on the men's side competing, and they stuck it out yesterday waiting for the call, and they enjoyed watching the warm-up sessions.
It was cool. You know, you had Giggs up there on the mic who was calling out every surfer, so every time someone's warming up, you'd know who the surfer is, and there was a big crowd down here, and they stayed all day long waiting through those calls. Even the Dolphins come to check it out.
Let's talk a little bit about Stephanie Gilmore's year so far, Rosie, because, you know, she's definitely one of the favourites for a world title in any season, but she's got to do some work to solidify that position at the moment after a slow start.
Definitely. I mean, I don't think she's feeling safe in that top 5 picture just yet. She only just cracked into you know, that final 5 with that big result in El Salvador, but she wants to really solidify her spot.
Yeah, and Brisa Hennessy, she's kind of coming at it from another angle, Pete. She's really started the year off incredibly well, was wearing the yellow jersey the majority of the first half of the season, but a couple of 9th place finishes in those last 2 events has sort of seen her just lose a bit of that momentum.
I would agree, you know, but you can talk about the injury to her foot that she had during El Salvador and play that into it a little bit, because now it's kind of starting to heal up. I saw her warm-up sessions. She looks good. She looks the same style of surfing we saw at the beginning of the season. Great wave for her here if she can put it together and put some big turns together. I mean, Steph would have the advantage in the flow, where I think that Brisa has a little bit more stronger push in the lip at times.
I sat with Mitch Colapinto, Griffin's father, yesterday, and we were having a chat just about this new mid-year cut and the fact that if you make the cut, you qualify for next season. He was saying what a benefit for these newcomers to the championship tour to surf pressure-free in some respects through the back half of the season and get familiar with these locations like Jeffreys Bay that are very difficult to figure out. So, you know, I think surfers like Brisa are going to benefit from that. She's in a great position. Obviously doesn't want to let this opportunity to potentially have a run at a world title at the Rip Curl WSL Finals in September slip. But, you know, it is a fantastic position to be in if you did make that mid-year cut.
It definitely alleviates the pressure. And you think about Brisa's in her career looking back. I mean, she really had to go back to the Challenger Series, to the qualifying series to solidify her spot. This season, she's surfing with a lot of freedom. I mean, she wore the leader's jersey for a number of spots. So she's feeling that confidence. And like Pete said, she only just got the stitches out of her foot a couple days ago. So she'd be feeling healthy and able to push through those turns a lot more.
Amazing, just the confidence that comes from getting that first victory, Pete, and just the surfing level for Brisa seemed to go up from there. but just her composure in heats against big names has really improved.
And it all started with the Challenger Series push. I mean, she came into a really great back half of that Challenger Series to be able to get her spot on the championship tour. She did it with ease, and that built confidence. And all of a sudden, you start the season with a win, your first CT win ever. It was a big, probably a rush of excitement, and it's been something to kind of now where it's not always going to be that good, because even the champions that win a lot of events have those periods of time that it's a little bit challenging. So she's right in that moment right now where she really wants to solidify a spot and clinch that final 5, but she's in danger. She's sitting on that borderline right now, so it's an important event for her.
Rosie, it's just funny how the expectations of a competitor can change. Brisa coming into this year hadn't had a CT win. All of a sudden, she's sitting on top of the ratings, looking really good for a finish in the final 5. And I think for most of the newcomers to the tour, getting that win is the ultimate goal originally, but she's had to shift her focus and her expectations of her own performances.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot of, it validates you getting that big win, but then, you think you're going to have that magic run all throughout, as we might see our first roll of the dice here.
Here we go. 2022, the Corona Open J-Bay getting underway with Brisa Hennessy taking off. Nice slice there to get things started. Great flow. The equipments look great in the opening sessions, those first few days of warming up prior to competition. And Brisa has been a standout as she now gains some speed, patient, picking her moments carefully here. Bit of bump on the face, but no problems for Brisa as she looks to finish this one off on the inside, grabs that rail for a moment, maintains the control, and she will get a decent score on the board for that one.
Very polished, very smooth. I really like that very first turn. She carried her speed well. She positioned herself in the lineup deep, so she's able to choose that one wave set. It really was about that single wave. So what a start for her to get going in this one.
Yeah, super impressive. I think anyone that has sat that long in a lineup like this, and your feet start to harden up, they get a little cold, and then you take off with the pressure of competition. That's a really well surfed opening ride.
It's great. I mean, watch Brisa. She never really fully extends her body. She stays compressed through all of these maneuvers, so she's able to handle that lump on the face, like you mentioned, Ronnie, from that northwest wind, and navigate through all that lump and bump as she gets this inside section. And it's cold. I mean, I'm sitting in the out here in the studio and shaking and shivering a little bit. It is about keeping yourself warm, staying on waves, staying active. So Brisa did so well after sitting for a number of minutes to really activate on that wave.
Pete, Brisa's pretty impressive. I mean, I think as a rookie early on, you feel the nerves of a competitor when they're on a wave. And these days with Brisa, you just don't see it. She just looks so comfortable with that jersey on.
And I'll go back to that Challenger Series performance that I saw her. It was exactly what you're saying. It was literally a different human. As soon as there's some momentum built, and all of a sudden her confidence was through the roof, and she was attacking the lip. I think she's dialed her equipment in. She's understanding what she wants to do to get the highest out of her performance, and she's doing that. Holding on to a yellow jersey is very difficult, especially at the very early start of the year. And she did it all the way to like event 4. So, I mean, that's pretty good job by her.
Courtney Conlogue now going to get an opportunity here on what will be the second wave ridden of the morning. And Courtney's got a lot of speed, maybe been putting in more time than any other surfer on the CT on those days leading up to this opening round of competition. And this wave is just reeling so quickly. She's having a tough time laying down that first big turn. There's a nice cut down off the top, and now tucks into the barrel, still rolling through this one, but won't find her way through. It just pinched up a little. Steph on the outside kicks out of one.
Well, there's an example of an absolutely perfect wave, but it was so fast, she never got an opportunity to get out in front and get a turn done. I mean, she covered, what, 200 meters of wave before an actual maneuver was done, and that's J-Bay. You have to find a wave that's going to, I mean, that looked like a perfect set wave. But again, to be able to surf it and get maneuvers done when you're literally going as fast as you possibly can, it's very challenging. So that paced wave is so important. And knowing where that wave is on the point here, what it looks like when you're paddling into it is just a challenge, because it looks absolutely perfect, and every one of them looks absolutely perfect.
Stephanie Gilmore on the outside got this work done before kicking out.
Yeah, this wave had all that froth on the face. One beautiful snap there, but I mean, it's just so hard to ride a wave, especially if you're here at J-Bay. You don't want to have white water on the face. You know, you want it to be that clean canvas. She knew that and got out of there quick.
Yeah, such a perfectionist. As soon as she kind of got bogged down on that second turn, she just went, nah, I'm over it.
Yeah, she knows what a good wave feels like. And in a free surf here for Courtney, you're doing that high line, you got so much speed and it's a big thrill. But here in competition, like you said, you got to find that flow, you got to find the big sections to connect with. Courtney, unfortunately, just didn't really get a chance to find the flow and rhythm. That turn right there was really nice.
I think she could have saved it here with this barrel. If she had been able to get out of that, that would have saved this wave, and it probably could have stayed in their score line. But unfortunately, probably not going to be a real number.
There was an element of trust in what that wave might provide down the line, though, and you've got to have that. Even if you race through the first section of the wave, it will slow up at some point and give you some opportunities. And I think Courtney, as you said, Pete, could have really saved it if she exited that barrel, but she's going to find herself, I think, chasing down Stephanie Gilmore and Brisa Hennessy here. As we check in once again with Laura Enover, she's down there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Yes, guys, I'm down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Where else in the world will the surfers come in from the early morning surf, jump in the jacuzzi? Connor O'Leary, Molly Picklum coming off a win at Toledo, Jackson Baker. How is the temperature in there?
Yeah, it's nice after getting out of the freezing cold water, but yeah, I mean, you can't really complain, can we?
No, definitely no complaints.
It's pumping, the comp's on, and yeah, we're sitting in a hot tub overlooking one of the best waves in the world, so yeah.
And how was it out there this morning?
Yeah, it's really good. It's a bit slow, but with 3 people out, there's going to be enough waves for everyone, so yeah, it should be a fun day of surfing.
And I just felt the water temp, I reckon it could go a couple of degrees hotter. Do you think we need to order that to the management?
Yeah, we actually did. They're going to bump it up, you know, maybe 5 degrees. It's definitely lukewarm in here now, but it's probably because we were freezing and we just made it really cold. But yeah, I think they're bumping it up now, huh?
And Molly just coming off a win of the Challenger Series in Toledo. How exciting is it for you to be here watching?
For sure, I think winning definitely was a good result to hopefully be here next year. And I don't know, I thought I came all the way here to South Africa, so I had to come and check out this wave, and it's amazing, you know, so super stoked to be here.
And Jacko, let's trot.
Let's trot, everyone. Woo!
Back to you guys.
Well, Jackson Baker had a guilty look on his face. He might take responsibility for warming that water up a little bit.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah.
I was yesterday, that thing was at like 125. It was a straight up soup. You couldn't even get in it. It was so hot. So,
bubbling.
Yeah, they had to turn it down a little bit. Now they're turning it back up.
Well, the scores are in for the opening exchange. No huge numbers on the board. Not a surprise to see Brisa got the best of it. A 5.5. Nice combo on the outside. Clean finish through the end of that ride. Sits perfectly in that range, doesn't it? It's just an average wave here for Jeffreys Bay, but a really positive start. And ultimately, you know, it's not about how big the number is. It's the point spread between yourself and your competitors, and she put some decent space between herself and Courtney there.
I mean, you look at Courtney with the 2.33. I mean, that was a perfect wave that she rode very, very well, and only ends up with the 2.3, which it goes to show that you got to get those maneuvers done. You got to choose the right waves.
Oh, it is a great event. This one, if you're an Australian surf fan too, just timing-wise, end of the afternoon, you get to watch it through into the evening. I'm sure there'll be a big crowd tuning in to watch Stephanie Gilmore because, you know, this is a very important event for Steph. We know that she's gotten the lion's share of her event wins on the championship tour at right-hand point breaks on that forehand. And, you know, she'll want to really stitch up her position in the final 5 before she gets to Tahiti.
Definitely, and she was quick to say, even in El Salvador, when I'm like, hey, Steph, you've broken into that top 5, and she's like, I'm not safe. I feel vulnerable. There's still so much work to do. So, you know, at every stop, we've had a different winner for the women, so it is incredibly close with all the points spread.
She's got to have semifinals or nothing. It's really what it comes down to. A quarterfinal's probably going to see herself maybe drop out because someone from behind could be into that semifinal, and that's how close it is. It literally, she has no doubt in her mind that it has to be semis or above.
It just, again, with this compressed new format, just this opening round, a victory gets you into the quarterfinals. You know, it used to be that you warmed up through that opening round and you could save yourself, but now in this back half of the year, the win in the opening round is so vital.
It's crucial, and also thinking about Steph, I mean, her opening, coming into Pipeline, having to bow out of that event for the COVID protocol. You know, you're making up a point deficit when you have a bad result. There at Sunset, she got a 9th. So she's making up ground now with these better results. Just this last event in Rio, she finished with a 9th. So there is a lot of work to be done here in the last 2 events of the season.
There's going to be some big heats in this opening round. Heat 3 in particular. is a real big one for Joanne Defay, with an opportunity to clinch her position in that final 5. But here are the rankings coming into stop number 9. Carissa Moore, so dominant, looking very strong at the moment, still just surfing so well. But when we think about the surfers out there in the lineup at the moment, Steph Gilmore, a big opportunity for her here to improve on her points tally.
Definitely. Also, Brisa Hennessy, I mean, now that she's got the lead at the moment in this heat, as you know, if she can jump straight into the quarterfinals, she's inching up and getting more comfortable in that final 5.
Even in the back end, you look at Courtney at 28,000, you know, Tyler Wright 28,000. They get 10,000 points here. They're right in the mix just as easily as you know, and that's a big thing. Someone from behind could easily get themselves. I mean, Tyler Wright and J-Bay, you know.
Courtney's proven this year just how clutch she can be. That performance through the Australian leg, through Bells Beach, through Margaret River, to get herself back above that cut line was very impressive. She's a former title contender.
She's a tiger.
She wants to get back up there, and you know, she's just around the event side just seems very comfortable. She doesn't seem she's like nerve-wracked at all. She's ready to go after these last 2 events and potentially elevate her position for a challenge at a world title.
When I look at Courtney, I think about someone that's really just rolling with the punches in her career. She's had so many setbacks with major injuries. She's fought back from that with huge victories. And even watching her traveling from Rio to get to South Africa, she had a number of setbacks while she was traveling. I mean, luggage getting lost, flights getting cancelled, and she's always doing it with a smile on her face.
I was going to say, like, how you know, it's easy to get grumpy when that kind of stuff happens, right?
Not when the waves are like this, though.
Positive Pete today. Positive Pete today.
I love it. Here goes Stephanie Gilmore, wave number 2. This one reeling off, and Steph didn't really get those nice opening turns in like she would have hoped. So she's going to fall to the bottom of that priority order and won't have a decent score to speak of just yet, but there's still 17 minutes to go here as down the line. Courtney maybe finds a wave with a better pace compared to her first. Nice slice to get started. Keeping it tight to the pocket. This wave splitting just a little bit, but it should run off again. Starting to double up now.
Oh.
And she just gets a little lost on the bump before entering that little double up section through the inside. But just watching that wave reel off behind me now, and it was pretty ugly. So I don't think she really lost too much down the line.
Well, and we're looking, I mean, we're halfway through this heat, and how important is that 5.5 for Brisa Hennessy as we get down to this nitty-gritty part of the heat?
Yeah, I've been loving watching the Lost Tapes with Kelly Slater, playing on worldsurfleague.com at the moment. Make sure you check that out. But, you know, he was talking to some kids at a school down there in Victoria in one episode, and he was saying getting that first opening ride and getting the jump on your competitors is so important. It gives you a fantastic advantage when you have priority and you're holding the best score in the opening stages. That's exactly what Brisa Hennessy has done here. And she's just been a little bit more patient. Steph, eager to get that first score on the board, took a wave that was below par, and it didn't really work in her favour. And then, obviously, Courtney suffered from the same thing, just wanting to get a better score on the board, and both of them have failed to do that. So
now Brisa has priority, and here's a big set coming. She has a choice of wave.
She's in a great position, but she's got to pick wisely. And this first one's quite stretched out. And she's going to give it a go, though. She needs to ride high, really get that speed going, driving hard. And that wave is going to ankle tap her at the bottom, and her board fell awkwardly under her. So hopefully she didn't come into contact with that equipment, but that was a waste of that big advantage.
Definitely, as we're talking it up. I mean, just looking at that long stretched out wall, unfortunately for Brisa, like you said, ankle tapped, a little bit awkward. I think she's processing that use of priority there and maybe just kicking herself a little bit. But can she get something further down the line here?
Bigger conditions than we've had throughout the event window, obviously, but also just in the lead up to the competition. So, you know, for someone like Brisa, who hasn't had a lot of time here, you know, she's trying to figure out which set waves are going to have that great pace down the line. And I think all the competitors have to get familiar with those conditions again too.
For sure. I mean, it doesn't come easy. I mean, yeah, you have your lineups, but every swell's a little different.
Well, Steph making a move here. Nice slice to get started. Just love that clean style, that brilliant flow that she has, even when she's really not on point just yet. But she's starting to warm up on this wave now. Really committing through her first few turns, getting that board redirected back into the pocket a couple of times. you can tell there's still a tricky bump on the face at the moment, but there's a really nice finish on that wave.
You look at the judging notes from today, you know, and we've got a criteria that sticks with every single event, but there's certain elements that get lifted at certain venues. Which, an example here, the very first thing they talk about is flow. Utilization of speed, power, and flow within the combination of major maneuvers, and that's going to be something here that is super critical. If you have that flow and that great pace and speed, that's going to get judged very highly.
Well, 13.5 minutes to go here, and waiting on the numbers to come through for Steph, but expecting that she's going to make a pretty good charge up the order here at the moment. But one person that is very excited to be back here in South Africa is our very own Strider Wasilewski. Good morning, brother.
Good morning. How are you?
Oh, how do you think? Loving life.
Yeah, it's a beautiful sunrise out here in the lineup. All the dolphins and everything happening just on the call as it came through. And wow, the swell is, you know, it's obviously arrived, but it's really hard to read the waves as they come in. I'm watching the surfers and seeing where they're positioning themselves. There's two swells overlapping. You can see the waves kind of running up over each other's back. So the swell's just arriving still. I feel like it's just going to fill in all day.
It seems to have that tricky texture on it too at the moment, Strider.
Yeah, there's that little bit of north in the wind coming through, and you know that it just brings in a lot of that little chop across the face, but you have to have a heavy foot and kind of push through it. We saw Steph do it on that last wave. It was really impressive, but like with that wind at the bottom where we saw Brisa, she was just kind of skipping along. Usually you can kind of skirt along and do a light foot to keep that glide, and the lip just took her right out. So if you got to stay heavy on your feet out here.
And Strider, just looking at the beautiful sunrise, it's beautiful from our vantage point, but it can sometimes hit you right in the eyeballs while you're riding a wave. How are you enjoying the solar gazing?
Solar gazing, I mean, look at this. Are you kidding me? No, but it's just incredible. But right now we're seeing a beautiful set roll through, so hopefully we get some more action as this thing comes in. Here we go. Look out the back here.
We got a beautiful looking wall here for Courtney. Steph Gilmore has jumped up into the lead now. Courtney, after a 4-point ride to get herself into first. And this wall is standing up nice and tall. She's going to get some big speed. Just hammering down the line here at the moment. Courtney's got the power on these bigger waves to really let go of some major turns. And she's really pacing herself beautifully. Nice kick on the tail through that move. And I love it when she's able to smooth her lines out. Goes to that layback, just mixing things up nicely, riding high. Everyone enjoys the space and time that you have here at Jeffreys Bay. And Courtney just surfed with a lot of composure through that ride, and it should be enough to see her make that jump.
And you think about how you're always rushing to jump at your turns and do that here because it feels like you need to, but it really, if you can actually sit back and relax, it's much more appealing to watch.
And Rosie, I think that was Courtney tapping into what she knew was one of those special kind of rides. Easy after you've raced one and not done a turn to get out too far ahead of it and miss those opportunities, but she stood back on the tail of the board then, realised that she had a really special kind of ride and let go of some decent turns. Yeah,
she was really mindful of that flow and placing those maneuvers in the right part of the wave, because you are seeing that northerly wind create that ruffle through the line of the wave. But this event used to be, you know, a championship tour event for the women back in the 90s, and just watching Courtney ride that wave, you're kind of getting those flashbacks of that type of surfing that we were seeing, just really solid through every maneuver there. But yeah, well-ridden wave, and that's going to put her name in the picture here for that first place finish. We'll see how the judges decipher it.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the replay of that ride in just a minute, but we are going to take a quick break as Carissa Moore gets set to hit the lineup in heat number 2.
I love the aspect of like bringing people together through food and just sitting at a table and talking about life. And I think that's really enriching to me because I really believe like we're here for connection.
Ok, você mais gosta no Brasil?
Você mais gosta no Brasil?
Did I not say it right? It's gonna be absolutely fine.
Welcome back to the show. The Corona Open J-Bay getting underway on day 2 of the event window. And what a day it is. Not a cloud in the sky here, but plenty of swell on the radar. Some good sets starting to file through here at Super Tubes. And Courtney Conlock just logged the best wave of this heat so far. Made the jump from 3rd place into 1st position with a 5.83. And Courtney just has that incredible ability to flick from just happy-go-lucky to competitive animal with the sound of the siren.
It's kind of like a tiger, literally like a tiger. She's just sit there playing, you know, licking her paws, and all of a sudden, bam, straight into action.
That's impressive stuff. 5.83, and again, you know, we do have that texture. It's kind of a trademark of the venue. Early in the mornings when it's chilly, you've got to deal with a bit of that texture on the face, and it can make it hard to sink the rail into the face of these waves.
It doesn't look like it when you watch this wave. I mean, yeah, you see it chattering a little bit, but when you're riding this wave, it is very challenging just to be able to time with everything. Your board feels like it's going to slip out. You're going so fast, and you don't want to, you know, that feeling is slippery up in the lip. So you kind of have to understand that and trust it. She did very well here just to keep that flow going. I mean, top to bottom. No huge major moves where you're going, wow, but just the entire wave was a nicely surfed wave.
Well, the situation at the moment isn't really calling for that big, excellent score, isn't it? It's a little bit of a chess match unfolding here at the moment, and it's a battle of those mediocre numbers, but Courtney's certainly connecting with the best wave of the heat so far, and I think just picking her moments really carefully.
Holding her nerve, holding the rail line. I like that, you know, that front on angle really gives you more definition of what the turns are doing, but also looking from that window, looking from that side view from the water. That texture, like you said, Pete, when you're hammering down the line and hitting those bumps, it's so chattery. To keep the fins engaged, to keep moving through that wave is incredibly difficult.
It'll clean up though, Pete, throughout the day.
I mean, as it warms up, we're going to see the wind turn to that westerly direction, which is the perfect winds here. It's going to be light. You know, and this wind here is going to stay fairly light too. You don't want it too strong, because once it gets too strong, it's really hard to ride the wave.
Building swell, the tide's dropping out, and you've got that little bit of wind. These morning heats are going to be quite tricky.
Yeah, you look at this next set of priority here with Brisa. I mean, this is her opportunity. She has to get and pick a good wave here. She can't make a mistake. She needs to post something probably in that 6 range if she really wants to win this heat. So it's a very important priority wave situation for her.
Incredibly close heat with all the surfers hanging on to one of those mid-range scores. Steph's got the most ground to make up at the moment, but it is going to be a crucial decision with priority for Brisa, as you said, Pete, as we see Courtney not wasting any time, knows that she wants to get rid of that 2.67, takes her chances on a medium-sized wave, couple of decent turns, gives her a bit more freedom on the rail. Oh, super committed on that final manoeuvre. Looked like her board maybe flipped over as well, so
I like the
awkward
aggression.
moments.
I like the aggression there. I mean, it was a smaller wave. It had good pace on it, but that last move, she pulls that one off. You know, she gets herself probably a comparable score that she already has there. So that was good. Smart, really smart to be able to pull the trigger and get that opportunity on that inside section.
But also just checking her upper thigh there as she kicked off that one. We all know that feeling when the fins flip over and makes connection with the body part. So Courtney kind of just shaking that one off.
Definitely bruises. Yeah,
you've got to check your fins too in that situation. It's so easy to pop a plug or knock your fin out. But she's okay. She's still smiling. So just over 5 minutes to go. And it doesn't look like that wave will really do too much for her, but might just lift the 2.67 a little bit. She might replace it with something else. Let's have a look at it.
Smart from Courtney, you know, to activate, to really convert on that 5.83 that she has in her scoreline now, to flick off that 2.67. I think she's going to improve here. Watching this awkward fall, you see the foot slip off the back there. That board goes underneath her and definitely makes connection with her body. That hurts.
Strider was chatting with Courtney as she made her way back to the takeoff zone. She all right, Strider?
Yeah. I just said, yeah, all right. You know, she said, yeah, just a little thin to the booty, no worries. A little slice of the filet mignon, she said. She's just got that charisma and that personality coming through no matter what. Like, it's so impressive to see that. Out the back, though, we see a wave coming through. Looks like we got Brisa looking at a beautiful wall here. Looks like she's going to come around the section nice. First hack, nice and clean in the bowl. Coming up to this lip line again. Sweeps the turn. Looking for this inside section to stand up for her. Nice. Big gaff in the face there. Drops the wallet. Another beautiful turn right there. Take it away, guys. I'm out here.
Yeah, well, great call so far, but let's see what Brisa can do on the finish of this one. It's starting to taper off, but she did a lot of work on the outside section, and at this point with that 5.5 opener, she only needed a 3.54 to get herself up into the lead. She did a lot of work, flowed nicely through those turns, good variation. Should
Next
be the
move,
number.
going right into Steph Gilmore. Now she has a priority. She's going to need a number here, probably in that 5-point-ish range, 5 and high. So really close heat. I mean, she's going to take the lead pretty easily. Brisa will in that situation.
Yeah, that was a good composure too, a good recovery after a mistake early on.
Definitely, and I think, you know, it has stayed so close. Luckily for Brisa, after the, you know, utilizing her priority on a wave that wasn't really consequential to her, to see her kind of hold her nerve and capitalize now. I agree with you, P. I think that is going to be the score that she needed. And will we see Steph Gilmore get an answer back? Courtney Conlogue, is there something coming? Because there are a couple lines on the horizon.
Just over 3 minutes to go. And yeah, just impressed with Brisa's ability to recover after that mistake, because obviously this is a location where you're going to do a little bit of waiting, and you've got to marinate on those mistakes. And, you know, they can, we've seen it before, they can unravel competitors.
And that's the self-talk, right? Being able to switch that completely off or turn it into a positive, and you know, start giving yourself you're pumping up, look in the mirror going, yep, you got this.
Here goes the she-goat. And she has to make up some numbers now. 5.5 is what she's after, has plenty of speed. First section stands up. Steph climbs into the pocket. Doesn't really tee off the way she would have liked, but she'll make up for it here. Nice layback jam. So a decent start to this ride, but we'll need more. You've got to make the comparison to the high range 5 that Courtney had. It was a decent wave. And Steph's going to need a huge finish here, committing to the float on the end section. Tail drop. It's so shallow through the inside there. And incomplete. She didn't have a lot of room to land that move and show the judges that she had control.
She was 100% committed, though, I have to say. And the 4.5 that she requires, or the 5.5 that she requires, she's right on the bricks there. But is it comparable looking at Brisa's 5.83 or the 5.5 that Brisa had in the beginning stages of this heat? I like that first 2-turn combo. Yes, she got a little bit hung up, but she was able to recover well.
I think the first turn might hold it back on the scale a little bit.
And the finish, for me, it was the finish. You know, that just being able to control it and ride out of that one makes it just so much easier to throw the 5.5 or, you know, 5.6 it needed. At this point, there's the question marks. It feels to me like it's probably not going to be enough.
Well, she didn't have a poker face on either. You know, you saw Steph basically kind of ruining the fact that she didn't finish off that final maneuver. So just over a minute to go, not enough time to get back out there. It looks like Gilmore's going to have to fight her way through the second round, but we are still waiting on those numbers to drop. There could be some credit for that second maneuver from Steph, though. Committed, layback jam, and waiting on those scores to come through, but it does feel like it's going to be a little short. Brisa's sitting in the #1 spot. Less than a minute to go as Courtney taps into another decent set wave here, and really just pacing herself at the moment. This wave's starting to reel now as it hits the inside section here at Super Tubes. Nice jam in the pocket there. And Courtney only after a 4.5. This wave's going to get away from her, though, with just on 35 seconds to go.
Overcommitted on that maneuver, put her behind. She wasn't able to get around to the open face. That wave's still going. Wow. Brisa's going to dodge a bullet.
Well, I have a feeling that Courtney did knock a fin out earlier on when her board flipped over, because she was moving at a really slow pace at the start of that ride. Typically here at J-Bay, you get up, you get going.
Speed wobbles, yeah.
That's your first priority. So yeah,
look,
she's missing a fin. Had
Well
the feeling,
spotted,
you know,
Roddy.
it doesn't sort of, on a section like that, if you hit your fins with force, usually you're going to do some damage to your equipment.
Yep. What a bummer, because that was the wave for sure. And the fin popped out, and
she still managed to hold a turn together. She does all right on a twin fin, but it's not going to be enough for her, and it won't go into the top 2 even. So Steph Gilmore and Courtney Conlogue, the veterans, falling short, and the youngster Brisa Hennessy holding her nerve and recovering after getting the solid start. She's going to take the first win here of the opening round and get herself into the quarterfinals here. Impressive stuff.
That was a cool heat. Fun. All the way to the end.
I think the competitors in that second heat are going to learn a lot too. Some tricky conditions, even though it is looking really promising and fantastic here on day 2 of the event window. Stick with us. Up next, Carissa Moore, Gabriella Bryan and Tia Blanco hit the lineup.
It's extremely hard to win a world title. I think that's why there's only a few names on that list, you know? It's a year-long investment. It's hard work, determination, it's resilience, it's grit, it's passion, enthusiasm. It's blood, sweat, tears. It's 4 a.m. wake-up calls and warming up and dealing with, okay, we're on, okay, we're not. And, you know, trying to find your rhythm and happy place while you're on the road. There's just figuring out your equipment. There's so many little things that I think do get overlooked on this journey, but in order to be the best, you kind of have to check every little box and do it better than anybody else.
Carissa Moore is out there in heat number 2 here at the Corona Open J-Bay of the opening round, up against Gabriella Bryan, the rookie who's been on an absolute tear this year. And Tia Blanco, the wildcard, gets an opportunity. I've seen her in the warm-up sessions, getting heaps of waves, getting familiar with this location and ready to shake things up here. But this will be a fantastic clash. But Carissa Moore, happy to be back here at Jeffreys Bay. Last time she was here, she was victorious, has those big rail turns, has the power to get through the tricky texture on the face of these waves at the moment, and she'll be hard to beat.
One thing yesterday, watching her in the free surf, she was capitalizing big time on the final move. She had these big layback snaps that were just immense. She won some of the biggest turns we saw in yesterday's practice session.
Well, Tia already logging a score, just a 2.33. And Gabriella Bryan, she's making her way back out. She's had her ride as well. Let's have a look at the replay of Bryan's wave. Been so impressed with her surfing this year, Rosie.
I'm so impressed with Gabriella and her equipment. Since El Salvador, I just feel like her on a right-hand point break is going to be really hard to beat, as we see her lining up a lot of speed, a lot of flow. She widens that stance to really make it through the lumps and bumps on this wave. So this wasn't the best wave selection from Gabriella Bryan of what we've seen this morning, but you can tell that her flow's looking good, equipment's looking good, and hopefully she can find something better to get some work done.
Peter, every year we get here, you paddle out in this lineup and you take what you think is going to be a good wave, and your expectations of what it's going to do down the line, you just, all you're thinking is perfect J-Bay, and it can change pretty quickly. As we see Carissa now getting herself into her opening ride here in 2022. Let's see what she can do on some kind of run, back-to-back world titles, and chasing a 3rd straight, chasing her 6th at the moment. Just incredible what she's been able to do this year. She's been super strong, plenty of finals, but just the one win, looking for a 2nd here at J-Bay.
So consistent, you know, and it just knows how to surf each venue. She taps into those local knowledge, and this is a place that you would have to say that she's a favorite. You know, every year, every time we come here, you know, being as actually a defending champion. That was a great wave. I think that's going to be one of the better waves we've seen all day as far as score-wise.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting this year, Rosie. Obviously, we get to these right-hand point breaks, and you've got to go to those multiple world champions as the favourites each time. Steph, though, is going to have to fight her way out of that 2nd round. I think for Gilmore, her big advantage over her rivals is zapped just a little bit with this texture on the face of the wave. She really likes to kind of slice through the face. Carissa just has a bit of a heavier back foot, so she's able to really power through it.
She definitely does. There's a lot of power she slices through, able to hold on that rail. A lot of confidence in the equipment. But yeah, such a great wave from Carissa. She's really leaning on the experience, like you said, local knowledge that she's tapping into, but also just the confidence, knowing that you're the defending champion at a venue, knowing a wave so well, and really just getting back into that groove.
Yeah, that was just a typically solid opening ride. Carissa not doing more than she had to, but really maximising the points on offer out of a medium-sized ride.
There it is, a 6.33. So yeah, just as she picked a wave that had that tapered wall to it, so knowing that you're going to get a section that's going to be fast, but ultimately if you can get a couple maneuvers done on a slower paced wave first, especially with all this chop on the face, a little easier when you're not having to chase it the whole time. So just again, all those things that she does, she mentioned it early in you know, all those little boxes you got to tick. You just got to do it a little bit better than everyone else, and that's just a life recipe, but it's great for the tour.
Yeah, last year, Rosie, in the shortened season, Carissa was lucky to hang on to that #1 position going into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. She knows that is a huge advantage. We'll talk more about that in a moment. But right now we've got Gabriella up on her second ride. She backed to 4 to kick things off, so a pretty reasonable start for the youngster, as she just looks to get herself in front of her rivals here, looking for a nice finish on the inside. Does well to hang on to the finish. That low center of gravity really working in her favour in these tricky conditions at the moment.
She's a quick learner too. You know, I think that you look at what she was able to do on the Challenger Series, you know, getting all the way to the finals at the US Open, which is beach break, and then going to Ericeira and getting the finals there. You know, it's two totally different types of waves. So I expect her, and of course that's why she's had such great success this season. She's such a quick learner. Bang, she's at every venue, she figures it out and is able to find great waves.
Yeah, I mean, for a rookie too, she's obviously put the time in those warm-ups, Rosie, but understands even with the rocks there, and you're going to have to deal with some moments like this, you have to stick that end section move. It's vital.
Yeah, it's so committed on that inside section. Those rocks come up so quickly, that water rushes up them. It's not fun trying to navigate all of that. And also with the sunrise, the sun is just blaring in your eyeballs in these early morning heats. So there's a lot of factors coming into play.
Yeah, it's more in the lip too. It's not necessarily down the face, which an early part it is, but as soon as it starts to get a little more, it's right in the lip, right where you're trying to do your maneuvers, and it just blinds you.
Strider, good commitment from the competitors so far. We saw Steph go the big tail drop floater over almost dry rock, and Gabriella Bryan finishing her wave off right there on the bricks as well.
Yeah, just from the view here from the side, you can actually see them actually identifying that they're going on a dry reef as they're in the maneuver, because like you said, that sunlight's in their eyes in the lip line, and then as they fly out over it, they're landing right on the rock. Look at this one, Carissa flying out the back. It's going to see what she does on the inside of this one as well.
Yeah, Carissa started with that big 6.33, but Gabriella Bryan has answered back. She just had a 6.67. So now Carissa's after a 4.35 to get herself back into the #1 position.
So cool to see. I mean, Gabriella, she just has such a heavy foot in those maneuvers that she carries. It's so strong. It's so different looking than, and the judges are taking notice.
Definitely. And when you're coming up against someone like Carissa Moore, the 5-time world champ, you're going to have to really stomp that last maneuver. I think Gabriella's got such a confidence in that back foot. She skates through those maneuvers. She's able to release the fins. I don't know. I have a good feeling about Gabriella at this location. I think her surfing really suits this wave.
Yeah, I said that Brazil, actually, in the last post show, I was like, you know, we're looking at, you know, who is going to be someone that we could look at there. Gabriella's surfing is perfect for J-Bay. And she's showcasing it right here, getting the biggest number of the day so far. And it was, a lot of it was due that first turn. Very aggressive first turn, great second turn. It's not a big wave, but it was, you know, you think about it, she surfed that potential of that wave up, in my opinion.
Most definitely. And Rosie, I think it's the first time that we've seen a competitor really lean into the move and push the fins, especially that second maneuver. You know, fins almost broke through the water.
And then committed on the inside, so you have to be rewarded for that, as we see Tia up and riding.
Well, Tia on her second ride now, and biding her time nicely, just waiting for this wave to slow up to allow a big hit. And she's going to get a little tangled up with the lip there and go down. 24.5 minutes remaining, and Gabriella Bryan, the rookie, out in front. And the only rookie to make the cut, so she's going to claim Rookie of the Year honours. And it was an impressive rookie class this year, so that's a massive achievement already.
Oh man, when I look back at the season, at the rookies that we had on the roster, I mean, you're thinking about Betty Lou, Luana Silva, Molly Picklum, Indy Robinson, but then seeing Gabriella's name there, and she's the one that's made that cut, that's made the charge. She's made a final this season to save her spot on tour back at Margaret River. Just so impressed with her.
Yeah, she is really enjoying her time, and you can see that she's comfortable in the company of these multiple world champions. She really brings the fight, and there's the numbers from that last ride, 6.67.
And you think about, I mean, she's, you know, we don't know how she's going to perform at a place like Chopo, which is going to be coming up at that last event of the season. But you think just because she comes from Hawaii, she's going to have that bravery there and feel comfortable over those shallow reefs there, and especially on the backhand. You know, you expect her to do well.
I know a couple of the competitors are already planning their trips. Courtney's getting there a good 6 days before the event window starts. Caroline Marks is going to be heading there just shortly after the Jeffreys Bay event. Steph Gilmore as well. So they're really focusing on that final event of the regular season, because just like this one, it is going to be so crucial in getting yourself into that final 5 picture.
There's going to be some massive waves there today, actually. There's a major swell there, so we'll see some imagery, I'm sure, in the coming hours.
Let's hear from our first heat winner here this year at the Corona Open, J-Bay. Brisa Hennessy's with Laura Enova.
Brisa, just saying that this win in this opening round felt quite special. You know, you started off nice and fast, but talk us through why it is so special.
Yeah, it's like the last 2 events, you know, of the season, and I feel like, yeah, these are the moments that you have to make it count. And going up against Court and Steph, I knew it was going to be a really tough one. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like J-Bay is such a special wave, and to see it in its glory and doing kind of its thing this morning was pretty amazing. But yeah, I don't know. I'm super stoked, and my brain's frozen, so probably why I can't talk, but the jacuzzi is really helping.
Brains and toes are frozen, but talk us through the start of the heat. You obviously really wanted to get that first wave, and that really set you up for the rest of the heat.
Yeah, I paddled from boneyards, and it was kind of like a long little warm-up. It was good, though. Definitely got my heart pumping, and yeah, it took me I think it was like a good 12 minutes to paddle from there. So yeah, I made sure that I had the inside. I think that was our game plan, and yeah, luckily it worked out, and I got to have the first wave and see the dolphins in the morning. I don't know if you saw that, but that was I think it just showed the wave gods. We're happy that we were here, and we were going to have a special event.
Amazing. Well, so good to see you back into the round of 3. We'll see you then.
Thank you. I'm really excited. Thank you. Gracias a todos en Costa Rica. Es muy temprano ahorita, pero estoy muy agradecida por todo el apoyo. Besos.
Thank you, Brisa.
Thank you, Laura and Brisa Hennessy. And you've heard it from Laura, from Brisa there. The game plan with Glenn Hall, get that inside position, and it's, you know, it's always a big conversation point, especially here at Jeffreys Bay, because if you do go deep on the point here and you get a wave that's got a good pace to it, you get a bit more room to move, you get to set a good speed line coming into Super Tubes and let go of some decent turns.
Get a little sneaky too. You can go take the neighborhood roads up the back, and then your competitors, you come out around the corner and they're like, wait, you know, because there's the same plans happening probably in Courtney's head as well as Stephanie's head. I want inside position. You know, how are you going to get that? What little before the heats, you know, figuring out how you're going to get that inside position without paddling each other out of, you know, you just kind of sneak around the corner, Tom Curran style.
We got our first quarter-finalist, Brisa Hennessy, getting that victory, that all-important first-round win. And it was a big turnaround heat win for her, because she's coming off the back of a couple of 9th place finishes. So looking to solidify her place at the top end of the rankings here at Jeffreys Bay, and of course in the final event over in Tahiti in August. But 20 minutes to go here, waiting on numbers to come through for Carissa Moore on that last ride. Rosie, take us through this one.
Yeah, Carissa, I mean, obviously put in that 2nd place position by Gabriella Bryan. She wants to make this one count. The Dolphins out the back, beautiful visuals. So it takes a while for Carissa to really sink her teeth into this wave. Kind of flat, open face for her. Winds through those cutback maneuvers. Finds a bit of vision here on the inside section. Doesn't quite get covered up, but good to see her just get that flow going.
I'm liking where the scales been set this morning, Pete. I think it's in a good place. They're asking more of the competitors. Carissa, you know, she flowed through that wave, but as Rosie said, she took a long time to find anything that was even slightly critical. The barrel ride, it was pretty shallow.
Yeah, it only needing a 4.35. I mean, so you'd think that wave probably had enough there, but I think the judges are having a serious think about it, because does it turn the heat in this moment? I mean, there is 19 minutes left, and there will be some more exchanges, but it's a moment where, as a judge, you're sitting up there and you do a comparison. You know, okay, where is this at in relation to the 4 from Gabriella O'Brien? You know, that wave was from start to finish, and she didn't surf it poorly. It just didn't have any critical sections.
So we're still waiting on those numbers to drop at the moment, but always a concerning sign for a competitor when the judges are thinking about a score that, you know, usually would kind of be an easy one to log, but it is right there. It's at the lower end, the scale at the moment, 4.35 required.
I've had some great discussions recently. You know, the judges have been around. I actually sat on the plane with Bertamo on the way over here. And,
in the same seat?
Oh, yeah. No, well, okay.
He must have loved that, cornered him.
Right. Oh, no, I did. But it's good. It's good to have a chat with them and just to understand where they're at. You know, there's always refinement happening in professional surfing, and judging is one of those things you always are trying to get better, and they're all working at it. So, you know, it's not easy, right? I mean, you have to sit here and you give them the best opportunity to do the right job. 5 judges sitting on that panel. They're all being able to choreograph the replays and comparisons and have that all happen. And, you know, make it as easy to make that call as you can.
Well, the numbers coming through, the first couple of judges are saying just shy of the requirement. 4.35 is what Carissa needs out of that ride. Still plenty of time, though. 17.5 minutes to go. It's going to fall under this one. 4.1, so she's still after the 4.35. Tia's got work to do. She's out there with priority. Her highest scoring ride at the moment, 2.33. She needs an 8.34 at the moment.
I mean, Ronnie, we all sit. I mean, you're not calling an event, right? You're watching heats. You're going to sit here. You're going to call waves in your head. You've watched enough yourself, and you kind of put numbers in your head. And when the judges are kind of right there with you, you're like, okay, cool. We're understanding what the scale is, and that has to be like that. I mean, for the majority of the time, you're going to go, okay, always going to be controversial calls, no matter what.
Yeah, close heats are tough, especially, and that wave was right there, but I think the judges nailed it. When you compare it to Gabriella Bryan's 4, even though Carissa rode it to the end, got that little cover up on the inside, Gabriella on her 4-point ride still had a couple more committed moments.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the judges are really having, like you said, very critical on what's happening in the water at the moment and sticking to the scale that they've set throughout the heat. So it's good to see this kind of play out. And like you said, Pete, like really fall into line with what we're seeing and how we're capturing the surfing at the moment.
And we're all passionate, right? We're all going to have our favorites. We're all going to, it's just, you know, it's how
I don't play favorites.
No, but you know what I'm saying?
Not this level, mate. You can't play favorites. Here we go. Here's Tia taking off.
Let me explain myself.
Let's see what she can do. She really just wants to improve on that 2.33 and lessen this requirement. It's a big one, 8.34. I mean, the highest number of the day so far, 6.67. So it's going to take something really outstanding to get yourself into that excellent range at the moment. So Tia needs to just focus on stringing together a couple of decent maneuvers and really chipping away at the requirement here.
I think for Tia at this moment, she's feeling like she's been left behind. I mean, she's really got work to do, ground to cover to kind of make that statement in this heat. And yeah, just think it's so tricky coming in as a wild card, having these opportunities. There's this hunger, this burning desire to really make the most of these opportunities. I think Tia would be sitting in the water right now, marinating on that, just waiting for her to really make her mark on this heat so far.
I know what you were going to say, Pete. When you're thinking about competitors, it's the brand of surfing that you relate to that turns you on. Yeah. So ultimately, if you love power, you want to see power rewarded. Yep. If you're someone that gets off on the big airs and that high performance approach, that's what you want to see rewarded. For me here at Jeffreys Bay, I want to see the blend. I think Felipe Toledo has rewritten the book on how to approach this wave. He gives us everything. His rail surfing is I think it's the best out here now. Really? He's so fast, he's powerful, he has great variation, and then he'll still throw the airs when he needs them. So I think that's the ultimate ride here.
When you have a top turn happen by someone who's in the caliber of Felipe, they're not the same. They all look a little different. There's always a little something happening with an arm placement or a kinked knee or where he does it in the, you know, so there's so much variety in those snaps. That's the key, right, is to keep refining your surfing and have your equipment, you know, do that for you.
And that comes back to what Carissa was saying in that opening soundbite, is you have to be doing every little thing that much better than your competitor to stand out, to make that impact.
Most definitely. 14 minutes remaining here, and Gabriella Bryan leads this heat and is now trying to get rid of a 4 to put some pressure on the 5-time world champion. This one is going to get away from her, though. And much like Breezer in that first heat, she's done so much right, but that was a mistake that she's going to have to recover from now.
It was hard, though, because you're looking up the point. There's that indicator at Boneyards that set is going to come sweep through the lineup. So to use your priority on a wave that's looking great from that outside section, you're watching it roll through. It's hard not to roll the dice on a wave that looks like that.
Yeah, you're going to turn around, you're going to go. That's the thing that's so difficult, is those times when you're like, you're going to let a perfect wave go by at J-Bay when you have priority. already. It's a very difficult challenge.
A beautiful morning here at Jeffreys Bay. Loving being back here on the Eastern Cape of South Africa. Still just over 13 minutes to go in the second heat of the morning.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
My name is Gabriella Bryan. I'm 19 years old from Kilauea, Kauai. I am the middle child, and surfing is a big part of our family. Ever since I was a little girl, this was my dream to be on the championship tour. I would watch it on TV, watch Carissa, Steph, and it was just like, oh, I want to do that someday. And I started working towards it, and my dream started becoming reality. Showing my best surfing to the world is one of my goals, but I also want to make the mid-year cutoff and get Rookie of the Year.
Well, she's checked one of those boxes. She will be Rookie of the Year and now has a great opportunity to really lift her position on the rankings and potentially give herself a shot at a world title in a rookie season. But Carissa Moore, she's going to try and just hold that run just a little bit with this ride. She needs a 4.35 out of this one to get herself back into the #1 position and potentially into the quarterfinals here. Nice hit, this wave. A nice flow to it. You can just see some of that texture starting to dissipate, and it's cleaning up a little bit here as Carissa brings this one through to the inside. Goes to the laid-back jam. A lot of power on a tricky section. Bit of foam on the face. No dramas for the 5-time world champion.
Pretty safe to say she's going to get the score pretty easily. You know, there was some aggression in that. The wave was perfectly chosen. You know, it had that one steep section. She did not hold back whatsoever, so this could be a bigger number.
Yeah, and that, you know, thinking about that last score, it got so close, but there was a question mark on it. It fell under. That one, no question mark. She's going to the lead.
Exclamation points.
Yeah, really solid. And, you know, Carissa, I think she probably is one of the best at adjusting when she's hearing those numbers come through, understanding that she never really laid into a turn on that previous ride. That time, put the rail in deep.
Well, I think, you know, Carissa, the judges did us a favor by letting that score fall a little bit short, because Carissa kind of mentally took that on and she's like, okay, you want to see something more? Here we go.
You want that?
Yeah, let's go.
Here it is.
And like you said, Ronnie, we're also seeing the conditions clean up a lot. We're seeing that wind clock around now. That sun is hitting it so beautifully. It's warming up a little bit more offshore. These walls are really shaping up for these surfers to really sink their teeth in.
Well, here it is, the first excellent score of the event, 8.17, Pete. Take us through it.
Yeah, and this is just, look at the wall. It's a little steeper on the face, much better than the wave she had previously, which was more flatter on the face. And this one kind of turned the corner and came back at her. That's the section I was talking about. She really laid into that. And again, backs it up with another different style carve and finishes it on the bricks all the way at the very end. So this is our first excellent number, pretty clear cut.
Yeah, Carissa, I think, you know, she's got that big rail carve, Rosie, that's so hard for the rest of the field to match. But the other thing that she has on that forehand is remarkable variation, and it's just easy for her. She doesn't need a particular section to show that variation. She kind of creates it with how deep she lays that bottom turn.
There were 3 punches on that wave that I really enjoyed, but also that delayed bottom turn for that first section. Just such a nice connection with what the flow of the wave was allowing.
Oh, here goes Tia on a good size set wave. And this is exactly what she needed at this time in the heat. Nice turn to get started. The winner of the Ultimate Surfer earning these wild card opportunities. And this is a beautiful looking wall. Nice clean flow at the moment. We'll need a big high impact finish if she's going to chip away at the requirement. And break combination here. Nice turn. And this wave standing up, but just gets a little lost on the bottom and doesn't get that final big maneuver on that critical end section. So 8 minutes to go. It'll be Tia's best, but will it help her break combination?
That's a tricky ask, I think, for Tia at the moment when we're seeing the caliber of surfing that we've seen from Carissa, that first excellent score. It is going to be tricky here. Gabrielle's got a beautiful wave lining up for her.
Oh, they're starting to march in sets now. And Gabriella starts with a really strong opening maneuver. Again, into the pocket, mixing it up, but keeping that down the line flow and plenty of speed as she drives into the lip for a third time, just transitioning now. As she gets into a couple more hits through the inside. This wave's starting to slow up. It's got a good pace to it, and it's going to allow a big finish here on the inside. Just bashing away. It has had a real down-the-line approach on this wave, and we'll need something huge, a big committed turn to finish this thing off if she's going to get the score required. She's after a 7.84.
Well, that's what I mean. We're at the end of a heat, and here we are again thinking that that's right there. That's knocking at the door. You know, quality of maneuvers will definitely go. I still feel like Carissa's wave was going to be the highest wave of the heat. But
she doesn't need the highest wave of the heat.
No, she doesn't. You're right. So it's like there. I mean, is it basically a flat 8? And can you think that that's the case? I mean, she definitely made a case for it at the very end.
Oh, I think she started brilliantly, Rosie, but then got a little bit too down the line in her approach. There wasn't that commitment, that redirection of the board.
First two maneuvers, so solid, so strong. Here we see the third, just like you said, just down the line, more of a setup check turn to burn some speed as she's looking down the line. She really needs to dig deep on that bottom turn and get more critical if she's looking for that score. That's kind of a flatter turn, just wiggling those fins. So being hypercritical on this wave from Gabriella as we're watching her find some speed down the line. Committed finish from her, though. Like, really well done to hang on to that turn. But Ronnie, it's back to your point. I mean, Carissa is just so good at that forehand wrap as we see Gabriella's definition of that turn. Beautiful slice through the wall of that wave.
I'm so impressed. Just her commitment to those first two sections, and they love the combination of those big turns, Pete. That was super impressive. She did get some nice rounded calves through that ride, but you know, I think she needed to keep hammering away on those end sections as Carissa gets up, finds some time, starting to really feel it now here in her first heat at Jeffreys Bay. She won the event in 2019 and bringing some of that form to this opening round heat now. She looks to get rid of a 6.33. So every surfer out there in the lineup getting lots of opportunity. Carissa on her fifth ride, and she's going to lose her footing on the inside there.
When you look at Carissa's first ride, the 6.33, that feels like a different heat from the conditions that we're seeing right now. So, you know, how is that last wave going to play? And obviously she had that fumble on the finish. Look, Gabriella's score.
Oh, it's in. It was a 7.5. We knew it was going to be close, but again, there was a question mark there, much like Carissa's wave earlier on that fell short of the requirement when she was in second place. But a 7.5, you know, it's an impressive number and a confidence builder for this rookie, and it does narrow the requirement going into the final 4.5 minutes here. So she's still in it. She's going to have a chance, and I don't see Carissa's wave really going into her top two, that last one.
Yeah, you know, Carissa just, I think she's going to really be kicking herself that she wasn't able to finish that wave off. But yeah, this is such an exciting heat, so fun to watch. I'm sure Carissa, Gabriella, Tia, they've had a lot of heats together growing up doing the NSSA. They've had a lot of reps against each other.
No doubt. Strider's out there watching on. Strider, we're sensing that the texture of the water is starting to flatten out. It's getting smooth out there now.
Yeah, we definitely have a big change in the atmosphere, and it's definitely making it easier to ride the waves, and the performance on the waves is showing. But a key note here is to paddle back out. You've only got, I don't know, is it like 3.5 minutes left now? And you got a long paddle back out there. So can she get back out into the lineup to get another wave to try and get that score? That's the hardest part out here right now, is the endurance and the paddle power to get way back out there. So it's taken them quite a few minutes to do it. I don't know, probably like 4 to 5 minutes, I think, from the very far inside all the way to the outside takeoff zone.
Strider, Tia Blanco, she had a 4.07, didn't break that combination. We obviously have had so much opportunity to talk about Carissa's brilliance over the years, but talk to me about this rookie, Gabriella Bryan, and your take on her year so far.
I think it's just we see the power that she has, and as soon as she manages, you know, the power and the finesse put together, she's going to break dreams. She's just going to go all the way through, and she could bring home a title one of these years here. She's looking really strong. She's got a beautiful low center of gravity and explosive style, and she's got everything I feel like that Carissa has, but she doesn't have the knowledge, and once that plays in, she's going to be deadly.
Yeah, good call. I'm loving her surfing personally. I think she'll look at that heat and go, okay, I can see it. You know, the big thing about Jeffreys Bay, whether it's someone surfing a heat or it's just a hacker like me going out there and trying to get a wave, is Pete, you're constantly racing down the line and feeling like this wave is going to get away from you. And in free surfs, you want to stay out in front of it just so people don't drop in on you. But for Gabriella there was an opportunity to perhaps commit to some of those inside turns. I think she had the speed. She showed that through that first combination on that last ride. She has the speed to commit and then get back out in front of it. And you said it, Rosie, she almost like was tapping and sort of cheating her way to those manoeuvres, whereas she's got to really dig in, especially if she's surfing against Carissa.
Well, I think the meat of that score really comes from these opening manoeuvres for Gabriella. As you see a replay here, just two beautiful slices, then gets way down the line, like you mentioned, Ronnie. Like you're in two minds out of J-Bay sometimes of trying to get down the line, trying to stay out in the open face, and then also thinking about where do I place my maneuvers to make them impactful. Yeah,
not too many waves like this, Pete, on the schedule. Maybe Bells Beach, where you know you really have to be paying attention to what that wave's doing. You know, there's a subtle read that you've got to have on this wall in order to get those bigger numbers.
And it's not clear. It really isn't. You know, as much as it is a perfect wave, it is not clear in how it's going to turn on the reef, and if you have to race it, if you're going to, you know, it's going to be slow enough for you to be doing maneuvers. And that's experience. That's time spent in the water here. It's time, you know, surfing all these swells. But, you know, they don't get those chances. You know, you can get here early. You know, this has been a very compact schedule. I mean, they haven't really even been probably able to get new boards or go home. You know, everyone's talking about, yeah, I went home for 24 hours. That was about the length of it between Brazil and here.
Gabriella Bryan just getting a little desperate now and trying to chase down that 7.01, takes a wave that's not going to work in her favour, and Carissa, she'll be careful now with priority. She's not going to have to concern herself with what Tia's doing. She'll have eyes on Gabriella Bryan here and really probably just stay nice and close to her and limit her opportunities coming into the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, just watching this play out in front of us. Did see, you know, a couple of lines out there. It's really been kind of non-stop waves since the second heat started. Tia having an opportunity here.
Oh, nice hit there from Tia. And she's going to look to line up another big hit. And I guess at this point in the heat, really just getting some confidence up and connecting with a couple of sections is crucial. And Tia manages to do it as she finishes this one off. As this heat comes to a close, what a battle between Gabriella Bryan and Carissa Moore. And Carissa just holding the edge with that impressive 8.17. But an amazing way to kick off a campaign here at the Corona Open J-Bay for Gabriella Bryan, the rookie. Impressive scores. Heat score total of 14.17 in a losing heat. So she's going to take a lot of confidence into that second round. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll bring in Paul Evans and Laura Enover for the call. And we've got a very important clash coming up in Heat 3. The Corona Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona, this is living. Oakley, the official eyewear of the World Surf League. Hydro Flask, every adventure starts with 2 simple words. Let's go. And Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League.
The world's best surfers, the world's favourite right-hand point break. As we kick things off with opening round for the women, joining myself, Paul Evans, in the studio to break it all down. Laura Anova, how you feeling?
Oh wow, what an exciting morning. I'm so just pumped to be here. It's my first time here in J-Bay, and I understand what all the hype and the rave and why everyone that I talk to say this is one of their favourite places in the world.
And you've been out and about a little bit in our surfers area, finding things out. How's the vibe down there?
Yeah, the vibe's really good. I mean, everyone's woken up this morning to, you know, some incredible waves and some beautiful conditions. You know, the surfers just saying that they're so excited to be out there and you know, see this swell come in that everyone's been talking about and hyping up the last few days. So the swell's arrived. You know, we've got that bit of wind up the face right now, but we're going to see it turn around throughout the day. So this heat right here is super important, and very, very keen to kick it off.
All right, heat number 3, we'll see Joanne Defay of France taking on Isabella Nichols from Australia, Caroline Marks as well, as we'll look at live action right here. And it's Bella Nichols, just a little eyeing up this opening section, just waiting to try and place a turn on this wave. And she'll go into the lip with a snap, maintaining the speed and just kind of probing down the line. Another hit from her, maybe just a touch stiff as she goes into those transitions. But get things off with it. A decent wave, a slash to finish, and a nice little combo as that section will double up and offer a little bonus again. She'll go down right on the inside, but starting off early on.
Yeah, that was a really good start for Bella there. And, you know, we knew this is her first time here in J-Bay, and I think we all knew with her, you know, history at right-hand point breaks that she was going to excel here and yeah, feel very comfortable. But that board looking amazing, and her surfing just really suits this wave. I love, you know, that she started off. She obviously wanted to get that inside, and yeah, what a quick, good start there for Bella. Would have been amazing to see her finish that wave off, but a really strong start.
Getting the win over in Western Australia, how crucial has that been for her? Have you seen much of a change in her as a surfer and just the way she kind of carries herself?
Oh, for sure. I mean, that win was pivotal for Bella over in WA. She, you know, had started planning her year on the Challenger Series thinking that, you know, there was no way, you know, it was like a very, you know, hard possibility for her to qualify and make that cut. But for her to take that win, that first win of her career was huge, as we see Joanne Defay.
There goes your world number 2 as she looks down the line to open up and get maneuvers done, and a lot at stake for her in this heat as we get down towards picking our final 5 at the moment, very much focused on the live action, as she'll have a little swoop, and you can see that sunlight just lighting up the face. And she's looking to go into the lip to finish down here, a little frothy and bumpy through on an inside. So first opening couple of rides, just from what we've seen in this one, there is a little bit of wobble through that inside section.
Yeah, there really is. That was a frothy wave there for Joanne, but just wanting to get on the board. I think, you know, we're going to see, I think, these waves clean up throughout the day, but it is about picking those waves that are the cleanest and smoothest. So, you know, Joanne getting started there, but, you know, a tricky wave to surf.
And obviously, our penultimate event of the season is all about picking that final 5. This one, crucial. Joanne Defay, our number crunchers have confirmed she can clinch her spot in the final 5. If she makes this heat, so she gets into the quarters, which she'll do by winning this, she's going to Trestles for the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Wow, what a moment. Yes, we see Bella here. This is her first wave kicking it off, and just, you know, trimming down the line to wait for this section. A lot of time, a lot of space here, but starts off with a nice turn there in the pocket and reading it really well, but a lot of down the line time, a big snap in the pocket there. Her board's just looking so connected under her feet. There, you know, she's got that turn that she goes to here, that big jam in the pocket that we love to see from Bella. That's, you know, been her, you know, her manoeuvre on tour that's kept her just falling off there and just missing the fins. But a 5-point ride for that.
Yeah, and this was Joanne Defay looking to get a good start on this one. She went through some of her repertoire of manoeuvres, a reasonable way to open things up.
Yeah, this wave just didn't really have the sort of speed and tempo. She was sort of just waiting for it to give her a big opportunity, but unfortunately just went frothy here on the inside. getting some turns in, but nothing really of consequence.
So Joanne, as we mentioned, she can make that final 5 coming into this one, rated 2 in the world. Another stellar season from her, getting the win over at G-Land, and has just looked every bit more confident and more deserving of her place as a contender. And there is someone who will also be taking a ton of confidence from a really strong performance in the yellow jersey, Carissa Moore. And a commanding performance from her in a tough heat that we just saw.
Yeah, just cracking in the first excellent score of the event, of the day. So that must have felt really good for Carissa. But yeah, I mean, we know she's one of the ones to beat here. And I think just coming off that win in Rio, she'd be feeling so confident. And look at all these frothing grums. What a moment for them to see their favourite surfers.
Yeah, well, I mean, just the way this point break is set up, there's not loads of land here, is there? We've got like a little thin strip of beach and then the rocks and then the waves. It's such a good one to come down and watch in person and just sort of soak it all up, see the world's best at very close quarters. And the autograph hunters down there meeting the stars. A big week of competition kicks off on our second day of our weighing period. Yesterday it sort of started to fill in, just wasn't quite there with the consistency. Looks absolutely dreamy out there right now, as we'll pick up on the backhand. Caroline Marks missed a chunk of this season. It's great to see her back, and she'll belt one with some nice venom for an opening turn, and then patient at the bottom of the wave. Will snap again, just to kind of check in speed snap, and it steepens up here. And she is eyeing up a lip to go into. Swoops another carve in top turn and into the bottom turn. Beautifully done. Really nice transition. She'll have to just wait that section out. Caroline looking to finish. Important to get these finishes in here. As we get down towards that low, it's pretty shallow. She does well there on a really steep hammer on the backhand. Decent stuff from Caroline.
Yeah, I love that from Caroline Marks, getting started, and just her timing, her pace, the patience that she was showing there was so cool to watch. And you know, she's had a third out here back in 2019, so she's got the confidence. She knows that, you know, she can pull off a big result here. But love seeing the backhand attack there.
Well, it's been one of those topics, the conversation, isn't it? J-Bet does favour those regular foots, the natural footers, but just looking at the women and the backsiders, Caroline Marks, I mean, incredible the way she does those turns. Really unique style, and it's a great match for this wave.
It really is, and I just love the way she read this wave, just, you know, putting the brakes on here, getting a nice turn in the pocket, but then racing down. Here you just see her just waiting patiently to try and identify exactly where she should place that turn in the pocket, that board. We love those bottom turns that Caroline can just jam her foot on the back of the board and just get so tight. So, yeah, super nice, strong finish there, and she still made it around and got a nice finishing turn here at the end. Just waiting, yeah, nice big bash there on the inside. So, Caroline, I think that's going to be possibly one of the highest scores of the heat so far.
Packing in tons of manoeuvres is Caroline Marks. She looked sharp in the free surfing throughout yesterday, and a really good number dropping in for her. She'll take a little bit of a command in this one. So far, plenty of time left to go. Still just over 25 on the clock. Scores in 7.33 for her. So opening rides all in, and it is the Floridian on the backhand with the lead so far. Isabella Nichols got a flat 5 for her opening wave of the heat. Joanne with a relatively modest number of the 3.33. So advantage to Caroline early on.
Yeah, and I think, you know, going back to what you were saying before, we always talk about how we think that the natural footers have an advantage here, but I think with this wind up the face today and the tempo of the wave, I think Caroline and the girls in their backhand are going to have an easier time slowing down, pumping the brakes, and being able to go right up in the pocket and get a really critical turn in. So, I mean, we've just seen that from Caroline then. That's the surfing that we've, you know, seen from her since she burst onto the scene when she was a rookie. And, yeah, so good to have her back. She's just such a talent.
We've been sort of gushing about just how dreamy this wave is, how perfect it is. And you think about point breaks and the sort of style of surfing you want to do, just cruising down the line, making the section, that's going to feel amazing. It's going to look great. However, if you want to go in 8s, 9s, go in the exit range, you need to do a lot more than that. How do you do that on this wave?
Yeah, I think it's just timing, and it's just reading the wave really well, as we see Bella taking off.
Speaking of which, on a tight little inside section, Isabella Nichols. She'll be patient here. And then off the bottom, vicious snap, and loses no speed at all, but does arrive a little bit late. And that is essentially what we're talking about at J-Bay, how hard you hit it, and then does that put you behind. And we got some equipment damage there, so she's just snapped the nose on that last maneuver.
Wow, that's a really rare place to snap your board. It must just hit, yeah, when she was a bit late for that last turn, just hit it and snapped it. But, you know, a lot of the competitors were just saying that, you know, Courtney Conlon served her last wave of the heat with 2 fins in, and it was because she realised she only had 5 minutes to go and didn't think she'd have time to switch up boards. And so it's going to be interesting to see how long it takes Bella to actually get her back up and get back out there.
Right, let's go and hear from the view from the lineup. The Was is in the water. What have you got for a Strider?
Yeah, well, Bella's going to try and paddle all the way down to the keyhole to try to get it into the to the beach here, because, you know, running across the rocks, you could do damage to yourself as well. So she's going to come all the way down. This is a key note in these heats is, do you know, trying to get your backup board. How long is that going to take? Courtney mentioned before, that's why she lost on a previous year. So maybe there's going to be some talk about trying to have some boards out in the lineup, maybe on a buoy, I don't know. But these ladies having to deal with quite a bit. As you can see, Bella's still paddling down the line, trying to get to that place to get to the beach. And we'll see if she can just find a way in right now. But it's a key note out here for the surfers, trying to have a backup board and having that transition time and how much it takes off of your heat. It could be detrimental.
All right, thank you, Strider. So we will endeavour to get a new board for Isabella Nichols. So manager Kurt Jacobs just making his way down, trying to line up one of these key holes for Isabella to come in. She's going to lose a bit of time in this one. 35-minute heats, and it's precious time ticking away here, Laura.
Yeah, it is. And then also, you know, to scramble across the rocks, none of the surfers are wearing booties in their heat, as they actually, maybe some of them will opt to wear the booties because the water is pretty cold and some people do love them, but a lot of people seem to not want to surf their heats in booties. But when it gets to the rocks, it's just not ideal. You want to protect your feet. You don't want to have to cut them up on the rocks here. But let's see. I guess we'll know soon how long it takes for Bella to do this board swap.
Isabella Nichols making her way back onto land to swap that board out, get the replacement, in endeavour to get back out there. It will cost her a bit of time at the moment. Haven't had anything else added in terms of that scoreboard from our surfers in the lineup. But this swell that's been building throughout the night, we have these extended lulls, certain stages through the heat. But you can see there just how much of an endeavour it is to get back in. She finds herself the keyhole, but still a little bit left to do to get that board and then get back out again. So not the start she would have wanted. Yeah, and actually a lot of the locals raving about how there is a lot more sand on these rocks, which is, you know, good for the surfers' feet and, you know, to make these keyholes a lot safer. So, yeah, Bella not having to deal with the rocks there, but she's going to have to run all the way around to the other keyhole and, look, doing a bit of a fin change too. She obviously has her favourite set of fins in that other board. Let's see what they do here. It's 20 minutes and 40 minutes on the clock right now. Here's the board change for Isabella Nichols, coming into this 7th in the world. Of course, we're taking 5 to Trestles for the Rip Curl WSL Final. She'd love to be in that conversation. It is fairly tight points-wise. We're going to break all of that down, loads of talking points. Of course, we will be heading over to Tahiti as well before we get there, but real crunch time in the season and crucial for a big result here. From the point of view of action in the water, though, it's not been much of it, so no one really able to land a blow while Isabella's changing that board. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if, you know, she might be able to get back out there before anyone even gets a wave. So, you know, on the run around now, this is where the legs burn, the lungs burn, but she's just going to have to stay calm and focused and, you know, just do some deep breathing right now. Bella is sort of known for having some little, like, you know, words of wisdom written on the front of her board. We'll probably see them there and, you know, saying calm, focus, fun, breathe. Just remember to do all those things. Just, you know, those words can just, you know, reset your mind in a heat when things start going wrong. So she'll have to tap into that. Well, 4 minutes so far. She's been searching for this board. She's got it now. She will do the run around and paddle back out. So probably maybe 6 or 7 minute mark taken out of this heat for Isabella Nichols. Of course, first place goes straight into the quarterfinals. Caroline Marks at the moment with that 7.33. Hasn't got a backup so far. Joanne Defay also that low opening number. She's got priority though, does Joanne. She might be interested here. As we see a little line stack up the top of the point. She'll let that go. Caroline also just has a little look at it. You can just tell that wave almost sort of reluctant energy-wise to get up on the point here. So not offering much scoring potential. They'll leave that one be, but this is exactly what you would want if you had to come in and change your board, is a long lull.
Totally, a long lull is working very well in Isabella's favour. I was just thinking, watching her run up the beach, how good it'd be if someone just whizzed across with an e-bike or gave her a little lift, but yeah, it's a long way. She's still running. That is my nightmare right there.
Isabella Nichols with her work cut out here this morning. She's got 7 points on the board. She'll get a 2 for that wave where she broke the board. She won't be thinking about hanging on to that towards the end of this, but got the 5 to set up a bit of a platform as we see a little bit more purpose to the swell as this line will stack up. Priority remains with Joanne Defay, and she will keep a close eye on this. Just outside of her, Caroline will have a spin. Actually, Caroline will go here. Here's Marks on the backhand, a medium-sized wave. And a first opening turn from her, a little mid-face pump, and then leans into that bottom turn and hacks one. So able to use that variety on the backhand manoeuvres, getting a second score on the board.
Yeah, I think that was pretty smart of Caroline under priority there to just go a medium wave. We've seen a lot of those small waves, they drain along the reef and they stand up a lot more than some of the sets do. That you know, they kind of seem to stretch out a bit more. So I reckon Luke Egan, Caroline's coach, has told her, you know, you can get a good score, a good backup on just two turns on a really, you know, steep, bowly inside wave, even if it doesn't have the height.
Isabella still looking to make her way back into the water. She'll find the keyhole towards the top of the point here at Super Tubes. But haste, not speed, I think key, particularly as we get down towards that low tide. There are some pretty sharp rocks out there. Definitely doesn't want to do any damage to the backup equipment, so she'll just take her time. Want to rush things. When she does get in the lineup, she'll be looking to get a wave as soon as possible. Joanne been really selective, got that 3 early on, and then she's just been sitting there with priority ever since then, pretty much.
Yeah, Joanne is known for that. She knows exactly what wave she wants, and as we see this beautiful wall stretching through the lineup here, all the way up from, you know, the Boneyards area, it looks like Joanne's going to give this a paddle.
Joanne Defay having a concerted paddle all alone in the lineup, though, so priority will stay with her. Meanwhile, from down the point, here's Caroline, belts one, and straight into another drawn-out bottom turn. Really nice from her, just squeezing the juice off the top. And then tracking down the line, a little flick of a snap from her, and again hits it a little harder. This wave will taper off through an inside, she'll pull through the back. So a third wave ridden for her, got the 3 in for her previous. And a longer wave that with a couple more turns. It's not going to go near a 7.33, but it might help a cause.
How was that, you know, Caroline taking that smaller wave and it putting her in the perfect position for that bomb? And I think that's going to come in at a really good score. I think one of maybe the best of the heat. I loved how top to bottom she got on that, and it was a bigger set. Joanne, unfortunately, was too deep for that and out of position. I think Joanne caught the wave behind, so we'll wait to see that replay. But Caroline Marks just getting into position. Love this beautiful turn. That's where the money's going to be. She just got to go really deep in that bottom turn. Another beautiful snap there in the pocket, then lining it up down the line here and waiting for this to wall back up again. A nice big slash off the top there for Caroline. Love this. You know, just the way she's able to read it.
Caroline Marks staying busy and looking to put a bit of pressure on the board. Just 2 surfers in the lineup for a big chunk of this heat. We reckon Isabella Nichols would have made her way back out now. Caroline just taking all of these opportunities. Lauren's such an intense competitor. We know all about her surfing skill set. We missed her this year on tour when she wasn't here.
Oh, we really have, and yeah, look at that. I think, you know, the bulk of this score is going to come from those first 2 turns, and the judge is really thinking about it. But you know, it's going to be an amazing backup if it doesn't go above her first turn, but first wave, sorry. And yeah, just love having Caroline back on tour. She's so exciting, so explosive, so powerful, and yeah, she's going to do some damage. She's, you know, sitting down number 12 right now, but knowing, you know, the women's rankings this year, we've had a different winner for every event this whole year. Obviously, Carissa Moore has made those 4 finals this year and finally took that win in Rio last event. But, you know, it's anyone's game right now, and with 10,000 points up for grabs, anyone can, you know, move around the rankings, and it's going to be exciting to see who can clinch their spot in the final 5. And obviously Joanne, she knows that if she makes it through this heat, she can take it out, she'll clinch her spot. So maybe that playing in the back of her mind right now.
Well, we're waiting for Caroline's score to come in. It is going to go very close to her 7. She might just top it because another good number. Well, in fact, she gets the identical number, 7.33 in for Caroline Marks. So very much in a commanding position in this heat, turning the screw. And as you mentioned, Laura, she caught that one just while she was paddling back. So not something she necessarily could have planned, but absolutely capitalizing on the opportunity.
Oh, those are the moments when you're just like, wow, in rhythm with the ocean. You know, Caroline choosing to go that wave before, that small wave that put her in the perfect position for that set that just shifted a bit further down the line. And yeah, that must feel very, very good for Caroline, getting that 7.33 under Joanne's priority.
Just over 13 minutes to go in this one. Caroline Marks in the driving seat, a couple of 7s for her, looking really good value. We've had the board change for Isabella Nichols. Joanne Defay's got a bit of work to do. We'll be right back for more action, opening day of competition, right after the break.
J'aime bien faire du yoga, même si ça fait partie de l'entraînement un peu, mais c'est les moments que j'ai pour moi, où je suis toute seule, où tout redescend et je me recentre un peu sur moi et c'est important.
Kind of just like the overall vibe is just alive right here.
Ok, você mais gosta no Brasil?
Você mais gosta da
Did I not say that? Você mais gosta no Brasil?
For me.
You?
Yeah.
You like you the best out of Brazil? Me too.
Show me your survival stance. Is that the survival stance? Is that narrow?
Hi, I'm Courtney Kalmog. I'm from Santa Ana, California. Being a surfer from Santa Ana, I grew up only surfing on the weekends. A lot of people don't realize that. I went to school Monday through Friday. I was a weekend warrior.
Welcome back to the Corona Open J-Bay, as we'll pick up live vision here of your world number 2, Joanne Defay from France, up and slicing off the top, just throws in a little jam for the opening turn, clips the lip and keeps that rhythm as she'll swoop down the line here at Jeffreys Bay, maintaining speed and maintaining aggression throughout this one. Just kind of drags that tail through that turn and goes up to get the finish. Crucial here at Jeffreys Bay, and a really well-surfed wave from Joanne.
Wow, that was a really well-surfed wave from Joanne. Exactly what we're used to seeing from her. That wave just had the nice tempo and gave her the opportunity to have the speed that we're used to seeing from her, and I just loved the way that she read this, choosing different turns. She got the layback here to start. Boom, big jam in the pocket. I love that turn from Joanne into the lip there, and I thought that was really, really, you know, smart to get up and do something different there. And putting herself in the pocket, she can read these waves so beautifully, and another layback jam, and I think this is incredibly well timed and well read there to finish off like that. That is so hard to do, and look at that, she's back in the heat, a 7-point ride for Joanne.
Much more like the Joanne Defay we expected to see, as we'll just admire this turn again. And she's able to do this, use that variety. She just found herself a bit of time on that section. It's precious here at Jeffreys Bay as this thing freight trains down the line. And just dissecting it clinically. 7 points for her, puts her right back in this. She's still got over 10 to go, and a really good chance to come back at Caroline Marks, who's been dominant throughout this one. Let's see if we can pick up Isabella Nichols. Here she is, and she's found herself what looks like a bomb from the top of the point, so a lot of time back on dry land. That's a huge turn there from Bella, and she'll streak down the line again, just patiently waiting out an opportunity. And just pushes a little hard as the wave softens up, and a missed opportunity for Isabella.
Wow, I was mind-boggling. You know, that took her 11 minutes to get back out the back there, probably 12 now, you know, 9:40 to go on the clock, but that huge first turn, I was thinking she was on her way to an excellent score, but unfortunately just pushing too hard on that second turn, and, you know, probably just getting used to that board under her feet and feeling it out, but it looked so good on that first turn, so a huge missed opportunity for Bella there, and she'll be kicking herself.
As we see these lines continue to steamroll through, get down towards the bottom of the tide in around about half hour's time. Meanwhile, on the inside, here goes Joanne Defay. So not even getting back towards the top of the point. Goes in with a little layback jam again. Just carving down through that lip. A smaller inside runner. She's going to need something 7 or better to get in the first, though. As We do have a heat leader with a couple of 7s. Joanne Defay on the inside, looking for a strong finish. Just extends those arms up. And she enjoyed that. Meanwhile, bottom, just a great looking opening section for Caroline Marks. She'll cruise with speed. And then into a bottom turn, just kind of a setup from the top. Now she'll go to take on the lip. It gets a snap in the pocket off the bottom, holding that bottom turn. Beautifully done. Little airdrop energy as she comes out the lip. And unable to get the finishing maneuver, but just the difference in the energy on that wave. That thing was just trucking down the line.
Yeah, well, we knew the swell would be picking up throughout the day, and as you can see, it seems like that devil wind has calmed down, and we know it was going to turn around west, and that's exactly what we need for these beautiful J-Bay walls to light up and be absolutely rippable. So that was an epic set by Caroline there, but so, you know, interesting and smart to see Joanne Defay swing on that first wave of the set way down the line. You know, it'll be interesting to see what the judges, you know, where they can go with that wave, as she didn't take off anywhere near even where Caroline took off on her last wave. But yeah, let's have a look at this, Joanne. I love this big jam in the pocket, just laying back and being able to pull it off. It was a really well-served wave. You know, she needs 7.67 on this wave, so it'll be interesting to see how high it could go, but I think she took off on this knowing that if she could get a critical turn like this done on inside section, that it could possibly go there. But yeah, this wave by Caroline, one of the biggest sets we've seen this morning, just timing it up perfectly, waiting, but just waiting for it to hit this section and bowl up so she could get one of her big slashes in. Not really being able to get anything straight away, but this turn, boom, a critical in the pocket, air drops down, and unfortunately not able to get around that end section there.
We'll get another look here at Caroline Marks, slowing it right down. You see that hand almost grabbing the rail and just opens up the body. And a beautiful turn done at speed in the critical part of the wave. The board just detaches itself from the wave a little, and the landing is seamless from her straight into the next bottom turn. Number in for Defay. It's not quite the score she's after, 5.17. It doesn't prove her position still. Looking for the 7.66 with just over 6.5 minutes. This one's flown by, Laura.
Oh, it's really flown by. And, you know, Bella's, you know, only been able to catch 3 waves, but the other girl's only on 4 waves. So, you know, she's going to be kicking herself about that board break that's, you know, kept her out of the water for, you know, a third of the heat. But, yeah, you know, with the surfing that she was doing on that last set where she unfortunately went down, she knows that if she can get another opportunity and then swing maybe on one of the inside, she could be back in this heat.
Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat. Carissa Moore is with Rosie.
So great to see our defending champ of this event, Carissa Moore, just step right back into that comfort zone. Carissa, the first excellent score that we've seen at this event so far. Tell us how good it is to be back in Jeffreys Bay and performing at this level.
I'm so excited to be back here at Jeffreys Bay. It's been 3 years since we've been at this magical, special place, and we're very lucky that the waves showed up this morning. And yeah, honestly, it's been kind of a tough few days practicing and warming up for the event. There hasn't been too many opportunities, and so it was kind of like, and I didn't even jump in the water to warm up like I normally do this morning, because I'm like, I get too cold too fast and I don't warm up. So there was a lot going on as I surfed through that heat.
And just thinking about coming off that win in Rio, making your way here to South Africa, that's such a long journey. What were you able to do in the downtime between the 2 events? My heart is always at home, so I actually jet set it all the way back to Hawaii. I had 5 days, 6 nights to sleep in my own bed and see my family, play with my pups, and then I brought my husband Luke and my little sister Kayla with me. Is this the first time you brought your Kayla with you, and how's she enjoying South Africa?
This is my sister's first time to South Africa. She's been with me in the past to a few events, but it's been a while since we've done a sister trip, and we're having a great time.
It's great to catch up with you. Good luck in the quarterfinals.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you. Thank you, Rose. Have a good
Enjoy your day.
All right, well, as we saw right there, you know, Joanne Defay sliding on that inside wave, trying to pick something up. It looked like she was under pressure, and I think that could be a little bit of the pressure from the final 5 thought. You know, she has not clinched yet. She's sitting really well, number 2 in the world, but will she be able to, you know, finish 5th to have that clinching moment here at J-Bay? And, you know, that little wave, to me, I watched her take it, I said, ooh, why would she be taking that wave? And then I started thinking about the situation and realizing that there was some pressure, obviously, to try and win this heat, trying to get those scores and try and find that momentum to get herself into a position. But it put her out of priority, You know, Caroline Marks ended up on the big set out the back, which she had priority for, and then actually got back out there before Joanne Defay. So it's maybe a mistake by Joanne Defay there, and maybe that pressure for the final 5 playing into that.
All right, great stuff. Thanks, Strider. Insights from the lineup as we'll pick up a wave standing up here. And it is buttery on the face. It's Isabella Nichols looking to come back at this heat. And she'll get a first turn, just kind of carving down to set up and a little bit of S-ing down the line mid-face. She get a chance to carve another big jam off the top. And again, really nice from her. A critical turn performed at speed. Just kind of hanging off the tail of her board a little bit as she looks to be precise in the very steepest part of the wave. Really nice surfing in the pocket. Takes on the lip and took it on a little too hard. Been an incomplete maneuver for her, but
that wave was looking so good there for Bella, and I was just thinking while she was riding that wave, this is her first time surfing here at J-Bay, and we know that there hasn't been much swell the last week. So she's been here since Brazil. There hasn't actually, this is the biggest day in the last sort of 2 weeks, so she's actually getting her first taste for proper J-Bay out here right now on these waves. And you know, she's surfing them incredibly well and well timed, and that was a beautifully tempoed paced wave. So you know, she'll be kicking herself that she went down, but I think she'll still get in up into the good range, and I think that's going to be what is going to give her a lot of confidence to know that she can get some good, you know, good scores and even excellent scores that can give her confidence going into the next round.
All right, well, equipment ever important. All of our spots on tour, this one no exception. Peter Mel likes to geek out on boards. Pete, what have you got for us in terms of what you're looking at quivers?
Well, Caroline Marks, your heat leader right now with a pair of 7.3s, and yes, I do like to geek out. And one of the things I got to able to talk to was Luke Egan, who's been working with Caroline Marks here at this event and throughout this season. She's had great success. One of the changes that he kind of had for J-Bay here is going from a Kolohe and Dino template fin to this one here, the Mick Fanning Large. Gives her more control. Obviously, one of the things that you really want to work on here is when you get those sections and you really want to lay into it, being able to have a board that's going to have control through those maneuvers. And one of the changes that she's riding the standard rounded pintail. This is, I believe, the Subdriver 2.0, the pintail. It's a board that she's been riding throughout this season. But again, just a subtle change in the fins, popping a little bit larger fin with a bit more control. This, you know, this one has a little forward foil on it. Again, giving it more control in those high-speed situations so she can really lay into those turns.
Great stuff. Thanks, Pete. It's looking like it's working really well for us so far in this. Just over a minute to go, and still with that lead. A couple of 7.33s as we'll pick up live action here of Joanne Defay. And she's looking to get a high 7 of her own to get into first place in this one. Just kind of jamming down. It's sharp surfing, taking on the lip, nice and vertical. It is a smaller wave though. And let's see, just in terms of the overall energy, just how critical those maneuvers are in terms of where it goes score-wise, but our high 7 is always a tough ask, Laura.
Yeah, there wasn't much on the horizon there. Looking behind me, it doesn't seem like there'll be another opportunity. So that was Joanne's last roll of the dice, and I really think she's built the confidence, you know, in her surfing throughout this heat. But I don't think that score is going to be able to go there and go into that 7.66 range. But yes, looking really sharp and fast, and bringing that surfing that's gotten her into the #2 spot this year.
As we tick down towards final 15 seconds, that previous number is 6.67 for Isabella Nichols, so on her way to a really good number as she got the fall. And she'll also be looking for a wave close to the excellent range. Not sure we'll see another one ridden though. We'll tick down here. And a very, very strong showing from Caroline Marks. We have talked about that final 5 and where she is. Of course, still 2 events left to go. So in theory, you win both, you get 20,000 points. But she's looking like she's surfing with no pressure at all. And looking very confident out here. Great to see the backhand attack from Caroline Marks. She'll go straight to the quarters. We'll go to break. When we come back, we'll check out Lakey Peterson, Tatiana Weston-Webb, and Tyler Wright real soon.
You know, the goal of winning a world title is absolutely at the top. I just want to win for myself and my family and my husband. Like, he's put so much effort into me, and I don't know, I just want to win for the people who have sacrificed so much for me. And I also want to win to prove people wrong that doubt me and don't think I can do it. There's nothing more fun than that.
Welcome back to the Corona Open J-Bay, opening day of competition, the opening rounds. As we'll check out live action, here goes Tatjana Weston-Webb on the backhands and just driving into the lip, keeping up that intensity and matching the energy of the wave, staying in the pocket throughout this one so far. She gets a little bit of time to hit the white water there. Doesn't happen that often, particularly on your backhand at J-Bay. And right through to a really steep inside, goes for the pin drop. Great way to kick things off there from Tati.
Yeah, that must have felt absolutely amazing to kick that wave off, kick the heat off, sorry, and Tati's going to get a good score and put some pressure on us. We see Leahy having her first look.
Leahy having a little dig, and that one, just a touch of wobble, doesn't let her in. Also, out the water in this one. We got Tyler Wright as well, got that Bells win earlier on this season, the two-time world champ. And you talk about surfers and the way their approaches kind of matches this wave. It's going to be really cool to see how Tyler surfs out here. And another great looking heat in great conditions.
This is an absolute hammer of a heat. Leahy, Tati and Tyler. You know, Tyler was up in that final 5 picture, unfortunately missing the last 3 events. As we see Tati here, this was her first wave of the heat. Just streaming down the line, just waiting for this. That first section is so hard to hit. It was a risky turn, but set her up perfectly to throw absolute buckets on that second turn. Grabbing the rail on that third turn and waiting for it to come in and double up on this inside runner here. Goes a bit foamy, but she still managed to navigate it. Almost got bucked off her board there, but, you know, just making her way through it. Hopefully not getting sucked over the falls onto the rocks there.
Nice aggression to kick things off from Tatjana Weston-Webb as we check out this heat presentation. It is heat number 4 of our opening round, your world number 3, Leahy Peterson. And a little clip from her talking about her motivation. I tell you what, if you think about surfing styles that match this wave as well, she's got such a clean kind of point break style, that controlled aggression, an amazing repertoire. She made the final here a couple of times. She'd love to go all the way here this year.
Yeah, I mean, Leahy, when you look at the draw, she is the most consistent of all the women. She's made 2 finals, 2018 losing out to Steph Gilmore in the first event here, and then 2019 last event to Carissa Moore. So, you know, she's the one to watch. Her boards look amazing. She's got confidence, and I know today she's surfing in honour of her sister-in-law Bridget, and so sending lots of love to the Allen family back home, her husband's family. But yeah, Leahy, a lot to give, and I know that she wants to win and be up in that final 5 picture.
Making a couple of finals this season as well, Portugal and El Salvador. You touched on it earlier, just how many different winners we've had. It's been so cool to check out these narratives and storylines. Why do you think that is? What's been different this year that so many people are able to go all the way and take out events?
I mean, I think, you know, the women's tour is just jam-packed, and I think everyone's just growing with more and more confidence and pushing each other. The level is so high right now, it's just mind-blowing, and all these women are fierce competitors. They come back year after year, evolving their styles, their surfing, what they're doing, as we see Tati taking off down the line here.
Here goes Tatjana Weston-Webb. Doesn't make it all the way up to the top of the point, finds an opportunity, hits it hard. We talked about the aggression from her, that's what we expect. She's an intense competitor as well, as she is bringing that intensity through the inside section here. Similar dismount to a previous wave, a nicely surfed one. She got 5.83 prior to that. She'll get a reasonable number there too. So that proverbial staying busy early on.
Yeah, I mean, the first 5 minutes of the heat, and Tatiana's going to have 2 good scores on the board, and I think that was really smart of her to just take that wave paddling back out. I think she would have watched Caroline in the last heat, and knowing that there's a lot of opportunity to just swing halfway out and get a nice, clean, steep wall to just get some really tight hooks in on her backhand.
Got so close to a world title last year, crucially, in the best of 3 surf-off against Carissa Moore. Almost really coming down to a one wave, even kind of one turn it came down to, and trying to follow that up this year. Coming into this one rated number 6, but she's looking sharp.
That first turn in the pocket was absolutely amazing. Well timed there. Love that from Tati. And just waiting for this to wall up. Just screaming down the line and timing this section here. And I think this is going to be a really nice, you know, score. 3 turns, but 3 solid turns. All of them looking, you know, and feeling really nice. So I think, you know, yeah, thinking back to that, you know, the final 5 last year and that surf off against Carissa Moore, that was nuts. I was on the edge of my seat. I remember I'd sort of just woken up, you know, Australia time, and was catching up on all the heats, and you know, to watch that surf off go down was incredible. And then to see, you know, in the make or break series, the behind the scenes of that surf off, and you know, the heartbreak from Tatiana not being able to get there, and also the fight back from Carissa to come in and take it, was, yeah, some special stuff. So I can't wait for that to go down again this year.
Well, there are only 5 spots available for the Rip Curl WSL Final. And we already know Carissa Moore's going. Joanne Defay could have clinched in a previous heat. She's got a really good chance of getting there nevertheless. She'll be coming up in the elimination round. Of course, still another event to go. She's got a lot of points on the board. But it is one of our conversations, one of our storylines here. And it all comes down to a head at JB and in Tahiti. And, I mean, finish the season in 2 of the kind of waves that, you know, a lot of spots we compare to other places, 2 waves that are just themselves, and no one compares JB to anywhere. It's an unbelievable, iconic spot on tour.
And I mean, I think thinking at this year's calendar, you know, JB's been on the schedule for two years now. Back in 2018, the first year, in 2019, and you know, this is the first year we're going to see the women at Tahiti. So I kind of know that a lot of the women are looking at this event, knowing that this is so crucial, because going to Tahiti, it's going to be the first time we've seen the women there in a long time, and the first time all the women on this tour have surfed there in a competition. So I think a lot of them want to try and, you know, solidify their spot and not have to leave it up to Tahiti, because, you know, we just don't really know what to expect there. But I know the girls are going to charge, but I think that they're wanting to try do their best job here. So I think this is going to be a very competitive event.
A great opportunity to nail points at the perfection that is Jeffreys Bay. It's been 3 years since we've been here holding competition. We're delighted to be back. And the swell forecast, well, it looked good a few days out. Everyone was getting pretty excited. Filled in a bit yesterday. It's delivered this morning, and we're looking at a significant jump again tomorrow. So looking really good with the swell already in the water, making its way towards us. We'll just focus on the present right now, and these just really smooth conditions. That wind's back right off, as you mentioned, Laura. It's pretty glassy out there. Down towards the bottom of the tide, a couple little boils in the face. Difficult finish on the wave right now. I think the last few waves we've seen, the couple from Tatiana, even the previous heat, that end section, it is hard to hit. Yeah, that end section can be deadly and sometimes gurgly, and, you know, you never really got to know what to expect down there. But I think that's what makes this wave so exciting. We've seen in the past so many highlights come from people just throwing their body and soul at that last end section over dry reef, and it's what makes this wave so exciting. You know, I think everyone's so excited about the tempo today here that we're going to see at Jeffreys Bay, and throughout the day, obviously, that devil wind cleaning up. So these are dreamy conditions. I can't wait to see the whole day unfold, and I just can't wait to see more excellent scores. Great to see Tyler Wright back in the water out there at the moment. Just a couple of small throwaways from her, but got sick over at G-Land and missed a couple of events. She's back in the water right here. I mentioned that win she got at Bells. We know about what she can do with the power and the flow down the line. Just want to give her some waves and let her loose on this place. Yeah, for sure. I mean, so unfortunate for Tyler that she got sick over in G-Land, and then that cancelled her out of the next 2 events. But so happy to have her back. I know she's frothing to be here. She loves this place. This is actually her first time ever competing here, as she was out for, you know, illness as well in 2018 and 2019. So, you know, she's back, and we saw how fierce she was at Bells Beach. You know, all the girls noticing that she was just absolutely in the zone. Kind of a different face of Tyler Wright that we've seen in a long time, and I think that was a really special win. She was
pretty vocal about saying that, you know, even after coming back from her illness and winning in Honolulu Bay in 2019, she finally feels like her surfing is back. You know, her training regime is on, and her body and mind are just feeling, you know, very connected. So hopefully we'll just see her be able to get some opportunity in this heat.
Let's get an update from Strider Wazalewski. He's out in the lineup.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, just checking in on the conditions and how much everything's changed out here. You know, this morning we had it was a chill. There was that northeast wind coming up the face a bit and just really making the playing field hard to deal with. Now you just got beautiful, smooth, completely glassy conditions. So, you know, obviously making the performance easier to attack that lip line and that face and to really dig in those rail turns. And I mean, just in comparison to other sports and what they have to deal with, you know, there's not much change, you know, say in a ball sport or anywhere else in the world, even on, you know, I'd say skateboarding or on a snowboard, but surfing, you have such a radical change and such a huge variety of what you have to deal with. It's just absolutely incredible, the agility and the on-the-fly go, what you have to deal with in surfing is just mind-blowing if you really think about it. I mean, the conditions with the rocks and the conditions with the waves and the wind and everything changing throughout these heats just as they go. It's the mindset would have to change constantly all the way through each heat.
Yeah, Strider, we've seen a couple of scores come in. I'm thinking Caroline Marks again, waves still paddling back out, so a little bit wide down the point. Are there still some of those opportunities, or very much focused up the top of the point here at Supers?
No, I think what's happened is, you know, there's always going to be that wide one. J-Bay's notorious for having that wave that you just can't get to, and when you're paddling back out at that time, you're really lucky to have that, or fortunate on the way back out to have that timing. You know, there's a definite takeoff spot here, but there is the opportunity of those wide sets as they come in, and as the tide turns around, as the tide comes in, I think we'll see that swell rush in as well. So we're going to see a lot more surf as this afternoon comes through. We're going to see that swell push in a lot harder, and we're going to see the wind pick up again, but more out of the west to the southwest, which will be more offshore and hold those faces wide open, some barrels on the inside, so it could be an amazing rest of the day.
Thanks very much, Strider. As we talk about get down towards that low tide, an update from the rocks here, the iconic rocks at Jeffreys Bay. Peter Mel.
Some of the coolest in the world, really. I mean, you think about this point break and what it's able to do to this little wave out here. Amazing. We got a low tide right now at 9:30. Strider had touched on it. We are right at that dead low, so I'm able to walk out onto these rocks. There's going to be a pretty significant coefficient, about 5 feet, 1.5 meters. At 3:40 this afternoon is when we'll see that high tide. That's when we're going to have the opening round of the men's, and then we'll actually move into the elimination round of the women's. So they'll be surfing through that high tide. It's going to be a totally different wave. I mean, you think about how much water is going to be moving in. I might even need to get out of here as I turn my back to the ocean. Let's make sure I'm not going to get caught. Yeah, just an update on tides there, guys.
Thanks. Good stuff, Pete. As we will look for that tide to come in, hopefully help this swell in as well, as we see a little more action making its way towards the top of the point here. And we'll pick up Lakey Peterson just streaking down the line. First wave from her. She's been super patient, really nice turn. She holds it on a rail so long. And a little snapping setup, second turn. Looking, maybe as this section kind of hollows out a bit. Takes a time at the bottom of the wave, into the lip, just a projection turn, tons of spray. And another little redirect from her. Almost catches the bottom. Recovers well and looks for a finishing turn, which isn't particularly forthcoming, but how about those opening maneuvers from Lakey?
Yeah, wow. Well, she waited 15 minutes for that wave, and Lakey getting some absolute work and damage done to that beautiful J-Bay wall there. And same thing. I loved how that wave slowed up for her and the way that she read it. That board under her feet just looks like it's slicing. I think same board that she was riding in El Salvador that got her all the way to the final there. But yeah, Lakey looking incredible, just trimming down the line here, waiting for this wall to bowl out to get this first big Lakey Peterson signature carve off the top there, and then just sort of waiting and lining this inside up. You know, a bit of downtime here, but for good reason, to be able to smash this wave off the top. Love that from Lakey there. Just sort of couldn't get anything too critical after that first big carve, but I think, you know, this is going to feel good to get something on the board. And yeah, love this big first carve by Lakey, just pushing so much onto that back fin. Just ripping her body around and throwing absolute buckets of spray, displacing so much water.
Strong surfing from Lakey Peterson. Was super patient. It's going to feel really good to get a good wave, finish it as well, getting good maneuvers done. As we mentioned, making the final a couple of times here. She's gone through the round. She knows what it takes. She's got some experience at this wave. Would love to go deep into competition here. Coming in 3rd place in this one, in the race for our final 5. So a lot of surfing yet to come. And some high drama as well. So much at stake. And we'll finish up the season and head towards Trestles for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Right now, they're an opening day of competition. We've already been treated to some great surfing, some great looking conditions. A decent number for Lakey, 5.33. So coming in a little lower than Tatiana's 2.5s, which feel like quite a long time ago that Tati locked those scores in.
Yeah, it really does. This heat is flying away from us. But yeah, back to Lakey's wave, I think majority of that 5.33 would have come from that first big turn that she could, you know, open up on. And, you know, we love to see Lakey on these right-hand points. She grew up at Rincon in Santa Barbara, and she's, you know, no stranger to how to surf these sort of waves, and it's why she's got 2 finals here. It's incredible stuff there by Lakey, and I think that frontside carve that she's got in the back, in her handbag, is just, it's one to beat. And you know, the torque that she gets from her upper body and the way she can rip her body around is like no one else on tour. I love it. Sometimes I look at it, I'm like, how's she not hurting her back? Actually, sorry, she has hurt her back. She's come back from a back injury, but don't want her doing that anymore. She's, you know, she's back strong and ready this year, and she's had some incredible results.
Hold down priority at the top of the point. Tyler Wright, just a couple of real small throwaways from her. Her next move will be crucial. She'll be looking for some energy to come out of the ocean for her here. And the fans, we talk about it so much at various events. We saw that in the last event at Brazil, but J-Bay as well, really special place and such a welcoming crew here. The vibes have been really good throughout yesterday as we just kind of watched this swell build and wondered when we were going to get competition underway. It's so cool to be back in South Africa, being hosted by the locals here at Jeffreys Bay. Here we go. Looks like a really nice looking wave, a big wave as well. Tyler Wright, live action from her. She will extend out a carve, a high line, and then look to tee off here as she goes in a more critical section, grabs the rail, really nicely done, just showing us something else. Goes into that more laid-back turn, bit of a staple turn from her. Another jam in the pocket as this wave will steepen up. And her pace absolutely matching that of the wave. It's so hard to appreciate how fast our surfers are going when you watch on screen. Blistering speed through this wave, and a good finish as well. And a similar storyline to Lakey. She waited a long time, and that felt like payoff because that was a bomb.
Yeah, that was an absolute bomb. You know, just that was, you know, as I was saying about Isabella Nichols in the last heat, this is that's probably the first proper wave. You know, Tyler's been able to get out here in a heat, so, you know, absolutely doing some damage there, and it was a bomb. She's ended up so far down the line, and I think probably the furthest down the line we've seen this morning. So we'll see her paddle past Strider there. That would have felt really good, and I can't wait to see the replay of what she did there. She timed it so perfectly and got those signature laybacks we love to see us. Tati on a beautiful looking wall.
So a couple of paddles there, and neither Lakey nor Tatiana unable to get on that wave. As we'll see, a couple more lines filling in under, well, just over 14 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this. There's Tyler Wright making her way back out. She's going to get a pretty decent score, we reckon. Let's get another look at this, Laura.
Yeah, I loved this. This is just a beautiful J-Bay canvas. Tyler getting the grab rail cut back there to start to just try to put her in the position. Would have been amazing to see her go up and be able to hit that, but I think she just wanted to get something on the board. Big grab rail cut back there, carved down. We love to see those layback slashes from Tyler there. Coming around, another big layback slash. Just sort of having to cut it off to just get back down the line here and see what she could do on the end section. Carving it around here and hoping to get a big turn, something critical there. That would have felt really good. Jumping off way down the line there for Tyler Wright.
A bomb for Tyler Wright, a little bit of a wider one. Did see her afford a little more time for her maneuvers. She waited for that one to stand up, and she went a long, long way down the point. The judges with a bit of work to do to figure out exactly where that comes in. be something of mid-range order, which comes in just under a 4.8. 4.83 is the score for Tyler Wright. So waited a long time for that. She would have been hoping for a little more than that, certainly. Tatiana Weston-Webb already with 11.43, so that's 6.6 the requirement for Tyler, under 13 minutes. And this one has had that extended lull throughout the middle of it, and now it's really crucial in terms of set waves and what comes through and where you are with priority.
Yeah, Tyler's got a big paddle, paddle ahead of her, but I think, it's going to be a tough one to swallow, surfing that wave for so long and only getting a 4.83. But I think that set, it just sort of pushed a bit wider, and she didn't get anything too critical on it. And when she had the critical sections down the line, she went for those laybacks that she sort of had to cut short. So I think that's what the judges penalised her on there. And as we see, look, Lakey Peterson's wave going to be a lot more top to bottom.
A steep entry for Lakey Peterson off the bottom. Really nicely done, carving at speed, deep bottom turn. There's the wrapping turn, throws those shoulders into it. It's slightly ungainly on the exit as she makes it through successfully. But some great manoeuvres done early on for Lakey.
Oh, I loved those first two turns from Lakey there. I was so hoping she'd be able to just get up into that end section in time, but just unloading there and displacing so much water. Those were so well timed. So yeah, that would have been, I think, that would have gone up, I think, maybe good to excellent if she could have got one more turn in there. But, a small wave, and just saying it was so much more top to bottom. This first big carve, nice in the pocket there, and then this turn, that was the money turn to be able to get in. Just would have been so good to see if she could have gone up and got something critical in that last turn. But that middle turn, Lakey Peterson, signature wrap, hair flick, ponytail to the face. I absolutely love that from her.
6-1 the requirement to go to first from her. She would have loved to finish, as you mentioned, but so good to see the aggression, and so good to see a surfer just completely turn their board and head back towards the pocket at Jeffreys Bay, which is a wave we just associate with steaming down the line. Numbers in, 4.27. Not quite what she was after. Still looking for the 6-1, 11.5 still. Tatiana Weston-Webb with the lead, priority as well. In the meantime, let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat, Caroline Marks. She's with Rosie.
Well, Caroline Marks straight into the quarterfinals. Epic surf on hand at the moment. Being back in J-Bay, being back in the competitive jersey, how good does it feel to be at this venue?
Yeah, it's really special. J-Bay's got to be one of my favorite places to visit, and it's been 3 years since we've all been here, and we have amazing waves on offer, and it's just, yeah, really special.
And how do you contain the froth? Because looking at the forecast, the next couple of days are going to be good to epic. So pacing yourself, keeping, your head on your shoulders, what's that like?
Yeah, I'm so excited. The warm-ups, it's been fun, but it's been pretty small, so it's just awesome that we have amazing waves for the contest. And yeah, I'm just really, really excited, and just it's just so special to surf really waves in your heat. You kind of forget about the contest, you just want to rip, and that's when you have the most fun, so it's really cool.
2019, you made the semifinals. What's it going to take to go one better here?
Yeah, I think I'm just kind of focused right now on, I guess, myself and just doing what's good for me, and trying to stick with my program. And it's been awesome to have Luke over here. He has amazing knowledge, and really grateful to have him in my corner. And yeah, just stick to my own program and see how we go.
Caroline, thanks for your time. Good luck in the rest of the events.
Thanks, Rosie. Caroline Marks looking so relaxed, and I think that could spell danger for her competitors, because she's deadly always, but she just looks really comfortable with herself and with the surfing.
Yeah, absolutely relaxed, and we knew she'd be so dangerous coming into this back half of the year. She has, she sort of talked about not having the pressure, but then wanting to perform in El Salvador, and she got that third place straight off the bat there, straight back after that, that time off, as we see Tyler right here on a pretty important wave, so we'll get back to that.
Nice and steep for Tyler Wright. Goes into the lip line float maneuver, and she gets her skates on to pump round a section. It just reaches a little bit for a lip there, and will go down. So not going to be the number she required, a 6.6. She will still be in the hunt for. But yeah, just thinking about Caroline, we talked about kind of this season, how kind of relentless it's been, particularly the last few events. Caroline missing quite a lot of the season, not what she would have wanted, but by contrast, she hasn't done nearly as much surfing, and she does look pretty fresh.
She does. I mean, I think she's just excited to be back on the road, doing what she loves. She missed competing. She, got to go on an amazing boat trip in the Mentawais before she came back to El Salvador, and she came back firing out of the gates. And, she's in 12th position right now, but, if she could get a win, she will jump way up the rankings and make things even tighter on that, you know, on that road to the Final 5 for all of these women.
8:40 to go in this one. Tatjana Weston-Webb, early work puts her in the lead. Can Lakey Peterson and Tyler Wright come back at her? Find out right after the break.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf until you're dead.
Weston-Webb going to work here.
Girls like myself and Joanne going to those power maneuvers because that's what the judges like to see. It's aggressive and beautiful at the same time.
Little flashes of glamour.
Tatiana, she's been chipping away at the likes of Carissa, Steph, Tyler for the past few years. Now I feel like she's got confidence in herself that she belongs there. She isn't intimidated one bit.
Tati Weston-Webb in command of this heat.
I'm an aggressive competitor. I gotta be stone cold and ready for anything.
Welcome back to live action, the Corona Open J-Bay, and we'll pick up Tatjana Weston-Webb using priority here. Top of the point at supers, hard off the top. There's that aggression on the backhand. She puts herself behind a section and she just compresses, stays low and navigates those troubled waters well. Back out into a lip line maneuver, functional maneuver. It's pushing out, trying to make this section. She'll stand on the tail a little here. The wave will cooperate. Nice, vicious snap from her and a deep bottom turn and a good hit again into the lip and another really well surfed wave.
That was a really surfed wave, but it was also a really hard wave to surf, and she executed it really well. And there was a flurry of waves. I turned around and saw Lakey Peterson taking off on this one.
Yeah, here goes Lakey. A nice big open face for her to express herself. Pumps off the bottom and into the lip with a bit of venom. Just pulls that turn a little short as she looks to keep going down the line. Opens up on the rail with that one. She's covered some ground here, and she'll wait for this one to get a little steep, just keeping that speed, maintaining the high line, unable to get a finishing maneuver. It has kind of cost her scores a little bit in the way she's ridden so far in this, and once again, that end section, unable to take on the lip there, but good work done out the back.
Yeah, I absolutely love this from Lakey. I think there was 3 sets here that she got caught by. They just went wide, but she finally got onto this wave, and it was such an absolute beauty getting some work done, slashing there, so much speed and power in that slash and ripping it around, showing that, you know, difference between those turns. Unfortunately, I just thought she was going to be able to cut back down here, get a bit lower and maybe get a finishing turn before it sort of went too gurgly, but not able to get a 3rd turn in. So, you know, only needing a 6.1 at the moment, but we'll see what the judges think of Tatiana's wave and if that's going to put more pressure on Lakey Peterson. I think it might.
Right, the scores here is so telling. We talk about the trickiness of surfing this way. We're looking at the absolute world's best, just trying to make sure they're in the right place, making sections. Let's find out how it's looking from the lineup. Strider, what have you got?
Well, just dealing with a couple waves. All right. Yeah, with just the kick out, we were talking about the kick out for Lakey on that last wave, and well, you know, we were hoping for a big last maneuver, but the reason why we didn't get one was that she identified that Tatiana was just inside of her, so she kicked out so she could regain priority. Out the back looks like stuff.
All right, thanks, Strider. Tyler right here with a bit to do in this one. She needs a big number right now. It's a nice steep wave for her. She's patient off the bottom, little hook and snap high in the pocket. And again, just a picture of calm and composure as she'll wait out. Nice turn on the rail. That sunlight just illuminating the spray. And another snap from her into a bottom turn, clips the lip again. There's a bit of power down in that final section. She doesn't get a completion on the last maneuver, but she's staying busy on the wave and getting some good maneuvers done.
Yeah, that's unfortunate that Tyler went down, because I think that wave could have got her right back in this heat. But, you know, I think just identifying that she wanted to try and get one of those smaller waves that ran perfectly along the reef there, and she did that. And it would have felt good to, you know, be able to unload and get some nice turns in the pocket there. Those beautiful tight slashes that we're used to seeing from Tyler right there. But, you know, scores in.
Numbers are dropping in. Tatiana Weston-Webb lit up her last wave as we came back from break. The 7.5 from her. So just turning the screw here. She's led this one from the beginning. Meanwhile, Lakey Peterson, she is not rolling over in this. A 6.4 from her. And as Strider mentioned, she also kicked out of that wave to try and get priority and have dibs on selecting the best set waves that come through. Top of the point, just over 2.5. A crucial finish in this. Let's get another look at Tyler here.
Yeah, I love the speed and you know, just the power of this for Tyler. Slashing in the pocket there and just wanting to get to the bottom of the wave to just put in and dig it on rail. And here she got that done. Nice slash, kicks on the tail there. Working her way down the line here. It would have been amazing to see her finish off this wave, but she got some absolute work done nonetheless. Beautiful slash off the top there, and just finding her flow out here right now. And it would have been nice to finish that wave. I think this score would have, you know, 5.3 it came in as, so I think it would have gone into that 6-point range. But, you know, Tyler just, you know, getting used to surfing this wave. She would have arrived here, you know, a few days ago, or maybe, you know, a week ago, but there hasn't been that many waves, as we were saying in the last heat. A lot of the surfers haven't really been able to get the opportunity to try their boards. So sort of, you know, for Tyler, her first time competing here, just figuring it out in the lineup right now.
At the moment, she looks like she's heading for the elimination round unless she can find herself an excellent wave. Final 90 seconds in this. Here goes Lakey. Uses that priority and a steep wave, and she will need to get her skates on here. Plenty of speed. She's going to come from a low line around the white water. Unable to get an opening turn done yet. Here, she'll unload with a jam on the rail. Just open up straight into a floater. And again, just drilling away into the lip. Really wants to get a strong finish on this wave. That requirement 6.94. There's a nice speed turn from her. Still trucking down the line here. The wave will tighten up and get small on the inside. She'll get a decent finish, and that's going to feel nice from her. She's got a lot done on that wave. 6.94, the requirement here, Laura.
Wow, look at her on the rocks down there. That was such a fast wave, and Lakey just did everything she could to keep up with it and also try to get in some critical surfing. Look at her on the rocks there, gurgling, but she is putting it all on the line. She just wanted to finish that and also just try to, you know, get as much scoring potential. Needing a 6.9, it's going to have to be her best score of the heat. And, you know, I can't wait to see this replay, because I just want to be able to dissect it and see, you know, how critical those turns were in between all that racing.
Yeah, so crucial, isn't it, as you, in your maneuver, to just transition into the next one. Those sort of milliseconds between turns seem to be so crucial. And judges will unpick that and see where it comes in. 6.94 the requirement. Tatiana Weston-Webb has looked strong in this. She's ridden 3 waves. Started off strong. Got that 7.5. About 4 or 5 minutes ago, but Lakey Peterson's done what she needed to do. She's asked a question here.
Yeah, this is her last opportunity to get a wave in, and you know, a lot of racing down the line to wait for this first turn, but she finally got it in. A nice carve there, whipping her head around to get that direction change. Big float here, pretty critical, and she gets up for that second hit there. Looks like the scores just come through. I think it was 6.5, so unfortunately this isn't going to be enough for Lakey, but she did everything she could to try and get every bit of points from this wave, but unfortunately I think the wave just pushed too far down the line, so that's unfortunately going to be hard to hear from Lakey Peterson. But Tatiana Weston-Webb is going to be stoked that she hung on to that.
Tati gets another goofy win. It's been 50-50 so far this morning in our opening round for the women. Tatiana Weston-Webb straight through to the quarters. We're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to bring in the men. We're also going to bring in Ronnie Blakey and Peter Mel into the studio. Join us for more live action from the Corona Open J-Bay right after this.
The race for the WSL Final 5 rolls on into stop number 9 here. The Corona Open J-Bay. The opening round for the women is in the bag. 4 quarterfinalists already determined. Time now to transition into the opening round for the men. Ronnie Blakey with Pete Mel. Pete, conditions, they've been cleaning up all morning. I think we're going to start seeing some big numbers drop.
I would agree. I mean, it was exciting to see the women and this transition of the conditions because it was a little bit difficult in those first 2 heats this morning. The last 2 heats were magic, and I think that we're going to see some more magic as this afternoon rolls on.
Obviously, this event has been dominated by regular footers over the years, but the women showing that the backhand surfing can score well. With Tatiana Weston-Webb, Caroline Marks winning right through to the quarterfinals, and in this one, with the back against the wall, it is going to be Jadson Andre getting things started. Smaller ride here at the moment, but he's working this one over. And all the competitors just down there in the Red Bull athlete zone absolutely chomping at the bit to get out there and get themselves a piece of some of the best waves we've seen this week here at Jeffreys Bay. And Jadson just working this one over. Nice hit there to finish. It's been a difficult event for Jadson Andre over the years. Hasn't been past the 3rd round, and he's had a lot of runs at this contest. But I think his backhand surfing has just gotten stronger and stronger over the years, and the veteran might be eyeing up his best finish at this contest. He's got 2022.
Such a great competitive mind. You know, he understands the tour and how to get better. You got to look at those holes and fill them, you know, and he's been able to do that right here. And one of the things I think the magic about J-Bay and what you can do as a backhander is a certain type of wave that you're looking for. One that's going to be a little bit slower off the pace. It's not good for a forehander, but the backhander is able to kind of go and put that lip up there and not have to chase it because, you know, backhand chasing down the line is very difficult.
Well, Jadson, he typically giggles like a hyena around the events that he loves, and I know he's been making plenty of noise this week because Jeffreys Bay, even though he hasn't had the big results here, you know, he really does enjoy his time in South Africa, and you know, he's going into these final 2 events of the regular season in a pretty relaxed mindset, as we see Matty McGilvray, the local boy who made the cut, the mid-year cut with a big performance at Margaret River, and now he's starting to really light up. His home break as he tucks into the barrel. He'll punch through the curtain. A low road exit there as he looks to build some speed for a big finish down the line here. Big hook off the top. Great extension through that turn as he climbs into the pocket. And you can see how comfortable he is with the pace of this wave. Great variation. And he's going to tuck into the barrel one more time. Can he push through the curtain? You know he can. What a start to this heat. The opening round for the man here at the Corona Open J-Bay. And it's going to be advantage Matthew McGilvray.
In a big way. That was excellent. We've seen that type of wave happen today, but he put it together. Everything in there. Barrels, big arcs, the open face arc. I mean, every turn looked a little bit different. He was able to execute snaps in the lip. Great variety, great flow. It's truly amazing wave right there.
We've seen amazing support for the locals here in the past, Geordie Smith in particular, but I think everyone relishing the opportunity to see Matty Strider, the crowd really engaged in this one.
Wow, I was wondering what was going on. I would just hear people screaming and yelling off the beach. Out of the back, we're going to see some more amazing surfing. The waves are just cracking. Look at how beautiful these walls of water are. Huge arc off the top right there. Look at these waves, unbelievable. Tail drop out of the lip, off the bottom, bang into the lip again. Wow, it is pumping out here, guys. I can't believe how beautiful these waves are. Griffin Colapinto really pacing this one nicely through the inside. Coming around the corner.
Oh, well, a nice slice off the top. If the waves are beautiful, Griffin Colapinto's bringing the kind of surfing to match it. He is just looking so on at the moment. His equipment, Pete, is just looking so dialed in, but the confidence levels are soaring.
Oh, absolutely soaring, and that's what he's been able to try and work on throughout this season. You know, obviously the talent's been there, all of the surfing level is right with it, but the mind, you know, and how does he strengthen that mind? He likes to clear it. He likes to get it as simple as possible so he can execute on waves just like that. I mean, this one, a much bigger wave than we saw Matthew on, and the outside maneuver is so strong, but just look how silky smooth he is, and I love that about his surfing. He brings it to all the venues, even like beach breaks where you need to be a little tighter arcs. He is able to lengthen those lines in certain situations just like this. I mean, he's attacking the lip. That is so hard to do at J-Bay, to get around this section. He does it. You know, and Griffin, you know, all the venues, he is one that can win the event, which is, you know, there's no real chinks in his armor in regards to this style of surfing or going to Pipeline or going to Chopo, and that's why he's a title contender. Matthew McGillivray seeking the waves a little bit smaller, but what it's done is it's a little bit steeper, you know, and he's had to chase it on this moment there. You thought, oh no, he's not going to be able to get around it, but he does, and it's just amazing. I think if you're thinking about competing at home, this type of event at this time of the year is perfect, right? Because he's already qualified for next season. You know, he got in there as a replacement and able to I mean, this was just a full wave that had everything on it too. Both these scores feel to me like they're going to be at least excellent. It's going to be really interesting to see where the judges go on the scale, because these were brilliant rides. And typically in that opening heat of a new round, there's sometimes a little restraint. They have to leave some room here. But Matt was on the attack. That was really committed surfing, start to finish. That was so sick. I mean, that was one of the best turns we've seen, even from the free surfs and all of that watching. I mean, obviously today is much better than we've seen since we got here. You know, it's 3 times bigger than anything we have. Look at that, the seagull into the screen here. Just amazing, the wildlife and how beautiful this place is. And you know, again, just touching on how competing at home, this is the perfect opportunity. Crowds behind you, no pressure. All you can do is just please the crowd and perform. Yeah, that was impressive stuff. Big motivator for Matthew McGillivray in making the cut was getting to compete at home in front of family and friends, and you know, obviously get some time in his own bed. This guy has been on the road probably more than any other surfer on the championship tour. He's had less time at home than anyone through those pandemic years. Well, by choice too, right? I mean, I think a lot of it was that he's going to get work done. Let's sit in Australia with a peer group that's going to push me. It's going to, you know, be able to coach, and you know, instead of obviously sitting here is great. But I mean, if you want to have you know, the ability to get better, it's good to have a peer group that you can push yourself against. And he's just slotted right in at home here, waiting for a number to drop for that opening ride. I think it's going to be a pretty good one. Griffin can expect a good score too. And we're now going to see Matty up again. So keep him busy in the opening stages here, and just really looking like he's on the attack, looking lively, more lively than maybe we've seen him ever before in a championship tour jersey, especially for an opening heat. He's going to be unsuccessful on that finish though, but Strider just loving the energy these guys are bringing to this opening heat of the round.
Like you were saying, the energy from McGillivray, just the way he's surfing. We saw him work out a formula, right, to get him to this position now. But now to be in front of his hometown crowd, the roars off the beach, it's just insane. I love that feeling, that energy of like an arena, and they're just the roar coming from the grandstands and everybody up there. And also, just another note on like mindset. So Griffin Colapinto obviously working out a formula in his head and how to channel his energy, how to stay in the moment, how to be in that winning spot in his mind. But when he paddled by, he had all that happening. You could see the focus, you could see the paddle, you could see where he was, and then he looked over and the smile came out, and then the pure stoke of surfing took over, and he's like, frick, it is so good out here, it's amazing. So that pure like feeling of being a surfer, even shining through in competition, I just love that.
Yeah, that is awesome. He's a spiritual dude, and he taps right into it. I think he would have charged his crystals last night, Pete. He's looking on. No, I mean, and think about it. I think you want to be in the moment, right, and enjoy where you are in this moment. I mean, how could you not? I mean, he's sitting out here at perfect J-Bay. You've got 2 other competitors in the water. You know, the spotlight's on you. You've got, you know, a bunch of people talking about you. It's just it's a moment. Enjoy it, right? He's going to be sitting there performing in a perfect canvas. It's just so cool, and why not enjoy it? Jadson Andre's got to get on pace with his rivals in this heat. Both Griffin Colapinto and Matthew McGillivray dropping 6.83s on their opening rides as Jadson finds some cover and comes flying out of the tube. Goes to that backhand carve. Now looking to set up some of those big, powerful backhand jams through the super tube section down toward impossibles. Can he hang on to that final maneuver? Just loses it.
Oh, that was an opportunity right there. That wave had the inside slow pace to it. He would have been able to do beautiful hooks there to finish off that wave. The barrel ride was awesome. You know, he was able to tuck in there, and this isn't an easy barrel because you don't have a lot of room in it. You know, once you get into it, you have to get all the way through, you know, and almost kind of rise up in the barrel to get out.
Jadson taking a moment there just to digest that mistake, because he was on his way. He set those fins free, just got stuck on that toe side rail and couldn't get back over his board. But 22.5 minutes to go. Pete, let's talk about the scores for Matthew McGillivray and Griffin Colapinto on that opening ride. Griffin had the height in his wall. It was a bigger wave. how did Maddie manage to match it?
Well, it was those maneuvers that are a bit more on edge, a bit more committed. You know, I think that's really what it came down to. You start slow-moing those snaps and you see where the fins were. You know, Griffin was just getting into rhythm, whereas Matthew seemed like he was on it and pushing hard right out of the gates.
Well, sometimes the barrel here wants to clamp. Matt did well on his first ride to exit a couple of tricky tubes, but can't get through this one as Griffin gets up on the outside once again. There's a beautiful carve, very clean rails. Something we've been picking up on Griffin surfing through the free surfing sessions. He finds some cover too, and now looks to carry that speed back to the open face, climbs up into the pocket, and gets set for some big turns on the inside here. Big layback jam. This guy is so switched on at the moment, and he has seriously entered the realm of title contender, but still needs to do work in order to consolidate that position in the final 5, because last year he let it slip through his fingers in the final event down there in Mexico and wasn't featured in the finals.
Yeah, he wanted it bad. He's doing a bit of a board check there. That was a very nasty fall at the end. I mean, that wave was incredible. Some of the surfing he did right there, that's exactly what those judges are looking for. In the control of the speed throughout the wave, he was dropping. You talked about clean rails. There was no hitches at all in that first top part of it. You know, the only hitch came at the very end there at the bottom out on that wave. But man, that was some incredible surfing.
When I reflect on this season, you know, it's been difficult for the surfers to find big, clean canvas. G-Land, there was some moments, but it was, you know, 4 foot at the biggest. And we did see some nice carves laid down on those glassy faces, but nothing like this, Pete. We've probably had to wait since Margaret River to see big walls and the opportunities to lay rail like that.
And I love that we get to see it, because that was just so crisp. And then in this barrel, see how he stays high and tight, comes out of it clean. That kind of stuff right there is what the judges want to see in barrel riding. Get behind the curtain. And then he goes and he does, again, a mission of just the vertical and then the layback. He has the carve and all of it mixed up with a great variety. You know, the only mix up here was just this very end section, which wasn't the easiest thing in the world. You know, he does the snap here and then it bottoms out and it goes down. He rides out of that one and we're seeing another excellent number.
I think we're going to see some beautiful flowing surfing today. The surfer's style is going to shine through, but you know, in those earlier rounds at Bells Beach was really the last opportunity we saw the surfers be able to really flow rail to rail, one turn into the next, and this is just a treat to watch, because you know, the surfers are well and truly warmed up. For those surfers well outside the final 5, it's the opportunity to really put it on the line. For the guys like Griffin Colapinto, they're looking to really consolidate.
But look at this. I mean, look at the arm placement. It's just pure as can be. You know, pushing that board all the way back, knowing that he has to keep it going down the line right here, kicking into the lip and using the lip to project him down the line. So he's actually getting speed down the line here and then just straight into the barrel. I mean, that combination of maneuvers right there, awesome. You know, he's disappears from view for just the moment. The nose of the board was there slightly, so not going to be a lot of points on offer for that barrel, but just in combined with all of the other maneuvers that he did there, just as pure as you want here at J-Bay.
Thinking about the competitors and just the entire field and who is truly switched on this year. There's no denying that the dominance of Felipe Toledo. He's been the best surfer in the world on the championship tour this year by a long shot, consistent as well. But for me, you know, Griffin Colapinto, Jack Robinson, both with 2 wins, but there's just something about Griffin surfing this year that just has me thinking he's got a great chance if he can get himself over the trestles, potentially breaking through for a world title. He's been the guy that's been able to wrestle those wins away from Toledo, and yeah, he's just showing incredible form.
It's so cool. It really is. I mean, since he's so young too. I mean, he's matured very quickly. You know, he's becoming a young man, right? There's a moment when, you know, like when you go to rent a car, you got to be 25. There's a reason for that. No, seriously, right? I mean, because your mind is maturing, right? You're still very young, 20s, 22. You know, there's things you're maybe pushing a little too hard at times, and sometimes you're holding back, you know, but if you get that nice mature mind, and he's coming there a bit early, you know, he's not to that 25 mark, so he's still got some more maturity, but you're turning into a man, you're feeling into your body. All of those elements, it puts you in your prime.
Is that really the case? Who's hiring Griffin's cars for him? He's only 23.
Well, I think Dad's here, which is cool. And that's, I think, another part of what he's been able to do is put his team together that he's very comfortable with, that keeps him light. I mean, we were with dinner with them last night. They were just, it was Dad, Crosby brother, and Griffin, the 3 of them. And they were just, you know, mucking it up, having a great time, and enjoying being where they're at in South Africa.
Yeah, well, you know, Mitch is got good energy, and they were sitting on the table behind us. But I had a chat to him yesterday. He was saying that, you know, he's always told them, don't just go for the competition. Make sure you get out there, experience these places, and immerse yourself in the culture. And you know, Griffin and Crosby obviously loving their time here, and
everything
I think
about
it's
it
reflected in the expression of that joy on the waves.
100%. It's, I mean, I said I wasn't going to say that, but 100%. Nope, that's gone from my my vocabulary.
7.27 for Griffin on that second wave, so getting some credit for that digging in just that extra little bit on that opening manoeuvre. Matty McGilvray's right in this heat though. Big slice from him, cutting right back into the bowl. Needs a 7.27 here. Steep section. He hammers it. Drives back up into the pocket again. What a combination on the outside. He's on his way to the required score here. Let's see how he finishes this ride off. Really strong carve. This guy has great extension through his calves, but really relying on those big pocket hits at the moment to fetch the score required. And he's going to do well to hang on to the finish on the inside. Right behind him, we've got Jadson Andre on a nice looking wave, and maybe something setting up on the outside for Colapinto as well. Jadson's trying to make up some ground here, lining up the tube through the inside. Does get a little bit of a shampoo there, but nothing too score worthy. But it is a decent finish on that final manoeuvre. Unbelievable stuff. Griffin's going to get swamped by the tube on that last ride.
Waves are going off, Ronnie, literally going off wave after wave. It is just picking up in consistency. The winds have turned to that optimum direction out of that west direction, just straight offshore. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything more here. And
really
the surfers,
solid stuff.
I mean, the surfers are answering, right? I mean, that surfing by Matthew McGilvray is undeniable. It was very vertical in the face, which is very hard to do here. I mean, he picked a wave that he was able to go. Those two turns were straight up in the pocket. Let's take a look at this one. I mean, you see how the pace of this wave had a little corner on it. It was going to turn and come back at him. That gave him like a lot more vertical face. And that went straight up. And then right again, straight up again. Layback snap, little shift, and then this big opened up carve. He brings those arms out. Stays with it again with the cutbacks. You know, it's so hard to do a cutback here at J-Bay. And he does snaps, cutbacks, big swoops. And his finish on the inside here too. Very critical section, and he rides out of it. So, I mean, completed ride. He is pleasing this crowd. Jadson Andre on a little bigger wave, but this one on the back end, it stretched out and it got a little too fast for him. I mean, he was trying to find the barrel, but it just didn't get behind it, which you need to disappear from view. A couple snaps there, though, that were nice. You know, and the whole time he knew that this section was really coming up, so he was almost looking and down the line, you know, anticipating that he had to pick up that extra speed, especially with the back end. But beautiful finish here, getting the arms winding up. That happens. Unfortunately, the judges will take note of that as a little loss of control. And then Griffin on the outside section had some whitewater, but that arc is just money again. Look at now, he's going straight up, goes into the barrel again. Similar combo that we saw him start off, but didn't get the barrel exit. So just going to be a throwaway score in regards to what he has in the scoreline.
Yeah, man, he was on his way. Strider Wozalewski watching on. Strider, the conditions are just cleaning up beautifully.
Yeah, you know, we had that cross earlier with Pete on the rocks and talking about the waves and everything that were coming on the way. It was super glassy. There was no wind. The tide was flattened out, so there wasn't a lot of action. But now we were talking about when that tide came in and that wind switched around, what we were going to see. But it's even better than expected. Just, you know, you talk about it, you know it's coming, and the forecast is there. But actually seeing it, actually watching these guys ride the waves, it just put you in that driver's seat, just like sitting there, driving the car, flying around the corner at 200 miles an hour. It is amazing to watch these guys and how well they're surfing these waves. And McGilvray, how about that wave that thing was the perfect pick by the local boy, just absolutely unleashing in the lip line over and over again. Big extension of the body. We love it.
Yeah, we often see the surfers throw those calves in, but if you get the opportunity on a steep wall here and you can get that vertical approach in the pocket happening, that's the recipe. It's going to work in your favour on the scoreline. The highest number of the heat so far, 8.5 for Matty. The South African crowd is eating this up. In these first 4 heats of the opening round, they're going to have someone to cheer, someone to get behind. It's an awesome year when you can come here and see so much local talent in the mix. Geordie Smith's going to be up in heat number 2. Luke Thompson, he got the call up after a great performance up at the Challenger Series event. He's in heat 3, and in heat 4, the exciting local boy, Jose Faulkner, will be in the water. So it's a big day for South African surfing. We're going to take a quick break. More action to come here in the opening round in just a moment.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf until you're dead.
11.5 minutes remaining here in heat number 1, the opening round for the man, and the local boy, Matty McGilvray, is out in front. He's got an excellent score, an 8.5. He's also hanging on to a 6.83. He's holding the edge over the current world number 4, Griffin Colapinto, who's out there with priority. He's got a couple of big numbers himself, but he needs an 8.07 at the moment to get himself into first. Jadson Andre a little bit further behind the pack at the moment, chasing a perfect ride of 10 to get himself into the lead. But Matty, he's so impressive, Pete, and he's so unassuming. He's so quiet and shy, but yesterday, when the rest of the surfers were warming up, he was skydiving over Jeffreys Bay. Landed on the beach, and yeah, he's a base jumper. He's into some pretty wild stuff, but super reserved, but starting to really flare up.
I did see that crew come down and land on the beach, and it was just the strip of sand that you have to land in is, you know, you got rocks and you got cliff on the other side. So you do need to be quite accomplished, and obviously he's done several dives himself, and yeah, it's on his Instagram if you wanted to check it out. It's pretty cool stuff.
Oh, 10.5 minutes to go. Just cannot wait for this next set wave to roll around the point here at Jeffreys Bay. But right now, let's hear from the winner of the last heat in the opening round for the women. Tatiana Weston-Webb is with Laura Enova.
Tati, it's hard not to watch these perfect waves rolling through at J-Bay, but that was a stacked heat against Tyler and Lakey, getting the job done. You know, just only 3 waves in that heat, but enough to get you through.
Yeah, it was a really difficult heat. You know, I think it was really funny because Ross really wanted me to fight for the inside for the beginning. Sorry, Ross. And I don't know, I just had a really gut feeling that I should shoot down, and I did it, and then a random set came and I got the first wave of the heat, you know, and I think that kind of put me in rhythm, and the other girls kind of waited around and missed some really good waves. And yeah, I'm just really grateful that I made that heat. It was a really difficult heat. I wasn't super happy with my surfing on the waves, but I got the job done, so yeah.
And you've been here for about a week now. You've been putting up some awesome clips of you free surfing. How is the confidence coming in here, knowing you've had a 3rd in the past, you know, sitting in 6th on the rankings, you know, needing to get something solid here? How are you feeling?
I'm just really happy to be back here at J-Bay. It's just such a beautiful place, and you kind of like every time you're taken back, you look at the lineup and you're like, wow, what a beautiful wave. You look at the place, what a beautiful place, and then you look at the people, and the people are amazing, and they're just so nice, and they love surfing, and you can hear them cheering for you on the waves. So for me, I'm just really trying to enjoy my time here, and I'm here with Greg, and it's the first time he's been back here since 2018, and so we're just kind of living in our bliss states.
Absolutely amazing, Tati. Well, we'll see you into the quarterfinals. A solid result. Good luck and rest up. Enjoy watching today.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
And anything you want to say in Portuguese?
Queria agradecer meus fãs lá no Brasil. Muito obrigada. Eu estou muito feliz de fazer essa bateria, de passar, né? E, bom, bora. Eu espero que os brasileiros continuem passando as baterias. Agora vai rolar os homens. Eu estou muito animada para assistir Felipe. E é isso. Obrigada pela torcida. Obrigada.
Thank you, Laura. Tati into the quarterfinals. And that is an important heat win for her over a stacked field. Impressive, and just running on pure instinct in her strategy in the opening stages, and it paid off.
Well, and you talked about how important that win is, you know, with Stephanie moving into the elimination round, right? That opportunity, she's already a round skipped, so it was a big heat win there. And she's staying right in contention to clinch a final 5 spot.
During the interview, Pete, Griffin Colapinto taking off and getting a really solid finish, emerging from that white water. Let's have another look at it.
I mean, this was just impeccable surfing. I mean, he really started to push. You know, you can't push too hard on that first turn, knowing that he needed to get to this point, but he's mixing it up with those 2 turns, just gouging in it right here. Again, compressing in the lip, keeping that speed, pumping down the line, and then that was just unbelievable. I mean, full round carve, snap with tons of speed. He held his speed through the maneuver. All of that right there, that was the money turn, and he finishes strong here too. He knew that this is an important wave for him, needing an 8.07 to get the turn, and he's definitely asked the question of the judges.
Wow. Yeah, really impressive finish. It felt like he, you know, was pacing himself. He probably didn't lean into that second move the way he would have liked. But, man, this fourth turn is money.
This one just is, I mean, that was so crisp, you know, and that's the thing he brings is, you know, this pace. And this one felt to me like he's even sped up a little bit. I mean, he felt like that 8-5. He knew that this is an important heat for him to get the win and get, you know, the push into that round of 16. It's important. And then this finish, you know, the drift of the fins and falls with the lip here, so easy to get knocked off right here. But no, he compresses right down low to his board to right out of it.
The score's coming through, though, and it isn't going to be enough for him. 7.57, so he's after a 7.77. He's got work to do.
Yeah, and I think you start dissecting this wave. What was it? You know, the size of the wave at the top of the point there, it also was running pretty quickly, so he had to turn those first couple turns a little bit short. But, man, that middle portion of the wave was so strong.
Still 6 minutes to go. One person that's really stoked to be back here, and he even got a victory here at J-Bay years back. Won himself a little plot of land on the point here. Luke Egan, how are you?
I'm great. I'm great. Thanks, Ronnie. And I'm down here on the rocks. I love to come down on the rocks at J-Bay, especially when there's a heat with a local boy in it. Matty's just been going crazy. There's vantage points everywhere. The crowd, just the crowd lift when they've got someone local to cheer for. And Griffin's putting it to him as well, but it's really good to get down here and get to sea level and watch the conditions. And if this first heat is any indication of what we've got coming for the rest of the day, settle in. This is going to be epic.
It'll be one of the best days of competition we've had this year, and there's been some good ones, Luke. But talk to me a little bit about the scores for these two competitors. Obviously, Matty McGilvray's got the highest number of the heat, the 8.5. How is he holding the edge over Griffin, who's kept those rails silky clean?
Well, Griffin's been one of the best surfers in the last 5 days to the lead up to the event, and that hasn't fazed Matty at all. He's just really calm, and if you see when he's flying down the line, he doesn't race past the section. He keeps himself right in the steep part in the pocket and just turns one single rail and just keeps it super tight. And his variety, you can just tell that he's grown up on this wave. The variety and the calmness. A lot of people we see come here, they'll race out of like, I've got to make this wave, I've got to make this wave, where Matty's just sitting in the pocket. He's not worried about if the wave races off. He's confident that he can keep his speed and get out to the open face, and just those turns steep in the steep part of the wave have just been so good. And I don't know, he's looking dangerous. Like, if this first heat's any indication, he's going to be right there in the finals.
Yeah, he is looking super on at the moment, but this heat's not over, Pete. And the way Griffin's surfing, it feels like if he can connect with one of those high-quality set waves, he's going to have a real chance at turning in the required score. But Jadson Andre getting a little left behind at the moment, but he does have priority at this stage.
Yeah, and he's got to turn it. I mean, this is one of those things where you just got to wait for the best wave here. You know, and McGilvray with that second priority, important, you know, to hold off Griffin and not, you know, allow him to have another opportunity. But I would say one of the things that, you know, Matthew's been able to do this season is you know, get himself a nice solid board sponsor with Channel Islands. Now they're probably just now getting into the batches of what he has been able to identify as his model or his, you know, rocker and his foils that he needs to perform at a high level, because his boards look just spot on in my eyes.
Yeah, he is looking very sharp. You think about these three competitors, none of them have banked a really big result here at Jeffreys Bay. Matt has obviously only had one other opportunity. That was as a wild card back in 2017. He was just a Grom. Yeah. He lost out early. Griffin, a 9th and a 17th. And I mentioned earlier, Jadson's never been past the third round in this event, and he's had 6 shots at it. So, you know, I think there's a lot of potential for their best ever finish, their PB finish here at Jeffreys Bay this year, especially Matthew and Griffin, the way they're surfing at the moment. It looks like an event winning surfing.
It does.
But we'll see what they can do. This is a big heat for Griffin Colapinto in the context of the year. He's had obviously great success, Pete, but he's also been knocked out of contests early on, and that's really what sort of held him back from those top 3 spots on the CT.
Yeah, and he had a heat in the first round, the opening round in Brazil, where he had a wave at the end of the heat that probably could have been enough. I mean, I felt like it was enough when I watched it, but it didn't happen, and then he went into that second round and he had a loss, right? So it's one of those things, you know, this is why this is such a cool opening round. No one loses, but the reality is there is so much to gain by taking the heat win.
I guess the other thing that you've got to keep in mind too is that, you know, when you think about the surfers sitting in the final 5 at the moment, you know, bar Felipe Toledo, they're all going to have a pretty good chance at taking the victory there. Felipe's got a little bit of work to do at that venue. He'll be aware of that coming into a contest that he's had 2 victories, obviously, so he'll be really looking to put the foot down here and alleviating some of that pressure. But, you know, Ethan Ewing, who's up there at the moment, he's had some good big scores at Chopu over the years. Griffin, obviously, charges. Jack Robinson's going to be one of the favourites in that event, if not the favourite. So it's looking pretty good for those surfers sitting at the top end, but they have to really make the most of this venue too.
It's so true. I mean, that's what it's so cool about this compressed, you know, final, you know, couple events in the lead up to the WSL Final 5. It's important, you know, and there's no throwaway scores either, right? So I mean, this is there's going to be movement on the rankings in these last 2 events because of that.
Matty McGilvray sitting in 14th position, big opportunity for him to crack the top 10, and who knows, maybe even give himself a shot with a big result here. But just under a minute to go, and Griffin Colapinto sitting at the bottom of the order of priority. So he's got to tactically play it pretty smart here.
He does, you know, and again, being in 3rd priority, but I mean, he could take these first waves and try and force the issue of someone, which he just did right here, because now Jadson's taking and using his priority.
Well, Jadson needs a perfect ride, and this isn't a big wave, so he'll probably just flow his way down the line, look to find that connection with this venue. Seen a couple of awkward wipeouts this morning. Courtney busted a fin out, hitting her board when it turned over. Brisa Hennessy had a pretty tricky wipeout as well, and Jadson just couldn't get away from his equipment there. I think he's okay, though. 30 seconds to go here.
He's been using these AU fins, you know, which is a really different and dynamic foil to them. You know, they're one of the most, you know, you look at them, unique fins you could possibly have. And it seems like to me they hold in really nice, but then as soon as they release, they do release on you. So he's having to be able to control that. We see that with that one fall, you know, where he had the release and it was killer, but then all of a sudden you didn't ride out of it. Same situation there where you had a fall.
Oh, what a performance from these 2 competitors. It is going to be the local boy who gets the jump in a very tough opening round heat, and the local crowd eating up that performance. Matthew McGilvray was just on the attack in this opening heat, Pete.
So cool to watch, you know, and you think that he, like I said, you know, being able to compete at home at this type of a venue with no real pressure, it's really all the game.
Awesome stuff, and he is going to power on through to the round of 16. We're going to take a quick break here. When we return, one of our world champions hits the lineup. Italo Ferreira up against Geordie Smith and Yago Dora. The Corona Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona. This is living. Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency, official tourism partner of the Corona Open J-Bay. Welcome back to the show, and what a show it is. The first day of competition, the second day of the event window here at the Corona Open J-Bay, and we're seeing excellent scores drop in the women's opening round and also now in the men's as we get stuck in the heat too. But there is the surfer that took out the opening heat, much to the delight of the local crowd here. Matthew McGilvray on fire, putting a big 8.5 on the board and backed it up nicely with a high range 6, and he'll be absolutely buzzing. A big moment for the youngster. And he is relishing the attention that's coming his way from this crowd as he hits the beach. Ronnie Blakey with Peter Mel. Pete, looking forward to this next exchange. You think Geordie Smith's going to be inspired by that?
I would say he should be. I mean, more than anything, just looking at the waves will inspire you no matter what. But yeah, having somebody who is grown up in this town and you know, as fellow countrymen, yeah, he's going to be inspired by the youngster, because generally that's what happens.
Geordie's had a couple of victories here in the past, went back-to-back. Won his first CT event here at Jeffreys Bay. It was an emotional win, backed it up the following season. Italo almost got the win last time we were here. Got second to Gabriel Medina. Yago Dora, a couple of runs here at this event. Hasn't really had that much success just yet, but great to see Yago back, and he dropped some big numbers at that last stop as we see Italo get going now. And he has had some magic rides in those warm-up sessions in the lead up to this opening round as he tucks in for the barrel. Got a whole lot of speed at the moment. Great speed control as he finds the exit, but gets slapped down by the lip on the closeout.
Still there.
But still manages to hang on, re-emerges. Well, no one really kind of hangs on to maneuvers like this guy.
Glue foot, and that is incredible. You know, and I think you think about barrel riding on your backhand here. It is so difficult to have great speed control, and he did everything he could to be right there behind the slot. He saw down the line that it was going to have that barrel, but you don't know that it's going to stay open, and he did a great job to stay right in that thing. And he actually made it out of the barrel pretty clean. It just had another section that landed on top of him.
Well, let's see what Geordie Smith can do. Has had a perfect heat here in the past. He'd love to do that again, but this wave's not going to pan out for him. And he'll be dropping into second priority now. Yago Dora is going to have control of this lineup and get his pick of the first big set that rolls through. But we'll get a look at the replay of Italo's opening ride in just a moment and see just how he hung on to that finish.
You got very small. You tuck into a little ball and you're leaning forward. You put all your weight forward on the surfboard to be able to keep that speed, because you're not going to be able to weave and pump your board in a barrel that small. I mean, and he's grown up on a right-hand point break, so he knows how to be quick in transition. Two beautiful snaps here as this wave runs. Smaller waves are going to run pretty quickly. And this one, again, didn't disappoint in that. I mean, there he tucks in. I didn't think, oh, man, why? How is he going to be able to find his way out of that one, which he does. Very clean exit there, but then the thing lands on him. I don't know how he pulls it off, but he is just glue foot.
Really solid. One of the notes coming through from the panel today, one thing they were going to be focusing on is that deep and technical barrel riding. That's going to be rewarded, expecting a decent score as we see Yago up now. And this guy, when he gets going, has amazing flow, great style. He's a big dude, Yago, and he can let go of some pretty solid moves as he just really looks to thread this one together. Hasn't had that big exclamation point turn just yet, but the wave is got a good pace to it through the inside. As behind him, Geordie Smith floats, just places that board on top of the lip again, rides the roof for a long time, draws off the bottom, smashes through the pocket, now looks to set up the pit, tucks in, rolling through this one, and he'll climb the roof once again, and he gets absolutely slammed trying to complete that maneuver. Straight on the flat water. High impact landing.
You all right? Looks good.
Appears to be.
Wow, that was a hard landing. I mean, he wanted to pull it so bad. But that first turn, just vicious.
Man, that's a tall section, flat water, and a whole lot of human on top of that board.
And a whole lot of strength. I mean, that's what he brings to J-Bay, is he is one of the bigger surfers on tour, knowing that when you open up, those maneuvers are going to look so much more dynamic and big comparatively to your competitors. That was huge.
Yeah, there was some good turns laid down on this wave, but he left some points on it with the incompletion on the finish.
But look at this, just the full extension, and he cuts it short to somehow keep going down the line. I mean, this is just great positioning, a great read. I mean, he would never have made this wave had he not been able to do those floaters like that, and then just hammers this section. Able to stuff himself in, nice and deep behind the curtain there, and then just this fall very hard. He pulls this off. We're going to see an excellent number.
Yeah, Geordie Smith, you know, as we see the replay again, you know, his transition turns, there's so much in them. They still warrant great reward. Geordie Smith also has surgeon-like precision when he places his board on the roof of the wave. You know, unfortunately didn't get the completion here, Pete, but he just has so much speed when he's riding the roof of the wave.
And he doesn't look like he's even trying to get that speed. He just knows how to place the rail at the right angles to be able to get the projection and have that water flying through the concaves and get down the line. And it is different than anyone else here. He doesn't look like he's trying to get down the line too fast, and he always does. Advantage here for Yago Dora is that he is similar in stature as Jordy Smith, but able to extend and really showcase that big backhand hook. And that's what he's going to have to do to showcase that point of difference and just you know, use the elastic and the strength of it. That was a beautiful mix of maneuvers here, and he was able to complete this ride. So this could be a good score here for Yago.
Yeah, he needed a couple of big turns at the finish of this one too, because this wave had almost like the dream pace to it, but you know, obviously you're not going to have as much speed if that wave is kind of slowly reeling down the line. And Jordy's, you know, it kind of builds your anticipation for each of those moves when the surfers are flying down the line the way he was. But 26.5 minutes to go, Pete, and the local surfers are starting to really tap into the magic of Jeffreys Bay.
Yeah, you know what? I'm seeing a definite difference in the traveling surfers and the local boys. So Maddie McGilvray and Jordy, you know, I think it was Luke Egan that touched on it the best. He said that they're in the pocket, in the power pocket of the wave, and they're waiting for it, and they're just coming from behind, and they're attacking the lip line, and they never lose that power situation. Whereas the traveling surfers are always kind of just in front of it, a little bit out in front of it, and trying to make sure they make the wave. Whereas if they just sit back like these local boys are doing and utilize all that power and stay in that position, they're going to just be able to do the kind of surfing that, say, McGilvray are doing, and the other surfer, Jordy Smith.
Yeah, we're seeing the replay of Jordy's ride here, and you know, to be honest, Pete, he probably chased this one a little too much, but the speed he can get in those lip line floats, it just allows him when he lands to step back on that tail and really lean into some high power moves.
So cool. I mean, again, you talk about J-Bay and Jordy Smith. You know, he's got a couple wins here, but he's been one of the standouts each and every time we come here.
And Maddie McGilvray there, rightfully so, soaking up the applause of the hometown crowd. And they were cheering through every single top turn. Every time his big numbers were read out, they made plenty of noise. How inspiring for the up-and-coming surfers of this region too, Pete.
It's so cool. It really is. I mean, you got Jose, who's going to be coming up, Faulkner, who, you know, has a very unique approach to riding this place. It's going to be fun to watch him coming up. So, again, it's just all this inspiration from the local surfers here. You know, South Africa is killing it.
It sure is, and so is Jordy Smith. Even without the finish on that last ride, you said it, if he finished that one off, it was going excellent. Came through at a 7.33. And we touched on it too, just those transition turns. You know, Jordy doesn't, you know, hold anything back, even in transition. You know, it's a punch, but maintains that down the line flow, loses no speed, start to finish on these rides.
It's pretty unique to his style of his floaters here, because he rides that lip line and he gets it really forward on the board, so he carries that speed down the line. That's what you have to do in that type of maneuver, especially on a wave that he had to run from that thing. He had to get there just to stay at the open face.
The difference between Jordy's opening floaters and that final one is that there's some transition there as you're coming off the lip, as you're on the outside section. On the inside, how flat is that section? Sometimes it's sort of draining below.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it with what happened to Griffin Colapinto, where it kind of squared out. It just goes into shallow water, so it goes straight up and down, and there's no transition to be able to land your surfboard and have it be gliding through and actually have a nice smooth landing. It's just a very hard landing no matter what.
That's why it's well rewarded when you do stick it. When you get it right, you get that excellent score quite often if you've done the work on the outside. Jordy on an insider, tucks into the tube. He'll find his way through. And now goes to the reverse, doesn't quite stick it.
Well, one thing they did say in that judges list today, elements, that you know, they were going to be rewarding progressive maneuvers. So, you know, J-Bay is one of those places that we're all about the foundation of the rails and keeping them clean. But hey, we saw what Felipe was doing. You know, you can get above the lip here, why not?
These veterans are so cluey too. Jordy would know that progression on a smaller wave is the key.
Did you say cluey?
Cluey.
As in clued in?
Yep, clued in. And
yeah, I love it.
He knows that with a progressive turn, he can maybe turn something small into a reasonable backup, but he's also very aware that with his power on a big open face, just hold back on the reverses and lean into what might be one of the biggest carves that we see all week.
So true. You know, one of the things that is so great about J-Bay, I mean, if we can get a look at this, is, you know, this region that we are going to be surfing for the most part is right here in this zone. This is Super Tube section. You can see right here at the bottom, this is going to be the channel that you come in at. Up at the top here is where the little outskirt is. And so all this zone is your way of Super Tubes. And it is important that you can understand that this is the very top of the point. We're not going to see surfers getting here, but sometimes we see, like Joel Parkinson over the years, will actually pick up a wave here and actually ride it all the way down to the edge, and that's it. But most of them are going to be taking off in this zone here. And that's just the top of the corner, right where the Super Tubes is. You don't want to risk it too much by going too far up the point. There's only a certain number of waves that are going to make it all the way down. One of the persons that used to identify that, Mick Fanning, used to be able to do that as well as Joel Parkinson. Yeah,
there's some strategy to really consider for the competitors too, heading out into the lineup. Joel Parkinson used to love getting that inside position, never gave it up to anyone. But if you are not going to fight for the inside position, the smart move, as Tatiana Weston-Webb did, was to move down the point, hope for a wide set. That's how she found success in the opening round of the women's event. And yeah, that's something to keep in mind for the competitors.
Well, especially with those three-man heats too, because what will happen is you'll leave two surfers that end up fighting for the inside, so they're pushing each other up the point, and then it leaves you just sitting by yourself right at the corner.
Well, let's feel the buzz from Maddie McGilvray. A big win over a very tough field in the opening heat of this round here at the Corona Open. J-Bay, he's with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, that he did. Well, touchdown in South Africa, Matt McGilvray. How good is it to be home, greeted with these kinds of conditions?
It's an incredible day here. The waves are getting better and better. Clean J-Bay walls, so couldn't be happier to be here. And it's going to be such an exciting day of surfing.
And such a stacked field with this, you know, shorter competitor list. How do you approach these first round heats? You know, you're skipping that into that round of 16 is so crucial.
It feels like the first round heat's kind of a warm-up, just to make sure you're on your equipment, on the board you want, and then also that you're doing the right maneuver selection on the waves and picking the right waves. So you always know you have that second chance of round two if things don't go well in round one. But it's a nice bit of momentum also to skip that round two. So I'm happy to get a win under my belt and hopefully use that momentum going forwards now.
And coming from Rio, we know the fans are passionate. How good is it to be home and feeling that passion from the home crowd for yourself?
It's incredible just to have so much support on the beach. And yeah, I wasn't expecting such a big crowd, and got all the friends and family down there cheering. So it's such a cool atmosphere. Yeah, it's incredible.
Matt, thanks for your time. Good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you, Rosie. Yeah, Matty McGilvray, he wasn't warming up. He was cooking, bro. I saw him actually in the competitors area. He was he couldn't stop saying, he was going, it's cooking, it's cooking.
Yeah,
and
it is cooking.
Man, it's so clean out there at the moment. It's just lending itself to big rail turns. Matt, I think, has surfed the pocket. I know we're only 2 heats in, but surfed the pocket better than anyone just yet. Really a vertical approach, and it scored really well.
And I think that it came down to that local knowledge of just knowing which waves to pick in order to have those opportunities. I mean, they were perfectly placed. He was never ever chasing it too fast down the line. Most of his waves just had a great pace.
Jordy Smith has to make a move at this venue, Pete. You think about his best years as a championship tour competitor. They coincided with big results here at Jeffreys Bay. But, you know, if he wants to factor in any way, he's going to have to probably win this contest if he wants to have a shot going into Tahiti. But
that puts him right there.
It does.
It literally puts him right at the door. And then it goes to Tahiti, and he's got to find a way to get himself at least a semi or a quarters there to even think about making it to the final 5.
And he's got work to do. He hasn't been past the quarterfinals yet this year. Just over 18 minutes remaining here in heat number 2. We got more action to look forward to right after the break.
I want to take this whole new mindset of being relaxed and trying to surf my best in the jersey. I don't feel like I've done my best surfing in the jersey yet, so really just to simplify it, I'd like to do that.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me, it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf until you're dead.
Acho que a minha marca para deixar no surf profissional é essa quebra de fronteiras, assim, não importa um brasileiro, é um australiano, é um havaiano, acho que é um oceano e...
For the most part, how this trip came about, I mean, I haven't been home for a winter in 13 years. I've started my career here. It's the waves, it's the places that have molded me into the person that I am today.
I'm just calling in my stories. The world goes crazy. I ain't going crazy. 'Cause I ain't playing stupid games.
Welcome back to the show. Waves approaching here in heat number 2. At the moment, Yago Dora holds a good position, and he's going to tap into this one. Nice hit there. This guy's got great flow, and he is really returning to form after suffering a nasty foot injury earlier this season. What about that hit? Really solid stuff here from the Brazilian, who gets absolutely smashed at the end of this ride, but he did a couple of decent turns, and it should be a mid-range score. But Geordie Smith's the danger man at the moment, holding on to the single highest number of this heat, 7.33. Italo, just one wave for him, and he'll get his opportunity. We'll see a replay of Yago's last wave.
So a little smaller wave, but again, he picked this one because it had some pace that he was going to be able to go more vertical with his approach, and he does that. That was beautiful. Again, this one snapping, opening up. So 3 big solid turns, but this is where it clips his heels. You know, trying to get down the line, you cut that line a little bit short, and all of a sudden it's just chasing you. That lip just grabs your feet and knocks you off. But some good turns there, though.
You're trying to stick with the closest part of the lip so you can ride a bit of that transition, and yeah, just ankle tap there. It just caught the rail of his board. 4.9 for Yago. That's enough to get him up into the lead, but it's a very slender lead at the moment. It's just the combination of those 2 mid-range scores that have him out in front. Geordie only needs a 2.74 to jump into first. Italo needs a 5.08.
Yeah, and I don't think that Italo would be surfing to that number. I think he has to understand that he needs to at least match Geordie's score here in order to keep him close.
Here's Geordie again. Nice looking wave. Belts it through the pocket. And now just glides through a nice well-rounded carve, banking off the bottom. Little sticky there, and he's going to kick out of this one. 14.5 minutes to go. And yeah, 2.74 is all he needed to get into first. It might help him, but now Italo's going to be the danger man because he only needs a 5.08 to get into first. Luke Egan watching on. Yago looking sharp on the backhand, Luke.
Yeah, he is. He's looking really good, and Geordie, if he had have landed that floater on the inside, it would have been a massive score. But I've just got another vantage point right in the middle of the crowd. Everyone is just on the edge of their seat for the local boys, and it's packed for a Wednesday. I don't know if there's no work happening in Jeffreys Bay, that's for sure. But yeah, like we've got the Corona over here. People drinking Coronas, they're flowing already, having a good time. The sun's out. I've been coming here for over 30 years, and when the days connect like this with a great forecast and the best surfers in the world, it's just like I'm on my first day again. It's just so exciting, and the afternoon is just going to be epic. So the winds come around a lot more, and the tide's going to start coming in, and we've got a building swell.
Well, Lou, you've got so much experience here, mate, but I want to just talk about Geordie Smith for a moment. Obviously, it's been over 10 years since his last victory here at Jeffreys Bay, but you've seen them all. You've witnessed so many of the amazing surfers here at Jeffreys. Where does Geordie factor in when you talk about the greats here at this venue?
Oh, he's right up there with Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson. Yeah, you know, we just saw it, just the way he rode that wave before. He's doing those amazing lip glides on the way to his big turns, and that's some of the difference. And you know, he became who he is surfing Jeffreys Bay. His first win was here, and you know, this is where he's pretty much built his style of surfing. When we first came here, way back when he was a grommet, he would just wanted to be Joel Parkinson, and I remember him just trying to put his arms where Joel did and everything like that, but then he's become his own surfer. But he did base a lot of his surfing at Jeffreys Bay out here off the old Parker.
Yeah, definitely. He certainly emulated that style for a while, but he's just settled into his own approach beautifully over the years, Pete. He's so progressive. Still has a real advantage over the field on clean right-handers with his power. And we also saw him get one of the best waves that we've ever seen him ride in competition at the Billabong Pipe Pro earlier this year.
Yeah, it's super cool, right? I mean, he's worked on places that he needed to work on, and he's done that. You know, places like Pipeline, he's, you know, and Tahiti coming up, I think he's more comfortable there than he's ever been. So you expect him to, if he can pull it together here and get himself, you know, into the finals, you know, all of a sudden we're like, okay, wait, Jordy can maybe make a run.
It's just felt like his motivation for competition has kind of dipped off a little bit, though. The conditions at certain venues might have had a bit to do with that.
How long has he been surfing on this tour? It can be challenging to stay motivated.
Well, he surfed his first CT here in 2005, but we're seeing some highlights of his performances here over the years, and he can do it all in all conditions here at Jeffreys Bay. He's got a really great relationship with this location, Pete. If it's onshore, no problem. He's got the airs. When it's clean, he's got the biggest rail turns in the business that he can lay down on this canvas.
Yeah, it's so true.
And now going back to live action with Yago up once again. And he only needs a 5.07 to get himself back into the league, because Geordie has taken that #1 position at the moment. He's going to kick out of this one, though. One person we haven't spoken too much about in this heat so far, because he's only had one wave, is the 2019 world champ, Italo. Just a 5 to kick things off, but Italo's really warmed up through these past couple of events.
He has, and he's needed to. I mean, he had to work to get himself into that final 5 right now, but he's got to keep himself there. So this is an important event, as you know that there's a bunch of youngsters who are vying for those spots. And now finally Italo's going to pull the trigger here with 10 minutes to go.
Let's see what he can do. He's got an amazing speed on the backhand, the ability to release the tail and commit to his moves without losing touch with the open face. Great combination to get things started here. He's on his way, only needs a 5.24. Hammers the pocket there. Nice wall standing up in front. It has been the combination of some big major turns already on this wave, and Italo's not done with it just yet. Again, maintaining pace beautifully with this ride. It's a really clean read as he throws that board vertical into the pocket again, and now climbs the roof, and he is just hammering this one all the way down the line. Incomplete on the final maneuver, but I don't think it's going to matter. I think he'll get the score that he needs.
Yeah, no, pretty easily going to get the score needed. Just how much of this score? I mean, where is it comparable to the 7.33? I mentioned earlier that, you know, when he pulls the trigger with that priority, it needs to be something to match Geordie's high number, which I think he's done.
Just like Geordie Smith, too, on a long-running right-hander, Italo on the backhand has that remarkable ability to punch through the lip but drift across the coping and come out of that maneuver with plenty of speed, losing nothing.
Yeah, and again, that came from where he grew up surfing, as a little bit of a tight running right-hander. You know, good choice of wave here. I mean, he waited a long time to pick this wave, and it's a great backhand wave because it gave him the pace to be able to really project into those maneuvers. He's not chasing it like we've seen him have to do on a lot of waves throughout the warm-ups. Now this one gave him the ability to really hook into the lip, which he has done. He thought he was going to be too far behind here, but then what? It opens up and gives him ability to rattle off a few more maneuvers. So this is going to be the number needed. I feel like it's going to be comparable to Geordie Smith's, even with the fall here, just because of the amount of moves he had done on that outside section.
Well, Geordie Smith up at the moment, and he has his foot to the floor. Plenty of speed to use on this section. Punches the lip. This wave stretching out, but Geordie's going to get back out in front of it. There's a savage hit. And just exploding through the lip, deep in the barrel.
He's there.
Still going in this one. Can he punch through the curtain? Unfortunately, he can't. And it's a big sigh from the local crowd, but he got a lot of travel time inside the pit there. 8 minutes to go. Waiting on scores for Italo to drop. He's going to take the lead here in a moment.
Yeah, and this is an important paddle back out too. I mean, his figure, where is Italo in relation to Geordie? Because if he can get himself out there quicker with that 7.5 minutes to go, it'll give him another opportunity. I mean, we saw Italo is way down the point.
Really close heat, this one, and I think everyone's going to have a great shot at taking this one out coming into the last 7.5 minutes to go. Yago's got a reasonable backup number, the 5.17. So he might have work to do, but he'll have a shot. The surfing that Yago's doing out there at the moment looks great. He just needs to get one of those bigger set waves that Geordie and Italo have had to let go of some of those big hits.
And just have that right pace, you know, again, just, you know, you see these sets coming in and you think, oh, you want the one that's going to have all the extra meat in it. Look, it's exactly the same number.
Really similar to Geordie's, right on there, 7.33. So Italo out in front. Geordie needs a 5. Had he come out of that tube on the last ride, he might have got the number he needed to get back out in front.
Yeah, well, again, it didn't happen. He ends up with the 3.17, but he's outside of Italo right now, so that's important, I think, in this last exchange. As you watch this wave here, again, smaller wave, so it's going to run down the line pretty quickly. He was able to do that first step. He had to cut it short, as knowing full well that he's going to have to get around it, but that was beautiful because he came underneath it. You saw how he cut underneath it. He's there. He rode this one for a long time. He pulls out of this barrel, and it's a deep technical barrel, right, and he's going to get the number needed.
One thing you see from Geordie Smith just on the opening stages of each of his rides is, you know, just how he's able to generate speed but still be on the tail of his board. He doesn't get too front-footed, so doesn't get out in front of those sections. Strider was touching on that earlier on, but
or risk digging rails too. When you get forward, that's when it starts to happen.
He just looks like he can pivot on a dime and get himself up into that pocket at any stage he wants.
I love the approach on that that underneath layback snap, because he came, like you can see, he put himself underneath the surfboard, had to go, and it's committed to do that because you're running the risk of digging a rail, obviously, but he was able to just use the lip to be able to push it back underneath his feet. A really unique way to do that layback carve.
Loving the way this is shaping up, this heat. There's just on 5 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Yago needs a 7.17. Geordie Smith needs the solid backup number. He needs a 5 at the moment. He's got second priority. Italo hanging on to the lead. Really great composure from Italo, where he didn't get ahead of himself on that last ride, read it beautifully, and really punched the fins through the lip a couple of times to set up that number.
One of the bigger numbers we've seen from the backhanders today. You know, I think the advantage as it gets bigger, it kind of favors the goofy footers as it gets bigger, because you know, it opens up the lineup, and then you're able to kind of go a little more vertical and show a little point of difference that the forehanders aren't going to have. But at this size, I feel like the forehanders have a bit of an advantage.
So waiting to see if some set wave action will roll our way in the final 5 minutes here. But it's been a great morning already, Pete, and there is still some monumental clashes coming our way in this opening round for the men. Up next, Jack Robinson, who's had a couple of CT wins this year, up against Kolohe Andino, and the exciting young South African Luke Thompson. Looking forward to seeing what Kolohe can bring to the mix. He's one of those guys that's got to really make up some ground to give himself a shot at potentially a world title at home.
Yeah, it would be, I mean, it's exactly what he's been wanting to see happen since the beginning of this season. He hasn't had the greatest success, but I feel like, again, this is a place where the pressure's a bit off, right? Nothing to lose here, so he can really push the limits of what he can do at J-Bay, and he's a great surfer here. 4
minutes to go, and Yago in that glorious position of being able to pick what he wants. But it's sometimes, Pete, talking to the competitors, it's a stressful situation too, because sometimes it's not that first wave of the set. I don't think we've seen enough today to start identifying a trend in which wave is the best. It's sort of, sometimes they're one wave sets, sometimes the second wave looks better than the first, and you've got to make a call.
Yeah, you do. And for the most part, I was talking to Luke actually, and we were identifying, it's been a lot of one wave sets, at least through that women's round. It's starting to pick up a little bit more steam, and there's been some couple two wave sets, but ultimately, there's only been one wave, so I guess the biggest choice is just where you are on the lineup when that one wave comes, because it has moved down the point sometimes. You've seen some move up the point. Yeah, I watched Jack, who's coming up, I think, in that next heat, right? Jack Robinson, he had a wave that I had mentioned here. You can get it kind of outside the paddle out keyhole, where you can get one from deep. And those are pretty unique looking waves, but I haven't seen anybody in this event so far in a jersey grab one of those style of waves.
I guess what Geordie Smith and Italo are kind of looking for is probably a little different to what Yago wants too. Yago's been doing brilliant surfing, but on smaller waves, and that's what's really got him behind here at the moment. So the bigger numbers have come on those quality sets
Ooh, here we
in
go.
this heat. And it feels like if Jago's going to turn this one, he's going to have to be patient and wait for one of those taller walls.
Well, maybe this is the opportunity here. He's paddling over the first one, and I like what see the little technique here. The third priority of Italo. He's moving away from the other two surfers, hoping that maybe he gets one that's a little bit wider.
Oh, anticipation is just one of the big keys here at Jeffreys Bay. You know, you start getting excited about what's coming your way from the moment you spot those big swell lines, and then the surfers get up, they race towards that first section. And Jago's let go of a decent opening maneuver here. Big section standing up. Beautiful turn there, well placed. And still has a lot of room to move down the line here. He's on his way to the number required. He needs a 7.17. And this has definitely been the best wave. And Jago's starting to really throw down some of the best surfing that we've seen in this heat as well. What a combination. And he celebrates, and for good reason. That was impressive surfing. As we see behind him now, Geordie Smith setting up the tube. It's a foamy one, really tricky read. Can he find his way through it? It doesn't look like he will, but we're looking forward to seeing the replay of Jago's ride. He smashed it.
Oh, I mean, that's understatement. I mean, smashed it, just obliterated it. I mean, and what a perfect wave for a backhander. The thing just turned the corner and was opened up the whole way across. It had the vertical face. He was able to go straight up into it. Had the size. I mean, it was one of the biggest waves of the heat.
And, you know, it completely took the pressure of the decision out of his hands, because it was just a big hors d'oeuvre moment, as if I'm not going this one.
Yeah, right.
And he absolutely lit it up.
I mean, just look at where it is. You can see that it moves off the reef slightly, so it stays open. He doesn't have to race too hard. And then every time he came around, it was just a nice big vertical section. There it was, straight up. That was a just horrendous snap. I mean, just straight into it. And again, you know, it placed it perfectly.
Well, Italo's not done, and remember, he's got that 7 already. So it's unlikely Jago's going to be improving on the 5.17. That'll be his backup number. So Italo with a big advantage already, hanging on to a 7. And with 35 seconds to go, you know, it's likely he'll be chasing a score here, Pete.
Yep.
And he's surfed this wave very well. So he's celebrating.
Yeah,
and he was only looking to get rid of a 5.
Yeah, I would say that just by that we kind of caught, what, 3/4 of that ride, maybe. We'll see what he had on the outside portion of it, but I mean, from what I saw there, it feels like you know, it's going to be better than what he already has in his score line, so he'll be improving here.
Well, just have a think about what he got done in the first couple of sections of his 7.33. You're thinking that you can probably expect some more of those kind of manoeuvres at the start of that ride. We're going to see it in a moment, but waiting on numbers to come through for Jago Dora's last wave. And Italo's going to have one on the way as well. Let's see it from the top here.
Yeah, he had to race it in the beginning, didn't he? But there's this first section. Oh, that was so we did see the whole wave. We didn't see the outside maneuver there, but that was a pretty unique carve. And then this float, I mean, he covers 20 meters there on top of the lip. And if you're going to do a floater, you might as well do it as long a hang time as you can get.
Well, there was nothing in that first carve. I mean, by Italo's standard, he didn't hit that section properly. Wow. It was still decent, but I think the points will come for what he did down the line. But a huge number for Jago Dora there, 8.67. So the requirement for Italo out of that ride is a 6.52.
Yeah, and it feels like it's probably close, right? I mean, again, we're going to have to sit there and they're going to do comparisons. We'll probably be waiting for a little while, because this is that opportunity at the end of a heat for the judges to really get to see all of the waves and compare them all at one point. But that's the best wave of the day. I mean, and sure enough, I mean, he took an opportunity that he had with that best looking wave we've seen, and he just executed.
Held his nerve too. I mean, you get the wave of the day here. It's, you know, there's some nerves involved in that. And Jago absolutely smoked it down the line. But Italo's numbers coming through, and it's not going to be enough. 5.77.
Oh, he's hearing it right now.
And he is just getting word now. And I don't think he can be too disappointed with that. I mean, he had some solid work down the line, but, you know, it certainly wasn't as good as his 7.33. It was always going to be a question mark, but Jago, on the strength of that very high scoring ride, is going to get the victory here and earn his place in the round of 16. What a heat, though.
Oh, cool. I love calling that. That was awesome.
All right. Well, we're going to take a break and bring in Paul Evans and Laura Eneba. Big heats coming your way here at the Corona Open J-Bay.
world titles. Competitively, it defines the best, you know, and it's like the ultimate goal when you're on the tour and you're challenging the best guys, more so than ever. Like, the whole tour is at a high level now, so I feel like that makes you like the best of the best now. The goals can be there, but still step by step, and it's just make each heat better, each contest better.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Corona Open J-Bay. A packed crowd lining the famous shores here of this beautiful Point Break, and the swell very much coming to the party. Entertainment factor going through the roof here to break it all down. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Laura Enova, and wow, the stacked heats keep on coming. We've got the big guns coming in. Our top seeds entering the next 2 heats. Surf's coming up. Ties just about right. Things are looking pretty good, Laura.
Wow, absolute cracker heats heading our way, Paulie. But what a morning it's been so far. And that last heat, Iago, that last wave was absolutely insane. And, you know, this heat, Jack Robbo, #2 in the world. And then next heat, Felipe, #1 in the world coming up. So we have a lot of entertainment coming our way. Some crucial heats, but let's go.
So our threesome out in the water features Jack Robinson, as you mentioned, also Chloe Andino and Luke Thompson, the young South African, getting in as a wild card. What an opportunity for him to take on some of the absolute best in the world at this break. And just thinking about Jack and what he's been able to do, the stuff he's done this year, let's just revisit that as we check out Chloe Andino. Early work done from him.
Yeah, nice surfing by Chloe. We know he is so deadly out here. 3rd place back in 2019. Just surfing so fast. Looks like he's found his flow out here. Racing down, tucks in. Unfortunately, can't push through that one. But a nice way to start there for Chloe. And now Jack Robbo lining it up, waiting for his moment. Huge opening carve off the top there. So compressed. Swoops around through here and tucks in. Let's see if he can make it through this one, and he does. Jack Robinson, one of the best barrel riders in the world. This is a way to start a heat, and tucks in again down the line. Pushes through there, and he gets the finish and was able to kick out for Chloe. Wow. And now the local, Luke Thompson. Wow, huge bash off the top there, comes around, carving, swooping. You can hear the crowd lighting up. Wow, throwing fans through the air there. Luke Thompson, this is a way to start your first ever World Tour event. Kicking the tail, getting through to the inside here, slashing, waiting for this to draw out, pulls into the tube. Luke Thompson, can he get through? Unfortunately not. Are you kidding me, Paul?
A breathless start to proceedings in Heat 3 of our opening round. A wicked exchange. Jack Robinson, the connection that he was able to get, the double barrel, just ripped that wave apart. Luke Thompson as well. I tell you what, he looks bang up for this encounter as well. Throwing down some big turns. And the crowd using their full voice as he pulled into that tube. See more and more of those barrels coming through. We talk about the skill set as well. Jack Robinson, because everyone's good in the tube, but he just seems to have that connection with some of these like real like A-list breaks. You think about the North Shore or West Oz and, you know, Indonesia, where he had one of his back-to-back wins, but he just has that connection with the very top waves in J-Bay. Certainly one of those spots.
Oh, he really does. I mean, this is his first event here, and, you know, I was really, really keen to see how he would approach this wave, and, you know, what a year it's been for him so far. We know that, you know, he's grown up in these heavy water waves. His barrel riding is up there with the best in the world. And then this year he's been able to convert his, you know, powerful barrel riding with that high performance, going to the air, you know, doing huge turns. Like, we've just seen it all from Jack Robinson this year, and it's just been so cool to see that unfold and to see his story just grow and evolve. And yeah, he's a title contender now.
Back-to-back wins in Western Australia and up in G-Land, of course, to get the win in Mexico at the end of last year. So 3 wins in the last 12 months. He contrasts that to his fortunes prior to that win. It was kind of an average season for him. What's changed for Jack? Has he sold his soul to the devil at the crossroads? He's turned it around. He's, like you said, an absolute world title contender.
He has. He's showed up this year after that win in Mexico, and it's just a new Jack Robinson. He seems relaxed, he seems calm, he seems confident in his surfing, and he's just tapped into this side of his, I guess, mental space where he can really perform under pressure and just really believe that no matter where he is in a heat or what situation he's in, he can turn it around. And some of the heats he's surfed this year where he's, you know, got buzzer beaters, he taps into the ocean, he's quite spiritual and really just says he feels out things in the water, and I don't know, an amazing support system as well.
It's been incredible to watch the rise of Jack Robinson. Can't wait to see what he does in the rest of this heat. Just over 27.5 minutes to go, and it numbered 6.5 for Jack. Luke Thompson, the 5.67 as well. Remember, he got an incomplete barrel on the end of that wave, so that score very likely to have threatened Jack's. He'd made that, Chloe. Just a quick one, a 3 for him. And this one setting up absolutely sweetly. We love to talk about finding the rhythm and getting, obviously, looking for the good set waves out here, but then getting another one when you get back in the lineup as well. There's a bunch going on in the minds of our surfers. Also getting a chance to watch for a couple of hours this morning. It's going to be really interesting to see who can unlock this energy.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen that wind switch around to the west now. It was, you know, it's been swirling all morning. We had that north sort of devil wind early on. It went glassy for a few of the women's heats, and now that westerly wind has kicked up and is, you know, just that ultimate, it's just ultimate J-Bay out there right now. We're going to see the swell keep pushing in throughout the day, and I think the boys have been watching and they're all fired up and absolutely ready.
That offshore wind keeping things nice and hollow, and a man who knows his way around a barrel, Strider Wasilewski.
Thank you there. Yeah, you know, the barrels have been just, you know, really consistent with this wind coming in like this. And the hard part about the tube ride out here is that they are really tight. So there's a lot of risk involved with the barrels out here. When you watch these guys pull into the inside section, though, they go really round, but then they're right onto a closeout section. So trying to push out of those is really hard for them. The tight, high sections, they're easier to make because they're kind of, I guess they have a wide open thing, and then they do slap down. They do try to compress you, but you can usually push through. That inside section, you got to find the doggy door because it's really hard to push through the lip there. This is just really hollow, really square, and right on the bricks, they say, as that thing just sucks out dry onto the reef. So you got two things to deal with, the lip and the rocks as you come out of the barrel.
Yeah, and Strider, we always try and read a little bit into what's going on in our surface minds. They paddle past. You've had a quick look at Luke Thompson so far. It looks pretty calm.
Well, yeah, you know, it's interesting. These new rookies and these guys are getting wild cards into the events. They have so much confidence. It's just wild to see the amount of, you know, security that they have within themselves. And I feel like this new generation of surfers, they know that they can surf just as good as anybody else. There was this separation and looking at your hero and saying, oh, you know, like, it's my idol, I want to surf like him. But now they're ready to rip into him and take him down.
Thanks, Strider. Live action here from Kolohe as he leans in, puts both arms down behind to put power into the carve, and he'll just stall and break into a barrel. And they get on the gas again, streaking down the line. Andino, what's he got in here? Goes for an alley-oop. Just kind of lands a little early on the roof there, and will go incomplete. Kolohe looking for a big performance down here. Got a bit of experience under his belt here. Hasn't had a real breakthrough result this season. Got that 5th up in Portugal. Hasn't really kicked on, and would love a big result here at J-Bay.
Yeah, he really would, and he's been pretty vocal about being quite disappointed with his last 2 results, just not being able to get the ball rolling. And it's been a long year. It's been super hard. The schedule just packed in together, and you're away from family, and he's a new dad, and he's been on the road. But he's keen to get here because he's had a good result last event in 2019. But looks like Chloe's on a bigger board, I feel like, longer, but it just looks like it's got so much power and speed. Pulls in here, racing down. And then he goes for the big alley-oop here. I almost thought he had it, unfortunately, just coming undone there. But look at this classic Chloe Andino ripping in. So much power and skill to drive and push off the tail there and slice it around Chloe Andino.
Loving the mix of the power surfing, mix with the progression as well at the end. Kolohe just serving a little bit of notice. Won't get a huge number on that. Be another 3 for him. But he definitely has the skill set, has the toolkit out here at Jeffreys Bay. 23 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this one. Kolohe at the moment with something of a lead just because he's got those 2 ways. Jack with the high score. Jack Robinson, that 6.5 early on. looked very much in tune with this wave, and we've talked about some of the work he's been doing, like mentally and staying calm and all that sort of thing. And you're sitting at the back at one of the most perfect waves in the world. You've got priority, that quiet kind of mind, that will come in pretty handy for him now.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like, sometimes you'll be wandering around the comp side, and before one of Jack's heats, you'll kind of hear this really loud noise, and you're like, what is that? And it's Jack doing his really deep breathing and sort of, I guess, Wim Hof style, just super loud and just getting in those deep, deep breaths to, I guess, put him in that headspace to be able to go out in his heat and do his thing. But I'm sure right now he'd just be doing the same thing, just staying calm, going to that breath work. We've seen a lot of the guys this year tap into the breath work, and I think they seem to rave about it. They seem to love it.
It does feel like something of a switch, doesn't it? You kind of think back to like Mick Fanning era, and it was like real eye of the tiger and steely focus and sort of determination, which worked out great for him. But now it does seem to be slightly more that kind of letting go almost, rather than building the intensity, just that more kind of relaxed and measured and in tune, kind of accepting your surroundings. And well, it's working out very well so far. So we'll get a little glimpse there of Jose Faulkner, the local. He's from just up the road, Pelsrus Township. Getting a wild card spot in here. He's a goofy, and he is a mad aerialist as well, and a crowd favourite, Laura.
Wow, what a special moment for him, running down the iconic stairway here at J-Bay. Oh, getting his leash a bit stuck. Clear the way, folks. But yeah, what a moment for him. Crowd favourite for sure.
Lines out the back, and here goes Luke Thompson, the teenager from Durban, bronze medalist in the ISA Junior Games in El Salvador, and right now just flying down the line on a bomb at Jeffreys Bay. Rips another really nice turn out the lip. That was really well done. Just the power on the rail, releasing just the right time. Had a look at a hollow section, back into the lip again. And building speed from the bottom of the wave here. Tags it, goes a little straight leg, controls it well, hits it hard again. A great finish from the young South African. He's still going down here. And he gets a little stumble on the final turn, but nevertheless, he absolutely smoked that wave, Laura.
Luke Thompson has arrived, people. The 18-year-old in his first ever World Tour event, and not showing signs of any nerves. Unfortunately, missed opportunity falling on that last turn. I think he knows it. As we see Chloe Dino having a look here.
A little inside energy for Chloe. He'll stand on the tail. This one will get steep. Might run pretty quick as he goes once again for the alley-oop rotation. Just slightly goes over on stiffer legs. Here goes Jack Robinson out the back, clips it in a little tight radius turn and just opens up that arc, puts himself right down in the steep part of the wave. Now he's inside it in the tube. Really sweetly done. And he comes out and looks again down the line, and he'll rip down a turn at full speed. And again, he'll look to pull in here, connecting just those little pumps. That did tighten up that barrel, and it got him. But I tell you what, he is looking so in a flow state with the wave out here. Incredible to see.
Are you kidding me? We were just talking about how in the last heat these barrels can be quite almondy and hard to read, but that just drew out, and Jack was like rubbing his hands together going, here we go, straight into this slotting top to bottom pit. I can't wait to see the replay of that, and fortunately couldn't push through that last section to make it out, but Jack Robinson, what a wave. As we see, this is the Luke Thompson wave, and this was exciting. Throwing absolute buckets of spray, surfing tight in the pocket. Huge there, you can hear the crowd just roaring for the South African. Just timing this wave to perfection. I'm so impressed. A huge carving turn there, air dropping out of the lip and smashing this wave. Luke Thompson again and again, all the way down the line. The crowd is roaring. It just such a bummer he came off there at the end. But he is looking in rhythm and in flow with these Jeffrey Bay lines.
A lot of good work done from him. Really interesting to see that section. It did look like kind of barreling out. He decided it was going to tighten up, using a bit of that local knowledge, hammering the lip as well. Able to throw in the variety, crucially, as we see him go into that vertical maneuvers, then laying it on the rail and just jamming it and mixing it up, showing the judges something different. I tell you, he looks so relaxed. His facial expression doesn't really change as he's going throughout that wave. And here's another look at Jack.
Oh, this is Jack's second wave, and what a ride. Almost sort of coming up there, you could tell he just wanted to make sure he stayed on his board because he knew that something special was coming. Here we go, the kick stall. Jack Robinson standing tall and reading this to perfection. A little claim there, showing some excitement, and coming around with a beautiful carve. Just would have been amazing to see him punch out of this section, but nonetheless, that was the best, I think, one of the best barrel rides of the day. Look, getting some stand tall time, milking that time in the tube and coming straight out into a beautiful carve. Jack Robinson, the fresh blonde hair.
What an entertaining heat already. Still 17 minutes and 20 seconds to go. We'll get another look at Jack. Just slow it right down as we see him just put himself exactly where he wants to be. Obviously, you want to be deep in the tube for it to score well with the judges. Don't want to get too deep at Jeffreys Bay and get left behind. Does this pretty well as Chloe just looks on, and I wouldn't say admires the work of Jack Robinson, but definitely checks it out from close quarters.
Yeah, that's never a good feeling when you're watching your competitor get a stand-up hit in front of you and you have to bail. So Chloe looking to get back out there, but yeah, Jack Robinson a 7.4 coming through for that wave, and Luke Thompson a 7.0. So what a heat we're going to have.
Great numbers in the 7 for Luke Thompson. Didn't get that last turn done, but did so much good work prior to that. Jack Robinson going to the tube, and even though he went incomplete on the second barrel ride, it looks like signaling something up with the board maybe here. We got some sort of slightly frenzied signaling from Jack. Or
yep, sounds like he's creased his board and yep, needs a board swap.
Go. So Jack Robinson signaling to his crew back up here on dry lands. He will need a backup board. Let's see how this transition goes. So Isabella Nichols lose what, 11 or 12 minutes in the women's opening round, changing a board. She did at the end of a wave though. He's actually out in the line up there. Let's see how that goes. Your heat leader at the moment with the 7.4 and the 6.5. We'll need to change a board. Kalohe hanging on to that priority right now. And he needs a couple of scores. Got plenty of time to do it. And how Luke Thompson's feeling. He's got a 7 under his belt. He's got a massive crowd support for him.
What a moment for him, hey? You know, just coming into these events, your first World Tour event, especially with the crowd here. The beach is absolutely packed. It is an incredible, what is it, Wednesday morning? Yes, Wednesday morning, and I tell you what, it's like a party on the beach. It's really cool. It's a really cool scene. It's my first time here, and I've just heard so much about this incredibly special place, and now I understand why.
We've got a man with a very beady eye on the lineup. Shida Wasilewski, what's going on?
Looks like we're going to have a board change for Jack, but I was wondering if he's going to ride a wave or if he's going to go straight into the keyhole. Out in the back right now, you've got your wild card up and riding.
Luke Thompson ripping one down off the top with that spring in his step that we saw in his previous wave. Really driving and juicing out the bottom turn. He gets his turns done with so much speed, able to already set up for the next section as he completes a maneuver. And the variety absolutely on point once again. He'll tag a finish on this one. And again, very polished indeed. 18 years old, Laura.
I cannot believe it. He's surfing like an absolute veteran out here, Luke Thompson. You know, just no nerves. Looks like his equipment is just dialed. He's so connected to it. It's fitting perfectly, exactly where he needs it to be when he's doing his turns in the pocket. And, you know, just showing variety, showing us something different, something exciting on every wave.
Coming off the back of that 9th in the Challenger Series at Belito. Lost out to eventual winner, Ria Waida. And here's Jack on the inside. And this will cost him a little bit of time. It's got a bit of a cushion in terms of points, but I tell you what, Thompson only needs a 6.91, and he is due a number, and that is some very delicate work on some quite sharp rocks in there. Jack Robinson will sort of gingerly make his way in over.
Oh,
get
wow.
this board change.
That was some impressive rock hopping by Jack Robinson. He's no stranger to rocks. They're all over WA. They're quite dangerous. You kick your toe and you've lost the top of it. So he's going to get back out there. Pretty smart maneuver. He just decided to come straight into the keyhole at the the southern end of the beach, so he didn't lose too much time.
Live action, his brother slicing hard in the pocket and swinging around in a little bit of a smaller way, but really nice and steep. Here's some speed. And again, that alley rotation, that one just goes away from him. as he launches out of the lip, so he'll still be hunted for numbers. Will Kolohe, 13 on the clock. Plenty of time left to go in this. Start to get towards that point where, particularly maybe when the next score comes out for Luke Thompson, might start to just sort of creep into his mind, where am I going to get my score from? I need to get up towards those 6s, 7s or better. And he needs to do it pretty quick. Waiting for a good number for Luke Thompson. How about this for a story? High score of the heat so far, 7-7-7 for the young South Africa. Luke Thompson goes to the lead. Jack Robinson is back in the water. He's not quite in the lineup yet. And just under 12.5 to go in this one. Our wild card in the lead at the moment, Laura.
Wow, how good must that feel with Luke Thompson? Highest score of the heat, you know, a 14.77 total in your first ever World Tour event. It's just, that's, you know, unbelievable in itself. That is confidence, you know. He got into this event as the highest ranked Challenger Series surfer from South Africa, and you know, this is just going to give him so much confidence to go into the next events at the Challengers and know that he can drop hammers here on the tour.
Well, we just had that board change from Jack Robinson, and Luke Egan is down there with some insights for us. What have you got, Luke?
Yeah, very surprised that Jack Robinson's done a board change there. He must have a crease or something in it. Yeah, I'm not quite near the board at the moment, but the board looked fantastic, and for Jack Robinson's first time out here in the event, he's just, you know, looks like he's been here for years. And you guys were talking earlier about the mind of Jack Robinson. He's realised that that's the part that he needs to control and be calm, and he can do anything. 2 wins this year. He's just out of his skin. What a great year he's having, but super surprised the board change. Must be a crease, or what we've seen earlier is a couple of fins get ripped out in the warm-up this morning, and Courtney Conalog also in a heat ripping a fin out. So yeah, J-Bay can really take its toll on the boards.
Luke, how about the energy from our crowd, from our young wildcard, Luke Thompson? It sounds like in our headsets, every time he hits the lip, we get that almost kind of tennis cheer. The crowd loving him.
Yeah, well, we had the more experienced South Africans in heats earlier, but Luke Thompson just taking it to it. Looks so calm out there, and his timing's been really good, and this is one of the first times I've seen him surf live, and I'm super impressed. A 7.77 and a 7.0, not too shabby for your first WCT heat.
All right, great stuff. Thanks, Luke. Sorry, yes, thanks, Luke Egan. And well done to Luke Thompson at the moment in the driving seat in this one. Jack Robinson has got priority, just over 10 to go. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, can Chloe Andino get back at this heat? Jack Robinson, he'll want to get through and miss out the elimination round 2. More action live from J-Bay real soon.
I kind of like what people talk about it right now, you know, like, oh, the fastest surfer, you know, like the unpredictable guy, you know, I kind of like that, and then that's something that I know that people won't forget for a long time.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, I should probably be like, oh. I want to take this whole new mindset of like being relaxed and trying to surf my best in the jersey. I don't feel like I've done my best surfing in the jersey yet, so really just to simplify it, I'd like to do that.
My dream, my mission is to educate the world. What is going to be our world without cane forests?
Welcome back to live coverage of the Corona Open J-Bay, heat number 3 of the opening round of the men. And pumping conditions here and on the up and up as well. Swell forecast. Well, it's supposed to continue to juice up throughout the day tomorrow as well. Quite significantly bigger than this. We'll see how that plays out. We're very excited about what we've got so far and what's yet to come, Laura.
Yeah, everyone is very, very excited about the forecast, and I think that's just been the rave, the talk of the town since we arrived was we're going to get pumping J-Bay, and this is just the beginning.
Well, smoker of a last heat did go down to Yago Dora, who took it out in fine fettle, and he's with Rosie Hodge.
Yes, he did. Well, Yago, from third to first, that wave was an absolute gift. Talk to us about how perfect the conditions are, but also holding your composure and waiting for that right wave.
Yeah. I went into that heat thinking I was gonna get a lot of those waves like that one, and ended up getting super slow. And I knew they both had sevens, and I knew I could get a 7 if I was on the right wave. And the best wave of the heat came at the perfect time for me, and I just had to surf my best, and I got the score. And I watched Italo's last wave. I didn't really know what he did on the start of the wave, so I was like, maybe I got it, and he got it back, but then he came up short. So yeah, it's just a pleasure to surf waves like these, and against those guys. Italo has one of the best backhands on tour, and Jordi, you don't even need to talk about him out here. He's incredible, and I've been a big fan of his since I was a little kid, so it was an honor to surf with them out there.
So humble, but also coming off that great result in Rio, just finding that competitive fire again. How good is it to be doing your job at this level in just, back-to-back events, just finding that momentum?
Yeah, feels amazing. I feel like I'm in a stage that every day I get a little better now since the injury. Like every day I forget more and more that I have something in my feet, and feels great. I'm happy. I'm improving, and I'm excited about each opportunity I have to surf.
And your dad, Leandro, is also coaching Jack Robinson, who's in the water at the moment. How fun has it been traveling together and getting to do this experience?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing to see Jack doing so good since he started cruising with us, and I guess the good vibes on the team helps him a lot too, and he pushes me so much too. It's a good guy to have around. He'll charge, and you have to go big to keep up with him, so it's amazing.
Good to see you. Well, thank you for your time, Yago. We'll see you in that next round. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Rosie. Great to have Yago back on tour, doing what he does best, going in the excellent range. An electrifying performance at a key moment in a really tough heat. Right now at the water, well, we've lost a bit of time. We haven't really changed much on the scoreboard. That board change for Jack Robinson. He's still sitting there in second. Not a whole long way back, and he's just under his high score, the 7.38 required to go to first. But what a story for Luke Thompson. Massive total, 14.77. He's leading a championship tour heat, first time out. His best result prior to this came in the Challengers, getting a 9th. It's decent. But, I mean, this is the sort of stuff you remember forever, right?
Yeah, for sure. But even looking at Luke, he doesn't have priority, but he's just showing that confidence in his competitive strategy, just sitting right on the inside of Jack to make sure with 4 minutes to go, sorry, 5 minutes 50 to go, that he can try to control this heat and try to maybe force Jack into a wave. He knows he's got more, he's probably surfed J-Bay more than Jack has, so coming down to the wire, he's going to try push Jack into a wave that he knows might not be good, or be right there for the second wave of the set.
The yellow jersey taken to the water, just making sure he steers the ship over those rocks. He gets a nice clean entry in. Felipe Toledo will be coming up in the next heat. He's wearing the yellow jersey. He's leading the tour. He's dominating it as well. Unbelievable numbers from him. And I can't wait to see how he goes against Nat Young. And Jose Faulkner as well, the local. That's coming up in just over 4 minutes' time. Right now, we'll return our attentions to the requirement for Jack Robinson, who's sitting in second place, Laura, and thinking about that final 5 contention. You can clinch it here. There's a bunch of different scenarios, but at the moment, and particularly with the way that he's able to be collecting his mind, he'll just be thinking about his next heat, his next wave, taking it in small steps.
Yeah, that's always the way with Jack. You always try to get, in post-heat interviews, something out of him and how he's feeling, and he just gives you nothing. He's like, nah, I'm just thinking heat by heat, wave by wave, step by step, rock hop by rock hop. He's not, he acts as if he's not thinking about these situations, but he has made it clear that he wants a world title this year. So it's, I love that we hear that from him. I love that he makes that vocal. It's a really cool side of Jack Robinson.
A beautiful Wednesday in South Africa. Competition from the World Surf League returning to Jeffreys Bay. It's been since 2019, last time we were out here. We did see that old goofy foot final. Medina getting Italo Ferreira. Prior to that, 2 events were won by the man just taken to the water right now, Felipe Toledo. And he has been incredible at this wave for a variety of reasons. And we've been watching some of the free surfing he's been doing as well, warming up. It's sort of terrifying how fast he goes. I mean, it's kind of hard to appreciate when you watch it on screen, but when you stand there and you see him going down the line, unbelievable. A lot to look forward to, but still a couple of minutes to go in this. Jack Robinson with the priority, and he's going to need to go a wave, Laura.
He is. Looks like there is some lumps of ocean heading towards the Jeffreys Bay point right now. So let's see if these turn into anything and what Jack Robinson decides to do with priority.
So right now, just keeping his powder dry is Jack, and he will let Luke Thompson just snaffle this one up as he will open up a snap on his first turn and then drive one really hard. So there's the power, and into the barrel. He's pretty deep here. And that one, I just run away from him. But why not? You're in the lead. He saw a little opportunity, didn't have priority, decided to take it. Meanwhile, here goes Jack. A ton of speed from him. He's drilling down the line there. He's got his eye on a section. What's he got? As he goes a hard carving turn down into a tube. And the board control is unbelievable from Jack Robinson. There's the little finger flick on exit. He'll go into a roof ride, and again, inside the tube, driving, and he'll come out clean, point at the panel, and that is how you maintain your calm when you got priority, and that's how you rip Jeffreys Bay apart, Laura.
I could not believe what I just saw. That was impeccable tube riding there by Jack Robinson. And, you know, Luke Thompson going that first wave of the set, probably knowing that there was going to be a second wave that Jack would take, but he really capitalized and just read that wave to perfection. I can't wait to see this replay. I would dare say that he is going to go close to that number or get that number.
So the requirement 7.38 is the number he needs. He's already got a 7.4 early on, a couple of tubes on that. It was so technical though.
So technical. The way he slowed down, I can't wait to see this replay because it looked so almondy. Here we go. He just raced down the line here. Jack Robinson knew what he was looking for. Right here, a carve under the lip there and just pulls in. It's so tight and almondy, and then it just goes wider, and he reads it to perfection there. Comes around, a huge bash off the lip, airdrop, and into this last section. And this was the section he didn't make on his first wave, and he was able to punch through that lip there. Point up to the judges. Hello.
Unbelievable surfing from Jack Robinson. That's why he's #2 in the world. That's the kind of surfing that saw him go back-to-back with wins this season. And really a contender at any venue, any spot on the planet. Jack Robinson is capable of going huge in terms of scores. And we know all about his tube riding and his ability in reef waves. Meanwhile, here goes Luke Thompson, just feeding out the opening section in this. So refusing to roll over as he will take this wave and take it to the wave as he leans into that top turn, kind of carving top turn from him. And very casually just pulls in, threading it, getting the viz, and again, under the lip. And he comes out too. The crowd love it. Luke Thompson, I tell you what, he has put on an absolute show for the crowd down here. Didn't know loads about this guy. Having spent a month down here at J-Bay practicing last year, looks like it paid off.
He just looks like he knows this wave so well. I can't believe what an incredible performance. Luke Thompson's first ever CT. And he pulls out those numbers, and that's that, you know, caliber of surfing. So I can't wait to see what these scores come in as.
Yeah, we're expecting big things for Jack Robinson. Absolute fire on his last wave, and then also a number to come in for Luke Thompson. So Kolohe unable to really get much done in that one. We'll have to go to the elimination round and have a rethink. Jack Robinson will make his way back up. As yet, his fate lies with our panel.
Yeah, this was Luke's last wave. He paddled into this with about 3 seconds to go. It was a bit further down the line on the inside, but a nice gashing turn there to kick this off. Waits for this and carves around, gets a bit stuck on this, but knows what's coming. Tube section. This was a long, well-ridden tube, not too deep, so this part was, you know, well-ridden. So, yeah. Judges.
Cash as you like, gives the wetsuit cuff a little adjustment as the whitewater engulfs him. He emerges successful Let's have a little earwig on Jack.
And you had so much speed going into that thing. Huh? Yeah. Let's jump in.
Good to have Matt Bemrose back on tour.
There you go, Dora reckons it's at least 7.5. I'd say it's a fairly safe bet as well. Let's see exactly where this goes. The judging panel have got full use of a lot of angles. You need them out here. It is a long wave. And let's see as it comes in. It's looking pretty good so far for Jack Robinson. 7.77 goes to the leads. Now the requirement flips back to Luke Thompson. 7.4, Laura, the requirement for the young South African.
Yeah, I think he surfed that well, but I personally just don't think it's going to go there. I mean, what a showing from him, but let's see what the judges think. I just feel like there wasn't enough done, and the tube wasn't probably deep enough on the inside, but...
Luke Thompson surrounded by fans. He probably had a few fans coming into this. I reckon he's got a lot more now, and all smiles from him. However this heat goes, he has put in an incredible performance. His number comes in, falls a bit short. I tell you what, he has put on a really entertaining show in a really tough heat down here. I can't wait to see him surf again in the elimination round, but well done to Jack Robinson. And we talked about his mental state, now calm and composed he is. Clinched that one right at the back of the heat. Well, Jack Robinson making it through. We got the small matter of our world #1, Felipe Toledo, is coming up live from Pumpin' J-Bay right after the break.
Every time I came close to win a world title, you know, something wasn't on the right place. Now it's a clean opportunity for me. It's something that I've been dedicating my whole life and sacrificing a lot of things to put my hands on that trophy and to prove to myself that I can win, to show the kids that, you know, like where I came from, they can do the same thing and they can be a world champion, and of course, for my family.
And a very warm welcome back to live action from Pumpin' J-Bay. It's the Corona Open J-Bay 2022. And we'll see our world #1 in the yellow jersey, Felipe Toledo, taking on Nat Young, the veteran from Santa Cruz. Also, Jose Faulkner from Jeffreys Bay, from just our neighboring town, Pelsrus. And he's here as a wild card, and another great opportunity for him. And Laura, that last heat, loads of entertainment, lots to unpack, and this one, I just can't wait to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, what a battle there in that last heat, and I'm sure this one will be just exciting nonetheless. Super excited to see another wild card in this heat, and you know what they can do. I think it was just so cool seeing Luke Thompson, you know, have Jack Robinson, world #2, with his back up against the wall. So, you know, just showing no signs of nerves. So let's see how Jose can do.
Dominant year from Felipe Toledo. It's made 5 finals in 8 events. Of course, getting the wins at Bells and at Rio in the last event. He's won this event twice in the past. Also got that perfect 10, didn't he? Almost that kind of game-changing wave, really, for that double alley-oop out here. It's got to change the way you think about J-Bays. Traditionally, that kind of power, clean point surfing, and just opened it up to all sorts of stuff. Incredible.
Yeah, Felipe's history here at J-Bay is just incredible. You know, those 2 wins, you know, finals, multiple 10-point rides. We've seen everything from him. We've seen him go to the air to get those 10s. We've seen him do turns to get those 10-point rides and high, excellent scores. He's just got so much variety and got everything in his bag to show the judges and put on one heck of a show.
Already locked in for our final 5 for Trestles. And that really just kind of adds to the expectation of that build-up as well. I mean, who's going to join him? We know he's going to be there. He's adopted home in San Clemente, so always a favourite at that wave. But let's see how he goes here at Jeffreys Bay. And, of course, heading to Tahiti as well. So loads of surfing yet to come, but it's all setting up sweetly. The Rip Curl WSL Final, September 8 to 16. And what a showdown that's going to prove to be. And, of course, with our new format, doesn't matter how big the cushion is that Felipe has coming into that. He's got to do it in the water. Someone else who's doing it in the water is Strider Wasilewski.
Yeah, just seen some amazing waves in this heat already come through, but nobody's on them, and they've been paddled themselves way up the point, so it's unfortunate to, you know, but part of the game, I guess, when they get into the heat and you want to take that priority and you want that first wave of the heat, and you're gonna try and, you know, stay deeper than your opponent the whole time. But we've seen absolute perfection, just grinding down through this inside section. So I've been mind surfing some beautiful waves, but some waves that could have been big scores, unridden.
No sneaky waves for Strider so far, mate?
There might have been a few down the end.
All right, great stuff. Thanks, Strider, from the update from the lineup. Just mentioning everyone pretty deep up the top of the point to get themselves in prime position. What that means, some of those wide ones, they'll go unridden. The anticipation builds for our first wave in this one. We've got some lines of energy coming through. This swell has been pulsing. And we do see the sets, some of them, Laura, almost like kind of twice as big as the in-between ones, which is normally a good sign of a building swell.
And look what we've just seen here. We've seen some strategic... Oh, no, Felipe going to let Nat Young go on this first wave of the heat.
Backhand from Nat Young. We know all about him on the backhand. Such a powerful surfer. And another really composed surfer in the juice. Love to take on powerful lips. He's been patient so far on this, and he tees off with a hammer on the backhand. It put him a little behind, though. And that section will run away. And once again, that is the trade-off. How hard you hit it, particularly backhand, can put you a little behind. But drawing first blood in this heat.
Yeah, I've seen Nat in some free surfs out here, and, you know, he's just so strong, you know, with these backside surfing. He's got that incredible backside slash in his repertoire, and, you know, I think we kind of saw a bit of a jostle there at the start. I was thinking Felipe was maybe going to swing under him and take that wave, but he must have looked down the line and thought, nah, I'll let Nat go.
A 5th at Margaret River for Nat Young. That's been the best he's shown us so far this season. Now this event, his best showing a 9th, so could be one of those backsiders who you do fancy at a wave like this, unable to really convert into finals day thus far in his pretty long and storied career, but a good opportunity here, and always one of those surfers, whenever there's swell in the forecast, whenever it's juiced up, he's going to be one of the contenders.
Yeah, he really is. That's why we've seen some of his biggest results come at places like Bells and Margaret River, and he just always puts up huge scores and is so exciting to watch. Those fans of water just flying through the air for Nat Young, and I think he'll be able to take it. He's just going to have to try find the best waves of the heat, and the waves sort of like a Yago Dora wave that he waited for in his heat, where he can just unload and do a bunch of incredible backside turns and with variety.
So just say Faulkner also out in the water here, the local, 23 years old and known as an incredible aerial surfer. Does a lot. Big one maneuver waves out here where he just hucks it on the backhand. Let's see how he goes out here, but a real contrast in kind of approaches. Obviously Felipe Toledo kind of ticking all the boxes. Nat Young got the power, and then the kind of young upstart has got that X factor. Let's just hope for some waves to come through to our surfers at the moment. They have to be pretty patient, Laura.
Yeah, they do. We've seen some of these lulls throughout the day, and that last hit, it just seemed like there was wave after wave. So fingers crossed the wave gods prevail and we get Just a whole bunch of sets marching on through.
Really interesting to see here, the left of his shot, Nat Young, he's not motoring back to the top of the point serve, exactly what Strider picked up on. There are waves hitting this reef wide of the point and grinding down unridden, and Nat Young, he's in no hurry to get back up there. He's just ridden a wave, not a massive number, 3-3, but could it put him in position for something down the line? That's what he's feeling. So he is sitting a little wider right now, and why not, rather than go up there and being last place priority. He's kind of got a lineup all to himself at the moment, just over 26 to go. And a lot of anticipation still building for a first ride in competition for Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, it's a smart move for Nat just to, you know, third priority, sit far down the line. Look at the space between these surfers here. You know, I would almost say Felipe and Jose are almost still quite far up the point, but I'm sure they're going to work their way down. They don't have priority established between them yet, so I think they're still going to have to, you know, they're going to have to battle and jostle for this next set, but yeah, just having a little chat there.
They're actually having a little chat out in the free surf yesterday, these two up at Boneyards, and having a little chat about things in life in general and the wave, and very relaxed at the moment from Felipe Toledo, as we mentioned, has clinched his spot for the final 5, but this wave is somewhere where he is ever electrifying.
And you can see the support for Jose on the beach there, some signs, everyone just making their way down to the water's edge to cheer him on, and what a moment.
Yeah, really cool stories from our South Africans so far this morning. Of course, Matt McGillivray lit this place up early on. Yeah, really strong performance in our last heat as well from Luke Thompson, but the man who took out that heat with some really, really good tube riding, Jack Robinson, is with Rosie Hodge.
Solid heat, Jack. Nice to get the competitive juices flowing, fighting back and changing the exchange on that last wave.
Yeah, definitely got it going. There was a few little things against me in the heat. I ended up breaking the board, and then it was a bit of a slow heat. But yeah, it was good, ended up working out.
It's hard when you have to do an equipment change out here at J-Bay. The keyhole from end to end takes a bit of time from the heat.
Yeah, especially if I had priority too at that time, and I didn't really want to give up the priority going to the beach, and yeah, you know, getting the score on the one, and then I got back out and just stay cool. Yeah, that was the main thing. Good waves today. So.
Really good waves today, but also chatting to Yago Dora in that last heat, he won. But you know, traveling with Leandro, Yaga, and having a good crew around you, how important is that?
Yeah, it's really cool. We got Leandro, Yago, Maddie Bemrose, my wife, so it's a good crew in the house. Yeah, we're just enjoying it, and it's been pretty full on, a lot of traveling, so it's nice to be here for a few more days, and yeah, just try and enjoy it.
And also the waves on offer at the moment are absolutely pumping. So how does, you know, that's really got to motivate you?
Yeah, it's motivating. You actually got to be careful. You don't get too excited, so you just stay cool one by one, and just get it done. Yeah.
We love that temperament. Well, we'll see you in that next round. Thanks, Jack. Thank you, Jack.
Very measured debrief there from Jack Robinson. Cool, calm and collected, taking it all in his stride, Laura.
Yeah, I was just telling you before, you don't get a lot of him sometimes in these early rounds, and he, you could see him when he ran up the beach and he got that score. He had to, you know, even take himself away from you know, the action and into the competitors' area to just calm down, take some breaths. He doesn't want to get too excited. That's just been Jack Robinson this whole year. You know, he's had some incredible heats where he's got a score with about 5 seconds to go and still come in and try to act so cool and just doesn't want to, you know, he's got work to do still.
We talked about the dominance of Felipe Toledo numerically. Let's take a closer look and admire some of his numbers with the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask. Does have those 12 wins in his career on the CT. And a significant number there, 199 for heats, Laura. So if he wins this one, it's a double century.
Wow, that is amazing. If Felipe wins this heat, 200 heat wins, that is something to celebrate. We'll have to have a little party tonight.
So Toledo has been outstanding on this tour since he joined it some years back. The world title has eluded him thus far. He's definitely been up there in that conversation. He's certainly worthy of a world title, but you've got to get it over the line and get it done. A lot yet to come this season, but just looking at the form he's in, and he's right on the cusp of doing something truly great in his career. Meanwhile, live action, let's stay in the present. Nat Young slicing from wider, sitting down there looking for opportunities. This one's been a little starved of action. It's just the second wave ridden. Around about 14 minutes of this heat. And it'll be another small number for the American Nat Young. But Felipe just having to be calm and patient, sit up there, but looks like we've got some lines approaching.
Yeah, you love to see that, those corduroy lines marching through the lineup. So we'll see if these boys position themselves. They might move down the point a little bit just to make sure they're not too deep, because as Strider was saying earlier, you can get stuck too far out, and sometimes these sets can move in and under. But it looks like Jose is going to have a paddle.
Here he goes, our wild card, having a concerted paddle effort, and that wave just did not want to let him in. Meanwhile, behind him, Toledo will just watch this one. And from down the point, Nat Young, backhand attack from him, nice and spicy on the first turn. Patient at the bottom, and again, vicious, releasing the tail. It's so critical in the pocket, couldn't be any tighter. Goes over the lip with a little drift on the tail, and again, beautiful, clinical precision surfing. The lip line with a little adjust straight into the big dog. And a lot just happened on that wave for Nat Young. Mighty impressive. Meanwhile, live action, ripping down a big jam off the rail. Felipe Toledo, your world #1 in the yellow jersey. Hits it hard off the lip, throwing spray. And just carving again, goes right past a duck diving Nat Young and hits the lip for a finish. And he waited a long time for that wave. Really nicely served.
Yeah, and I just turned around and we actually only saw Felipe's wave from halfway down the point, so I can't wait to see the replay of the whole wave. But an epic exchange from Nat Young and Felipe. We were just saying, you know, Nat Young sitting down the point basically has his own break, and you know, that first set swung wide, but I think seeing Felipe's expression there, an emotion that this was an absolute bomb. Let's see what he did. High line to start, just waiting and winding up for this first big carve. The speed from Felipe, just waiting again and just timing this absolutely huge on-rail, detonating carve to perfection, and again throwing buckets of spray. So smooth, so well timed. Just throwing the tail there for some pizzazz, and around again. Felipe Toledo finishing off here in this foamy hard section, but absolutely loves it.
Just oozing confidence, and the technique, let's admire it close up. You just see him jam so tight in the pocket, rotates that upper body to give that rail so much liberty to carve through the water, and then setting up straight away for the next turn. But Nat Young, this was really precise, Laura.
This was so exciting and so explosive for Nat Young. So tight in the pocket, kicking out the tail there, throwing a huge fan of water, and then does it again up through the lip. That is so hard to do, to get your tail through there. And again, airdrops down. So Nat Young, this was so hard to make, but he pulled it off and just sort of pulls in there to finish it off, but not making that.
A great exchange from these two. Nat Young getting his nose pointing all the way back the other way, which is not easy to do, and keep your momentum as well. Did it several times. Toledo with the calves, finishing off, taking on the lip as well. So we're expecting big points to come through.
Yeah, and such different types of surfing, you know. Nat Young so tight in the pocket, going through, up and over the lip, you know, and airdropping down. That wave was so steep and critical, and, you know, Felipe's wave was just that perfect J-Bay canvas and those long, drawn-out, but so powerful calves that he, you know, we're used to seeing from him. So it would be interesting to see where these scores go.
We're waiting for scores here as we get up to high noon at Jeffreys Bay. The Corona Open J-Bay resumes after a 3-year hiatus, and we are delighted to be back, and back with swell as well. We've also got a really good-looking forecast, particularly for tomorrow. So we have been blessed once again here in beautiful South Africa. Toledo wants his number. Judging panel won't be hurried by that. They're just taking their time. They've got an eye on what's happening out the back. They can see they've got a little gap in proceedings to nail these scores here. Important numbers. Nat Young didn't get the completion on the end, pulled in. But the section was probably running away anyway, so kind of afford to take that risk. Toledo just lit that thing up from the get-go. And after a really patient start, will go up very close to or in the excellent range for his first ride. Big numbers coming in right now. Toledo just waiting for our last judge to lock in. 817 is the average for him. So being really, really patient, locking in a massive number. However, Laura, we have got a score screen where we can get a little peek on Nat Young's number, and it's going to be up there too.
It is. We're just talking about the difference between those two waves and the difference between those two, you know, the two approaches there, and the judges are loving both of them. They're going to come in pretty even, I think.
A massive number to come in for Nat Young. In the meantime, I'll wait for our last judge to lock in. Let's go and hear from Strider Wasilewski.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick hit. This is such a unique venue that as you're paddling back out through the lineup, you can actually watch your replays, see what you did, catch the scores, and like really dissect what your performance was and what you might need to better throughout your entire ride. So it's a really unique venue where you have actually two options to watch the replays. There's two big jumbotrons as you paddle back out and check it all out. It's pretty cool.
Love it, Strider. Thanks, Felipe Toledo. A quick chance to admire his own work, as did we, as did our panel, giving him an 817. And we talked about how different the two approaches were. The scores were absolutely identical, or an 817 for Nat Young.
Yeah, wow. Well, you know, Felipe Toledo, 8.17 for taking off way up the point and, you know, riding his wave way down to, you know, the end section. And Nat Young, his wave was about half the length of Felipe's, but just such critical surfing. And how good's this? Yeah, paddling back out, being able to watch your wave it's pretty cool. I remember at Snapper, it used to be the same. There was a huge, big LED screen, and you'd paddle back out, and I mean, I'd sort of be like, oh yeah, bogged that second turn. Third one didn't look too bad. It was a 5.
Just over 15 to go in this. Nat Young at the moment leading things. He's got a small backup. Felipe Toledo also with that excellent range number of the 817. Jose Faulkner at the moment, it's been pretty quiet out there, waiting for his opportunity. Still sitting at the top of the point here at Super Tubes. Does have priority. Doesn't have any pressure in terms of where he needs to go with this in terms of the context of the season, but a great opportunity to show his skills on the biggest stage of all. We're going to go to a commercial break. More to come from the world #1. He's in excellent form already. We want more of it. Join us right after the break.
Yeah, you want to win the titles and stuff, but, you know, I really look forward to the performances, having some good battles with guys and bouncing off each other. Then you're putting on a show for everybody. And then that leads to the event wins or the titles, whatever it be. Then that comes after that.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, I should probably be like, oh.
I kind of like what people talk about it right now, you know, like, oh, the fastest surfer, you know, like the unpredictable guy, you know, like kind of like that. And then that's something that I know that people won't forget for a long time.
A man who has been absolutely electrifying at this break, a two-time winner going back-to-back, and just really up the ante in terms of what we even thought was possible at this wave. We talked about the speed of the surfer and the wave, and the two make a pretty decent match, Laura.
Look at this, Felipe Toledo going into the air. I remember watching this at home, just losing my mind. Those two alley-oops, that perfect 10-point ride. He is just so calm and composed and just an absolute freak out here.
Absolute fire from Toledo. Winning 2 times at Jeffreys Bay. Semis last time out as well, as he watched his compatriots, the Goofy Foots, Ferreira and Medina, surf that final. But just unbelievable how he uses this Blake canvas to really just express himself and enjoy himself as well. We talk about that entertainment factor, and I really feel like he brings that.
He really does. He's the most entertaining person to watch out here, and you know, he's engraved his name as one of the best surfers here at J-Bay.
Live action. Here goes Jose Faulkner on the backhand, nice and smooth and polished. Not loads of pace to the opening part of this wave, so he just drives through these turns and uses that extra time just to kind of open things up. Really nice recovery from him, rubbery through the knees as he kind of claws his way back up in the white water. And a critical late flick from him. Very light touch. Goes incomplete. Toledo in the tube, driving, traveling. He'll get consumed by that one. 11:45 remaining in this. That was the second wave for Toledo. Looking to get into first place if he goes better than a 3:33. At the moment, Nat Young's got the lead. He's got priority as well. And we've been a little starved of action in this. Let's hope we get a pulse towards the back end of it.
Yeah, 11 minutes to go. This heat is really going to come down to the backup scores at the moment, and so good for Jose to get on the board. He looked, you know, he's waited a long time. Obviously not, you know, I don't think this heat unfolding the way he probably had planned in his head before heading out there, but that's how the you know, competing goes. The ocean can go a bit slow and flat and sleepy, but you know, for Nat Young and Felipe, we're going to see a good battle in the last 10 minutes.
So Toledo's number will be a throwaway, and it will still see him hang on to second place. Very smooth there from Faulkner, a real light touch as well. Doesn't seem to be showing any signs of nerves at all. Just not really had the waves thus far. Still over 10 minutes and 40 seconds remaining though, so plenty of time for him to show us what he can do out here. And he'll feel a little bit better having ridden that wave and get something on the board. Nat Young with that lead at the moment. It is a fragile backup of the 3:33. And he'll know that. And he'll know that he's up against Felipe Toledo. So he'll need to go and put more points on the board as he sees the slightly unwelcoming sight of Felipe bearing down on him in the yellow jersey, clawing his way back out. But hey, Nat's got priority.
Yeah, Felipe Toledo charging out the back. He's a fast paddler too. But yeah, it'll be... Oh yeah, this was Jose's wave. You can hear the crowd just absolutely loving to see the local boy up and riding here in this jersey, and love that second turn, nice and tight in the pocket, carves around, showing variety here, but almost comes off there. Some good core strength to be able to hold on there, and I think he was just like, nope, I've waited too long for this wave, I've got to get going. But loved that kicktail, blowtail there, just not able to hang on there. So,
well, let's go and hear from the wildcard. We caught up with him prior to opening this event.
My name is Jose Faulkner. I'm from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. I just want to say to all the kids in Jeffreys Bay and all over the world, don't let anything come in the way. If that's your dream, if that's what you want to be, go for it. And look at me, my dream just came through. I'm going to be in the JB Open. Felipe, you better watch out, I'm coming.
Oh, absolutely love it. Great stuff from Jose Faulkner out in the water right now, and just relishing this clash up against Felipe Toledo and Nat Young, as we caught vision of the relatively rare sight of Toledo going over the handlebars.
yeah, not a sight we see too often there, but it looked like he went for a big float. We'll see if we can get that replay.
Our drone picks up that regal sweep of swell, bending in, refracting into Jeffreys Bay. Here goes Felipe's last ride, Laura.
Yeah, it was a bit of a smaller wave, but you could just see he just wanted to get down the line. A big float here, and fortunately just falling off the tow rail, just couldn't hang on to that. It was just, his body had too much speed for his board there.
So a little misstep for Toledo on that last wave for him. Probably had the score he needed, only needs a 3. Meanwhile, your heat leader, Nat Young, has been pretty patient waiting for this one. Gets that solid stance set up on the backhand and hammers the lip and just kind of eases down the line here, focused on a section, opens up and hits it pretty hard. And then he'll carve down through a little slopier section. Then it gets tight again, really nice from him. The front foot, back foot, unweighting, really, really technical. Again, beautiful turns from Nat Young, just matching the flow of the wave crucially, and gets it done with that little kind of airdrop as well out then, just to show that it was nice and critical, as if we didn't know already, and a really well-surfed wave.
Yeah, that was a really good, it was a great surfed wave. I think as a backup for Nat, it's gonna come in pretty well, I think, and you could tell he just wanted to finish it. He got halfway through that and was pretty happy with those opening turns, and you know, just the weight distribution that he has when he's surfing, and you could see that wave drawing out. And let's have a look at it here, just really well timed. Coming around, this wave slowed down for him to get a really good, nice first turn in the pocket straight away. And here he just goes high and waits for it again. Another good bash in the pocket, but kind of not connecting the way he probably thought, and back into the pocket to try and kick the tail out here. This is where it gets so exciting because it goes so steep and you see the weight distribution when he's doing these turns. The bottom dropping out of the wave and him just playing with it.
Talked about that contrast between the front side and the backhand surfing. The Goofy's able to really tighten up these turns late, aren't they, in the lip. That's exactly what Nat Young does here. The transition from the bottom turn, where it was pretty late on that bottom turn, kind of did it out the flats and straight knifing into the pocket. So critical, and he extends his lead right now, and he's made the task a little bit more difficult for Toledo. 6.34 the requirement, because they got identical high scores, and that one a 6.33 for Nat Young, who has looked an absolute picture of composure in this heat.
Yeah, he really has. It's a well-served heat for Nat so far. 6 minutes to go. The fact that he moved way down the point without priority and basically got an 8 under priority and, you know, up against Felipe, and then to back it up with that 6.33, I think that was smart. You know, that was a small wave. It wasn't a set wave, but, you know, with 5 minutes to go, he's got the pressure on Felipe, so...
Yeah, also with that experience and that kind of heat craft, that heat management, realizing there are some lulls out here. Maybe it's not going to take 2 excellent scores, and just putting up a good number, getting a 6 as a backup. And he's got a pretty healthy lead. Time will tick away, get down towards 5.5. Love to see some more waves come through for Jose Faulkner. Also Felipe Toledo, as he'll have to be patient up the top of the point and wait for his opportunity. But the entertainment factor right from the get-go this morning. A lot of anticipation, and we build up and look at the forecast. And, you know, sometimes we over-froth a little bit and get a bit too excited, but so fast, so good getting towards lunchtime. What a morning of surfing.
Yeah, it's been such an incredible morning of surfing, and we've seen, like, already today a lot of faces of J-Bay. This morning it was almost a bit smaller and slower, and then had that devil wind, and then cleaned up, went glassy for an hour, and now just the classic offshore breeze that's making this place light up. And I think tomorrow's going to be even bigger, so we're still going to see, I think, tonight those bigger sets push through. So I can't wait to see this. This is my first time here. I've done a lot of watching of this wave over the years, and staying up all night at home to watch J-Bay. And, you know, I love that this is one of my favorite events to tune into, and to be here and see it in the flesh is super special.
No, the world #1 right now. He's in second place in this heat. He's got second priority as well, underneath the local Faulkner. And looking for a 6.34, that is a pretty modest requirement, really. If you look at Felipe's numbers, his averages, things he usually throws away in heats, of course, to get that score, you do need a wave. And we're surfing a point break here. It's not like you can kind of just come to the inside and grub around and find an in-between wave. You do need a legitimate bit of energy to be provided here at Jeffreys Bay. The patience of Toledo, which has been sort of part of his armory, really, in putting together this incredible season so far. He's shown us a bit of everything. We know he's got that electrifying surfing to match the energy, but also just being pretty composed and calm and being patient, not getting rattled. All of that part of a world title run. Loads of surfing yet to come, though, before we get into world titles. Meanwhile, let's look at a decent looking set out the back for the Goofy. Jose Faulkner highlines this one, and then he'll swoop down, opens up those shoulders and rips one off the top. And again, nice and smooth as he puts it up and puts a little energy into that floater maneuver. Nice little head flick at the end as well. And the crowd just loving this show.
Yeah, showing a bit of emotion and frustration there that, you know, that looked like it was going to be one of those long, beautiful J-Bay walls. And unfortunately, getting the 2 turns in, and you can tell he's not too happy with that, but still keeping it exciting for the locals. And I think everyone on the beach is just proud of Jose no matter what.
Well, looking to try and unlock the combo right now, but what that ride also means is Toledo now with priority. So our yellow jersey, world #1 at the top of the point with priority, looking for a 6.34. We saw last minute heroics from the likes of Jack Robinson in the previous heat. What's Toledo going to provide us with in this one? Let's hope for more sets to come through. But he is lurking and dangerous. I tell you what, you don't want to rattle his cage too much and put him on the back foot. He's always dangerous.
Well, you could see Nat Young there. It just looked like he sort of surrendered to, you know, this 2 minutes to go. He seems like he's just going to wait and sit down the point. He's not trying to chase Felipe up there or put too much pressure on him. They've got a lot of distance between them, and I think Nat's just decided to do that. You know, if he gets up there, I'm kind of surprised. Maybe he doesn't want to sit next to him in case there is 2 waves in a set, but he's just going to play it this way and keep some space there. So we'll see if this pays off for Nat.
Well, at our premium world-class waves on the Championship Tour, your reef breaks, your classic points like this, 2 minutes, can just go by in the blink of an eye as we wait for sets to wrap in and stand up on this famous reef and rattle down this point here. 1:45 for Felipe Toledo if he's to avoid having to surf in the elimination round. Already clinched his spot for the Rip Curl WSL Finals coming up in September, but would love to extend his relationship with this wave, his winning relationship, already taken it out 2 times. Just asking for a little time situation, just under 90 to go in this one.
I mean, for Nat to get through this and get straight into that round of 16, it's a good result for Nat. He's had a couple of 17ths this year and just obviously would want to go further and get the best result he's ever had here at J-Bay. So, yeah, this minute is going to go very long for Nat and very quick for Felipe.
Yeah, so far in this heat, Nat Young not really done anything wrong at all. He's managed to put himself on decent waves. His positioning's been good. He's capitalized. Here goes Faulkner. He'll just look to bring this one in as he cruises through and inside. Not really been the heat he was hoping for. In the free surf, he was catching about 3 or 4 waves a minute. And out here, he's only really, this is his 4th wave in 35. So he'll just bring this one in and look to reprocess, come back for the elimination round. Try and fire up this crowd who have really enjoyed seeing their South African surfers put on a show throughout the morning here. Final 30 seconds. Toledo might just try and go something and force the issue. Nat Young, statuesque, as he just awaits his fate to unfold. So here goes Toledo, a smaller wave. Look for that 634. This looks like just a wave to the keyhole for him.
Yep.
He'll just bring this one in. So Felipe Toledo, he will be surfing in the elimination round.
We're going to have to wait for that 200 heat win party, unfortunately for Felipe.
He does very well just to steer himself away from the rocks and bring this one in. So well done to Nat Young, who surfed a really solid heat out there, deserving of that win. Some smart positioning, some really sharp surfing, and well done to the veteran Nat Young. We can get a quick commercial break. We come back with more live action. We've got Ethan Ewing, Baron Mamiya, Jackson Baker. We're also going to bring in Ron Dog, Blakey and Luke Ian into the studio. Join us for more live from J-Bay right after this.
The Corona Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona, this is living. Oakley, the official eyewear of the World Surf League. Hydro Flask, every adventure starts with 2 simple words. Let's go. And Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League. Welcome back to the show. Heat 5, the opening round here at the Corona Open J-Bay, getting underway now with some set waves rolling our way at the moment. Ronnie Blakey with Luke Egan, and we have a great lineup for you. Ethan Ewing up against Baron Mamiya and Jackson Baker. Should be a fantastic showdown. All these surfers with some big moments this season, all strong on the forehand, and we're expecting a fantastic showdown. A pleasure for me to be able to sit with someone who's had a victory here, 91. You won the Country Feeling Dream Sequence, Luke, and you even won yourself a block of land here at Jeffreys Bay. Have you still got it?
I don't. I don't have it anymore, but I had it up to about 18 months ago, and I was up the end of the point, but I decided to part ways with it. But I've had it for a very long time, and it's one of the best rewards from surfing I ever had. But yeah, it was awesome.
Oh, that is magic, mate. And you've had a lot of history with this location, competing here in your amazing 22-year career on the World Tour, and also coaching surfers to victory here. You were working with Joel Parkinson when he won through here at Jeffreys Bay, helped him get to that world title that he so desperately sought out. But great to be able to lean into your knowledge and experience at this location, mate.
I'm definitely looking forward to it. Ethan Ewing has been one of the stars of the free surfing before the contest started. So I'm happy to be sitting here next to you, Ron, watching this one.
Already we can see a solid number next to Ethan's name. As we see Barron Mamiya, who was victorious as a wild card at Sunset Beach, ended up making the cut with some other great appearances at the Championship Tour level. Missed the last event over in Rio due to injury, but he is looking really switched on here. This guy is super impressive, unbelievably explosive, and considering we only see him on the CT full-time campaigning this year, you know, he just looks right at home.
He does, and there's been a lot of learning to be done. And, you know, after winning at Sunset, he had to learn very quickly, and that's what he's been doing. And we've seen some great performances by him.
Yeah, even at Bells Beach in losing heats, you know, he had big numbers. I just love how explosive he is, Luke, on the forehand, but his rail turns are super clean too.
They are, and his tube riding is incredible. You know, all the things that you need to be successful at J-Bay, he has under his belt, so it's going to be good to watch.
I'm looking forward to seeing that opening ride for Ethan Ewing, but we're waiting for the numbers to come through for Barron as well. Jackson Baker's going to be out there with priority, but here is the 7.67 for the Queenslander.
This man is custom built for Jeffreys Bay. Style, flow, power, putting it together his best year so far. Look at this car, beautiful, right around, keeping the arc tight at the top of the wave. Another layback snap, comes around, perfect timing out of the lip one more time. Ethan Ewing, and he's so smooth, picking the best parts of the wave, slows it down a little bit just to make sure he gets the finish with a beautiful lip glide onto the bricks.
Yeah, just unbelievable style, and Barron Mamiya had a 5.67 for this one.
Barron coming round, beautiful carve out of the top. Timing was perfect. Another little check fade to get himself behind the peak. Off the lip one more time. Staying super tight, super powerful. Leaning on the tail of that board, throwing huge spray. Coming around. You see the difference when guys just first get here. Barron doing some great moves, but it's I heard you talk earlier, Ronnie, about the transitional turns that the experienced guys that have had many years here surfing, but this carve here, slicing the top of the lip out there, bringing the shoulders round and pushing forward, so he's got plenty of speed to go into the bottom turn.
Well, since that win at Sunset Beach, stop 2 on the Championship Tour, Barron has been kind of dropping down the ladder, and obviously missing Brazil due to injury really did hurt him. But he's got a big opportunity in these final 2 contests of the season to really make that big climb. I think much like Jack Robinson going into that final event of the regular season, he has got to be one of the favourites. He's got great experience at Chopu, and yeah, has already established himself as one of the greatest barrel riders in the world.
Absolutely. Chopu's going to sit under the peak. Some of his tube riding I've seen at the pipeline has just been as good as anybody, and Chopu's very similar.
It's going to be awesome to see, but it's been really impressive just what he's done on the open face at some of these long-running right-handers this year too, Barron, and I think he's got a big future. It's not too often you see a wild card capitalise on that opportunity with the jersey on at the CT level, get those reps and solidify a place on the CT.
We see a lot of guys with a lot of talent around the world that are like, wow, if you get to the CT, you could stay there. And Barron's one of them. Just some of the surfing that we see him do in Hawaii, and then you know, buckled down and really worked on every aspect of his surfing and managed to get the win at Sunset and got him onto the CT, and he looks very comfortable.
He does. He's out in front here at the moment. Yet to see Jackson Baker take off. This is a guy that took a completely different route, battled away on the qualifying series, got himself through those challenges last year. But I think Jackson Baker's maybe having more fun on the CT than just about any other competitor. Every wave he rides finishes with a big smile on his face. So I know he'll be super excited to tap into one of these high-quality set waves. Most of the surfers are riding the best wave they've had in competition now. There hasn't been waves like this in the lead up to this opening day of competition. So, you know, it's a great experience for them. They're riding one of the great waves on the schedule, one of the greatest waves on Earth. And yeah, it could happen for him in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, we've been dancing along the rocks for the last 4 days. The swell's been pretty small, so really hard to open up. So, yeah, so as you said, Ron, some of these guys may be going to a different board, a more high-performance board than what they've been riding the last couple of days in the free surfs. And just getting that timing right, it's going to take you a few waves because you haven't really had, when it's right on the rocks, you're racing and you can't really open up and carve all the way back to the power source of the wave. But Jackson Baker has a pretty good top turn on him, and we've seen it all year. And he's always just been doing enough to stay with everybody. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing his first wave out here with some juice.
Got away from the CT and surfed in the last regional qualifying series event at home at Merriweather and broke through for his first real big major win. He has won some minor QS events before, but that was a big one, a 5,000, but the first Novocastrian to win at Surfest. And it just sort of seemed to flick a switch in his head, and he's been doing some of his better surfing in competition since.
I feel like last year's Challenger series was the first time that he managed to learn something each event and take it on board and use it in the next. And since then, it's gone all the way to the event you said in Newcastle, to where he's realised what he's learnt and got there and was be able to keep his composure and just worry about what he needs to do in the water till he got the victory at Merriweather in front of his home crowd, which is would be one of the most special feelings he'll ever have in his career.
Yeah, it was a regional QS event, but it attracted a CT field. Julian Wilson surfed in the contest. Ryan Callanan featured in the final. Nathan Hedge, who had a lot of CT experience, had a second place finish there. So, you know, it wasn't an easy field to overcome. So a big confidence builder for this CT rookie, and we'll see how he fares against two heavy hitters in this one.
Well, we all love surfing Merriweather, Ron. So, you know, that's why all the big names go for that contest. But Jackson Baker sitting there patiently now with priority, still waiting for his opening wave on the pink board. Can't wait to see it flashing down the line here at Jeffreys Bay.
Such a special wave when you think about the schedule this year, Luke. Really, this is the big opportunity for that big extended wall on a right-hander. There was the potential for it at G-Land. I don't think the conditions really worked in our favour, so we never really saw people able to flex that repertoire at length. But here we're going to see it. The composition of an excellent score here is great to watch.
It is. It's fantastic, and been coming here for many years, and I just still, you know, the beginning of days like this with great swell and great surfers, it's just so exciting as we see Nat Young walking up the beach. What a performance, taking out the leader of the ratings at the moment with some absolute on-edge, committed backhand surfing.
He's an animal, Nat Young. He's just got that incredible backhand. We saw Italo earlier on, that ability to set the fins free and commit to turns in transition without losing speed. It's a massive ace in the back pocket for Nat.
And, you know, coming off the bottom here is a little replay of Nat. Look at that form in the bottom turn, but vertical up. But this is the part that I like about Nat, the tail coming loose, and see the board coming loose there, but this is the part that he's always got faith that he's going to make it. He lets the board drop down, lets the board get its own composure on its own and get ready for another turn, and one little pump there and back into one look at that lip line, just incredible. And that was one of the best performances I've pretty much ever seen, I think, from a backsider out here at Jeffreys Bay in that last heat.
And you've seen a lot.
I've seen a few.
Obviously, Occy kind of set the pace early on for great backhand surfing out here. We had to wait a long time to see a goofy-footed winner after that. And it was awesome to see Gabriel Medina and Italo battle it out for the win here last time we were battling at Jeffreys Bay. But, you know, I just think if you can get the line right, you know, it can be a great point of difference on the backhand.
It can, if you can get that bottom turn where you can drive around from any part of the wave and make sure that you land up right up in the light water in that vertical part of the lip. Mark Occhilupo surfing in 1984 actually changed my life because it was just, even for myself, it was like, oh my God, I want to do that. I'm going to do that. How do I do that? So many sleepless nights as a kid after watching Occy out here in 84, just going, oh, I have to do that. I want to surf like that.
I touched on it, the coaching, and you've worked with a lot of surfers, and you're working with a surfer on the women's side this year. But when you're going to a venue and you're trying to teach someone that line, obviously you're reviewing footage. Who do you pull vision up of when you're looking at backhand surfers and forehand surfers?
Yeah, Occy's one of them for sure. Gabriel Medina of the current Goofy Foots, and this guy right here, you pull him up anywhere and show someone how to surf on your forehand.
Well, this is his second crack at an event here, the Corona Open J-Bay. In his first season in 2017, he had a 25th, but this is a completely different surfer and competitor now. This guy's running on pure confidence at the moment, and obviously has always had that impeccable technique, that great flow, and remarkable variation for really a rail surfer. He's super explosive, and he can pick his moments to release that tail or keep that rail engaged.
Ethan Ewing's been doing this brand of surfing for a very long time. But just like Jack Robinson, the mind's there, the belief's there, the calmness is there, the clutch moments, he's ready to perform. He's just gotten to that point within his life. He's ready to win some heats. And, you know, when you pull up a perfect surfer, you pull up Ethan Ewing. Look at this bottom turn out of the top, perfect. Comes around, you know, the maneuvers he's doing right here, how do you critique this kind of surfing? It's just beautiful to watch. You just get memorized of what he's doing, and it's just fantastic.
Yeah, he just has that really easy on the eye approach, and there is a really close look at just how laid over he gets that board on the bottom turn. And I love slowing Ethan surfing down. You see how on edge he is.
Yeah, just bringing the shoulders right around, puts him back in the perfect spot of the wave to come up and get some variation there and gets the tail above the lip. But he always comes out of every turn. There's variety there, but he comes out of every turn with a ton of speed. He even lip glides over the top of an already broken wave there, but comes around with ease and gets another green face carve. We could watch this all day.
Yeah, well, we get to watch it for another 20 minutes. 6.67 on this one for Ethan Ewing. Out in front now, Barron's after an 8.67. Yet to see Jackson Baker tap into a set wave out there. He's with priority. We'll see what he can do in just a moment. But right now, let's hear from Nat Young. Big heat win in the opening round, Pete.
Yeah, it was a huge heat win. We've got to throw him in the hot tub just to cool off and thaw some of that ice in your veins. I mean, you went out there, very tough heat. There wasn't a lot of waves on offer out there. How'd you make it happen?
I kind of had a feeling that could be a possibility out there for sure. There's been some slow heats, and then there's been some pumping heats. So I definitely wanted to, you know, take advantage of the opportunities I had, because you might not get a whole lot. But man, when you're on a wave out there, it's pretty special. So the first wave I got, I misread the wave, and I came up from after falling, and I just watched the thing peeling off, and then I got one behind it that I was able to like get on the right speed and kind of backhand, you know, get in the pocket and do a few turns. So that was probably the best I've ever surfed the waves out there. So it's pretty special, and I'm looking forward to the next couple of days.
You've been having a bit of a battle with Felipe. He's been, you guys have what, 5 in a row now? You had to surf against each other in this one. What was the difference in this heat?
5 comps straight, yeah, ever since Margaret's, every comp since then. It's definitely probably the last person I want to get in my heats, but it's just the way it's been happening. A certain amount of people pull out every event and put me in that perfect spot to draw him. So, but I mean, shoot, you're gonna have to beat him at some point. So it is what it is, and I'm stoked to get that one.
Congratulations on the heat win, Nat. Great job.
Thank you, Pete. Nat Young, you'd have to call it an upset, taking down the form surfer on the championship tour at the moment as Jackson Baker gets his campaign started here at the Corona Open J-Bay. He waited a long time for this wave, used his priority. He's picked off a nice runner, and he's going to have to duck through the end of this one. But Ethan Ewing setting the pace in the opening stages. Baramamia, 5.67, his best number so far, needs a big score, 8.67. Jackson, he'll break that combination with his opening ride, but he'll have a lot of work to do too, you'd think.
Because of the speed of this wave, the bottom turn becomes so important. Saw Jackson Baker there on a couple of manoeuvres, just mistimed the bottom turn, and it just really makes it hard out of the lip. That was a good turn there. He comes around this one. This was quite nice as well, really leaning over, coming up and getting a nice one there. The fins skip out a little bit. Just, you know, with what Ethan Ewing there, that's the one that he missed. That should have been a big turn. And coming around and a little bit too repetitious and not getting a finish. And as we said earlier, it's Jackson's probably first big open face wave that he's had out here since he's been here. So just finding his feet.
Just trying to tap into the feel of the place at this size with that clean wall to work with. It was smooth, but it felt like it was just lacking some commitment to some of those bigger turns. It's come through at a 5.93, so he does break that combination. But as we thought, he's going to have some work to do if he wants to get the lead here. 8.41 is the requirement for Jackson at the moment. Just over 15 and a half minutes to go here. And it looks like we've got some more set waves rolling our way. And Baramamia is going to pounce on it. And he just gets so low. Love the way this guy opens up. He had some unbelievable rides in the final at Sunset with similar turns to that. Big full rail carves, but then the ability to fully lay into each carve and really throw a lot of water. All those turns accentuated by that offshore wind at the moment, as Barham just really sets the fins free on that final manoeuvre. Great release in the tail, but he did need a big score, 8.67. What are your thoughts, Luke?
Yeah, I feel like Barron, every time he puts the rail in the water, he's improving out here, getting his eye in, working on his timing, and that wave was a perfect example. Probably some of the best turns we've seen him do so far in the contest. Just some huge laid over turns, using a lot of power. Just still an apprentice for the flow of this wave, but yeah, he's looking good, but he's got a lot of work to do to get up there with Ethan Ewing.
It'll be a massive win for Baramamia if he was able to claim 2 championship tour victories this season. Andy Irons, the last Hawaiian to win here, that was back in 2004. But there has been some amazing performances from Hawaiian surfers over the years. Baramamia, it looks like he's warming.
It does. And I just think it's that transition bottom turn in between his turns. If he can work on that a little bit more, he's going to be right there with the best out here this week, and could be another great performance.
The messaging from the panel has, you know, really focused on that flow in the criteria, and I feel like at some venues you can probably get away with the double pump bottom turns and some action between your manoeuvres, but here really just holding that rail from one turn into the next is going to be reflected in your scores.
When you make the WCT and you paddle out at Jeffreys Bay, you're so exposed. It'll expose any flaws in your surfing just because it's such a down the line wave with a perfect lip, but your transition turns have to be right on the money every time because of the speed of the wave, not necessarily steep all the time. So you've got to come out of the top perfect, out of the bottom perfect, and link it all the way from the top to the bottom to make it look good. As soon as you kind of get a little piece wrong, it might be 2 turns before you're actually going to get it right again, and that really reflects in the score, and the judges really see, you know, that their scores really come out with that.
Yeah, you can save numbers by throwing something truly out of this world, something very high risk. But for the most part, at this venue, even compared to any other stop on the championship tour, if you trip up at any point, you almost, everyone sort of makes that noise. They make that little sigh. Oh, you kind of butchered that section.
Yeah, you butchered that button. But it's like all the winners, all the past winners of this contest too, they have a turn that gets them to the good turn. Like they had that beautiful, like Jordy Smith has that amazing floater. Felipe Toledo has that huge lip glide where he projects himself out on the flat, then bottom turns. Gabriel Medina and Italo have a backhand floater and sometimes tail drop, and that's the turn that gets him to the next turn, and it is a scoring turn. So you've got to get that down to become one of the best out here.
It's the link in the chain, and yeah, it's a strong one for those competitors. Just under 12 minutes remaining here. Ethan Ewing out in front at this point in time, but Baron Mamiya and Jackson Baker still have time to turn it around.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Get the perfect gift for the surfer in your life. Go to WSLStore.com to get your official 2022 Championship Tour merchandise.
Welcome back to the show. What a beautiful image, Luke. It shows you the entire point here, boneyards, magnitudes, also up to kitchen windows, which is a big indicator for what unfolds down the line here at Super Tubes.
Yeah, as far as you can see up there, if you've got good enough eyesight, you see a set coming up there, you know one's coming down here at Supers, and such a special town with fantastic people and fantastic waves.
Yeah, one of my favourite views. It's a great scope on just how much wall these competitors have to work with and why variation is such a crucial thing to have when you turn up to Jeffreys Bay to compete at the Championship Tour level. You're not going to get it done with just a single turn. You're going to need the full repertoire.
Absolutely. So we see a few sets coming through, and it should get bigger through the afternoon, which is quite exciting.
Here we go, Ethan Ewing. So taking this moment, and a great shot there that shows just how steep and stretched out this wall is. Looking to improve on a 6.67. Some nice arcs. Wow, great transition off the bottom. Really finding some acceleration off the rail as he looks to set up the pit on the inside. Beautiful kick stall, plenty of style. This one holding open, and he goes for the second section, but just got a little greedy there. And a solid score goes begging, but that was a wave that had some moments of absolute brilliance on it, Luke. Really classy rail surfing.
Ethan Ewing, and here we go on the outside.
Baron Mamiya now with an opportunity to potentially capitalise on a mistake from Ewing there as he looks to set up the pit potentially. This one's stretching out though, and he gets stuck behind for a moment, but there's still some more wall down the line. He's going to stay with it, trusting that this wave is going to provide. And he tucks up under it. He should come through this one. Somehow he's going to get knocked off. This wave, you know, you've got to be really paying attention to the width of the barrel because it'll clamp up on you.
Yeah, it's really hard to get in deep into this tube. It's not super hollow all the time, and you want to come back from very deep into the hollow part of the wave, and pulling up with no speed, pretty hard to drive. Ethan Ewing should have come out the doggy door then and not gone for the second drive, and would have been a massive score. I think a lot of work, good work was done. I'm feeling like the 667 could disappear in the top two still.
Yeah, it's there was one bottom turn in there, man. When he applies that pressure to that back foot and transition and is all coiled up, the speed he can generate midway through that bottom turn is pretty remarkable.
And not quite at the red line yet, but he did put some more RPM into this wave. He comes flying off the bottom, carving out of the top. That was absolutely perfect. Another carve out, just setting himself up again for a bottom turn. Puts so much pressure on the back of the board and just check fades here, comes out, drives just here. He should have doggy-doored it, and he went for one more section, and you saw the lip hit his board. But here we go. You watch this bottom turn to top turn. You know, kids out there, this is what you need to do if you want to be on the world tour.
Seeing this wave from the start again, I think you're spot on. You know, potentially the work that he did on this outside section could see this wave become his highest.
It could, even though he didn't come out of that barrel on the inside. Just put some extra effort into it and pushed a little harder than his previous waves. That bottom turn there, just driving perfectly. And how's this extra push that he decides to put in the tail there and pushes himself in the foam? And I love the check fade. He sees it there and goes, yep, I'm going to slow down a little bit more. Pulls up perfectly under the lip there, and this section was nice and hollow. Just here, he should have come straight. He shouldn't have done this drive on the toe edge for another barrel.
It's the rare one through that impossible section, isn't it? That gives you that exit a second time. But it's so hard. Who doesn't want to lock in for a bit more vision?
Oh, tube time. There's nothing better.
We'll get the numbers from that last ride in just a moment, but right now let's see where Pete Mel's at.
Ronnie, tube riding is by far the best thing in surfing, and we all know that. So again, it's just about the vision. You want to get barreled. I'm down here at the Oakley activation here on Pepper Street. Pepper Street leads right to Super Tubes. This is the street here in J-Bay. Of course, the Oakley activation, they are our official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour. They're on site selling some glasses. I got my Flax 2.0s here. Also, the Sub-Zero, which is just now coming out. This is their newest shade, and they're on sale here on site. If not, you want to get them anywhere else in the world, go to Oakley.com. You can get prescriptions. You can get it all.
Bring it on, Pete. Be checking that out for sure. But Barron Mamiya, he absolutely lit it up. But Pete, your thoughts on
there? Go ahead there, Ronnie.
I was just going to say, your thoughts on this exchange, and what are you wearing at the moment?
I'm wearing the Flax 2.0s. They are prescription, which is very fortunate because I wear glasses all the time, and now I can wear sunglasses and actually see. It's amazing.
Well, you're missing the action at the moment, Pete. You better get back over to Super. Oh, you got the screen?
I got the screen. It's all good.
You see that last wave from Barron?
I did. And I heard Giggs going nuts, so sorry to take you away from the action. Bring it on back there. Show some replays.
Oh, we had the action on screen, mate. And let's have a look at the replay. Luke Egan, take us through this one.
Realises he needs something special. Big hit out of the lip, little air drop. Comes around, snaps it out of the lip because the wave's so fast. But this turn here, unbelievable, just coming around, not being able to do another turn, but realizing he's got to come up with something super special to get in front of Ethan Ewing. And where are the judges going to go with this? Hits the lip just a little late, but still projects through the air and lands. Nose picks it, manages to keep the tail out and spin around really fast, and that was incredible.
Yeah, super boxy recovery stance there, but he threw everything at it. What I loved about that turn was just how big a bottom turn and how deep a bottom turn he drew into that maneuver. You know, typically with the airs, it's for some of the competitors at different venues, the bottom turn will get a little bit shallower so they can find that height, but that was an explosive aerial maneuver.
It was incredible. Barron just as I said earlier, and he's still doing it, every time he gets on the rail, he's improving out here, and it's a pretty good score.
6.3, but it isn't enough to get him into the lead. Got a note too, Ethan Ewing on his last ride, 6.37, so it really hurt him not getting out of that tube. That was an opportunity to potentially push a couple of points ahead with the requirements. He might have even put it out of reach of his rivals with an exit on that tube.
Absolutely, and pretty interesting there. I really like Ethan pushing harder like that and just putting a little bit more grunt into it. But sometimes the judges think it's nearly a miss hit or a miss turn if you do push a little harder. So something there for Ethan to reflect on going forward.
Yeah, just is surfing so brilliantly at the moment. And that was, I think, probably just the exit shy of going into the excellent range as we get down to the 2.5 minute mark. And Ethan Ewing still hanging on to that #1 position. Jackson Baker's been quiet in this heat.
He has only one wave. I feel like the strategy for Jackson Baker should have been ride a lot of waves because he hadn't really had some open face in the warm-up. So he's been sitting there pretty patient with priority once again, and needing the best score of the heat to take the lead.
Yeah, I think it's a bonus, though, for Barramamia and Jackson Baker that they still have an opportunity based on the form that Ethan's showing. Because if Ethan had fully put it together in this heat, I think there's a fair chance that they'd be comboed at the moment, just on the form that he's bringing to this opening round.
Yeah, there's two incomplete last manoeuvres there for Ethan Ewing, and I'm sure they'd be up there with his 7.67 or even more. But Ethan really sending a signal of what he wants to do this week in Jeffreys Bay.
1 minute 40 seconds to go. We've still got so much to look forward to in this opening round of competition. Coming up next, another big clash. Kanoa Igarashi, Kai Obelli, Seth Moniz making his competitive return. And then to round it out, Callum Robson, Samuel Pupo, Jake Marshall, heat 7. And then we're going to see Kelly Slater make his return to the CT. Up against Connor O'Leary and Miguel Pupo in the last heat of the opening round. Then it's into the elimination round for the women with some really big names and huge clashes established there.
I was pretty good when I was pretty happy when I saw the commentary schedule that I was going to be doing Ethan Ewing's heat and then Kanoa Igarashi's heat, because the other heat that I really took note of was heat 1, Griffin Colapinto, because those 3 guys to me are the guys looking to take up those last 2 spots in the final 5 as we see Barron up on another one.
Yeah, Barramamia taking an insider. He needs an 8.04. I mean, it's a smaller wave, but chasing that kind of score, you know he's got to put it on the line. He does just that. This time, though, unsuccessful in finishing that move off. 30 seconds remaining here. Will Jackson Baker get another opportunity and a chance to turn this one in the final stages?
No.
Doesn't look like a whole lot of set wave action rolling our way at the moment.
No, unfortunately, I don't think Jackson's going to get another chance. He's just been waiting too long. There's been some good waves there too. He just got a little bit too selective in this heat.
This one winding down. Ethan Ewing, the current world #5, getting an important heat win. For all those competitors trying to defend their position at the top end of the ratings, this is crucial. And obviously Ethan with a big goal to elevate his position. I think this is, he's really his best chance at potentially breaking through for his first CT win. When you think about the events on the schedule, it's an impressive heat score total, and one he'll be able to build on as he rolls through this contest. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with heat 6 in just a moment.
World title is something that I think about every day. I wake up and it's the first thing I think of, and when I go to bed, it's the last thing I think about. You know, my whole thing is like having that like samurai mentality of like, I don't care what the people think of me. And as long as I know I'm doing the work and I put my results out there, that should like speak in itself. And if it's enough, it'll get me to a world title. And if it's not, if I'm not winning a world title, then I have to work harder.
Kanoa Igarashi super focused on that Final 5. He missed it last year, the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And having spent so much time down there at Trestles, you'd like his chances if he can crack that Final 5, but he's got work to do. He comes up against Caio Abelli and Seth Moniz, and this will be a fantastic clash. And Luke, Kanoa's just a guy that's just got that incredible precision. It took him a while to sort of figure this wave out, but once he did, he started dropping big numbers. He's semi-finaled here in the past. But it's going to be Seth getting things started in the opening stages. Great to see him back, and really unfortunate. He had some serious momentum this year, but a knee injury, free surfing before the event in G-Land has kept him out of the last 3 contests.
Yeah, good to see him back, and he's been surfing good in the free surfing lead up to this heat. So he's back to 100%, so it's going to be great to watch.
But your thoughts on Kanoa Igarashi?
Kanoa, awesome. Just so determined, and as you said, it was about maybe 3 events ago here that he just kind of clicked and worked out the rhythm he needed and what he needed to do to get big scores out here at Jeffreys Bay. And I think that this was probably a turning point event for him in about 2018 to realise what kind of surfing he had to do to be at the top of the sport.
Yeah, he's super focused on that goal of becoming a world champion. You know, it's really interesting to me, but I just watched the movie King Richard on the flight over here, and I kept thinking about Kanoa Igarashi because obviously, you know, there was that plan that was written for Venus and Serena Williams. And, you know, in some ways, Kanoa's story is similar. His parents wanted him to be a professional surfer. They made that move to Huntington. And you know, it's going to plan at the moment.
100% it is, and it's amazing too. They wanted him to be a pro surfer, and once he had control of his own destiny, he became a professional surfer.
He ran with it, and Seth Moniz up now. What a great start to this ride. Big turn there, gets a little wobbly, but hangs onto it. The wave doing its best to knock him off, but he's super determined to finish this one off after a great opening maneuver. He'll be hurt by that recovery, but he's making up for it at the moment. Tucks into a deep barrel. He won't punch through this one. But just over 30 minutes to go. Real positive signs on that opening maneuver, but he'll have to clean things up to get those big scores.
Yeah, Seth there just choosing some wrong maneuvers at the wrong time. Just the flow got a bit mixed up through the middle, but massive signs of what he could put together. And by catching that first wave was probably the strategy, because he pulled himself down the point then away from the other 2 and got that wave more in front of the judges stand. And at the beginning of these heats, when there's no priority, the surfers can get stuck way up the point and some waves can go unridden down the point. So Seth pretty smart there by catching a small wave, running down the point and getting that wave, but unfortunately just a little bit of rhythm lacking, as we see. Flying down the line here, comes around. I like this turn, beautiful out of the top. Comes around just here, just gets caught on his toes a little bit, which, as we spoke earlier, then missed a section. That was a beautiful turn out of the lip, and then gets up there for one more big carve. But that kind of put him in the spot where he couldn't get a lip glide or something to finish that wave off. So that's going to reflect in the score.
Got to pick him carefully. Yeah, just a 3.83. Seems pretty harsh.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? It's a 3.83 for a couple of massive carves, but the judge is just deeming that he missed a section there, and he was on the toes there and came off that lip glide a bit unstable.
We touched on that last heat. This venue, more than any other, you lose that flow. you'll be punished for it. And even though he made up for it with some decent turns on the inside, only a 3.83, definitely not a number he's going to want to be hanging on to. But we mentioned it. Sometimes someone takes a wave and you're like, oh, there's evidence that this guy's switched on here. And I think I saw it in that opening manoeuvre.
Yeah, Seth's very smart too. He's gonna learn from some of the timing mistakes on that wave there, and I'm sure we're going to see some bigger scores.
Part of one of, I think, the great events and epic finals that we've seen ever on the championship tour at the start of this season, battling Kelly Slater at the Billabong Pipe Pro. It was awesome to watch and a big moment for the family.
Oh, so insane. Seth's been having a go at this for a while now and just seemed to break through at home, at his favourite spot, in front of the family. You know, big surfing family, the Moniz family, and it was just a special moment.
It sure was. And his ratings have been impressive since he came on. You know, the last couple of years, 20th in 2021, got to 12th place in 2019. Last year was a shortened year, so it was a little tricky. And I think Seth really could have elevated his position if that final event in Tahiti went and got underway. But he's in a good position at the moment. You think about the throwaways that he's going to be hanging on to, obviously, with those injuries. He can really make a big charge in these final two events.
Yeah, I feel like Seth, it's all there. He's just he's got all the assets to be a top 5 surfer. He's just got to learn when to use them at the right time. And it takes a while. You know, some people get it really quickly. Some people that take a while. Some people don't get it at all. But I feel confident that Seth's just still working it out a little bit, but all the assets are there to be a fantastic, you know, going for world titles at some point.
24 years of age. And he is leading this heat, but not by a very large margin. Ethan Ewing, strong performance. Despite the fact there was some mistakes in there, he still scored well for what he got done out there.
He did. Just a couple of completions on the last turn that he needs to tidy up. And he looked very, very good just already today. One of my favourite surfers to watch.
Yeah, he'd be an interesting one. I feel like Ethan, you know, obviously getting a couple of semi-finals this year, and you know, really at Bells Beach, he was looking like an event winner. That was one of the saddest heats that I've watched this year. Seeing someone in such great form surf such a quiet heat, he got no opportunity. And I think he had a really good chance at potentially overcoming Toledo in that event, as good as Felipe was surfing. But you know, it happens.
It does, but the thing I like about it, after Bells, he stuck with it. You know, he stuck with the same criteria, the same strategy. You know, the mind is so strong of Ethan Ewing at the moment, and that's why he's number 6 in the world and tapping on the door of the final 5.
All three of these competitors out here have had, you know, a similar kind of run on the CT this year. They started strong and they've somewhat fallen off the pace. Kanoa's had a bit more consistency, but Kai O'Belly had an incredible start to the year. At one point I was thinking, the form he's showing, he's, you know, potentially going to be in that final 5. Now he's got a lot of work to do to get back up there, as Seth has a look at an insider here.
Yeah, Seth feeling it out down the end of the point, trying to get some scores away from his competitors, but that one just not working out.
Yeah, 2 semi-finals in the first 2 events for Kaya.
Yeah, and just some really good committed surfing. Kaya is one of those guys, it doesn't work for a lot of people, but I feel like Kaya is one of those guys that just throws it to the wind on big turns sometimes and pulls it off when he's got the jersey on, you know, like comes up with something that he maybe hadn't been practicing in the free surfs and tries it on in a heat and it gets a completion. So he's a super exciting surfer to watch. And yeah, I was in Bali with him before G-Land, and he was like, I'm not doing any challenges. I'm here getting ready for G-Land. He goes, I've been on the bubble for so many years of my career. He goes, I'm here enjoying it. And he was doing plenty of surfing in Indonesia before G-Land started.
Well, he's a replacement surfer for those first 5 events of the season, but did enough work, obviously, to make the cut. Got the call up with Medina skipping those first 5 events and made good use of it. And you know, the thing I love about Kyle Belly is often the bigger the name, the better the performance. He loves turning up the volume and really pushing hard when he's got someone that's much more fancied. But you know, with those big wins, those big heat wins that he's had over those big names, no one takes him lightly. He's so well rounded.
And some of those best performances have been out here at Jeffreys Bay also. He knows what he's doing out here, so excited to see him to get a start in this heat.
Yeah, he's had moments here at Jeffreys, but you know, they've been flashes of brilliance. He hasn't gone on past the third round and got himself that big result here just yet. But here we go, Kanoa Igarashi loading up, lining one up. His first wave here in the opening round. And he has a lot of speed. This guy has pinpoint accuracy, and his timing is always spot on. Great flow. And when he really gets going, he can be completely mistake-free. And he's flying down the line at the moment. Nice little hook off the top. And again, driving up into the lip. Igarashi looking to finish this one off with something big down the line. Throws the tail, but just gets lost in that offshore breeze.
Tail just gets loose there and unable to finish off. Would have been a fantastic opening score for Kanoa if he had been able to get that board to slide down the face and stay with it, but unfortunately coming unstuck.
Yeah, that is a big missed opportunity, Luke, and sometimes, you know, at Bells Beach, it's spoken about. Don't lose your fins above the lip too high if you're at this location with an offshore breeze blowing.
Yeah, I think he was just looking for variety. He probably felt like he'd done a few turns too similar to the last. I love this angle, looking straight into the wave as we see him get his timing right on that bottom turn and out of the lip one more time, driving high. Look at the speed as he drops down that wave and carves out of the lip, comes around, lip glides, and just here going for a bit of variation and just getting above the lip and losing his balance and not finishing that wave.
Yeah, Kanoa Igarashi there. He'll be disappointed he wasn't able to finish off that last manoeuvre. He was on his way to a decent score. Still probably be one of the better numbers of this heat so far. It's been a little quiet for those big scores just yet, just over 21 minutes to go. But I love picking your brain, Luke, about, you know, what surfers over the years you've loved watching out here at Jeffreys Bay. You touched on Oki, his backhand surfing here. Inspired you, but on the forehand, we've seen a number of people figure out the puzzle. Sean Thompson earlier on, you know, he was a guy that just had an incredible read on this location as a local. I used to love watching Sean Holmes compete here as a wild card. He did so much damage in the event. Yeah, he always made it very difficult for the high seeds. They'd get him early in the event, and he'd you know, really put them on their toes. And you know, another performance that sticks out to me is Kelly Slater riding Simon Anderson rounded pins out here. That was a great era of the contest. Andy Irons really worked this wave out really well. And then, of course, I'm biased, but Joel Parkinson to put on some incredible performances and probably riding the wave longer than anyone I've ever seen. And Mick Fanning, of course, Mick Fanning had some great results here, and Julian Wilson also. I've seen Julian put together some great performances out here at J-Bay as well. So fun to think about all the big performances. Loved watching the Heritage Heat with Oki and Tom Curran here too, and seeing Curran get a 10-point ride. But obviously one of the greatest waves ever here was Curran's very first wave, which was captured by the late, great Sonny Miller. Yeah, that was incredible. Here on vacation, pretty much. He'd retired from the tour for a little while. It was at the end of his career on the tour when that wave was filmed, and hadn't been here before. And first wave, just multiple barrels, multiple calves, and it looked like he'd been living here for years. 19 minutes to go here. Numbers starting to roll through for Kanoa Igarashi. Needs a 5.16 to jump up into first. And it looks like he's going to get that score. It'll be the highest number of this heat so far. But Kyle Belly, we're yet to see him take off. He's got priority out there. He's going to pick his moment carefully to make a charge at that #1 position and bank a big solid score. Kanoa gets himself a 5.67. And maybe eyeing something off down the line here. So putting some space between himself and his rivals here. And Kanoa will try and back up that number as he just gathers a whole lot of speed, hammering down the line at the moment. And he'll drive up into the lip, goes to lay that rail over and just can't really sink it to get a track through the carve. He'll head back out. Just over 18 minutes to go. And that'll be a throwaway score for the 24-year-old. Well, let's get caught up with Ethan Ewing, a strong opening round performance. He's with Pete Mel.
Ethan, sitting in the final 5 right now at 5th position. You had 2 surfers ahead of you, or in the elimination round. Did you notice that before you went out in that heat?
Yeah, I did. I've been watching all the heats all morning, so I saw that, but it doesn't really. I think all those guys are surfing so well, so I think they'll get through.
And I got to ask you, I mean, J-Bay fits your style of surfing. Is this something that you actually know in your mind when you come here and this is a venue you want to do well?
Yeah, it's definitely a venue I want to do well at. I haven't been back here in 5 years, and the first surf, the first few surfs when I got back, it's actually a really hard wave. It's not like the point breaks back home where you can kind of, it's like slow pace. It's really fast, and yeah, so I really want to do well, but I think I've still got a lot of work to do.
And what work would you be talking about? I mean, you looked pretty darn good out there to me.
Yeah, I think definitely think I could work out the wave a bit more, and I've only surfed 1 event out here, and there was only 2 heats, and I got knocked out. So I think yeah, just a bit more experience, and yeah, hopefully can learn the wave better.
Well, maybe you should have started in the elimination round. You could have got an extra heat.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely happy to get through that. That elimination round's super scary, so happy to get through.
Fun watching you out there. Good job.
Thanks, Pete.
Thank you, Pete. Yeah, Ethan Ewing, you know, even with a heat win, addressing some areas that he can improve, wants to really solidify his relationship with this wave. It is a tricky venue, perfect wave, but there's some subtleties here that take some time to figure out. Seth, well, he threw everything at that final section. Then Luke, he got absolutely hammered.
And realised he couldn't even duck dive there because it was so shallow. He wanted to save the bottom of that beautiful board.
And Kanoa now already has a 5.67. Big grab rail, hooks into the face. And now just transitions with a nice hit through the lip. Working this one over. This wave's got a good pace to it as he comes hammering down the line. It's looking good through the inside. Big swoop off the top there. Let's see how he finishes this one off. Bashes through the pocket. He'll punch through the back of this one. A very complete ride. Nice little mix up with that grab on the rail through that first carve too.
Yeah, I think Kanoa's had a good look at his surfing he's done here in the past, and realising that if there's anything that needs improving is some more power and some more on-edge carving. He's got that really good lip glide floater kind of re-entry. He's got a nice carve, but he is putting a little bit more commitment into these carves. You see him come off the bottom and carve around holding the rail, sets himself up perfect for another snap out of the lip. Coming around, flying down the line, setting up for one more, hitting the lip perfectly and coming to the inside. And this was really smart. He hits the lip really early and then flicks out because he really wanted to get completion, as he didn't on his first wave. Look at this bottom turn, steps back on the pad, holding the rail, and comes around, brings his shoulder forward and just puts some absolute heavy energy into that turn, and then straight into the lip, showing some fins over the back, little air drop to the bottom and ready for the next turn. Little pump there and sets up for a great another turn as we see Seth Moniz on the outside. This is a replay of his earlier wave. Just comes in and gets in the tube and comes out, comes around, comes out of the lip, just gets hung up a little bit there. This is what we're talking about. The in-between turns is what you really got to work on out here at Jeffreys Bay, and Seth getting held up a little bit, but that was a beautiful turn, and that beautiful turn got him for that one, but on the bricks, and down he goes.
Kaio getting in on the action too. 6.5 for this one. Really solid start to finish. Medium-sized set wave here, Luke, but did a lot of great work.
He did, and this is his first wave in the heat. Flying down the line, a ton of speed. Carves out of the top. Isn't it unreal to see everyone's take on a layback snap? Love Kaio's there, right there. And another snap, getting down on the bricks now and realising he's got to get a good finish, and that he does with a pretty unique style little lip glide to finish off. Look at this bottom turn coming up. A lot of pressure, and everyone does them different, and that's one of the best things about surfing. Just laying back there. There's Kaio Belli's. That's what he does for a layback snap. And look at that bottom turn, just pushing it right over one more time. Maybe laying it over a little bit too much because he gets hung up in the lip and coming down. But that's a fantastic start there for the Brazilian.
Yeah, he bogged down on the turn after the big layback jam. But he did finish the wave off nicely. It didn't go excellent, 6.5. It is the best number of the heat so far, but Kanoa Igarashi's just put away a 5.87 to maintain his position out in front at the moment. Seth, a 4.67. So he's got a little bit more work to do to get himself into the lead. But this is shaping up to be another one of those close heats. 12.5 minutes remaining here. And there's been some trip-ups from each of the competitors at different stages here. So it feels like they're all trying to just settle into it and find that magic connection at the moment.
Yeah, and as we've said it a couple of times now, these guys, some of these guys, it's their first real surf of real J-Bay, because we've had 5 or 6 days of swell, but it's just been along the rocks and it's been very down the line, and they haven't been able to open up and really get their eye in. And first day of competition today, the 13th of July, we've seen the swell show up, and supposed to get bigger tomorrow, Ron.
Bring it on. Just under 12 minutes remaining here. The next heat will feature the man on screen, Samuel Pupo, taking on Callum Robson and Jake Marshall. But right now, just under 12 minutes remaining, Kanoa Igarashi has the lead.
Just like the overall vibe is just alive right here.
Ok, você mais gosta no Brasil?
Você mais gosta no Brasil?
Eu não sei. Você mais gosta no Brasil?
For me.
You?
Yeah.
You like you the best out of Brazil? Me too.
Show me your survival stats. Is that the survival stats is that narrow?
You have sponsors and you have a whole country and fans waking up at 4 in the morning to watch you compete. You have so many people riding on you. I've carried that weight on my shoulders my whole life. When I win, we all win, you know, like my family win, you know, all the people around me. But that means when I lose, we all lose too, you know.
Make sure you check out Make or Break on Apple TV Plus Season 1. Has plenty of highlights, including a great look into Kanoa Igarashi's upbringing, his road to the top end of the rankings, and he's in a great position to get a shot at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, but he needs to do work, and he's doing it out there at the moment. He's sitting in 6th position at this stage of the game, and yeah, reflecting on some of his big moments in Make or Break. You know, I think the best we've ever seen Kanoa surf with the jersey on was when he broke through for that maiden championship tour win in 2019 at Karamas. He looked unbeatable. He was mistake-free. We've seen him get back to that zone, I think, really just once since then, where he looks like he's going to take the event out. And that happened at Sunset this year. He had great performances there. He's just got to somehow learn to bring that at each of the stops on the venue, and if he can, he could be a world champion.
Yeah, but he's got the right attitude. He's just like, I'm just going to keep pushing, I'm going to keep working, and if I don't win, I'm going to work harder, and I'm going to keep pushing harder. You know, and that's what you got to do, and that's what Kanoa's been doing the last 4 or 5 years, is if it's not good enough, I'm just going to try harder until I succeed.
Yeah, just thinking about that performance though, Karama. So I think that's, you know, one of the great mistake-free finals performances we've seen. It was a hard-fought win too over Jeremy Flores, but I think it showed just how strong his forehand is, especially when he's on a clean right-hander. He's going to get those opportunities here at Jeffreys Bay this year.
And he's got some open canvas with the forecast that we've got for the next few days, that's for sure. And he's got the lead here, but it's not a done deal. You know, Sethman is needing a 6.87 and Kyle Belly needing a 5.04. 8 minutes to go. Next best wave wins is what I say.
Well, Kaio's already shown that he can get the numbers needed. And Seth, you know, it's just been magic moments on the rides, but disjointed by a lack of flow and just a couple of little errors. But I think if he can string those big turns together, Luke, then Seth's capable of chasing down this 6.87.
Yeah, and it's so close. It's so close for him to link it up properly. And Kaio showed on that first wave a 6.50 that if he can just do that again, he's going to win the heat.
Thinking of Hawaiian surfers and their performances here. Remember Bruce Irons having a magic heat with Oki out here at J-Bay, but Sonny Garcia, he must have had some big turns laid down over the years as well.
Absolutely. Down there on the bricks, Sonny was one of the best at the layback snap and just throwing caution to the wind on the oysters. And yeah, Sonny was another fantastic surfer out here at Jeffreys Bay.
7 minutes to go. Something standing up on the outside here. And who is going to be in position? It's Kyle Belly with the priority. And it looks like he is going to swing on this one. An easy decision on what is a good-looking wall. It's got a nice line to it, but he throws it away on the first turn. And really, it was just a transition maneuver.
No, Kaio, that was his ticket to first place right there. Priority, 6.5 minutes to go, and falls on the first turn. A bit of a mistimed bottom turn. He's having another crack at it.
Well, this is a smaller wave, maybe just looking to get some distance down the line, but he's got some speed here. He's going to go to the air, and that offshore wind just pushes his board out to sea. He loses that contact, and you know, 2 efforts there for a couple of throwaways, and he still needs a 5.04.
Massive mistake for Kaio. That could have been his score for sure, only needing a 5.04, as you said, and he'll be kicking himself right now. Let's see if he can regain. He's a bit further down the point now, so if a wide set comes, he still might get the opportunity.
Well, let's check in with Laura Anova. She's down there at Casa Corona.
Yes, guys. Well, the beach is absolutely buzzing, but the vibes are high up here at Casa Corona. It is the best view in the house, open to the public. There's food downstairs, this epic platform upstairs. We've got DJs in the afternoon. You can get your bucket of Corona right here. It's 5 p.m. somewhere, and looks like everyone thinks that too. I can't wait for 5 p.m. later, but what a day, hey?
It was 5 p.m. at 11 a.m. But the locals here are absolutely loving it. It's an amazing setup, and Corona doing some great things as well. The first global beverage brand with a net zero plastic footprint, meaning the brand recovers more plastic from the environment than it releases. And this achievement is part of Corona's vision to be a sustainability leader and help protect the world's oceans and beaches from marine plastic pollution. So that work is appreciated out there in the lineup at the moment. Just 5 minutes to go now. And what has been a pretty grindy heat. There hasn't been those big scores. Kaio's trying to save himself here. This wave really cupping out, but he's still traveling. And he went a long way in that tube, but couldn't find the exit. 4.5 minutes to go. It feels like Kanoa's really in the driver's seat now. He's got priority. There's big set waves standing up on the outside. And if he can keep his cool and bank a couple of big turns, he can make life very difficult for his rivals here in this one. Here we go. Igarashi loading up, the current world number 6. So much speed to use in this first turn, but the wave just flattens out. It's a rare one that just didn't come together down the line. And on the inside, Kaio says, you know what, I'm going to give it a chance. And he's going to tuck into the barrel, stalling for the tube, get some cover deep in the barrel, and he will find the exit. He only needs a 5.04 too.
Yeah, surprising Kanoa flicked out of that one. Decided he wanted to get back on the outside. Sethman is with priority. There's still a few on the outside.
Interesting to note too, Kanoa took off on the wave behind Kaio and kicked out again. So wasn't seeing the scoring opportunity, wasn't seeing more than a 5.67 in those rides and getting out of there. Further up the point in that white jersey, Seth Moniz took off and he didn't commit to that ride either. So that set, the surfers just didn't like the look of it.
Yeah, just that one of Seth's was just had too much white water on it from the wave before. But I was surprised Kanoa didn't keep going with this one, flying down the line. I thought he was going to float right here. He lines it up and decides not to float. Comes around and just saw how flat it was going to go. And then Kaya's like, well, I might be able to get a nice barrel down here and get my 5.04 that I need. Stalls, uses his hand to slow down, comes through the section. It gets a little tight there, but he manages to straighten out and come out, and he's making sure the judges see him.
If he gets the number, Kanoa will be kicking himself, but it looks like it's going to fall short, 3.43. Yeah, it wasn't really that dynamic barrel ride. He kind of had to stall to get himself into it, and obviously by the point that he entered that ride, it really had kind of tapered off. So a smart decision from Kanoa, who's still hanging on to that #1 position, but Seth's out the back with priority, and another set wave standing up here. And let's see if the Hawaiian can turn things around. Rides high on the face, now drops to the bottom, sets up this first turn. Just a whipping snap to maintain speed, to get down the line, and draws up under it. Nice little kick on the tail. Has just been transitioning. There's a more committed effort as he sets the fins free, and he'll hang on to that move. And now looking to tuck into the pit. I'm not sure he'll get through this one, but a couple of nice turns there. He does need a decent score, though, a 6.87, the highest number of this heat so far.
I'm not sure it's going to be it, but every wave Seth Moniz rides out here, he is getting better. There's better flow. I love that little snap under the lip. Probably the first one we've seen today, someone just parking it with a nice slash, getting covered up. But again, we keep talking about it. The rhythm in between turns is what Seth needs to work on, and it's one of the hardest things to get right. This little snap here, I love it. Hadn't seen one of these all day. Just that beautiful snap under the lip, gets covered up, comes flying out. And then he started to do some really nice work here. That was a beautiful open face carve. Comes around, sets him up for a really good lip glide here. Gets the tail above the lip. Probably just drifted along the lip just a little too long, because what it did when he landed here, the wave had run off. And we keep going on about this as well. You just got to get everything perfect out here at Jeffreys Bay, or the crucifies that next turn or that next maneuver for you down the line. And as we see him pull in, but there's not going to be any exit for that one. Travels for a little while, though. Would have been remarkable if he had been able to come out of that one, but unfortunately not.
Time winding down, and 35 seconds to go here, and probably a pretty stressful finish to this heat for Kanoa Igarashi, who was in a great position to really shut this one down, but took waves that just didn't pan out down the line. But his decision-making has kind of been spot on.
It has, and Kyle Abelli and Seth Moniz both making a few mistakes there in the end to be able to take it off Kanoa Igarashi. So Kanoa being pretty lucky, in my opinion, keeping the #1 spot.
Well, this one is coming to a close, and Kanoa is going to hang on for the victory here. Impressive stuff. But it won't be a performance he'll be ultra proud of. There was moments on these rides that he laid down some decent turns and found some good combinations, but he is capable of so much more. Well, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Rosie Hodge for the call. Stay with us. You're watching the Corona Open J-Bay.
the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Corona Open J-Bay opening round. In really good conditions. That wind just puffs offshore. We'll pick up live action of Callum Robson coming into this, number 8 in the world. It's an all-rookie clash right now in the water. Robson just giving it big energy and big turns. Momentum still down the line. A little shampoo from him. Hangs on and completes the finish. And in to talk you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans, is Rosie Hodge. Rosie, you grew up just up the coast from here. J-Bay holds quite a high bar in terms of classic conditions, but how are you rating the day so far?
Oh man, I'm loving the action. It's so mesmerizing just looking out over our shoulder, watching the conditions unfold in front of us. We've seen that building swell, that southwesterly wind kick up. It's beautiful right now. I'm so happy to be home and be front and center for this action.
And we talk about how much sort of surfing continues to sort of change throughout the years and ever progressing, but some things remain pretty sort of staple and similar, and the constant we like to rely on is classic surfing at a classic point break.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen a lot of power surfing today. We've seen a lot of excellent rides go down. And I love the way the surfers are pacing themselves. They're still leaving, you know, a lot of room to really make those explosive maneuvers. Like I said, the forecast at the moment, the next couple of days are looking pristine. So I think we're going to see everyone up the ante.
Well, this is an all-rookie clash that sees Samuel Pupo take on Callum Robson, also Jake Marshall as well. And the big takeaway really in terms of that story from this season, Callum Robson, unbelievable charge from him, sitting in 8th, coming into this one. And how do you do that in your rookie year? How do you come and go up against the very biggest names and not only just kind of stoked to be here, but actually look to really kick on and do damage?
Yeah, to me, Paul, I mean, it's baffling to see, you know, the confidence from this rookie class. And I think Callum, you know, just reading a little bit about him and his background, he comes from Evans Head, and he's just got such a solid upbringing. It sounds like he's multifaceted, talented. You know, on the footy field, he did an apprenticeship with his father doing carpentry, so he knows how to do a lot of hard work. And I think right now he's just living his dream. He's making the most of this opportunity, and I'm so happy to see someone like Callum, who pretty much came out of nowhere. I mean, I didn't really know much about him until I saw him on the championship tour. He's making the finals at Bells Beach, and he's in the conversation for the WSL Finals. So yeah, just really cool to see his style of surfing make an impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's his surfing that's got him here, as you mentioned, getting that final at Bells. Also a couple of 5ths, El Salvador and Rio. And he's not a long way back from getting inside that top 5 at the moment. Coming into this one, just shy of 2,000 points off 5th place. So all to surf for here at Jeffreys Bay. Also coming off the back of a really big result, Samuel Pupo made that final in Rio. And what an incredible event that was for all sorts of reasons. Energy through the roof, a big performance from that young man. As we will pick up live action right here. He goes out of San Diego, California, Jake Marshall. Smooth off the bottom. And he will just maintain that quiet body through these transitions, nice and sharp, as he looks just to work that rail. Cruising down the line. Marshall, again, another snap from him. That offshore wind just puffing up that spray and adding to a really beautiful scene to look at, stand on this point and just witness this go down on the inside, pulling in Marshall. And he'll get deep on that. Meanwhile, right behind him, Pupo gets some tube time of his own, hammer through the lip, really aggressive from him on the front foot again, just slicing down from the lip, and a technical finish to take on the lip and get down ahead of it. What a great exchange.
Yeah, that was really good. I mean, Sammy Pupo, just watching his style and the way that he's so fluid on this wave is super fun, super pleasing to the eyeballs. So going to be fun to see how the judges put this one together. Jake Marshall just really easing through those turns, flowing and finding his feet on this wave, I feel like.
Yeah, got that 9th place at Sunset Beach. Did Jake. Feels like quite a long time ago. Since then, hasn't really had a great result. Crucially, he's got himself re-qualified for next season by getting into the back half of the year. But out here at JB, he'll be looking to go as deep as he can in this classic event, and particularly with such a good surf forecast.
So great as you see Jake on this wave. I love that deep bottom turn that he's able to utilize a lot of the rail on that turn. See him kind of touch the wall of the wave as he goes into that bottom turn again, swooping through a few maneuvers here on the inside. And then Sammy Pupo just behind him. I love the way that this offshore wind is really accentuating the spray from the surfers. Beautiful to watch this kind of angle with both of them kind of cruising through. Jake pulls in, unfortunately gets caught behind there. Sammy looking for some coverage, doesn't get particularly deep. And then lays into that maneuver right there. That was so fun to see that bit of aggression. I love the way, you know, this section at Jeffreys Bay really starts to stand up, and those surfers can really utilize that bit of power that comes back to them as it hits that shallow section. Sammy, that 3 little turn combo on the inside, I think the judges are going to enjoy that.
Knowing this wave, as you do, Rosie, just see some of those tube sections open up. Does seem to be a bit of a choice for our surfers, whether to pull in and commit to getting deep in the barrel, whether they keep hammering away. Meanwhile, in live action, here goes Callum Robson. He'll have to deal with a couple of sections shutting down before he gets a chance to just push. Whitewall just grabs his board a touch, tags the lip hard and a little off balance. So he will not add loads of points to his total then. He'll also see paddlers go past him to snaffle priority. 27.5 to go in this clash so far. Just a small number in for Callum Robson, waiting for that last exchange, but we were admiring that work from Samuel Pupo to get in the tube, do critical turns with variety, get the strong finish as well. Those are those key ingredients for a big number.
Oh, 100%. That finish to me was also so fun to watch, because that wave kind of lurching at him as it hits that shallow section. Really fun to see the way he negotiated that. Callum, I think that last wave, really an illustration at Jeffreys Bay, how you can kind of get caught behind that little millisecond too late, and you're kind of trying to catch up to the wall. So he was a little bit out of sorts on that wave, but I think he's going to regather himself and find a bit of rhythm.
As we find ourselves here, such a classic venue. Obviously, we've had these 3 seasons away from J Bay, and South Africa's sort of famous for hosting big sporting events and the relish that the people have in. I think that's really palpable, right? You can tell how stoked everyone is that we're back here with competition.
Definitely. I mean, just looking out the window at the crowds on the beach, I mean, doing the post-heat interviews, it's taking a while for the surfers to make their way through the crowds, and I just love the energy that the South Africans bring. It's just so fun. Like you said, we've hosted big sporting events. We're really a nation that gets behind our sports. Rugby, we've been world champs, and we've hosted the Soccer World Cup. So I think surfing, just sport in general, just lifts the nation up. Everyone's spirits get high, and we really get invested in our local surfers, and also love hosting international guys.
Surfing taking center stage right now at one of the A-list breaks globally, Jeffreys Bay. A perfect right-hand point for the best surfers in the world to showcase their skill set. And penultimate event in our season as well before we head into the WSL Finals. Lots of conversations to come about getting into that final 5 and situations and how all of that pans out throughout competition here. But today, we're stoked to get underway with the opening round, and thinking about that forecast as well. We're expecting a kick up in swell, and so far actually the forecast has been pretty true to what we've seen.
Yeah, definitely. And just chatting to some of the locals around the contest zone, it's fun to track a swell like this because it does hit that Western Cape, and you can kind of really track it by the hour as it hits all the green lights traveling down the coast from Plet, you know, Buffels Bay, Victoria Bay, and then you're going to hit like St. Francis and really know when it's going to arrive. So it's super fun knowing how the swell has jumped up and what we can expect tomorrow. I think we're going to be, a few of the surfers are going to be quite surprised with the energy in the water. It's going to be pretty big.
Right, well, we wait with a lot of anticipation. We're very much enjoying what we're seeing at the moment as well. There's scores in so far in this one. Pupo with the best of it. The opening exchange, as we suspected, the 6-5 for Samuel. It's a decent way to open things up in this heat. Jake Marshall got a 5.33 of his own. Just a little more of a cruisier feel, kind of reflected in the score. Didn't get a big finish as Samuel did, and he's good value at the moment. With that pretty decent number, that last heat, the scores just kind of nudged down a little bit, and I'm not sure how much close attention. These servers will be paying to that, but a 6.5 is a pretty solid number to start with.
Yeah, that's a great score. And just thinking about how the judges have been setting the scale throughout the day, we have seen some excellent scores, and you know, the judges are really rewarding that surfing. Right now, we're seeing those kind of medium range waves. Sammy, his 6.5, that's pretty much what I would call a medium-sized wave that he was able to get that on. The meat and potatoes of the wave, really those last 3 moves on the inside. But yeah, it's going to be interesting watching today's action, because we've got, you know, the swell that's starting to pull in, as well as the spring tides with the full moon. We've still got about 2 hours of tide to come in, so yeah, we're going to see different shades of J-Bay as we move through the afternoon.
Yeah, we've talked quite a bit about just the sort of intricacies of this wave and how much of a kind of specialist skill set it is. Obviously, we've got 3 rookies out in the water right now. Have you been kind of surprised with how well people seem to be adapting so far throughout the day? And, you know, we've got some of our kind of classic point-break style surfers, but some other people putting their hands up too.
Yeah, definitely. It's been really fun. I think even getting a little look at, you know, Luke Thompson earlier today, he put in such a good showing as a wild card, young South African guy. You know, he just lost the heat to Jack Robinson in that final exchange, but we have seen, you know, some really good heats today, and I think, you know, it's fun to see things kind of get spiced up. And even chatting to Jack Robbo after his post-heat interview, just figuring out how much experience he has at J-Bay. He says he's been here 4 times now. So I think a lot of times we have that qualifying series challenger events up in Ballito in the Durban way, but a lot of the guys taking the time to come to J-Bay and familiarize themselves with this place.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that experience paying off for Jack Robinson. That was such an entertaining heat. He touched upon that performance of Luke Thompson. Cool as a cucumber in a fridge at the South Pole. It was just so calm, ripped this place apart, and he's going to be good value in the elimination round as well. It could cause a big upset down there. You can fancy surfing against him.
Yeah, no, it was really fun. His mom was right in front of us on the boardwalk, and just watching her and how proud she was of Luke. And when he turned that exchange, and then obviously Jack got the better of him in the heat. But it's just cool to see a wild card. I mean, we've seen wild card performances from someone like Sean Thompson back in the day, beating Andy Irons multiple times in this event. So wild cards create great value in this event. So fun to see his run through.
Speaking of people who keep a cool head on their shoulders, one such person is Kanoa Igarashi. He's with the Condor.
Kanoa, important heat for you there. You had a few surfers in the final 5 right now on the leaderboard ahead of you fall out into the elimination round. Did you know that going into that heat, and did you know you had to put a performance together?
Man, I'm the first one normally to tell you that that I knew about that, but I actually, for some reason, this contest, I just feel like I haven't really been a part of it that much, or like in terms of like numbers and stuff. I usually love that kind of stuff and get technical, and it kind of fires me up. But yeah, in a way, like I don't really care this contest, and I just really want to do my show the best version of myself every day. And I kind of realized over the years that's kind of the only thing I can really control. And yeah, I mean, I love surf contests and I love watching it, but yeah, I don't really have the need to. I don't really feel the need to watch many heats this contest and just focus on myself.
What do you make of the performance there in that last one?
Not that good. I feel like I have a lot left in me. A lot left. I mean, I feel like I haven't even started yet, but there's a lot more different lines I want to take in the next couple of rounds. In a way, the waves are so fun and so mesmerizing that you kind of forget that you're competing, and I think a lot of us kind of have that same feeling. We're all surfers at heart, and I was taking off on a couple of the waves, and I just wanted to go straight, to be honest, and feel how fast I was going. I haven't gone that fast in years, so yeah, I just the surfer in me wanted to go straight, but the competitor in me wanted to go to the bottom. So yeah, it's just finding that balance and just kind of remembering yourself that you're competing and trying to get scores.
Thanks for your time, Kanoa. Good job.
I want to say something in Japanese real quick. みんないつも日本のファンいつもありがとうございます。今回も本当に大切な大会なのでみんなの応援の力を使って頑張りたいのでよろしくお願いします。
Great stuff from Kanoa. He's knocking on the door of that final 5 finish, getting himself to the Rip Curl WSL Finals, setting himself a challenge of big performances. They're talking about that free surfing in a heat, getting to that flow state, Rosie, at a wave like this at Jeffreys Bay, and you can achieve anything you want.
Yeah, and that is like when the surfers really tap into this wave and they find that rhythm, I bet there's no better feeling. I mean, Felipe with his multiple wins, he knows how to tap into that. Kanoa, you just hear him there, very honest assessment of his performance. So he's telling us he's got more to give, so can't wait to see it.
Really smart competitor, and also maintains pretty high standards for himself, and he would have been disappointed not to be in that finals day last year. Let's see how he goes this year. It's going to be really entertaining to watch, as is the continual rise of this man, Callum Robson. Big roundhouse whip in the pocket from him. Really powerful bottom turn, just slightly over exit as he goes into the lip. A touch late, getting a little release on the tail. And another mistake for Callum.
Yeah, interesting just seeing his approach in this heat. I think oftentimes you can spend the morning watching the conditions and he looks over his shoulder to see what that wave did on the inside. But sometimes, you know, you can be watching these waves and get so excited about your heat and what's to come. And yeah, I think Callum's going to kind of correct those mistakes that he's made so far and get a better punch at it.
So unable to do any real damage in terms of his score. Just gets a 2 for that. That'll be a throwaway for him. 18 minutes and 15 to go in this. This is heat number 7 of our opening rounds. We're going to wrap up with loads more action, though, throughout the day. We've got the women's elimination round as well to come. When we finish this round, more live action from beautiful J-Bay real soon.
Acho que a minha marca para deixar no surf profissional é essa quebra de fronteiras, assim, não importa um brasileiro, é um australiano, é um havaiano, acho que é um oceano e...
I went on a trip with my dad to Sumatra when I was probably 14 or 15, and as soon as I come back from that, I pretty much didn't want to play footy anymore, and all I wanted to do was surf. So, what I've been riding lately, my own model.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Corona Open J-Bay. Beautiful lines bending in to this majestic point break setup on the Eastern Cape of South Africa. And up and riding with a spring in his step, Jake Marshall using his priority as he'll swoop down from the bottom. Beautiful carve from him. Just keeps that body positioning. Textbook. And unfortunately, a relatively short ride. Doesn't get that section to run through and across here at Super Tubes. So another probably score just kept a little down by the fact they didn't get loads done, but nevertheless looking very crisp, Rosie.
Very crisp. I love this angle, just seeing all the rail work done, holding that rail for a long time, gets low, touches the wave face, straight up into it. So two-turn combo. It's unfortunate that he didn't get a little bit more opportunity after this section, but cool to see, you know, that close-up look at the intricacies of his surfing.
So impressive when you slow it down and kind of zoom in and just see the board control done at ridiculous speed, really, with a lot happening. Our surfers, you know, usually they're looking at a lip maybe a few meters in front out here at J-Bay, like you're telescoping way down the line to kind of figure out your line and what you're going to do next. As we see a paddle up the top and your heat leader, Pupo, coming off the back with a ton of confidence from a final in his home country and ripping a hard snap off the top. In the lip, tacks it really hard. That offshore, again, just accentuating the spray. And now going on a little speed run here. So he'll wait patiently to throw in a nice gouging turn in a pocket, negotiate a sharp exit. Really well done.
Yeah, man, Sammy is so fun to watch at this wave. I love the anticipation of seeing how rookies handle a new location on tour. Really cool just to see his approach. It doesn't get too far ahead of it. Like you said, at J-Bay, you can get caught up with looking too far down the line. Sammy's surfing what's in front of him and surfing it really well.
Another thing's been really impressive as well. I mean, a kind of sounds obvious to do well in the championship tour, but the versatility of Samuel Pupo, even beginning of the season at Pipeline, pretty pumping conditions, surfed really well out there, put down a bit of a statement, did really well in Brazil. It was a strong showing for Brazilians for lots of reasons down there, but I feel like he can compete at any venue, right? And that's what you need for success at this level.
Totally, that's the key. I mean, he's so diverse, like you said. To start off at Pipeline, his brother Miguel actually said, you know what? He's going to surprise everyone at this place, and he really did. I mean, he surfed it so well. You know, looking at every venue that we've been to, you'd have to say Pipeline had some of the best waves we've seen all year. Sammy showed up in a big way. Now here at J-Bay, we're seeing perfect surf. These are a couple of turns that he's able to get off here. Just so fun to watch the way that he just attacks that lip, a lot of spray thrown. His center of gravity over his surfboard is just so good. You can tell that he's over that stringer, over that surfboard, always in full control. Kind of goes for that lip line layback. Would have been cool to see him do that lip line and kind of get back up into the lip line for a little float, but cool read on that wave.
All right, we've got more live action right now. Here goes Jake Marshall, coiled spring off the bottom, and just loosens it up off the rail as well. A different line, just opening up the arc, compresses again into the bottom turn. A little snapping carve maneuver, then takes on the lip. So a couple of nice waves with rhythm from Jake Marshall. Got another extra section there. Got the combinations done. He's building up some momentum, just under 13 to go.
Yeah, he did well to regather himself. He was a little bit off access on that first turn. It's been so funny watching Jake, though, because I feel like, you know, he did so well at Sunset Beach, like you said, and it's like, okay, well, he say he's from San Diego, he's got a house in Hawaii, then we hopped over to El Salvador. He's sneakily had a house there at Punta Roca for a number of years, so he almost feels like a local at every venue. I wouldn't have been surprised if he had an apartment in Rio and a beachfront house in J-Bay. The guy's kind of a citizen of the world.
This guy, Kelly Slater, last time we saw him surf heat and anger was over in Java at G-Land. And unfortunately, we didn't see him surf the last couple of events. He's back for Jeffreys Bay. He's got a very special relationship with this wave, Rosie.
Yeah, the most winningest surfer in the mix here.
Four-time winner at Jeffreys Bay. And a ton of incredible performances from him through the eras. Can't wait to see how he goes out here. Be interested to see equipment-wise as well, what he's going to go for. And you think about where he's at with his career and the challenges, if there are challenges as such, and his motivation and where he's kind of drawing that inspiration from. A wave like Jeffreys Bay on a pumping swell, that's got to be a big draw card for Kelly.
Definitely. I mean, I'm pretty sure Kelly would have looked at the forecast, and that's when he would have purchased his ticket to South Africa. I mean, honestly, he knows this place so well. Looking at how the maps were lining up, he was probably like, yep, I'm in, like, let's do this. He stays with a friend just down the road here at the point, so he's very familiar here, feels very much at home. He's got a lot of support on the beach. A lot of Kelly Slater fans will be lining up to see this heat unfold.
Coming up in just over 11 minutes time. In the meantime, Callum Robson ripping a hard turn, and again almost loses the back foot, but does well to regather. And that's a beautiful turn at speed from him. See him putting the arms up in front, just kind of steering his path down the line here at J-Bay. He'll carve back into the pocket. This one's going to stand up really nicely through this steep section here. And very nicely done with speed and control. So after a couple of relative stumbles, a much better way for Callum Robson.
Yeah, that's got to feel good, just finding that flow through this. I mean, oftentimes you're kind of right there knocking on the door in a heat and you're trying your best, and something's just escaping you. It seems like the ingredients were really coming together for him on that last wave.
Callum Robson, his requirement, it's a big one for first right now. He needs a 9. He's going to look to try and chip away at that. Maybe come back, get himself up there mid-range, a couple of 6s, get close to that total of 12.37. Currently occupied by Samuel Pupo. Got 5.87 for his last wave. That's why he's in the driving seat in this one. Scoring for Jake just the 4-1, so unable really to go past his early wave of the 5.33. Jake Marshall, under 10 minutes to go, so we're going to kind of compress in terms of the action in this one. Let's get another look here at Robson.
Yeah, Callum, so just watching him kind of telegraph down the line, you can tell he's a little bit out on the open face for that first turn. He kind of skips out on that lip line. Now he finds a better rhythm, a deeper bottom turn around that whitewater, making connection with that critical section. Gets low on the bottom turn, swooping through that maneuver there. Waits for this wave to stand up, and like I said, a lot better read from him. Watch how low he gets, just touching the wall of that wave. He stays so compressed. He's got such a low center of gravity when he really goes down to it. He's such a big guy. He's got a lot of strength in those quads and the core strength, really, to push through these maneuvers. So low, just a Curran-esque kind of bottom turn there. The way that he places his hand before he meets the top of the wave. Winding through the shoulders, touches the rail of that board.
Technical surfing rewarded by our panel. It's the highest number of the heat so far, 6.77, and he is right back up at this now, just needing a 5.6 right now. And after a couple of waves where just maybe made a couple of errors, maybe that decision's just caught in two minds slightly, much more convincing there. The judges rewarding that, and now he brings his requirement down, and it looks like to get past Samuel Pupo just needs a little bit more of the same. Meanwhile, Jake Marshall with a little bit to do, looking for 7.04. A tight heat, this one, Rosie, not loads of difference. We haven't had any of those sort of bigger sets as well. It feels like the sets have maybe just dialed down a touch in terms of energy.
Yeah, it's been interesting watching this one go back and forth as we see, I mean, so many kids. It's like the Pied Piper watching Kelly go up the beach, and everyone's going to follow him to that keyhole. Everyone got their little autograph books under their arms. So fun to see. I think everyone is just so excited to have the surfers back in Jeffreys Bay.
He's throwing a tennis ball for a little doggy down on the beach, just enjoying himself. Seems very relaxed indeed as he heads up towards that keyhole. And can't wait to see Kelly perform out here. Think about down the years, some of the performances he's put in at this wave. And as you mentioned, always kind of looking at the forecast and gets particularly excited when the waves come together and an absolute premium break such as this one. You match it up against, well, a timeless talent like Kelly. And that is an ideal match. That's all coming up in 7 minutes and 15 seconds time. In the meantime, we're going to send someone through to skip the elimination out of this one. At the moment, it is Samuel Pupo, the young Brazilian. He's got priority. It's an all-rookie affair out there right now in the water. Callum Robson flying highest on the ratings coming into this one. Really wants to put further pressure on the pack and be that kind of dark horse figure coming into the top 5, maybe without so much pressure. One of those cool storylines that we're bringing with the new way we're finishing off the season. As we head up towards Trestles, September. Rip Curl WSL Finals, of course. Before we do that, it's a small matter of Tahiti.
Yeah, I know. I love how diverse these last two events are. You're going from, you know, the beach breaks in Rio, and then straight to these point breaks here in Jeffreys Bay, and then you've got Tahiti to end it all, to finalize that final 5.
You wouldn't back against someone like Callum Robson just to have a dig as well at Chopu, get himself under the lip in that West Bowl and see where he ends up come the end of the season. So he could also be really dangerous out there, as with so many in our field. A lot yet to come in this season that's been absolutely jam-packed with storylines. He's been one of those cool stories. A little to do in this one, but 5.6, not a massive number.
No, he's definitely in it with a shout, and it's going to be fun. I think when it's all on the line in Tahiti, especially for the rookies having their first look at that Championship Tour event and watching this final 5 unfold. I mean, we've seen Kanoa Igarashi win his heats as well as Ethan Ewing, so these guys are right on each other's tails. Callum's going to be wanting to get through this round to keep that dream alive, to get into that final 5 picture.
Loads of cool talking points to bring you throughout the week here at the Corona Open J-Bay at the moment in this all-rookie affair. Still Samuel Pupo, who's hanging on to a lead. Not loads of waves ridden, he's just ridden 3. Samuel, 4 waves for Robson and Marshall apiece. It's all about your top 2, your highest 2 scores. See where that leaves you at the end of this. And a little bit of space in the lineup right now, so we'll stretch things out a little bit. That tide just kind of covering the rocks.
Yeah, I think it really is a matter of the tide and how it's affecting these waves. Like you said, we've only really seen those medium-sized waves, but I think all that energy is kind of drawing in with that full bathtub that we're seeing, and we still do have about an hour and a half of tide to come in. So full moon, king tides, we'll see how it affects it throughout the afternoon.
And we've seen A bunch of things happened with the wind as well today. Almost looked like that had that wind coming up the face early this morning. Right now it's offshore pretty hot, but am I right in thinking this is like a sea breeze? So this is kind of an onshore wind elsewhere on the coast. It's just the fact we're kind of tucked away here that it's blowing offshore at J-Bay.
Well, that southwest that we've seen kick up, you know, that northwest really creates that devil wind, which we saw in the morning. Then that land starts to heat up, and we did see that wind clock more offshore. But yeah, maybe throughout this afternoon, it could turn more in that easterly direction. See the flags puffing around, but yeah, it is pretty well sheltered.
A lot of variables coming together to make the iconic surf spot of Jeffreys Bay famous around the world. It's kind of a timeless wave, really. Always had that moniker of kind of like the perfect wave, and it used to be, people used to talk about the thigh burning and these like endless like kilometer-long rides. I mean, that still happens, obviously, but now, particularly with the modern era competition, we're really focusing on this Super Tube section.
Yeah, and it is interesting to see, because some years you will see more sand kind of filter in between the rocks, and it really link up those sections a lot better. But it's fun just looking at the swell that we're going to have on hand and seeing how the rocks kind of make it hit the reef. It does have different shades and different looks when you see sand fill in, and just how the swell direction can affect the wave.
All right, energy level sky high amongst spectators and fans down here because of that, man. Kelly Slater taken to the water. Peter Mel, you down on the beach. How's the vibe down there, mate?
Yeah, it's vibe's good, you know, and that's what happens when you have a guy like Kelly Slater, the greatest of all time, making his way down to the beach. He's finally here. I actually saw him physically. We've been hearing rumors that he was going to be showing up. He is here on site. He's about ready to paddle out, and the beach is filled. I mean, if you look behind me here, got a fuller tide now, so it's a little bit less beach than we've had before, but it is filled to capacity here, and everybody very excited about it, and I expect a good performance from Kelly.
And Pete, we know Kelly kind of gets excited when the forecast dials up a bit and the energy's there from the ocean. What do we think he's making of these conditions? He must be looking forward to taking on these walls at J-Bay right now.
I was lucky enough to have a few words with him, and he just reminded us that he's like, hey, yeah, the waves are good if you're on them, if you can get them. So he understands that it's a little bit limited as far as those high-quality waves, and he wants to be on them.
Great stuff. Thanks, Pete. Kelly Slater taken to the water. He's got a pretty tough heat on his hands, though, taking on Miguel Pupo and Connor O'Leary, ranked 9th and 10th, respectively, as Kelly patiently negotiates the keyhole and gets through those rocks, make his way into the lineup. And he'll have 35 minutes to get himself his 2 best waves. Can't wait to see how that plays out. In the meantime, 2 on the clock remaining in this. It's still Pupo in relatively quiet heat. Had 11 waves surfed between these 3 in about 33 minutes, so not loads of action in this one. Let's hope it fires up at the end. We've seen a few like that today, Rosie, with all coming down to the end. Surfers back on the beaches. There's not a lot of land between when the surfers get out of the water and get up to the contest area, and we're seeing surfers find out their fate from the judging panel. We've got a camera in their faces, and it's another part that makes this such a cool venue for a competition.
It is. It's so fun. I mean, the keyhole really is where those surfers are going to be deposited, so there's nowhere to hide as you're coming out of the water. Yeah, it's been fun. I mean, a lot of events decided on the sand here, and you do get to see that initial emotion from the surfers and as they react to the judges' scores locking in.
Callum Robson, who was in 3rd place priority, just having a dig for that one, and they'll just check to see what happens with priorities. Maybe asking a question and trying to see if he can get Samuel to be interested and sell him something. He's trying everything. That's how you compete
tactics
to 8th place in your rookie season, is by not really giving an inch to anybody out in the water. Priority crucial. Unable to get too much out of Samuel. Pupo is very much unfazed by it all, still holding priority and holding the 1st place in this.
Yeah, he knows how important it is to shut this heat out. Sammy's kind of sticking to Callum on the inside here.
And Pupo will use priority now. So Callum wanted that wave, and Pupo decided with just over 30 on the clock, that'll be me, thanks. Calves to slide for a 1st turn. Another one just ripping down in the pocket. And it'll go into the lip. And again, just a little bit of release as he kind of squirrels out the back end of that turn. Quick snap from him. Again, down the line, on the rail and carve in, and he'll find himself through a hollow section, and he'll just negotiate a kick out. Meanwhile, behind him, Jake Marshall into the lip, down to the final 5 seconds here. He's looking for 7.04. What's this inside going to produce for him? And he will look slightly disinterested, but just kind of cruising through that last section. I think he'll realise not really a 7-point on offer on that particular wave, and it's been Samuel Pupo. He's looked strong from the start. A little question asked of him from Callum Robson, but used the priority, controlled it.
Yeah, he definitely looked in control throughout the heat, and I think he's going to build in this event. Just loving that first look of Sammy. This for Jake Marshall, it's not it. I mean, he can tell by his body language as he kicks out of this wave that he's a little bit disappointed that he'll be in the elimination round. Some good surfing from him, but he's going to have to kind of tighten up some screws as he heads into that next round.
Well, if there is somewhere you're going to have to surf an extra heat, let it be pumping J-Bay, particularly for a natural footer. As that man who's looked smooth out here, just didn't really get the opportunities. And he will be coming up in the elimination round. That'll wrap things up for our penultimate heat of the opening round of the men. That was heat number 7. It's an all-rookie affair that sees Samuel Pupo off the back of that blistering performance in Rio, making the final. He will take out that first heat. Robson and Marshall go to the elimination round. We'll go to break. When we come back, Kelly Slater taking on Conor O'Leary and Miguel Pupo. Live from Jeffreys Bay, right after this.
He's an 11-time world champion. He's won every event on the schedule, holds every record in the sport.
And yet he still wants to come away with another world title.
You're looking at a man who's as important as Muhammad Ali, as Tiger Woods. He's beat them all.
He's the greatest of all time. He'll never lose that title and maybe even get another world title along the way.
Oh my God.
I have no problem being put out to pasture, you know. If somebody's going to make me look silly on a wave, then they're going to be surfing pretty good.
Kelly Slater in live action right now at Jeffreys Bay as we will set up our heat number 8 of the opening round. Miguel Pupo and Conor O'Leary also out in the water looking to avoid the elimination rounds. 35 minutes on the clock and still some pumping sets coming through at Jeffreys Bay. And we will get caught up on what's been going down in the water, Rosie, but it looks like this one's starting off with a little bit of a flurry and a decent exchange to kick things off. Here's Pupo.
Yeah, Miggy Pupo on his backhand. Long wall in front of him. He kind of goes through the paces on this wave. You see him trying to kind of line up that section. Draws off the bottom on that backhand, pulls it through tight arc. Still looking for something critical. There, that bottom turn to really meet that lip. That's a better turn from him. Layers on that front foot. Winds through that turn. Back into the lip. So 2 really punchy moves on his backhand to count right now. Carves through that section. Looking down the line, trying to find something of consequence to meet with. Oh, that wave kind of just gets ribbed out and doesn't offer him much on that last section. Kelly Slater now, his first look at a wave at Super Tubes in this event. Ooh, a little bobble on the open face there on that bottom turn. And again, those fins kind of looking a little slidey. This wave very facey and slopey, not offering him much. Conor O'Leary looking looking to answer back. There we go, a lot of spray from him. Down carve, waiting for this wave to get a bit more critical. Let's see if this inside section is going to give it to him. Winding through a couple turns on his backhand. Just arcing through, waiting for it to kind of stand up. It seems like all three of these surfers are kind of going through the motions of waiting for that lip line. There he goes, he meets it there, pulls through the back. Have to say Miggy Pupo was maybe my favorite of that exchange.
Yeah, did seem to have a slightly better shape to his wave as well, didn't it? Maybe those tired thighs at the end as he went incomplete on the last maneuver, but before that showed us a bunch of variety as well. And as you mentioned, Kelly's wave maybe a little bit milky on the face, just something not quite there in terms of what we've come to expect from Jeffreys Bay and from Kelly also. And scores just coming in now. It'd be a low number for Slater, 2.83, decent for Miguel Pupo, as you thought, Rosie, 6.67 for him. 5.5 for O'Leary, sort of tighter wave, a little bit repetitive from Connor. So Miguel Pupo looking to go the way of his little brother, who just got out of the last heat. Pretty commanding performance. Miguel opening up strong.
Yeah, good to see Miggy open up like that, probably inspired by his brother, and fun to see Kelly. I mean, so often we see that little splash from him. It's almost deja vu watching him in this lineup. You know, watching him at Pipeline at the beginning of the season was just so mind-blowing. I'm sure he's drawing inspiration from his past wins and his experience out here to really tap into that mindset.
Yeah, it's certainly been part of our story this year that, you know, we're still talking about, I mean, I guess it wasn't that long ago, right? But we were at Pipeline in February, we're in July now, but it's still, we're carrying that energy through to each event. It's all part of those storylines of how they all come together. That win for Kelly is massive for him, but it's kind of big for all of us as fans as well. What a historic moment to check out as we see him in live action here, swinging down the line. Almost had a look at a section, kind of rifling away, had to kind of check that line. There's a nice turn for him as he kind of slashes with speed, high in the pocket. Slater hooking one. Now he'll look to pull in. He's behind the curtain. He's traveling, Kelly Slater, and he will go down, unfortunately. Looking to renew that relationship with the barrel here at Jeffreys Bay. Miguel Pupo, a quick in and out for him. So Slater with a much better looking wave there, Rosie.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just to kind of get off the back of that milky wave and tap right into that next section of the wave. Gonna love watching him progress through this heat, because I think as he starts to settle in, we're just gonna see bigger and better surfing from him.
Making his way back into the lineup here at Super Tubes. Plenty of time left to go. Let's get another look.
Yeah, Kelly just meeting that lip line right there. Kind of a sneaky takeoff in the whitewater. Has to kind of wind through this section and really wait for it to open up for him. Beautiful carve under the lip there. Staying low. That board looks pretty short for the kind of energy that we're seeing in the water right now. So there's glimpses there of that Kelly Slater magic, and I'm just waiting for, you know, that all to come together so we can really see him open up on a wave.
Did look a little knifey, didn't it? Sometimes grey, the spray, sometimes someone has a board that isn't white. That can kind of make it look like different size or volume than it really is, but did look very sharp. Not a lot of it anyway, certainly for pumping J-Bay, but handling the power well.
Yeah, that is actually an interesting point. It's kind of got that dull grey spray. It doesn't really stand out to you as he's up and riding. You know, you're seeing a lot of people really lean on fluorescent colors on their surfboard. Felipe Toledo in the past really had those beautiful airbrushes that almost accentuated the surfing.
Well, off the back of a great result over in Brazil, a strong opening showing as well for Samuel Pupo. He's with Peter Mel.
Sammy, incredible performance for your first heat ever out there at J-Bay. You look like you've been surfing it for years.
Thank you, Pete. Yeah, my first heat ever here, and it's been my favorite wave since the first time I got here in 2017. So I just couldn't wait to compete out there, and it's stoked to make my first heat here. And I just wasn't really confident coming into this heat. We barely had practice here. You know, we didn't get a lot of waves, so I wasn't really confident with my board yet. But it's nice to make first heat, and then I can get a couple freestyles more.
And so you're telling me that this is really your first time actually at J-Bay, never had a surf before this week?
Nah, like the wave's been really small, so it was basically my first like wave with like reasonable size. So I was a little bit shaky in the first wave, but wave was amazing, so I'm happy to make it.
Sure didn't look like it, kid. That was awesome stuff. I mean, and what are your goals from this point forward? I mean, you've got 2 events left, kind of down there in the rankings, so the final 5 maybe a little bit out of reach, but what are your goals?
I just want to surf, really. I want to do my best surfing this last 2 events, and this is probably my favorite event out of those 2 last ones, so just want to keep surfing, and top 5 is, I don't know if it's that far, I think it's 5,000 points, so you just never know. Another final could happen, and I'm just feeling really loose. I just want to have fun.
I love it. The optimism is there. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great stuff from Sam. Well, we were just saying, Rosie, before about, we talk about surfers without a ton of experience here. Some people just take to it naturally. It's exactly what Samuel Pupo's done.
Oh, definitely. He's just kind of like through osmosis, probably watching his brother compete and watching this wave a lot, saying he was nervous. And I like that he's backing himself, because he could go final at Rio, come into J-Bay, do really well. Then he's also got Tahiti. So, the music hasn't stopped yet for him. There's still opportunity to climb up those rankings. Yeah. I like the fact that he's got confidence.
How often do we see those hot streaks as well, right? When the events come thick and fast, you're off the back of a final, you just want to get the Rashi on and go again. And he's got off on the right foot here. He's looking to carry that momentum. Just over 24.5 to go in this. His older brother Miguel with that 6.67 early doors. He's in the lead in this one. Slater, couple of low numbers from him so far. Served a little bit of notice on his last wave, though, as he'll look to sharpen up throughout this heat and get his competition skills back together. And he would be loving the look of the forecast as well, and what we've been talking up that we're expecting for tomorrow. A serious jump in size at this absolutely beautiful surf spot. The perfect wave, some call it, as we'll check out live action here of Kelly. Bangs one into the lip and looking to go through the tunnel, and that one will just rattle away from him again. So looking to get into the tube. He pulled him pretty late into that one.
Yeah, he did it. As we see Miggy go through this wave, we'll go through the motions of Kelly's replay.
Miguel drawing out on the backhand, off the bottom, bang, big vertical exclamation point from him. Uses the arms and just whips with the lower half of the body. Beautiful floater, really dynamic from him. A technical move performed at speed on a critical section. There goes O'Leary, really low on the bottom turn. That bum almost going in the water. Such a powerful surfer. Bit of a smaller wave from him. And the opportunity just in terms of sections, they're just a little tight for him. So he'll deal with some white water through here. It's been pretty well surfed, but you just feel that kind of look to that wave. It just compresses the score a little bit.
That was a horrible wave. Like a horrible wave. Like super milky, so much like just ugly. But the surfing that Connor did on it was so, so good. You're like, just get yourself a better wave, Connor, because that surfing is going to get you massive scores. So I'd like to see a bit of better wave selection from Connor O'Leary, and I think we're going to see him soaring into the excellent range. Miguel Pupo, that was a proper wave. So beautifully surfed.
Finding the rhythm in this heat from the beginning is Miguel Pupo with a ton of experience on the CT. A bit of a break from action and looking very much at home as he regains his place. Here's Connor's wave again.
Yeah, so Connor, like I said, the surfing that he's doing is searing. It's so sharp, the way that he's just able to get it up into the hood. So this wave had so much froth on the face and so much to contend with, but he was just so able to knife through those sections. You notice the low body composure that he carries throughout his maneuvers. I love the way that this guy just attacks the lip, and oftentimes when I look at Connor O'Leary, as we see Miggy, I'm just going to talk through this one, he really bides his time, that flow. You know, Connor's got that kind of attacking approach on his backhand. Miggy here adjusting those feet as he lines up this section. Beautiful searing turn, a lot of spray. Like you said, the composure of the arms that he holds through that stylish transition through maneuvers. Beautiful wave from Miguel. Bottom turn, watch the spray. Watch as he releases that tail right there. Fan of spray going up, staying head and shoulders over the string of that board and looking down the line again before he reaches the bottom. Just such a cool style. Love watching Miggy surf. Beautiful flow, and the technical approach of where he's able to keep his body over his board. Just always in control, just that tail dropping float maneuver. A lot of variety shown there from Miguel.
Textbook backhand surfing from Miguel Pupo, and he enjoyed that. You can kind of tell at the end he knew he's on his way to a good number. Judges shared that sentiment. 6.83 comes in. It is the high score of the heat. His other score was also a mid-range 6, so a decent number now, 13.50. He's thrown up there. Conor O'Leary trying to come back at him. Just got a couple of scores on the board. 5-5, his early wave. The better of his two. Slater with priority now. And as you mentioned, getting the good waves, finding the right ones. That's what I want to do. I want to draw on that experience. Seen him ride a couple of waves that never quite looked like being really lined up. Let's get Slater on one of those bombs and see what he can do. Can't wait for that. Does have priority. Let's see how he goes about using it. Still plenty of time left to go before we wrap up this opening round for the men. 20 minutes and 15 remaining in this one. Kelly Slater out in the water right now after missing a couple of events. It's great to see him back in live competition. It's also great to see how the rest of the Championship Tour surfers deal with surfing against him and everything that comes with it. And, you know, we talked about that crowd energy, all that hype, all those kind of things as well. It's fascinating to see some surfers actually kind of channel that and use that to their own advantage. And, you know, I think Miguel Pupas, he's enjoying himself out here against Slater.
He is. I mean, and you're just watching the body language as Miggy paddles back out to the lineup. He knows he's had the best waves in this heat so far. He's paddling right up Kelly's inside as Kelly's sitting with priority. He obviously gets to pick and choose whatever wave he wants, but he's kind of applying that pressure at the moment and playing the game.
Really enjoyable to see as we look out over the blue waters of Jeffreys Bay, groomed by a pretty brisk offshore. It's maybe just dialed down a little bit. It was kind of hacking just after lunchtime. Maybe just mellowed a touch, but pretty smooth and groomed out there. That tide filling in. Still some really nice looking waves on offer. Wave selection. We talked about it, Rosie, how important it is. And you get an idea of exactly kind of what's going to happen as you see the wave kind of bend around the pointer. But there does seem to be a bit of an element as well at Jeffreys Bay where kind of have to make decisions a little bit. You've got to surf an early part of the wave to see what the rest is going to do.
Yeah, there's different sections here, and you know they're coming. You know, you kind of take off that super zone and then hit that car park section, and then obviously towards the keyhole it gets shallow, and you've really got to make a split-second decision whether you're going to hit that last section or not. So there's a lot to kind of telegraph in your head and make quick split-second decisions. Kelly's going to use his priority here.
Making a decision to go. The GOAT, 11 times world champ, Slater, pumping for speed. As he'll go a little fade off the bottom and draw out a turn and pushes pretty hard and goes over, not what he was looking for, and he'll go down. So maybe just looking a touch out sorts so far in this one is Kelly. It's interesting to see him just kind of hung a little bit at the bottom of the wave before he pulled that turn. He wanted to hit it pretty hard. Good aggression from him, but not the wave he was looking for.
Yeah, it wasn't not really the Kelly that we used to seeing out here. I think he's really going to sit out the back again and kind of regather himself and center himself in the moment.
So just under 18 minutes remaining in this. Miguel Pupo leads from Conor O'Leary. Kelly Slater at the moment looking for numbers, just a couple of small scores, but still lots of time left to go. First priority is with Miguel Pupo right now. And we talk about the backhand, and you know whether that is sort of as much of a disadvantage as we traditionally like to think, but it's really cool to see both of these two goofies. But there can be advantages, right, for going backhand. Offer something a little bit different. They're generally in a minority. It's not quite 50-50, is it, the split? But also the chance just to kind of tweak that turn and maybe tighten it up as they go into the lip a little bit.
Yeah, there is that opportunity to kind of time when you meet that lip line at the moment. And, you know, we've seen some goofy success in 2019. It was an all-goofy final with Gabby Medina and Italo Ferreira. So it had been a long time between drinks for the goofy footers making the final here at Jeffreys Bay, but it definitely seems like they're starting to light this place up and find that other kind of look at the wave and really giving a refreshing perspective to the judges at the moment.
Really interesting to see how that goes down. There's plenty of time to run in this one. 16:45 remaining on the clock. Miguel Pupo with a couple of sixes so far, making the best of it. Haven't seen the best of Slater. Loads of time yet to come. Join us for more live action from J-Bay real soon.
Kind of just like the overall vibe is just alive right here.
Ok, você mais gosta no Brasil?
Você mais gosta no Brasil?
Eu não sei. Você mais gosta no Brasil?
For me.
You?
Yeah.
You like you the best out of Brazil? Me too.
Show me your survival stats. Is that the survival stats that narrow?
feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, I should probably be like,
Welcome back to live coverage of the Corona Open J-Bay. And a beautiful day of competition just keeps on delivering, as does this man, Miguel Pupo, in live action right now, your heat leader on the backhand tools. Sharp tools they are as he swings into the lip again, building up momentum, just gathering loads of speed down here. And he'll take a low line with a few little pumps on the board, and that one will just run away from him, pretty much sort of reaching top speed here at J-Bay and unable to get around the section. Meanwhile, right behind him, O'Leary, and a much better wave from him. And he's staying really vertical in the pocket on those backhand turns. A little slopier section puts him a little more on the face. That's really nice from Conor O'Leary as he gets nice and vert, takes on the lip. And a much, much better wave choice from Conor O'Leary. Yeah, I'm going to applaud that for sure. And also applaud the fact that he was able to regather that footing, because that one maneuver, that front foot swept all the way past the stringer, and he was able to maintain his composure. Fun to watch Miggy's run through this heat, though. He's been in complete control. He just looks so unfazed at the moment, and really just tapping into some beautiful waves and finding a great rhythm. So waiting for that score to come in for Conor O'Leary. Reckon to be a decent one. Looking for an 8 to go to first as we get another look here at Miguel. So Miguel Pupo was sitting out there with priority. This is what he utilized that on. Beautiful whip there through that section. Nice flow through this midsection of the wave. Steps on the gas. Has to negotiate around this section, tapping his way through, and then kind of kicks out there. So doesn't get too much done. And Conor O'Leary, like we said, better wave selection from him. Watch him as he kind of glides through this one. This maneuver right here, watch that front foot, just slips all the way to the outer edge of that rail, regains his composure and gets to work on this inside section. Beautiful, snapping vertical approach. I think that's going to be a better wave from Conor. Really nicely surfed, and a couple of goofies showing us some really sharp techniques at a wave that's not easy to surf even at this level. And O'Leary there, getting himself the 6. And just kind of consolidating that second place position. 7.5 the requirement though still for first, so those high 6s from Miguel paying dividends right now. And those margins feeling pretty significant, Rosie. Just the amount of waves coming through and the type of waves that are coming through. And you think about the difference between getting yourself, you take off on a wave, it might be a mid-range score. If you can squeeze every bit of potential out of it, turn it into a high 6, that's going to be a decent cushion for you come the end of the heat. Yeah, I mean, we've looked at the storyline of the last few heats. It's been the tale of the 6s. So to really, for Conor to get up in that 7.5 range, he's going to have to give it a bit more gas. And Kelly, obviously, right now, looking for the 9.83. It's a near perfect score. So he's kind of going to have to digest that. Look at Kelly put his hands out. He's wondering, you know, where... I haven't really heard too much beach commentary. I think these guys are just asking for the situation. Miguel obviously looking for the time there. This guy's just wanting to figure out what the scene is right now. Time for Miguel, maybe scores for Kelly, what he might need to get into the lead. Interesting to see how Kelly goes now with priority again. See if he can make a decent use of it. He's looked for the tube a couple of times, hasn't he? I mean, he's really just trying to surf in whatever the wave offers, right? But think about where you can unlock and really go up that scale, as you mentioned. Get yourself in a tube, disappear. There's no one really better at him doing that, and come out somehow down the line with a ton of speed. And, you know, who knows where that kind of score is going to go. Let's hope we get some set waves for this man right here, the 11-time world champ. Yeah, I think my favorite thing about watching Kelly on this wave at Super Tubes is he doesn't burn his speed off. He's tucking into that barrel, coming out with a lot of flow, a lot of fire, and not really like kind of burning that speed off, but right into that next maneuver. So I'd love to see him kind of tap into, you know, those moments that we're so used to seeing from him. I'm sure he's wondering where his opportunity is going to come from. I don't think this is kind of what Kelly envisioned for this heat. Yeah, well, interesting, isn't it? You think about your preparation that you do, and there's only really so much you can kind of control. You get out there in the water, and the kind of rhythm of the way the sets fall, and and even what happens to you on those waves. Got to make those decisions in heat. Of course, no one better at it or more experienced at that game than this man right here, who's pretty much seen and done it all.
Well, even thinking about his experience here at Jeffreys Bay, I mean, he's obviously had the huge moments, the wins, but then also that injury that he suffered at Boneyards in the free surf leading up to one of his heats. He pretty much exploded his foot. That took him out of competition for, you know, almost a number of years. And he's still kind of recovering from that injury.
So Slater just sitting there biding his time patiently in the lineup.
He's noticeably frustrated, though. Like, the way that he's slapping the water now is just showing he's not happy with the way that this heat has unfolded.
The rhythm of the ocean so far hasn't been with him. He still got 9.5 minutes yet to come. It does feel like these sets kind of settled down into maybe like 2s or 3s, maybe a couple of waves coming through in these sets, aren't they? We're not seeing these 5, 6 wave sets, anything like that, but we had a few 1-wave sets as well, didn't we, earlier on? It does seem like a little bit of an opportunity for everyone. Next exchange could be crucial, of course, but Slater, a long way back right now. 9.83 the number to go in 1 wave. He's looking at getting 2 fresh waves, a couple of high 6s, and about 7s. That'll do it for him. Miguel Pupo, 13.5, his total. And able to do that really without putting too much of himself. Hasn't really had to kind of extend himself. Hasn't ridden many waves, just 4 of them. And when the opportunities come, he's taken them, and that's competition surfing.
Yeah, he hasn't really broken a sweat, Miguel. He's really just been that guy that's been in the right spot at the right time. The way that he's read the ocean has been impeccable, but it does seem like it's taking a breath at the moment. There's been a little bit of a lull in the action, in the waves, and it's almost like you have to kind of manage your expectations of what the heat is going to offer.
So our surfers holding very close quarters right now, sitting together in this beautiful Jeffreys Bay lineup and looking for a wave to rattle down the point with energy and with scoring section. Slater a little bit up against it so far in this one right now. Wrong end of a pretty big number. As we mentioned, does have time for a couple of waves, depending, of course, on whether the ocean does provide them, and the swell that pretty much picked up throughout yesterday, all through the day. Maybe not quite consistent enough this morning. There are all sorts of sets coming through, just dialed down a touch. It's still continuing to build, Rosie. The forecast is still looking really, really solid for tomorrow, but we do get those little gaps in between with the building swell.
Yeah, we have seen that throughout the day. There's kind of been a little bit of lully action, and then a kind of that energy starts to pulse through. So it's going to be fun to watch this kind of develop and see how it starts to arrive and march through here in the lineup. But it's definitely taking a breath at the moment. And as we see a couple of lines, let's see if anyone can capitalize on this, and if you know, Connor, Kelly, if they can hold their nerve and really do some of the surfing that we expect from them.
The welcome sight of swell lines pouring in the bay here, as Kelly Slater tags one, climbs up the foam nice and vertical, and then he'll swoop with a little jam in the pocket on that board. It does look pretty small under his feet. It's very maneuverable, though, as he will just pump for speed here down the line, and a little kind of carving check turn for speed. Goes into a risky kind of lip line float type maneuver with a kind of big recovery on it. Does it well, gets it done. Meanwhile, right behind him, here goes Pupo with an absolute ton of speed. There's a hammer. Beautifully done from him. One turn that we caught there, but the control to be able to do that going so fast, Rosie.
Yeah, just the projection out of the lip too. Sometimes on your backhand, when you commit to that bottom turn, you almost get caught further down the wave, but then Miggy really projected out, stayed just, you know, with so much speed. So really dynamic last maneuver there from him. I think Kelly's going to be a little bit disappointed that wave didn't offer more for him, but Miguel Pupo has just been so impressive throughout this heat. It just seems like he's just really living in the moment and doing the kind of surfing that the wave is asking for. So we anticipated this wave for Kelly, and just willing him to do the kind of surfing that we're so used to. Like you said, that board looking pretty short under his feet, but very maneuverable. I think if he had more of like a cuppy open section, you'd see it performing a little bit better. A lot of speed down the line. This last move here hangs on by his toenails. The beach just erupting. You can hear them really appreciating the surfing and seeing Kelly stay alive in the flesh in front of them. Miguel Pupo, this is the work that he got done on the outside. So a couple moves from him before he telegraphs down the line. And then it was this move right here. I'm calling it, you know, one of the best of the heat so far, the way that he was able to project out on that last move.
Such a technical maneuver to do. What you can't really tell on that tight shot as well is the whole of the rest of that wave is running away. So it's kind of like a closing out section that you're surfing with so much speed towards it. Be able to pick out the right spot to do that kind of maneuver and do it successfully at the end of a wave as well. You'd be feeling it in your legs too. Really impressive number in for Kelly. It's his best so far, 5.4. He's heading his score in the right direction. Needs a bit more where that came from. Brings his requirement down though, an 8.1 at the moment, needed for Slater. Although we are due a number for Pupo. Let's see how he goes. Got a couple of decent 6s. And if he does improve it, just turn the screws slightly as we get down towards that 4.5 minute mark. But we talked about, you know, getting those maneuvers and being in the right place on the lip, but also even just setting up Pupo. He looks so composed, right? He looks like he's been in exactly where he wants to be, and he's just waiting so calm, and that is key at a wave like this.
Yeah, he's not really getting ahead of himself either. It's just so fun to see him kind of pick and choose his maneuvers and really be creative with his maneuver choice.
All right, numbers in 6.73 for Miguel Pupo. So it does improve slightly, not by a lot. 0.06 of a point better than what was his low score previously. So just nudging things up a touch, Miguel Pupo. And taking all of these opportunities, just mistake-free surfing from him throughout this. As we mentioned, there's not been loads of opportunities in terms of sets. When they come, not only has he been in position, he's really capitalized on the sections. Quite gone that way for Kelly thus far, but he is picking up momentum, finding himself more waves. We'd just love to get him on some more waves, see what he can do down here. Well, we know what he can do at J-Bay, but just love to see a classic matchup, a timeless one. Kelly Slater, the greatest of all time, one of the iconic world-class waves in surfing lines. Steaming through here, Rosie.
Yep, and looking over my shoulder, you can see the indicator up from Boneyards. There are some really good waves making their way towards the surfers, and a few of them in the set. So let's see who's able to cherry pick. Conor O'Leary obviously has that priority, and this is the daunting decision with priority, is when it's a multiple wave set, which one do you go on when you need that score? The 7.56, I think these kinds of waves, he kind of goes over that first one. Let's see, he's gonna have a little dig on this one, using his priority, needing that number.
Making a decision is O'Leary. Under 3 minutes in this, he'll cruise high line through the opening part, the coiled spring, the whipping turn in the pocket. O'Leary again off the bottom, driving hard. Just uses that power to throw out spray. Takes on the lip there, a little more vertical. So nice variety from him. That's super critical. Good spring in his step, and clocks it again. Really nice. That wave kind of grew in height and impetus and power down the line. Meanwhile, with a little foam on the face from that previous wave of Conor O'Leary, here goes your heat leader, Miguel Pupo.
Ooh, Miguel's going to be feeling not so comfortable in that lead after that last wave of Conor O'Leary. I know we're going to get to see replays and really dissect it, but that was a great wave for Conor. Good use of his priority.
Looking for that 7.56. We know the judges don't like to get compressed in scores, but we've seen a lot of those 6s, and they're kind of splitting the differences. The question will be, did Conor show them enough to really go up the scale? It's a beautiful backhand serve from him. It's a good-looking wave, Rosie.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch the replay to really see the work that got done by Conor. I just think he was able to do a lot of critical moves, and back-to-back too, with that flow in between. He didn't get out on the open face. He really stuck it right in that top third of the wave. So going to be fun to watch these numbers trickle through and see if Conor's going to get the nod or not.
Needs to go over 1.5 points north of his high score to date. Let's get another look here.
So Conor kind of telegraphing down the line. Now he starts to drop down, identifies that lip line, smokes it through there. A lot of spray. Again, going to the bottom of that wave, staying in that top third as he releases that tail. This wave opens up and stands up for him to really get projection down the line. Again, getting up into that top third. And another maneuver, that last one right there, super critical. So I think Conor's got an opportunity to take the lead. We'll see what the judges think. But that, to me, best wave of the heat. Looks like the judges agree.
In full agreement, Rosie. 8.33 for Conor O'Leary. And what a way to keep composure. We didn't talk about him loads in that. Just rode 3 waves prior to that. And that opportunity came through. He talked about that decision with the priority. The wave almost kind of made that decision for him, and a clutch situation, clutch surfing from O'Leary.
Yeah, that was great surfing. Just even watching him come through the keyhole, it just didn't seem to really be phased. He doesn't look like he's holding any nervous energy in him. He's just going through the motions, and really well surfed and well done from Connor, using that priority to such success.
So Miguel Pupo now will be feeling a little bit miffed from controlling that heat throughout, really, and not really doing much wrong at all. Anything he didn't do was really go up into those sevens, crucially. A lot of high sixes from him.
Yeah, that is tough. I mean, it is a tough pull to swallow when you've been in such commanding control of the heat all the way through, and then your competitor just finds that bomb of a wave, but also does the surfing that gets that score to nudge up into the excellent range.
O'Leary signing autographs down on the beach here. The fans enjoying this. A really impressive performance from him. Getting the high score of the heat, going into the excellent range. Big backhand hammers from the big man to bring the heat to a thrilling conclusion. We can get a quick commercial break. When we come back, women's elimination. Loads at stake here at J-Bay. We'll be right back.
Put South Africa on your list of places to visit. It is a bucket list trip, obviously. Incredible wildlife here, but every year, Pete, we get excited about returning here to the Eastern Cape to come right here to Jeffreys Bay, and we're getting the reward of visiting this year. Incredible forecast, and today we've had amazing waves.
It's so true, you know, and I think as a surfer, this is one of those places you say as a bucket list, but there's so much more to do if you're a non-surfer. I mean, just the wildlife going on up and down and finding secluded beaches, going to the parks, tons of parks around here, so there's lots to do.
But let's shift our focus now because things are about to get pretty intense. We're diving into the elimination round for the women, and a massive opportunity here for Joanne Defay.
It is a big opportunity for her. If she's able to get through this heat and into the quarterfinals, she's going to clinch her spot in the final five.
What a remarkable year she's had too. Incredible. She hasn't missed a final series yet this season.
Crazy, huh?
And in the back half of the year, she really caught fire. A win at G-Land, a third place finish at El Salvador, and in Rio, the last stop, she finished second place to Carissa Moore. And she has earned that spot in second position. She doesn't want to let it go now. She had a pretty good run, got through a couple of heats at the WSL Finals at Trestles last year. And she's looking to have a second crack at it.
And she's very fortunate that she was able to get that opportunity to compete in that event, because it is so much different. You know, you get kind of an understanding of where you want to be, kind of inspires you to keep those higher seeds so that you don't have to surf as much throughout the day, because it is a tiring day. I mean, you figure you're going to surf through, you know, if you're sitting at a 5th seed, for example, if you want to win the world title, you're going to have to surf a few heats.
Well, based on what we saw in the opening round, Joanne Defay, she's going to have a big opportunity here. Tia Blanco, great surfer, but looked a little out of sorts in that opening round. Joanne's certainly the favourite. 2 event appearances here in the past, Pete, for 2 quarterfinal finishes. So she's got the kind of record that sort of suggests that this spot, this clinching of this spot in the WSL Final 5 is right there.
One of the biggest assets I believe that Joanne Defay carries is the fact that she can win in any type of conditions. She just reads the ocean so well. She's able to adapt. She makes adjustments on the fly. All of those things are why she's so successful and why she's so consistent.
I guess the big thing here is complacency can be a really dangerous thing. I know Joanne's going to be really focused, and she'll be aware of the threat that Tia Blanco actually provides here. She's a dangerous competitor, 25 years of age, and for a lot of the world, you know, even though we haven't seen her compete in too many CT events, just 2 prior to this one, you know, we've seen a lot of her surfing just because she was the winner of the Ultimate Surfer.
Yeah, and I mean, she's putting her time in on the QS as well, so you see her in a lot of those events. But yeah, she is a very accomplished surfer, very good on her backhand. If she can get herself onto the 2 best waves in the seat, she's got a great chance to make this one.
Yeah, she was on the Challenger Series last year. Her highest finish came in France. She got a 9th place finish there, finished 29th overall. There was a lot of people contending on that Challenger Series, so it's a pretty impressive result for this surfer who has a couple of ISA championships to her name, 2015, 2016. She collected those honours and also had her highest finish on the qualifying series back then in 2015, got to 20th position. So, as you mentioned, it's not like she's a stranger to competition. She certainly has been in that high-pressure situation of taking on other surfers, and we know how much pressure there is when you're competing at the surf ranch.
Yeah, so true. I mean, it's just to be able riding a wave, not in a competition, is tough at a place like that. You know, and even J-Bay kind of has that same similarity, really, because it's such a perfect wave that, like, you just stand up on the thing and you want to perform. It's so perfect that it can be tough.
And you can almost fall into the trap of being repetitious on a wave that's so long and has a section that doesn't really taper off too much. And Jeffreys Bay is like that, you know. The wave is quite often as tall at the start of the wave as it is at the finish here. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Tia can bring to the party, but she's going to have to bring her best and really turn things around after that first heat today.
Yeah, she's working with Matt Myers, who was in town here in Toledo, but also was going to, basically they've worked together for this event specifically. So Matt will be working at this one in a big way. You know, he's been sole focus in this championship tour event was on Tia. So let's see if some of those suggestions work out for her.
Really big performance from the big man in the last heat. Connor O'Leary, Rosie, saving his best till last and turning the heat in the dying stages.
Yeah, so much fun to watch Connor just clubbing that wave. And you just telling me you had no idea that you turned the heat on that last wave, so it's fun breaking the news that you actually won.
Yeah, I mean, I was walking up the beach and Steph was on the little corner bit up there, and I was like, did I get the score? I'm not really sure, because I couldn't really hear, and no one was kind of like going, well done. Like, so I was like, oh, maybe it was close, so I didn't get it. But yeah, it was good to kind of finally be able to open up and take my time. It's been, the last few days has been really hard to kind of warm up, and there hasn't been too many waves. So yeah, to be able to kind of feel my feet in the heat was something that I feel like I did, and yeah, it's good way to finish it.
And you know, getting that first place and just getting that elimination round out of the way, that's also got to be refreshing for you as you focus on the pointy end of the competition.
For sure. I mean, it's funny. It's such a different dynamic shift from the first half of the year where, you know, first and second got through. It's kind of like you got to shift your focus on, you know, going all out and wanting to win and having to win to be able to progress. So, yeah, just kind of having that committed mindset leading into these ones was something that I feel like I want to do and do more. And, yeah, it's working out so far, which is good.
In 2019, we kind of saw the stigma of the goofy footers not doing well out at J-Bay kind of be obliterated by Italo and Gabriel Medina. How are you liking your chances, and how are you feeling on the back end out at Super Tubes?
Yeah, it's somewhere where I've had up and down moments. It's somewhere where I want to, you know, get better at, and I've been watching a lot of Oki and Bobby Martinez and guys like that to try and emulate their surfing and put it into the amazing walls that we have here. And yeah, it's not there yet, but it's getting there, you know. As long as I'm making slow improvements, that's all I can ask for. And yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Well, I think getting up in the excellent range is a good indication of the surfing that you're doing. We'll send it back to you, Ron.
Thank you, Rosie. Connor O'Leary, I like that too, who he's looking to for inspiration out here, because while Gabriel Medina and Italo had that amazing vertical approach out here last year, I think Bobby had a pretty unique backhand carve off the top that gave him a real point of difference. It was a backhand carve that could match it with the forehand carves of the regulars out here.
So true. You know, and I think he actually showed us on display in that last wave. There's a lot of variety in those top turns he moved in that last wave. You know, there was a judge that threw a 9 at it. I mean, it could easily have been a full flat 9 on that wave, because that was some great surfing.
Yeah, sitting in 10th position, Connor O'Leary, big opportunity for him, but we are focused on the opportunity Joanne Defay has at the moment, as Kelly Slater gets mobbed on his way up the beach. He'll look to turn things around. Kelly had moments in that heat, looked like he wanted to really thread the wave together and show everything that the judges are looking for at Jeffreys Bay. He wanted those tubes, but maybe just went hunting ones that weren't quite open enough.
Yeah, and, you know, and Kelly likes to be a showman, right? So he wants to go out there and do things that no one else has done throughout the day. You know, and I'm sure he had been watching all the heats earlier. He's staying down the reef a bit. He has a view of what's going on. So yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think he saw. You look at the conditions, you're like, I just want to get barreled. You know, he's a surfer just like all of us, and that's one of the ultimate things. But I feel like, yeah, you're right that maybe he could have passed up a couple of those barrels and would have helped him out.
That's an awesome shot right there. I mean, Connor O'Leary won the heat. He signed a couple of autographs on the beach, but Kelly just getting seriously mobbed. And you know, it's been the same story for a number of years now, Pete, with you know, no idea as to how long Kelly's going to stick at it. People relish the opportunity to come out and watch him compete again, and there was massive cheers, just like there was for the South African competitors when they were riding their waves. Every time Kelly laid that rail and went for a turn, you know, he got the same kind of support.
Yeah, and he's touching lives all the way from, you know, people that are 65, you know, all the way down to the young, you know, the young kids right there, obviously. And it's, you know, something when you have a special surfer like Kelly Slater is, stuff like this happens, right? He's just got a full harem around him, and I mean, everyone just wants to be close just to see what he looks like, what he does.
Yeah, check out Lost Tapes too. Great insights into where Kelly's head's at the moment, and also some amazing free surfing vision at different locations around the tour schedule. Some of the best surfing that I think we've seen from him, but I'm still just buzzing after that big win at Pipeline earlier this season. I hope he can reclaim that winning feeling, because you know, that was something else.
Well, and we're heading into a couple events. I mean, this one specifically, you would think that he has good chances. I mean, that performance there probably wasn't up to his par standards, but you know, you think about Tahiti and his barrel riding skills and what he was able to do at Pipeline, you would have to say that he's going to be a favorite headed into that event.
Most definitely. 23.5 minutes remaining here. Still no waves for our competitors, but something standing up on the outside here. Tia's sitting a little deeper than Joanne. She's going to take this first ride, pushing for the inside position, and she'll try and make the most of it, get some speed up. And now the wave starts to back off. She goes to that first turn, keeps that down the line transition happening, doing a lot of work to find the open face down the line here, and this one just pushes her away as she tries to round that final corner and get some open face to work with.
It's so hard to pump with your heel edge like that and stay in the top of that part of that wave that's giving you the transition she can put out. As soon as you go out into the flats, you're just not going to get that same kind of purchase off of your fins and your concave. You need to have that transition there so you can push off of it. She was doing everything she could to try and get to that corner there, but that wave was just way too fast for the backhander.
She got 50% of the strategy right on that occasion, got that inside position, but if you don't put the big number up, it's a huge advantage to the rival. And Joanne Defay, she kind of moved down the point instantly with priority and got herself into the ideal position to capitalize on this next set, which is arriving at the takeoff zone right now. The current world number 2 with a heat win here clinches her spot in the WSL Final 5. As she loads up, now steps back on the tail and looks to unload on this first turn. Nice swoop there, cuts it right down into the bowl, back up into the top of the wave for another critical hit. Now mixing it up with the layback jam, just the 3 maneuvers, but a solid, clean combination.
Yeah, and that's that combination of major moves, right? I mean, that was down the point a little bit. There was big 3 sections that she was able to do 3 different style of carves, which is what you need to do on the big open face here, especially if you're not going to like start risking it very early in the heat. She wanted to apply pressure to Tia Blanco. She's going to do that easily. I think this is going to be a pretty good number here for her. In that good to maybe very good range. And again, applying pressure right to Tia. And Tia's got to answer. You know, she's got to stay in this heat from the very early stages, because if she lets it go, Joanne's just going to capitalize. I mean, just too much experience in one-on-one competition.
Even if Joanne was to slip out of the mix here, she's a very good chance at making the final 5, but she can make sure of it with this performance. And the fact that she was able to sink these rails, Pete, and surf with no nerves at all on this ride is a really good indication of just how confident she's feeling at the moment.
Yeah, and I actually have never really seen her have nerves, to be honest. I mean, literally, I've watched her compete, and from the very rookie year, she looked like one of those surfers that, and she's always constantly working on her craft, getting better and better, figuring out where those holes are. She's changed her equipment around, and that's kind of been helping her in the consistency. But look at just those beautiful arcs, and then this one here going with the arm on the layback arc, where that back arm stays back. So again, different approaches into the lip, and she was loving it. And we're still waiting on this score. Again, this is the first real wave of this heat, so you know it's an important score to put in there and put the right scale.
And Tia gets herself another ride here, draws off the bottom. That's a bit more like it. Strong opening maneuver, back up into the pocket again. There's that solid backhand that Pete Mel was talking about, but this wave starting to reel off through impossibles. And she's trapped inside that tube. 6.83 for Defay on her opening ride. It's going to be a couple of low scores for Tia to kick this one off, but just under 20 minutes to go. And we'll see how the wild card fares in the later stages of this heat, but a big advantage there to the surfer representing France.
Well, and again, so now again the pressure just to use priority. She's got it right when she got back out to the peak. I mean, that's exactly what she wanted to happen. She didn't want the heat to go, you know, tick-tocking away without her. And now she's back at the top of the point. She's got the P next to her name as soon as they give it to her. Again, you're starting to see these lines heading down the point. So exciting. I mean, what a day to compete, you know, in perfect J-Bay. I mean, it's this right size. I mean, if I was going to be nitpicky, maybe you would like to see a couple more sets, you know, throughout a heat.
Oh, come on, Pete.
But ultimately, I know everyone's getting their chances.
Everyone's getting a lot of opportunities, aren't they? It's really, you know, the only thing that's holding these competitors back is maybe a couple of errors. There's been some falls, there's been some misreads on tricky sections that maybe surfers have pulled into when they should have driven around, or, you know, looked to set the fins free or float at the wrong moment.
Well, that's just competition.
But funny, I was talking to Kanoa Igarashi after his heat, which was a kind of an odd one the way it played out, and he said, believe it or not, it's better than it looks.
That's kind of funny.
It looks pretty good. 18.5 minutes to go. Joanne Defay out in front. Strider conditions really clean at the moment.
Yeah, actually, it's beautiful out here. The wind's howling, so nice clean offshore, and the conditions are great, but the consistency is a little slow. So there is those weights in between, and you know, capitalizing on those opportunities that you have, obviously super important. You know, for Tia right now, she's got a lot of skill, but she just doesn't have a lot of confidence, it looks like, and that's what I think she's building. Too bad she doesn't have more time, you know, because the more she surfs here, the better she's going to look out here, and the more she'll feel like she can find her feet. You know, with Joanne, she's just so solid and has so much experience. I feel like she's got that confidence right off the bat. But hopefully we see more as the tide's gotten just to the high point now. It's just really filled in, and it's really on the inside. Any of those inside sections, you're doing floats or anything, as you come down, you're literally onto the bricks, onto the rocks. I mean, it's so shallow, it's unbelievable. So ladies having to be careful on that inside section as well.
Oh, most definitely. But yeah, it's a good pickup. I think anytime you see a surfer just a little out of sorts, you know, that there's a little less rail in the water. Sometimes the big approach on the lip is just slightly mistimed because you're not getting that committed drive off the bottom into those big pocket sections. But no signs of that from Joanne on that opening ride. She takes the lead. She's got priority out there at the moment. She's just been so impressive, and I just can't believe it. At one point, Joanne Defay on her road to the championship tour, considered throwing it all away, Pete, because she didn't have the support of sponsors. It was basically her family that got behind her. There's that famous story with Jeremy Flores giving her some financial support to chase down that championship tour dream. And man, she has repaid that faith in a big spades.
Way. Yeah, and it's created this determination which has made her who she is today. You know, and ultimately not having that support, it's given her the drive to stay on that championship tour, and now all of a sudden she's winning events, and it's awesome.
I love when a surfer who was overlooked for so long, it just becomes an undeniable asset to a sponsor. And Joanne Defay has captured the imagination of a lot of sponsors over time. Conor O'Leary in the last heat, he's done it with his big performances. When he lost his major sponsor, he surfed his way into a position to get that attention, to get those contracts. And it takes a lot. Mentally, it's a lot to overcome, as we see Joanne now looking for a backup score to go with that 6.83. It's a quick wave, a smaller one, but she's too smart a competitor. She knows the value in getting a couple of good scores on and putting some pressure on this wild card. Nice hook in the pocket there, a foamy section to deal with, but she's not giving up on this wave, Pete.
Jeez, that was amazing. You know, I mean, you had mentioned, you know, the major sponsors she has picked up this season with O'Neill, and, you know, she's a valuable asset in Europe, you know, and O'Neill has, you know, a big stance in Europe, so it's a great addition to the team, especially being female. And, you know, she's one of those surfers that is just, you know, you talk about determined and consistent. You know she's always going to be in those finals. So it's a perfect addition to the O'Neill team.
Well, 15 minutes remaining here. We've got a number on the way for Joanne Defay. She's going to extend this lead. We'll see if Tia Blanco can get herself back into it right after this.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf till you're dead.
We're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Good things happening with We Are One Ocean at every CT event. We're working with local organisations to protect and conserve the global ocean and help preserve the future of our sport. And it's been fantastic to watch the surfers get involved in that movement and take part. And they're all passionate about it. 13 minutes to go here. Joanne Defay with the big opportunity to clinch her place in the Rip Curl WSL Finals that'll take place in September over there at Trestles. She's up against the wildcard, the winner of the Ultimate Surfer, and Tia's had a 3.17, and she needs a big number. She needs to actually chip away at this requirement piece. She's after a 9.49 at the moment, with just over 12.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean, again, just small bites, right? So thinking about it, a good 6 would be solid, you know, right in between the two scores that we saw, and she's right in the mix, right? But it has to happen very, very soon. You know, with this priority situation right now with 12.5 minutes to go, you figure there's been, what, 2, maybe, you know, 3 waves in a 10-minute period if you're fortunate. So it is an important, you know, at this point with this priority, she needs to put up a number.
Yeah, we've touched on Joanne Defay, just, you know, how committed she's been to this dream of chasing down big results on the championship tour and getting herself into a position to challenge for a world title. But Tia's worked hard away from the sport as well. Her and her sister, they have a skincare range, Dear Self. She loves her cooking. She's a passionate vegetarian.
Vegan. Yeah, she's nuts. She has a full, I mean, her social feeds, I mean, she works hard. And, you know, very, very popular person.
Massively popular, and no doubt a lot of people tuned in to see her performance here at Jeffreys Bay. The third CT event that she surfed in this season, had a 17th in Portugal earlier on in the year, a 9th place finish in El Salvador. And she is looking to cause a real upset here, but she has to make a move soon, because we know that consistency with those set waves, it's just not there at the moment. So you've got to make the most of those big ones, and she did take off on a fast-running wave at the start of the heat that didn't provide much. And the second ride, unfortunately, didn't turn in a huge score, so she's got work to do.
Yeah, she does. I mean, you know, that's the thing of pushing yourself up the point in order to, you know, hold position, is that sometimes you get put up too deep, right? And the wave, basically you end up chasing the wave the whole entire time. You know, you want that wave with that great pace. We've been saying it all day long.
Well, Joanne Defay just incredibly consistent this season, but really starting to bank the big results and getting herself in a great position here in what is the first day of competition, the second day of the event window. Let's see how she's feeling heading into this stop.
I've been having a good year when I compete. I'm having fun, and I've been, I think, like quite smart in my heats, and you know, like things like this that make me happy when I'm out. Like, I've done a good surfing, I've been smart, like I haven't done so many mistakes. So I'm pretty happy about my year, super happy to win Gillian. Obviously, it's been the highlight this year, and I just really want to surf good in the heat. You know, it feels good to, like I said, have good heats, and then you come out and then you're just proud of yourself.
Amazing, Joanne Defay there, saying that she just wants to surf good in her heats. Meanwhile, she's doing just that on the big walls here at Jeffreys Bay. And she makes that wave way down the line. Almost got past that impossible section. 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go, and there's a really good chance that 5.83 is going to get dropped here.
That was that full tide, you know, down there. It gets really shallow. There's enough water there that you could pull into that barrel, which she has done. And she disappeared from view, almost 2 sections there. So it feels like, yeah, you're right. I feel like it's going to be a lift in her total here. Let's watch the replay again. First turns, and you know, she was talking about how she's so excited to win G-Land, but what about winning J-Bay? And with surfing like this, she could easily do this. Very, very speedy, has that kind of zest in her turns. You know, the equipment looks glued to her feet. There's this next section. This is where she completely disappears, and the judges will eat that up because that is a complete barrel.
Yeah, we haven't seen from the women too many barrel rides today, so it'll be interesting to see where this goes. That first section, super shallow, didn't get a lot of cover, but made up for it here.
Yeah, that was where she completely disappears from view. You know, in that angle from the judges' tower, you're gone for a long period of time. She sold it down at the very end of the wave, too, making sure that the judges would have seen her make that wave. And, you know, just watching it again, there was some maneuvers there, good variety with that barrel, so it feels like to me, yeah, she's going to improve on the 5.83.
You know, a lot of the venues that we go to, the barrel ride is enhanced by the water angle. Jeffreys Bay, kind of not so much.
Yeah,
it's sort of a high almond-shaped barrel. It's very technical. You've got to read it carefully.
Yeah,
but from the judges' perspective, it reels off quickly, and you know they're very aware of just how difficult it is to find the exit sometimes down there.
It is so true. I mean, and it's again, it's. You know, you see these waves and how perfect it is, but ultimately it is kind of almondy, so it's very tough to have your body sit there where you're going to keep the speed going, but actually stay in the barrel without it touching you.
Well, have a look at this wall standing up for Tia. Uses that priority. Easy call for her. This wave has a great line on it, but she's going to have to get going now after this big committed turn. And she does manage to find that transition, get back to that open face, but now this wall's stretching out and unlikely that she's going to get around it. So again, taking that wave a long way down the line, and it's not really going to help her situation. She was after a 9.93, or just something better than the 3.17 to give herself a better shot here. But Joanne Defay banked a 6.27 with that barrel right on the inside.
Judges spot on today, you know, and again, you think about this venue and scoring, and You know, it felt to me like, yeah, it wasn't quite the 6-8-3, you know, the 3-turn combos that she had on that very first wave, but it felt like it was definitely better than the 5-8-3. All 5 of the judges there see an improvement on wave number 3. So yeah, good. The judging's been spot on here.
Well, it's so
I am one to call it out, kind of.
You are.
If I feel like it's not, you know, hitting the marks.
Well, the modern history of the event, it came back on the schedule 2018. Steph Gilmore got a win. Carissa Moore got the win in 2019. No surprises there, but you know, there was an 18-year gap between CT events for the women here at Jeffreys Bay. Megan Abubo won in 2000. Prior to that, through the late 90s, Melanie Redmond-Carr had a victory, Trudy Todd as well, and Lisa Anderson in 96. So, you know, for me, this is one of the great additions to the Championship Tour schedule for the women. It just gives them the opportunity to show just how strong their rail surfing is, how powerful they are these days, and how committed that they are willing to be on an end section that can, you know, definitely cause some injuries and wreck your equipment.
Yeah, we've seen it. We saw a couple broken boards today, some broken fin boxes. Saw Courtney, she fell on her board on the very last maneuver, which pretty much cost her the heat because she had broken fins. She didn't have the time to come all the way in to trade out her board. She decided just to sit out there with the broken fins and see if she could turn. It didn't happen for her. She was on the wave, but just too difficult when the fins were broken off.
Well, 5.5 minutes to go here, and Joanne Defay, you know, she really doesn't have to do too much, but I think I can see some set waves approaching, and I think there's a fairly good chance she's going to push Tia into combination. Just with the surfing that she's done so far, it's sort of suggesting that she can quite easily replace one of these scores. So we'll see if she can get right out there to the takeoff zone and put herself in a position to do so.
It's incredible. You think about, like, in heat strategy here is that, you know, if Tia's not in position to get a good wave, like, you shouldn't really even ride a wave, but when you're sitting at J-Bay and you're watching a 6-foot wall come your way, it's pretty tough to let one go by just because you want to win the heat.
And it's a good opportunity to get reconnected with this wave and prove to the field that you're the surfer capable of banking those big, excellent scores. Here goes Joanne now, taking that opportunity. Nice swoop to get started. Up into the pocket again. This wave already sort of starting to taper off, but she's going to stick with it. And maybe she won't better her position here. She's going to take that one right through to the inside.
I mean,
and
okay,
won't go into the top 2.
If you wanted to nitpick, you know, that's probably a bit of a mistake. You know, ultimately, when you have the lead and you have priority, you don't want to take off on a wave that's not going to give you the opportunity there. I mean, it's tough, again, where you're looking at it when you first drop in, like, oh, is this going to give me the ability to better a score? It's easy for us to say, you know, right here that it was a mistake because she probably didn't. But ultimately, yeah, I mean, she could look at this and go, what improvement can I make in this heat? Maybe I should have sat on this one and not taken off on that and kept my priority for the last 4 minutes.
So she'll head back out there now. We just had a big surge, caught out some of our fans who are so firmly fixed on the action unfolding in the lineup. But we've been really lucky today. Real light winds, Pete, and it's given the competitors plenty of freedom out there to attack the lip. We've seen some big scores laid down in the excellent range. We're going to have a lot of fun looking at all the action in the WSL post show later on today.
Can't wait, Ronnie. You know, again, you get it all compact in a little 20-minute episode. You get to see all the highlights from the day. Great analysis from our commentators.
You're going to be joining me on the post show then?
Oh.
Just over 3 minutes to go here. And we'll see if Tia can get herself back in this heat. Potentially is some medium-sized set waves rolling our way at the moment on what's been a great day. A big day for the South African crowd too. 4 surfers to get behind in the men's event. And some really strong performances there.
And thinking about the crowd, I mean, it's been a very engaged crowd. You know, they're here and they've parked it and they've been throughout this couple days. I mean, even the day, our first day of competition, you know, we had a couple calls. They sat through all of it, ended up going to the music that night. So a very dedicated crowd, which is really great to see here in South Africa.
2.5 minutes to go. Coming up next, Stephanie Gilmore takes on Courtney Conlon. Plenty of history between these two competitors, and expecting that it's going to be a hard-fought battle, and it's a crucial one for both surfers. Courtney's looking to really make a charge towards the top end of the rating. Stephanie Gilmore's up there in 4th position at the moment, but she's already hanging on to a couple of nights, and she doesn't want any more. So she's got to do some serious work and recompose. But I think both Stephanie and Courtney in the conditions this morning got some of the trickier faces to deal with.
They did, you know, and that's when that wind's blowing up the face like that. And it's great for us to see. Again, we're watching it on the screen going, wow, look how perfect it is. It's amazing, but really difficult to surf. This is much better. The wind coming now from it's just the left of your screen to the right this morning. It was actually now the opposite, where it's the right of your screen to the left. And so it pushes you down the line, and it's, you know, the winds are holding the face up, and it's cleaning the faces up rather than making it more difficult.
Minute and a half to go here, and Tia's still got a chance, but she really has to give us something spectacular. It might have to be the ride of her life here. We've got a big wall standing up on the outside. She's going to get that opportunity, it feels like.
Oh, how's your heart palpitations at this moment? You know, this is those times where you're like, okay, you need a 10-point ride, and here's the wave, here's the opportunity. Now you got to go out there and perform.
Well, have a look at this thing standing up. One of the biggest set waves, and so far she's read it nicely, just concentrating on getting to that open face. Now the wave's going to start to slow up a bit. She'll get that opportunity to go to turns. Reefs through that first backhand carve off the top and sets up this second maneuver. Swinging that board through the move. This wave's starting to steepen. And Tia throws everything at it but can't ride out. And she really did have to put it on the line there. She needed that big turn. She also needed the finish. Unfortunately, didn't find it.
Yeah, that was a tough one. I mean, and what a wave, though. I mean, that's just all you ask for in those situations is the opportunity. She was given the opportunity. She charged it, went for it, just couldn't quite pull it off. So great learning experience for Tia.
Yeah, it's no doubt the biggest wave that she's ridden here at Jeffreys Bay too. So you've got to keep that in mind. There wasn't a whole lot of swell prior to the event window kicking off. So Tia, you know, she did read the start of that wave well. She got the speed up to let go of those carving turns, but you know, we know that you've got to be really perfect and get those big critical turns in if you're going to get into the excellent range, and she fell short there. Joanne Defay, she has clinched her spot in the WSL Final 5, and she will get a shot at a world title come September. We're going to take a quick break. Stephanie Gilmore and Courtney Conlog are up next.
I've always found so much inspiration from so many other women and men in the water that I've never really felt like I'm the greatest or the best. But to win a number 8 and to hold that record would be very cool. And I would love to do it. And of course, I've been thinking about it a lot. The number 8 is great. It's a nice, infinite looking sign. And I have 2 8s on my jersey because I was born in '88. So there's a lot of 8s around at the moment. So we'll see what we can do.
The 7-time world champion Stephanie Gilmore is out there at the moment looking to save her place in the draw here, up against a really tough opponent in Courtney Conlog, a two-time runner-up to the world title. And Courtney has already shown us really clutch moments this year, saving her place on the championship tour with a great performance through the Australian leg this year, Pete. But Steph, a former winner of this contest, and obviously more CT victories than any other competitor, she's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, but she's got to perform, and that's the thing about it, is it's not easy. You've got two surfers in the water, and you've got 35 minutes to make it happen. You've got to be on the best waves, and Stephanie knows that. And it's an important event for her too, being that she sits tied for 4th place with Brisa. Brisa already into the next round, into the quarterfinals. So Steph needs to keep pace right there for sure. Most likely in her mind, the goal is semifinals. If not a win, obviously, but semifinals is going to keep her in that final 5 picture.
Yes, this is going to be a lot of fun to watch, because you think about these two competitors, they've enjoyed a lot of heats against one another. The head-to-head history works in Steph Gilmore's favour. 15 heats head-to-head for these two. The first came in 2012. As we dive into the deep stats, courtesy of Hydro Flask, 9 wins going Steph Gilmore's way. Courtney, though, had the last say. She had the victory in 2021, a quarterfinal heat at Narrabeen. But yeah, it is, it's going to be a fantastic clash, because Courtney doesn't back down, but Steph, she just has that incredible point break flow, that amazing style. So I'm expecting big numbers from both these competitors. Yeah, and Courtney on the other side, I was looking at this going, okay, this is a place that I feel like I can win, and if she does take home a win, she's going to build tons of momentum, but she's going to skyrocket up the rankings. And she could easily find her way in these next 2 events, heading into Tahiti, and you would think that her chances, Courtney's chances in Tahiti, are going to be solid as well. Here we go. Courtney takes this first ride and takes a high line on the outside, pulls into the barrel, but that is always a tricky section to exit from. And it just started to pinch on her, and she got tossed over the falls. Especially up top on the point like that, it really shrinks that barrel. It's not very wide open. You have to get really small and super compact and not let the wave touch you at all if you want to get through it. Courtney's right up there as one of the most winning surfers on the championship tour when it comes to victories. She's had 12 wins, equal with Sally Fitzgibbons. There's only a few surfers ahead of her and Sally, and that's Tyler Wright with 15 victories, Carissa Moore with 25 wins. Stephanie Gilmore, I mentioned, the most winning surfer on the championship tour on the women's side, 33 CT wins to go with those 7 world titles. So she's on a different board here as well, because she is her primary board, which she rode earlier this morning. The fin boxes were blown out, so I'm sure it's not repaired yet. So she'll be on a secondary board. Not to say that it's not going to be something that she really likes, but ultimately here you can see that she's on secondary equipment. Yeah, surely it plays into the mindset of some of the competitors, but for the most part, there's not too much difference. They seem to carry a couple of similar boards in the mix. You have to. You don't want to have that mistake. I mean, because you conceivably you need to have the backup for your primary board to step up. And generally you can carry around 2 bags. With 4 to 5 boards per bag, so you can carry around 10 boards, and especially with the season the way it's been, so compact that you almost have to have some deliveries coming in while you're traveling, because have some of your Sherpas bring some boards to you. 29 minutes remaining here, just a throwaway number for Courtney, so Stephanie's going to assume that priority. Pete touched on her performance in 2018. It kind of just, it seemed like destiny that once the tour came back here and Steph Gilmore was going to get that opportunity, a victory was going to come her way. It's always the case on the right-hand point breaks. It happened again in El Salvador. Yeah, and you expect it, right? And she keeps exceeding the expectation. She's a 7-time world champion for a reason, and still in contention in a big way here. Right now, all she really wants to do is clinch that spot in the final 5 so she can get an opportunity at trestles. She's always capable of the big results on the backhand or at a beach break. She's done it, she's broken through, she's had multiple wins at locations like that, but something happens in Steph's mind as far as her confidence goes when she gets to a right-hand point break. It's so true, it really is. And
I think that she just carries this, the style and finesse on a right-hand point break where her flow is just impeccable. It's the best, of all the surfers on tour. And when she clicks into that, and especially she clicks into it much easier on the right-hand point breaks.
The other thing, though, that she might suffer from, even though she is confident with a trip up in that opening round, the fear of falling out of the mix, that doubt might just creep into her mind. And we've seen Steph vulnerable at different stages. It doesn't happen often on a right-hand point break that she's unable to recover, but I think Courtney is a surfer that could kind of get inside her head a little bit.
Well, and that's why you can see Courtney's duty early in this heat was to try and put a number on top of her. It didn't happen. And now Steph is able to kind of more roam the lineup. And it's an important exchange here, though, too. You don't want to see Steph, squander an opportunity with priority. So she's going to be careful about which wave she chooses here.
One of the things that, I couldn't point to a hard fact or statistic, but it's just an observation. If Steph falls on that first ride, it can kind of become a little bit of a habit for her. So I think finishing off this first wave, once she elects which ride she wants to take, I think that's an important factor when you think about her success in this heat.
I would agree. And we've seen the fragility here and there from Steph. And we also seen where she picks up momentum and all of a sudden you can't stop her, right? And that's one of the things that I think as a champion, that's what she's been able to do in her career.
Yeah, both these competitors really similar, away from the jersey, easy going. Courtney's hyperactive, Steph a little more chilled, but really easy going when she's not in the jersey. But there comes a time just prior to her hitting the lineup and putting that jersey on where they just snap into competitive mode, and the intensity, the focus on their face is just so clear.
Pretty cool, and it's watching years and years of these two competing against each other. At different times in their career, they had great success. I would say obviously that Steph's going to have the most success with the 7 world titles. But Courtney, she's been one that people were very, very afraid to get in the heat with her, especially the year that she was finishing those runner-ups. She was the sea tiger, definitely. No one wanted to pull her in the heat.
That's it, and especially when there was big walls. If there is some size to the waves, Courtney is a competitor that really can harness the power that's thrown at her from the ocean. She can let go of huge turns. She's very committed on those big, tricky sections.
I think you can go back to the year she won the U.S. Open, which happened, and you think about Huntington Beach, you don't think about big waves, but actually the year that Courtney won, we actually had to have jet ski assist in the lineup because it was a big hurricane swell, and it was 8 feet, all of 8 feet, like triple overhead on some of the biggest sets, and very, very challenging. And she went out there and just dominated. She looked unbeatable, and she did take home that championship.
Now, Pete, we didn't get to see each other for a few years, but I got to see plenty of you because your wave at Mavericks was so celebrated. It's one of the greatest waves ever ridden. Getting behind that big section and backdooring it, huge barrel. Obviously, you're out there in those kind of conditions, and there's an opportunity that you're going to get one of the waves of your life. When you're getting that opportunity as a surfer, is there extra nerves or is it an intense focus? Because I'm thinking about the conditions today, and if we get some solid set waves here, it might be one of the best waves that these competitors have ridden here at Jeffreys Bay.
I would agree, and I think it's an intense focus. I think that's when you're in the zone. That's when you feel it the most, right? It happens instinctually, but it's also tons of experience in putting the time in and going through different scenarios that have happened before. Like you've been in those situations before where you're, an example being just in this heat, you've got that, 1 minute left, you need a score, and you've got your back against the wall, and all of a sudden everybody's watching and you're going to have to perform. If you are thinking about it too much, you're going to fall. You're going to, so you want to be just tapped into those experiences and clear your mind and make it happen.
I know every surfer watching this heat can relate to that situation. When you're in great waves, it's your turn, the set wave's coming, and people are starting to say, oh, there's a good one coming.
Yeah, are you going?
You want it?
Yeah.
Of course you're going, but like there is the fear that you're going to mess up that opportunity. And we've seen some surfers, I think, suffer from the perfection today. Almost buckle under the pressure of wrecking a wave that just, you know, has so much opportunity on it.
And we can go all the way back to the very first heat this morning and talking about that exact scenario, is that that's going to happen because this wave is so perfect that you feel like you need to outdo yourself or do something super special, or, you know, depending on the scenario on the heat that's happening. But ultimately the wave is so perfect, you got to read it perfectly.
So how do you think Steph Gilmore's feeling at the moment? She's got priority. She doesn't need a big score to get into the lead.
Yeah, I mean, she's got no number against her right here. So right now I think there's not really any nerves. But I mean, at this point you're thinking in your head, come on, just give me a chance. I mean, here, this is my 35-minute heat. I want it by 6 footers. Come on.
And you want to get going. I mean, it's a feeling that probably the longer you sit with it, you know, the more the nerves creep in, and it's harder to sort of harness all the energy and, as you said, all the attention that's coming your way, because the entire point here is watching this heat and saying, wow, Stephanie Gilmore, the 7-time world champ, one of the, you know, the greatest of all time, is out there with an opportunity. What's she going to do? And yeah, I just can't wait to see it.
Come on, Ocean.
Well, let's take some time now while we can to check in with Joanne Defay. Rosie Hodge, what an incredible heat win for Joanne.
Joanne has been so consistent this season. You're into the quarterfinals of the Corona Open Jeffreys Bay, starting to open up on those open walls. How are you feeling surfing-wise, and just the way you're back in South Africa, such beautiful waves on offer?
Yeah, thanks, Rosie. We're in your country. It's so good. I think everybody's so stoked to be here, and it's just a beautiful day. I'm happy they didn't rush it yesterday to surf, because today there's magnifique in French, sorry guys, waves, and it's just good to get going and to have, I kind of felt in some way lucky that I had to surf 2 heats today, you know, and I just wish I could have get more scores, a bit higher scores, but you know, it's just like that kind of wave that we can't really train before when there is no swell, so it's hard to figuring out the boards and the fins and all of these, so yeah, I'm just getting started, I guess.
You are just getting started, but I'd also like to take this moment to congratulate you, because you've clinched your spot into the Rip Curl WSL Finals in September at Lower Trestles.
No way! My God, I didn't know it. It's pretty cool. I wasn't expecting this. Yeah, a bit emotional. It's cool. Thanks, Rosie.
All that hard work paying off. We can't wait to see you at Lower Trestles. Congratulations, Joanne, and we'll see you in the quarterfinals at this event.
Such fun surfing coming out of Joanne.
Powerful backside hack. Joanne Defay is going to be the champion of the Roxy Pro G-Land.
Joanne Defay, you're back at Trestles as you clinched your spot in the WSL Final 5.
J'aime bien faire du yoga, même si ça fait partie de l'entraînement un peu, mais c'est les moments que j'ai pour moi, où je suis toute seule, où tout redescend et je me recentre un peu sur moi, et c'est important.
Kind of just like the overall vibe is just alive right here.
Ok, você mais gosta no Brasil?
Você mais gosta no Brasil?
Eu não sei. Você mais gosta no Brasil?
For me.
You?
Yeah.
You like you the best out of Brazil? Me too.
Show me your survival stance. Is that the survival stance that narrow?
Hi, I'm Courtney Kalmog. I'm from Santa Ana, California. Being a surfer from Santa Ana, I grew up only surfing on the weekends. A lot of people don't realize that. I went to school Monday through Friday. I was a weekend warrior.
The greatest weekend warrior of all time, maybe. Courtney Conlog out there at the moment, facing up against Stephanie Gilmore, who's going to get her first opportunity here in this elimination round. And we mentioned the importance of Steph finishing this right on her feet as she sets up the tube, gets a little bit of cover. Not as deep as she would have liked, but she makes up for it with a nice carve off the top. This wave is shaping up beautifully through the inside. Nice steep wall as the 7-time world champion goes on the attack. Love the way she's redirecting right back into the bowl. A very drawn out carve there, brings it through to the inside. Another nice bash, and she'll kick through the back of this one. And that's exactly what she needed. She'd waited a while for this ride. And Courtney right behind her. What's this wave going to do? Looks like it might have a bit of a double up in it. As Courtney winds through the foam, no dramas there. So really hoping this wave stands up. You can see that lump of water in front of her. Doesn't look like it's going to work out though. She's going to get out there and hopefully get back to the takeoff zone before Stephanie Gilmore. But what about that ride, Pete, for Steph?
Well, you talked about how important this use of priority was going to be, and she's done that. I mean, this barrel here, just a quick little shampoo. But again, right here is where she really starts to mix it up. The carve back into the foam with that actual cutback, which is tough to do at J-Bay. And then these 4 snaps are solid. You know, again, this is where she gets that grace, that style, that speed, that power, all of those things right there too. Just held the rail in the lip and makes sure she completes the ride at the very end of it, picks out clean. She's going to get a good number here, and she's going to apply some pressure to Courtney.
Man, she is just a machine when she gets going. It's artful. We've said that before. It's, you know, the full-blown just expression of Steph Gilmore on show there. Just beautiful lines, and I just love that back knee, the way she drops it through those turns, applies that extra pressure to the rail. 7.5, a very strong opening wave here, and just a very sure-footed looking Steph Gilmore.
Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted to see from her. You know, she would have wanted to see that in herself. You know, this morning's heat probably didn't go exactly as planned. She didn't take the heat win, but this one here, very, very important. Like I said before, like we said before, this is, you know, if she wants to have a chance at an 8th world title, she needs to hold on to that final 5 position in the rankings.
Strider Wasilewski watching on out there in the lineup. Strider, just some beautiful lines, and we know when Steph finishes off that first wave well, she can get on a real roll.
Yeah, you know what, it was, you know, you guys were touching on the points of all the different scenarios of what was going to happen when she did stand up, and it took her some time to actually get comfortable on the wave, and then once she did, we saw her light up the corner, and she finished off super strong. And, you know, just a note that, like, basically the first half of the wave, she was just settling in, getting comfortable and getting her nerve back, so to speak, and then you can just think about, I mean, she got a 7.5, so she's just going to build. I mean, imagine what she's going to do on a wave that she's outside. She tears into it right away and has that confidence now going into it. So I think we'll see some big scores out of her on her next ride, even higher than what we've seen so far.
Yeah, totally agree. I love just the amount of distance Steph puts between the wall of the wave, Pete, and the flats when she goes into those big drawn-out bottom turns. Gives her a really good look at the wall of the wave, and she can sum up what carve or what snap she wants to go to.
Yeah, I mean, and again, that's that timing, you know, and you know, she's been able to do that on the right-hand point breaks. Born and raised at Snapper Rocks, so obviously has a lot of time on that forehand.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. Courtney managed a 4.17. There was some real quality missing to just the wave. Courtney surfing was okay, but the wall wasn't top to bottom. There was this kind of strange double up section, new swell filling in, often will stack up in 2s, and it just didn't come together for her.
Yeah, it didn't, but I think she was very smart in realizing that wave wasn't going to have the greatest of scoring potential. She surfed what she could out of it and was able to kick out ahead of Steph Gilmore, motors back out to the peak, and now she has priority. So this is a good situation for her as she has this priority. The next set's going to be, and she can make the right choice. In hopes that maybe it's just a one-wave set. Either way, she can, you know, she matches the number of Steph Gilmore. The heat's on.
Steph's 15th year on the championship tour. Won as a rookie, went on a real tear, 4 consecutive world titles. Has racked up a few more since then, but amazing to think that she's only finished outside the top 5 a couple of times, and one of those years she was injured. So she has just been incredibly consistent. Even in her off years, she's right up there at the top end of the rating. She's up again at the moment. Big carve to get started. She lines up her track through this inside. Gets up into the bowl. Nice slice off the top. Doesn't overcommit to the rail just yet. Waiting for this wave to pull up through the inside so she can let go of some big hits. Lining it up once again. Gilmore goes to that layback jam, and she'll tuck through the back of this closeout section once again. And that'll be a solid backup number.
Yeah, that's exactly what she wanted right there. I mean, in this situation, you know, you pull the trigger just to get that backup number, and now she's gonna, I mean, she's gonna better the 4.17 of Courtney's iron for sure, and she's gonna put Courtney in a very difficult situation. You know, she's going to hear a number that she's going to need probably, you know, maybe even comboed. We'll see what the judges say here, but you know, a smaller wave, but it had a good pace because she was able to do big turns on the outside section. And I love the patience that she has right here. Didn't overcommit like you had mentioned, because that wave was going to go down the line. And then here just kind of paces herself. This is where it slows up, and there's a couple beautiful turns here. That one very dynamic, and then this one where she tucks the knee in. Beautiful stuff as she just wraps that one very hard.
How's how alive that lower half is for Steph. You know, she really absorbs the bumps in the face of this ride beautifully with just that compression in the knees, but you know, also with the opportunities, has the amazing extension, but she always gets low as she rides out of those calves to get that speed back on track.
Yeah, she's utilizing those long legs and shock absorbers, and she compresses and holds the speed through the maneuver. She can absorb that energy, and then to get out of it, to extend, and then you're pushing back on those fins, you're pushing back on that concave, getting that extra drive off the bottom turns. She does it the best.
Yeah, so some great scores rolling through from the panel at the moment, and Steph's going to back up the 7.5 beautifully. It's a 7, and Courtney finds herself comboed in the, well, with just under 12 minutes to go here. She needs a 2-wave total of 14.5. Really interesting just comparing these two competitors. Steph, you know, she's peerless when it comes to style, but style doesn't always win heats. You know, Courtney's got her own approach. Definitely doesn't get as low as Steph through her maneuvers, but she just rips into turns.
Yeah,
Courtney.
She's not afraid of attacking the lip. You know, on the biggest sections, she's straight into it, has no fear. I remember as when I was putting my time in as the Big Wave Tour commissioner, you know, and we were adding women to the mix, and you know, I went through a lot of the Championship Tour surfers and asked, you know, if there was any interest there, and Courtney was like, her eyes lit up, and she's like, oh man, but I kind of want to win a world title.
She was right in world title contention at that point
time
too.
I know. It was like, I felt kind of bad asking, but you know, hey, you know, it's like she wanted to do both, why not?
I think someone that fit and just, you know, that committed and focused could probably make that switch quite easily.
Yeah, and she's done it. You know, I mean, she hasn't put her actual full effort into it, but she has that interest in those bigger waves. So, again, just fearless.
Yeah, we mentioned the wins for Courtney, 12 CT wins, but it's been pretty impressive where she's gotten those victories as well. We've talked about the dominance of Steph on those right-handers, and Courtney has been able to wrestle wins away from those point break bred surfers in the past. She's become one of the most winning surfers at Bells Beach, a venue that, you know, takes some figuring out. You need a good flow there, so she can get it done against these tough opponents.
So true. I mean, I'd expect her as being one of the favorites, and unfortunately she came up against Steph Gilmore in this elimination round, but it was a golden opportunity for her to push hard and you know, find a way into the final 5, but not out of it yet. 10 minutes to go. She's in combo though. She's looking for 14.50 points, so she needs to get, you know, something at least in the 5.5 to 6 range to really help her out and put her in contention for, you know, at least an 8.85 to turn the heat.
Well, it's taken her more than 20 minutes to get these just 2 rides, and they're not big scores, so she's going to have to make a move soon if she wants to turn this heat around.
Well, Steph doesn't seem to be hanging around. She's like, I want to ride some waves.
Yeah, I don't mind that, and why not? If you're out there without priority, Steph with a lot of speed, big high line there. What's she going to do with all this momentum? Big drawn out, cut down to get started, then whips it into the pocket, and this wave standing up, and she absolutely annihilates that final section. And she seems to love the feel of it. The body language suggesting that she was really digging that final turn. I think she might improve on the 7.
She could very easily here. I mean, and that's the thing. We talked about how she starts to get into a rhythm, and she's certainly in that rhythm right now. She's dancing across these faces of Jeffreys Bay and looking very, very, very good.
That last turn was so strong, but I just love it when a surfer just doesn't rip into that first turn straight away, but just takes that high line and really drops to the bottom.
And you see the footwork there. I mean, you saw her pumping down the line. Her foot was way up on the pad, and as soon as she started to feel it, she just put that thing way back. That turn there was just the best of the heat right there.
That's
ton of speed.
Excellent surfing. This has to go excellent, doesn't it?
You see how she's got her foot back on that pad, pushing through it. That footwork again, see, it's just up, down. You can puts it back into this turn here, just slides it back ever so slightly, drives through it, gets that knee cocked. That is going to be a beautiful still. good arm work as well, but this turn, extending, pushing hard, extending that back leg through the maneuver there, and just driving that board through that maneuver. Board looks amazing under her feet. Darren Hanley, great relationship with him, DHD surfboards.
Oh, I absolutely loved it, Pete. I mean, that's how you want to ride a wave here at Jeffreys Bay. Get all that speed, take a big high line, glide through a beautiful carve, but to finish it the way she did was just so impressive. I loved it a little more than the judges. 6.97, didn't go into a top 2, which is a head scratcher for me, but I can kind of see what they're thinking. That they love it when you get involved in the pocket of the wave, and Steph kind of was gliding through that first turn. But if I was going to pick a wave that I could emulate that kind of performance, I'd take the last wave over the others.
I would agree with that. I think that the one thing that hindered that score slightly is the fact that it wasn't a major set wave. And it shouldn't really factor in too much. But I mean, I think also we get the benefit of watching this broadcast and seeing the slow motion, seeing the angles, seeing all of that. But if you're watching it from one stagnant, overviewed angle, you'd realize that wave was probably on the smaller side. You're shaking your head at me, but that's probably just justifying why the fact that didn't go up into, at one of her best 2.
It's a matter of opinion, isn't it? And when you look at the panel, a couple of the judges thought that wave was better than her previous ride, but the average came in a little under. So, there was actually a few judges that liked it better than her previous ride, but it was brought down by a couple of lower scores. But Strider, from the water, it must have looked incredible.
Yeah, it was. I mean, obviously it was a beautiful wave, and the performance on the wave was just gorgeous. The body language and the speed and the power of the flow on the wave was there, but the critical mass in the bowl wasn't there, right? So that's what the judges are really. They stick it to the competitors. They want to see them up into that lip line and really tearing into the vertical part of the wave. So that's the reason why we saw the score, lower than the other rides. But the beautiful turns that we saw and the feel that she had, and that, that moment of being a surfer, it doesn't get any better. And that's what we loved about it. But the judges very critical on that, in the bowl, in the lip, and on that vertical part of the wave is what they want to see.
I feel you. I think you summed it up beautifully. It's great, though, in competition. Sometimes when you see a surfer just put some space between their maneuvers, and it just feels like you're not watching competition. It just feels like you're watching someone out there just basically flow through a ride.
Yeah, and it's J-Bay, right? And I think that's something that, there's a lot of time on this wave. It's a long wave. To be able to be patient there and wait it out.
5 minutes remaining here, and Stephanie Gilmore holding on to the lead. You look at her 3 rides, and they're all impressive. Even her throwaway number is better than what Courtney's been able to serve up so far. But just on 5 minutes to go, Courtney's still got a chance, but she needs to break combination, and she needs to break it soon.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, she's got priority, but she needs to wait for a quality wave. She can't just take a little insider and think that she's going to be able to turn it. So she just has to open the ocean, provide something, and provides it very, very soon.
4.5 minutes, Pete. Obviously you've been surfing for almost, half a century.
45 years.
45 years. When you have that dream board, or you have your first preference equipment, and it gets busted up and you're forced onto your second option, how much does that affect your confidence?
It depends on how good that secondary board is. Really what it comes down to. I mean, I think it does affect your confidence, because obviously you have the primary board that you've been surfing and warming up on and you're excited about, and all of a sudden you break it and you have to go to your backup board. Ultimately, what I think, as a smart competitor would do is just you make sure that that board bag is filled with boards that you're confident in. You don't have that board bag with the board that you've unfortunately had to just keep in there because of some, situation. You want to be able to go, hey, I have 7 boards in this quiver, and every single one of them are going to work.
Do you ride your backup equipment in warm-up surfs, or are you just going, no, I'm going to trust that this thing's going to hold together, my dream board, my first preference, and just hope that it doesn't fall apart?
I think if you've got one of those good boards, it's good to keep it on ice, and I think that we've seen it with competitors in the past. I mean, Steph Gilmore, prime example. I mean, we had talked about the Cash Cow, right? That was a board that kept getting repaired, and she rode it in her free surf and actually dinged it and then all of a sudden it's gotten repaired, and all of a sudden it changes things. I mean, you've got a board that's a buckle on it now too, so it's one of those things where it does change it a little bit.
Yeah, no one takes my board away and fixes it though. I just stuff the holes full of wax and keep surfing it for another 6 months. Here we go, Courtney trying to fight her way out of combination. Couple of deep turns and really looking fired up. She hammers down the line, looking for some big turns to finish this one off. Transitioning nicely, she's looking alive and in the fight as always. But she has so much work to do and not a lot of time to do it. Behind her, Stephanie Gilmore's up. Great shot there as Courtney throws it at the final section and goes down. Steph falls as well. So it just doesn't feel like this one's going to play into it too much. Courtney will be lucky to break combination, but also working against her is the clock and the fact that Steph's going to be holding priority.
Yeah, and this is, you know, Steph wasn't going to better her situation there, but she fell early enough that she is going to claim priority, and she's going to be able to hold this one off, it feels like to me. I mean, Courtney will probably get out of combo. It feels like there was enough done on that wave to get out of the, only she needed a 4.5 to find her way into just one single wave, but with 2 minutes on the clock, it seems very difficult that she's being able to pull this one off.
Oh, and that wipeout would have taken some air out of her as well. That was over the falls, losing contact with the equipment on the final maneuver, but Courtney, one of the fittest competitors on tour, and we'll see if she can get back to that takeoff zone or just halfway out to potentially get a shot here in the final stages. But Steph, she's got that priority. She's looking down the line, wondering just how far to go back up the point and whether she should just hold her position and try and control the final stages here. But here's Courtney on the replay.
Yeah, again, she had to do the maneuvers and then chase it down to get to the open face. You know, it wasn't able to just flow top to bottom, but ultimately this wave was surfed very, very well, especially down in this section here where she held her speed through these turns. Just the unfortunate error with the mistake here by pushing too hard on that final maneuver. You know, definitely going to be enough for the 4.5 in my eyes, but that one there, just trying to mix it up, and goes up and over. But the
backup board looked pretty good.
Yeah, it did.
But the mistake on the finish is going to hurt her chances at you know, really turning this heat around. But it's the clock that's working against her at the moment. As we see more set waves rolling our way, Gilmore might get the opportunity for a victory lap here in the last 40 seconds. Courtney Conlogue still way down the line. And Steph lets this first one roll through, 30 seconds to go. And Courtney just be able to pick something up, but it feels like time's going to get the better of her.
I just love the determination, though. I mean, even though that she's got 20 seconds on the clock, she's still looking and trying to just hunt something.
Well, here we go. Feast your eyes on this. The 7-time world champ, plenty of speed. This will be the last ride of this elimination round heat, and Gilmore opens up with a very strong frontside carve. The second's even better, right in the pocket. Now looking to set up a pit. This wave's not going to throw open, but she'll just go to the rail once again and really finish it off in dynamic fashion. A huge fall out of the lip.
Wow. But those cars on the outside, just magical. Really, I mean, she picked up momentum. She was able to execute on that very first wave of this heat and just built confidence through it. And that was a great performance from Steph Gilmore. Really fun to watch.
Really strong stuff. And she is going to be powering into the quarterfinals. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll bring in Paul Evans and Laura Anova for the call.
you know, the goal of winning a world title is absolutely at the top. I just want to win for myself and my family and my husband. Like, he's put so much effort into me, and I don't know, I just want to win for the people who have sacrificed so much for me. And I also want to win to prove people wrong that doubt me and don't think I can do it. There's nothing more fun than that.
Welcome back to the Corona Open, J-Bay. A sunny afternoon, surf is still pumping. And Laura Enever back in the studio joining me, Paul Evans. We are in for a treat here of some brilliant surfing in great conditions. However, there's that bit of sort of jeopardy, that bit of a knife edge. Someone's going out of competition here.
Yes, people are heading home. It's really, really sad. And we've seen 2 girls already eliminated. But what an afternoon. Are you kidding me? These conditions are just incredible. I can't even believe what I'm seeing, and being able to, you know, watch the girls just have this opportunity is really special.
That set at the end of that last heat that came through, and we're just feeling like those little pulses of energy are delivering at J-Bay for us. Let's set this one up as we'll check out world number 3, Lakey Peterson, taking on Tyler Wright, a 2-time world champ. And these two incredible techniques on the forehand. Let's see how they go out here. There's a lot at stake right now. The compressed field, there's a big opportunity if you get through heats to get a really good result. The flip side of that, straight in the elimination round, and you're out of competition. You're also going to miss out on what looks like a really, really big, potentially historic day tomorrow of competition here. 35-minute clock for these two, and who can put themselves up for a shot in the quarterfinals. Here goes Tyler Wright.
Yeah, this was the wave in the break, and what a way for Tyler to start. She got the nice pace going, a big jam in the pocket, just, you know, waiting for this wave to give her what she needs. A nice wrapping cutback, kicking the board right around there. Big drawn out bottom turn into a big gaffing turn here, and let's see what she can do. Working through to the inside, a huge turn, and just unfortunately pearls into those rocks. Hopefully Tyler's okay there, but 6.67 for Tyler to start here, and she is back. Tyler Wright, her first event here at J-Bay. She was excited this morning after her heat, although she didn't feel like she got to really show what she can do out here, and this is Tyler Wright form.
Absolutely vicious as we pick her up. And just thinking about that performance earlier on, she's maybe a little out on the face on the opportunities she did have, and with this wave right here, very much in the pocket, Laura.
Yeah, she really found the pocket here, and look at these big jamming turns, the way she kinks her knee there to just kick out the tail and throw buckets of spray. It's absolutely incredible. So much power, so compressed in her style. Working it around here, another huge gaffing carve. I just love seeing Tyler so powerful here. Looked like she had it, and then the bottom just dropped out and just took her by surprise. So a bit of a face slap there for Tyler, but she's awake now.
Going down hard on the inside, putting in great work on that wave all the way down the point. Took off way up the top of the point. Surfed that thing down to pretty much just underneath where our studio is. 6.67 for her. Decent number to kick things off. Lakey Peterson just have to hear that score being read out and fire herself up. She's in a really good position where she is on the ratings right now, and would love to just ram home that kind of momentum that she's had season long. We mentioned a couple of finals she was in, but love to go all the way for a win. But right now, we're not getting that far ahead. It's all about just making it through the quarters.
Yeah, she's in number 3 position right now in the rankings, and has her eye on clinching her spot in the final 5, and that's definitely her goal right now. And you know, just she's been one of the most dominant females out here, one of the most, you know, dominant, I guess, in making 2 finals in 2019 and 2018. And I think, you know, she's confident, her boards look amazing, and she's just ready to put up some big scores.
Lakey Peterson, at the moment, will have to be pretty patient, but we have seen some nice pulses of energy come through here throughout the afternoon. Tide getting up towards pretty much full. Maybe even just gone beyond the high, actually. We're around about that point right now, so the rocks pretty much disappeared. They've got that full kind of swimming pool energy. right up, tiny little strip of sand, brings competition even sort of closer to our spectators, and an amazing place to watch the event.
Yeah, I got down on the sand just before when Kelly was out in his heat, and it felt like he was just a stone throws away from everyone on the beach. And you know, kids are running up and down, chasing the competitors as they were like catching their wave down the point and then, you know, paddling back up, and just so excited to see their favourite surfers in the world here. And yeah, the beach is packed. Everyone is, you know, it's a Wednesday afternoon, 4 p.m. here at Jeffreys Bay, and what a stunning afternoon it's been. Day one of competition. Wow.
J-Bay delivering for us to open things off. The waiting period opened yesterday. 12 filled in a bit, a little patchy. Great call to wait. And we have waited. And the swell has come to the party. Supposed to be picking up again as well tomorrow. A bit of excitement. Sort of slightly muted excitement because you always kind of wait and see what you got on the day. But a lot of anticipation for tomorrow. Something really special potentially coming towards us. But right now we're enjoying everything that we've seen today in Jeffreys Bay. A 3-year absence from tour. We've missed this spot. It's great to be back. It's also great to see Stephanie Gilmore, the 7-time world champ, in epic form in that last heat. She's with Rosie.
Man, it's so beautiful to watch Stephanie Gilmore start to open up on these long walls. Steph didn't have the heat that you wanted this morning, the first heat of the day, but really tapping into something special out there now.
Yeah, this morning was just tough. You know, that devil wind is always pretty hard, and when I paddled out it was really glassy, and then by the time my heat started it was windy and I was on the wrong board, and yeah, just didn't go right. But this afternoon I was just so excited, like watching these waves all day. It was absolutely beautiful, and I just couldn't wait to get out there and have a go myself, and changed up my boards, something with a little bit more hold, a little more drive. And yeah, I just felt like I could actually hold all the way through my choice of lines. So that's a really good feeling.
And you're into the quarterfinals. For us, the big storyline is the WSL Final 5. So, you know, is that factoring into your headspace at all? You're just taking it heat by heat?
Oh, it's consuming my headspace, to be honest. It shouldn't be, but that was a really crucial heat, you know, like to fall out again so early would have really just been a bummer. And yeah, that's what we're here for. We're here to make the top 5. Well, that's what I'm here for anyway. So heat by heat, but at the same time, you just can't let off the gas. You have to keep going the whole time, and seeing Carissa and Joanne making their heats, and then, you know, girls like Lakey are right there and they're just surfing all so well. So yeah, I just have to keep on the attack.
Is it good for you to have something to focus on?
Oh, 100%. It's amazing to have goals and and to head like to the finals again. That's the plan. But like I said, it's no easy feat. You know, you really have to put together great performances from the beginning all the way to the end. And I don't know. I don't know. The finals is a long way off, but for me, I just don't want to leave it up to Chopu to make it to the finals. So if I can get a win here and definitely relieve a bit of the pressure there at Chopu, that'd be nice.
Thanks for your time and your insight, Steph.
Sorry, thanks, Paula.
Steph, very comfortable at this stage in her career. We've just kind of been pretty open about where her head's at, and it's actually really refreshing to hear that.
Yeah, totally. And I think, you know, listening to Steph, I've seen her, you know, we're quite close friends, and seeing her this year be so laser focused. You know, she's working with Tommy Witt, she's working with the coach, she's not talking or chatting or laughing before heat. She's so much more serious, and she really, really wants to clinch her spot in the final 5. And yeah, she actually told me that yesterday, that she did not want to leave it up to Chopu. She hasn't, you know, had a lot of experience out there, and she's going to head there straight after this event to, you know, give it a shot and feel it out just prior to the event. But, you know, I love the openness from her there, just telling everyone, yep, it is consuming my headspace, the final 5. She wants to be there, and yeah, she doesn't want to have to leave it up to Chopu.
Well, you think about playing to your strengths, and Steph Gilmore and this wave at J-Bay seemed like an absolutely perfect match. And I think we got Strider tuning in from the water. Wants to talk a bit more about Stephanie Gilmore.
Yeah, you know, I just was the comment from Steph not wanting to leave it to Chopu, to Tahiti, one of the craziest waves in the world, one of the, you know, heaviest waves, and it's just, it takes such a mental battle to get into that. And well, I wanted to ask Laura, I mean, you've been out in massive waves, you've been charging all over the world, and you know, you've kind of got the mind over matter thing happening, and what is it about, you know, having to go to Chopu that they're all, you know, not wanting to rest anything there, they wanted to get it done before that?
I think it's probably just the unfamiliarity of Chopu. None of the girls have competed there before. You know, they all have the talent, and they all have, you know, the headspace, and just I know that if they can charge and get over that ledge, that they can obviously get tubed off their head and get amazing waves. But you know, I think just you can get, I guess, lost out there, or you can have that mind over matter. And you know, competing out a wave at Chopu, I'm sure is I've never done it. I've just free surfed out there, and I can imagine all the girls. It's just the unknown factor of not knowing what it's going to be like out there in a heat. So I think they're all trying to get their work done here, and so they don't have to rely on something they don't know how to prepare for.
Nice, nice, beautiful words there. And do you think there's any surfers that are going to obviously excel there and put themselves into the final 5 at that place?
Yeah, I think most of the girls on tour know that someone like Tatiana Weston-Webb has had huge, crazy highlights there at Chopu, and all the girls know she can absolutely charge, and she's in number 7 right now, sorry, number 6. So right there with the looking for her spot in the final 5. So, you know, I think they know that someone like Tatiana, someone like Courtney Conalog, they will absolutely go on some big, big bombs at Chopu.
Open the season up at Pipeline, closing before the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Chopu. Waves of consequence, waves with a big reputation, and so cool to see in men and women with parity at the same locations. It feels like another wave we've really kicked on this year in 2022.
It's absolutely amazing. It's so cool to see, and so beautiful to watch unfold. And I think all the ladies on tour are just, you know, they're stoked. They're getting pushed out of their comfort zone, and they're being vocal about how incredible but scary it is. And you know, just seeing when the girls were at Fiji a few years ago, and the difference between what 3 years does when the girls have been competing there for a few years. You know, all the ladies will start going back to Chopu, doing strike missions, swell trips, also going to pipe early, trying to get comfortable in these waves of consequence, when, you know, they would usually probably just go and surf point breaks because they didn't really have to compete in these waves. So it's a really awesome and exciting time in women's surfing, and I love the schedule so much.
Yeah, different kind of wave, I guess, in waves, but think about looking back to Fiji, performances like Carissa Moore, Joanne Defay as well, just outstanding at that wave. Also could be really, really dangerous at Chopu. And obviously those two looking good for the final 5 as well. Imagine that confidence to go into Trestles. Been getting huge barrels in the South Pacific.
Yeah, and also the weight off their shoulders of having to qualify. Joanne's just clinched, Carissa has clinched her spot in the final 5. So they're going to Chopu, and they, you know, are going to have that, you know, nothing to lose attitude. So they might compete a bit differently, go a bit harder, or want to charge a bit harder, as we see Lakey Peterson.
Lakey opening up with a nice jam off the top, and again snaps it with a bit of venom. Here she goes now with some speed down the line, eyeing up a section, wraps one nice and tight, keeping that rail engaged throughout the turn again, hitting it hard and swinging those shoulders now, looking to get back on the speed to make sure she completes this section. Just runs a little out of energy. She goes to kind of make up that section, but does well to get the completion.
I think, you know, that was a nice, well-ridden wave by Lakey, but I think she's going to be kicking herself, because looking behind me, she waited a long time for that wave, and it was a small wave, and it seems like there is lines marching through the lineup right now, and she's just going to have to watch some really nice bigger sets come through. But, you know, beautiful surfing by Lakey, just wanting to get something on the board with, you know, 20 minutes to go, 15 minutes into the heat, so just wanted to start.
It's interesting to see when she took off on that. It was just a little sluggish, that wave. She had to just pump a little bit to get in. Let's see how Tyler Wright goes now on something of a bomb behind. She is streaking down the line, being patient to open up the first section. And then a big rail arc from her puts her right back in the pocket again. Nice and critical, jamming it. Tyler Wright, 2-time world champ, snaps one high through the lip and just gathers to a hollow section. Behind the curtain, something grabbed there. Can be a little almondy, can't they? Some of these barrels here at JB, and that one just looked like it grabbed her.
Yeah, it just took her then, but snapped board for Tyler Wright. That is a bummer. She's going to have to make her way in across these rocks, which is a difficult task here at high tide.
So a broken board for Tyler Wright, and she's going to try and swim in. I guess the one thing going for her, a lot of these rocks are covered, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Compared to other stages of the tide, but nevertheless, not something you want to see. Just looks like it snapped right in front of the fins there. So Tyler making her way in, and we've seen this throughout the day. some damage to equipment, some consequences to pulling into these tubes.
Yeah, no, there's been a lot of a lot of broken boards today, a lot of damaged boards. You know, these competitors, they don't have necessarily heavy glass because, you know, they want these boards to be high performance and as light as possible to, you know, just be as high performance as possible. But unfortunately, it must be interesting to see where that snapped. I think it might have happened in the barrel with the shocky of the wave. So just unfortunately buckling that.
Tyler making her way in. Easier said than done. Even on the high tide, there's some pretty sharp, fairly jagged rocks through there. The backup equipment hopefully will have been delivered pretty much to the water's edge though. In the meantime, she should be ready for a relatively quick pit stop. Let's see how she goes here. She's still got a bit to do to get over these rocks. 18.5 to go in this. Lakey Peterson's number in the 5.5. So comes in a little bit under. Peter Mel, you're down the beach. What's happening?
I came and ran down here, and Connor O'Leary has ran down with their board, and now Tyler is going to be running up the beach on her own, and Connor O'Leary will be in the frame here momentarily. He's following her all the way up to the top of the keyhole, and of course that makes it a lot easier not having to carry your board. So Connor, I'm actually going to get a light jog going here and see if I can keep up. Well, I lost my cameraman, but you can see I'm working real hard here. But up the top of the keyhole, it's important for her to be able to get back out in the lineup. So the runaround is going to be the key element here. With this fuller tide, it doesn't make it easy because there's a little minefield in that. You have to know exactly where you want to be in that deeper spot. They call it the keyhole because there's a deep little rut that allows you to get out there. She's headed there right now, very experienced, and I see her back in the lineup in probably about 3 minutes.
Thanks, Pete. Pretty seamless thus far from Tyler. Smart move. She'll get a few little insights as well. Opportunity for a quick debrief from Connor O'Leary. Meanwhile, Strider, you found yourself half aboard.
Yeah, so Tyler's taken off her leash so that it didn't drag her down on the swim in over the rocks. So obviously you're trying to deal with the rocks and walking over everything and the high tide being right there. She decided to leave the board outside so that the leash didn't get caught up and the board didn't get caught up, and free herself up to get in and get over the rocks with, you know, free of an anchor, so to speak, because as you swim in with that behind you, it catches the water and it just kind of pulls you down. So smart move there. So she's, well, we got a board, we got some fins, we got a leash, and we'll hold on to that for her. But, you know, this thing snapped clean off the back. She was in the barrel, and it looked like it just compressed, and she might have just went right through it. You know, just these boards, obviously glass for high performance, so easy to break, but under the weight of you.
Thanks, Strider. Tyler Wright breaking her board at the end of a wave, making it back in. And now making her way out the top of the point. Connor O'Leary offering the support, carrying the board. She makes her way back out. Here she is, up the keyhole, right up the top. She'll go straight back into the lineup. So that score that came in for her, 5.17, even with that broken board, does extend and add a little further pressure to Lakey Peterson, who with 16 minutes to go has been sitting there maybe slightly frustrated at a becalmed ocean while she's all alone out there.
Yeah, I feel like the ocean has gone a bit sleepier this afternoon. You know, the sets when they do march through are absolutely stunning, but there's been longer periods between them, and you know, it's sometimes you just don't know what you're going to get with these lulls. They can, you know, sometimes be 10 minutes, sometimes be 15. So fingers crossed that we see a bunch more sets. I'm sure Tyler doesn't want a set to come right now because nothing worse than getting stuck on the inside when you're seeing perfect sets roll through.
Both these two incredibly experienced. That experience is to do decisions on wave. Also, just keeping that head quiet, maintaining your composure, sticking to your strategy throughout these prolonged lulls. At the moment, Lakey Peterson, she's got a little bit of chasing to do. Tyler Wright, she had a broken board, but she does have the lead. Let's see towards the back half of this how it pans out at the moment. Tyler Wright heading towards the quarters. Join us some more live action from J-Bay right after this.
I love the aspect of like bringing people together through food and just sitting at a table and talking about life. And I think that's really enriching to me because I really believe like we're here for connection.
Ok, você, mas gosta no Brasil.
Você é mais de God que nós olhamos.
Did I not say it right? It's going to be absolutely fine.
When it comes to actually competing, I love it. We come from a sport of, oh, we're hippies. We're not, we're competitive.
All the behind-the-scenes insights from Make or Break, very entertaining. The first series was, and a lot of people enjoying that for a lot of different reasons. And seeing the tour and some of the characters around the world. If you haven't caught it already, check it out. Really enjoyable, Laura.
Yeah, it's totally captivating. I binged it all in about however long it takes. I think I stayed up till 3 AM or something, but it was the perfect jet lag cure. And I think, you know, in the first episode, we actually see Tyler Wright's story. In 2018, she came to South Africa and was struck down by illness, which took her out of the tour for 2 years. And, you know, that was pretty heavy for her. And, you know, she's just been working on her health and getting back to 100%. She obviously, came back and won that event in Honolulu Bay in 2019, but didn't say she felt like she was fully back until she won Bells this year. And yeah, it's been a long road for Tyler, lots of ups and downs, and unfortunately missed the last 3 events. She was solidly up in the top 5 after Bells Beach, after that win, and after Margaret River. So, you know, unfortunate for her that she hasn't been able to compete in the last 3 events, but she's looking fierce, she's healthy, she's back to 100%, and she wants to do well in her first ever event here at J-Bay.
Well, 10th place right now in the ratings, but a surfer of her class and her pedigree, you wouldn't put it past her to go back-to-back wins and then, you know, really open up possibilities. Let's see how that pans out. But so far, we're just enjoying her surfing out here at J-Bay. Good enough for a couple of decent numbers. The 667 to open up, and she got that back up 517. That was a broken board on an incomplete tube on the end of that wave. Just kind of abbreviated the score a bit. But at the moment, that's pretty good for a lead over Lakey, who got that 5-5, maybe sort of slightly forcing it a little bit, and she's been left to sort of stew on that and think about it for quite a while now.
Yeah, she has. I mean, Tyler got that wave after Lakey got her first 5.5, broke her board, went in, did a run around, paddled out, and Lakey still hasn't had an opportunity. So that is a tough one to swallow for Lakey there, that this lineup has just gone so quiet. But she's just going to have to adjust now and try really wait for a set, because right now her 5.5 is a great backup, and it's going to come down to maybe one of the last, the next set that comes through.
Yeah, absolutely. Under 11.5 to go in this. And just 2 surfers out in the water, so wave selection ever crucial. But we do need the sets in order to swing in here. Don't really have the option of getting in between waves, so do need to wait for a legit set, particularly on this high tide, much fuller, in order to get that energy right up on the refit. Well, we do need proper set waves. Let's hope we get some more to come as we wrap up what's been a great day of competition, really enjoyable for all sorts of reasons. And our athletes have been well looked after in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Peter Mel's down there on a fact-finding mission.
Yeah, that's right. And I just wanted to give you a tour, actually. And you can see behind me here, the locker rooms. Red Bull has been a partner here of the WSL for a couple seasons now. And one of the things they do is this Red Bull Athlete Zone. You got these lockers, private space for each and every one of the surfers. And so they can get their dressed and get their boards all set in here. And as we walk in, we'll start to see some of the film crews, obviously our broadcast crews, but also the make or break crew. You get into the Athlete Zone here. It's kind of mellow at the moment, but some rooms here for the doctors, full catering over on the side here. Of course, you got to have a cooler full of Red Bulls. Those are right there in that area too. But the view, I mean, it's awesome. You look at this view here, all family, friends hanging out, and this is the place you got to be. You also get warmed up. You have your crew that's going to help you when you have your broken boards, right? Connor was straight on it, grabbed the backup board down the beach, and we chased him down there and got to see the action. It was awesome. So the Red Bull Athlete Zone, big part of the WSL.
And you've got pretty much best view in the house down there, Pete. What do you think in terms of sets right now? We're hoping for some more energy. Can you see much coming from way up the point?
I can see a couple little lumps. I don't know how, at the higher tide, they're a little deceptive sometimes, but yeah, this is a good view. So I figure there's going to be a few more waves before the end of this one.
Epic. Thanks, Pete. 9.5 to go in this. Still Tyler Wright with the lead, just the 3 waves ridden. And well, yeah, in terms of what is the best seat in the house. We're looking pretty good up here in the studio, right? Pete's down there with a bit more freedom. Strider, however, he's in the water. How's it looking, Strider?
Yeah, I think I got the best seat in the house for sure. Pete's got a pretty good one. I think he's getting in the jacuzzi next. We call him Jacuzzi Pete. I think the studio is a beautiful spot, though. The perch that they have built up there is absolutely amazing. But it's nice to be out here in the elements. You feel the water, you the wind in your hair, and you can be just next to the athletes as they go by. It's a pretty, I don't know, I'd say I'm very fortunate to be able to sit out here and see the action and actually interact with the best surfers in the world. It's absolutely amazing. It's an honor, actually. And hopefully we get some more sets to come around the corner here. This tide has kind of mellowed it out, but when they come, they're beautiful.
Strider, what's been one of your favourite unforgettable moments of the day so far, or someone's ride from out there?
Oh man, that's tough. Honestly, I think it was I think it's Steph Gilmore and just her style and finesse of her surfing. You know, for the men and the women, I think she's got the best style out of everybody, and she really does combine the two amazingly, the style and the power of surfing. And I know that the one wave that she got the lower score. I think Ronnie was saying that was his favorite wave of the heat, and that was mine too. She was just so beautiful to watch, and the high line of surfing. And there are some purities of surfing that might not score well, but are just such a pleasure to watch. So there you go.
Amazing. Thanks, Strider.
Great stuff from the channel. Strider Wasilewski reporting from the water. All smiles from Steph Gilmore.
I don't know why the feet are out of the jacuzzi. They should be warming up.
Maybe going for the old hot, cold, hot, cold.
Oh, yeah.
Dunk them in, then get them out in the chilly winds. Steph Gilmore looking very happy after polishing a polished performance this afternoon, this morning. Not quite what she was looking for, and then really, really strong this afternoon. 7:20 to go in this one. Not loads of surfing action to bring you from the water. Peter Mel, you're still out and about roaming.
Well, you're wondering why her feet are out of the hot tub. She says that the chlorine's burning the cuts on her feet that she received in that last heat. So she's keeping them out of the water so that they don't sting.
Wow, no way. I would not have picked that.
That's some insight right there for you.
Oh, get her to the ER. Couple Band-Aids. It's, the surfers are putting their skin on the line, their bodies. There's been a lot of stops on tour this year that the rocks have really factored in and made things quite difficult. El Salvador was one of them. We saw lots of feet getting sliced up there, and G-Land as well.
Well, speaking on behalf of very average surfers everywhere, it's nice to know that they're mortal, A few cut feet on the rocks coming even the best in the world. Happens to everyone.
It does. You can't escape it. The rocks are sharp.
All right, 6:20 to go in this. Not loads of action to bring you really. A bit of drama from Tyler Wright in terms of the snapboard, in terms of having to swim in over these rocks. But unfortunately, from this woman's point of view, Lakey Peterson, well, number 3, unable to do any damage at all. Throughout that, she sat with priority for eternity. Hasn't really had decisions to make about whether to go waves. There just haven't really been any.
No, there has not been any opportunity for Lakey, which is, such a shame when you're sitting out there. You can see from her body language there that, you just never want to lose like this without the opportunity. But up the point, it does look like something's breaking. And usually, if we see waves way up the point there, it should take about 30 seconds for them to roll into the lineup. So let's see if this set is going to be big enough to be anything special.
Beautiful late afternoon here. Almost looks a little bit Legolandy, doesn't it? With those houses, incredible view, and our contest setup as well here at the Corona Open J-Bay. Some lines just starting to filter their way in. It'll take a little while to get from that outside part of the point through here, but it is encouraging to see these lines marching in. And Lakey Peterson, her next wave, well, it'll feel important for all sorts of reasons, partly because she won't have much more time after it for another. That requirement is kind of right there in that top place where it's just, you need a 6, right? You don't need to go crazy and go excellent, but at the same time, you don't want to leave Tyler with an easy need score.
Yeah, needing a 6 is a tough one. It's not like you need to have an 8. You need an 8 and you need to just go to town. You kind of could safety surf it and just get the score and be smart. But I think for Lakey, she's just going to have to rely on her rail calves and just those turns where you can throw so much spray and just get something like that, 6.35.
Well, we know her surfing suits this wave. Let's hear her thoughts on Jeffreys Bay.
Growing up in Santa Barbara on Rincon Point, right-hand point breaks naturally are definitely more my thing and my strong point in my surfing. And I think that's shown in my past performances. And specifically at J-Bay, you know, I've made the final twice out here. I feel like it's a wave that really suits my style, and like I've kind of figured the wave out a little bit. So yeah, I'm hoping that this year everything falls into place and I can take the win. I certainly I'd be over the moon to win here. It'd be really special. It'd be really, really cool.
So Lakey Peterson there loves this place. At the moment, she's got under 4 minutes to turn around a day that's not really gone her way at all. Unable to capitalize this morning for the victory. And once again here, it's been a pretty wave-starved heat from her. And the two waves that have gone to Tyler Wright, been pretty decent one. Lakey's score coming in between those two numbers. Her surfing is round about there, but it is one of the kind of sometimes sort of maddening intricacies of surfing is you can be in the form of your life. The waves don't come, Laura.
Yeah, 100%. It's just, you know, heartbreaking when that happens and the ocean just doesn't provide the goods. But, you know, Lakey's, the one thing going for her is that, you know, Tyler actually made some mistakes in you know, her waves, not finishing or completing her ride. So she still only needs that 6.35, and that only needs to be a mid-wave set. You know, she got a 5.5 on that first wave, so she could go something that is a bit smaller if anything comes through, but the ocean just hasn't broken right now. And the hard thing about somewhere like J-Bay is that it's either the sets or nothing really, so it's pretty difficult.
From an entertainment point of view, for the drama for the spectators, a tight nail-biting finish towards the horn always provides the drama. Let's see how we go with that. Just over 2.5 on the clock, but saw a bit of a phantom set, didn't we? We looked like we saw some kind of corduroy lines and they just sort of evaporated. Lakey Peterson certainly be just willing the ocean to provide her with something. Of course, does have that priority decision to make, but Tyler Wright as well. Another wave could be behind. Tyler could pounce too, so let's see how this one goes down in towards the final couple of minutes of it, but these are low requirements. Really, 6.35 is not a huge number for Lakey Peterson. Thinking of what she's been able to do, mentioning in that package there, she made the final here twice. So, you know, when you've gone all the way to the final heat, you've got that kind of relationship with the venue and you feel like there's certain things, energy, the way the wave breaks kind of goes your way. It's not really happening for her today.
Yeah, she's had the rhythm in 2018 and 2019 to make 2 finals in a row, which is, you know, huge, historic for, you know, the women's tour here at J-Bay. And you know, she'd obviously love to make it 3 finals. So this is just going to be a really tough and fast minute and a half for Lakey Peterson. It's just going to feel like it ticks away. And for Tyler, it's probably going to be very slow for her. But a hill-biting finish, and just this is surfing. It can just be so hard for Mother Nature to provide all the time. And we've had incredible waves all day. So it's going to be a tough one if you know, a set doesn't come.
Just over a minute to go. Strider, you're still out there in the lineup. Your thoughts on this wave-starved heat for Lakey Peterson's point of view, mate?
Oh, it's just a crusher, really. You'd have to go back to our conversation about leaving it to Chopu. So if she falls out of the event now, she's going to have to look at Chopu as one of those events that she's going to have to rise to the occasion and send it and put herself, you know, into the solidification of a Final 5 spot. And, well, I guess she'd be going early and getting some warm-ups and doing as much as she can if she does fall out here to try and get her confidence up to do some damage at Chopu.
Well, she is 30 seconds away right now from elimination here. Tyler Wright at the moment, just those 2 waves for her, but the single wave for Lakey Peterson. Haven't really seen a heat like that all day. Always the danger of that with the high tide. And some of these holes in this building swell just mean that we just haven't really had a lot of action at all. And Lakey Peterson doesn't look like she's going to ride another wave here, and that would be really disappointing for her, but we'll look forward to seeing her in Tahiti.
Yeah, absolutely heartbreaking there. And look, as you see, Tyler and Lakey just
not really the way from Tyler's point of view, not really the way you want to win, right? She knows that, you know, just a wave-starved heat. Nevertheless, she'll be through to the quarterfinals. So Tyler Wright will take this one. Lakey Peterson will bow out at this stage. Bit of a wave-starved heat. Let's hope for a pulse as we head towards our 4th heat of the elimination round. Going to get a quick break. More live from the Corona Open J-Bay post-show coming up too, right after the break.
We are in the iconic surf town of Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, for the WSL Rising Tides presented by Pura Vida.
It's really special to just see girls coming from different backgrounds, different cultures, different ways of living, and we all have that sharing love of the ocean.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be a good inspiration, influence hopefully, and just really just having a fun surf with the girls, and that's what it's all about, and we're having fun.
You're extra fun. Like, the water is great and the professional surfers are actually cool.
It's really cool now that we're able to reach new audiences and be inclusive of everybody from all over the world. We took over the lineup, which is really cool.
Pro surfers are actually cool, aren't they, Laura? Are they? Yeah. Pretty cool. What a great program that is, the Rising Tides, presented by Pura Vida, and so cool for those young girls to meet their heroes, to get in the surf. Just epic.
It's really special. I mean, when you go down to the Rising Tides, you know, the future generations are just buzzing. They're just so stoked to meet their heroes, to have a surf with them, and it's a day that they never forget.
Straight into it here. We'll check out Gabriella Bryant on a tear this rookie season, and tearing this wave as well. So not wasting any time in getting started in this heat. Well, she'll take on Isabella Nichols. These two real close in the ratings. They don't know a lot about where each other are in terms of the season. They shared that final together at Margaret's in Western Australia. Bella Nichols getting the nod in that one. But Gabriella Bryant, I tell you what, we talked about that rookie intake. She's been outstanding this season.
She really has. As soon as she came out of the gates firing at Sunset and got that third place, we knew she was meant to be here. Such an incredible power surfer, just surfing like a veteran, competing like a veteran, so smart, switched on, amazing heat strategies, and just a real amazing fight to the way that she surfs. And watching her at Margaret River was really special. She needed a result, and she got it, as we see Bella just letting that wave go.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see how, in terms of their tactics, their approach, how selective they're going to be. Just seeing that last heat, they couldn't have helped but notice there weren't a lot of scores being read out. And I just wonder if, you know, how patient you were planning on being, kind of waiting for that semi-perfect kind of looking wave. Maybe be a little bit pragmatic, just get something under your belt.
Yeah, well, it's a hard one because someone, obviously Gabriella Bryant wanted to get moving quickly, but Bella might sort of realise that this has been such a long lull and there's going to be a set soon. So Gabby's starting off with this wave, nice power surfing in the pocket. She throws so much spray, has so much pizzazz out of that turn, and always stays nice and tight in the pocket. Carving around there, and it's just beautiful, fresh surfing. This was a 5.17, a small wave, so to get a 5.17 on this was, yeah, really, really good work. And yeah, that big power carve that she's got, amazing technique, slashing that around and just getting so compressed onto that front foot. I just love Gabby. I just love watching how, you know, she keeps evolving and just gets more exciting throughout the year, and just a, you know, an amazing rookie. We had a incredible rookie field come on at the start of the year, and they all came out of the gates at Sunset and just showed us how, you know, the next generation is just, you know, going to do some damage, and the older girls and the veterans need to watch out. And, you know, unfortunately Gabby was the only rookie to qualify and make that cut, and yeah, so I'm sure we'll be seeing those the other rookies get back on next year.
Does certainly feel like a bit of change in terms of the personnel for the women. You touched on it earlier about all the different winners that we've had at the women's events this year. And maybe in the past it was kind of like, you know, just a much smaller group that we thought were really in contention for winning events and therefore titles, and everyone else kind of chasing requalification, right? There isn't really that kind of middle part on the women's tour. This season, what a contrast. All the new rookies coming through. We've got a bunch of different winners, and it does really feel like quite an exciting time where the opportunities are endless for the women on tour. It's
really hard to pick a winner at most events these days, and I think, you know, we have the Carisas and the Stephs, and, you know, even seeing Joanne turn up this year and just be a title contender. And, you know, we obviously lost Sally Fitzgibbons off after the cut this year, and someone like Tyler Wright, we haven't been able to see much of her, but she'll be happy to have scraped through that heat. It was such a slow one, but, you know, she's back, and after 3 events off, it's going to feel nice for her to get a quarterfinal result.
Yeah, just picking up that bit of broken board and making sure she doesn't leave anything out there in the ocean. So bringing that one in as we picked up a shot from above there. You can just see with this high tide, the power surging through that keyhole and up through the rocks. And they make it look pretty easy as they're negotiating it through. Just can't really necessarily see it until you get this. You've got to sort of back yourself a little bit and just sort of head in towards the rocks. It's a little bit counterintuitive. And then right at the last minute, you see a little opening, hopefully a little sandy channel open up. Meanwhile, with 27:40 on the clock in this, Brian rewarded the 5.17 for the clean rail work early on, and she'll go another wave here. So a different tactic from her. Bella Nichols will be a keen observer from out the back. Brian slashing off the tail into the bottom turn. Bang! We're watching this from the channel as she gallops down the line and doesn't get a final maneuver done. But we talked about whether that kind of classic staying busy would be effective from seeing that last heat and how wave-starved it was. And Gabriella Bryan wasting very little time, Laura.
Yeah, well, she's adding pressure to Isabella Nichols right now, and she caught that wave halfway out and really far in. So a smaller wave, a much smaller wave than what we've seen from the girls in the last heat. Yeah, but she did damage on it. You know, it'll be cool to see this replay because it was a smaller wave, but she knew if I go a smaller wave, I have to do something big.
The other thing, of course, is just staying warm, sort of physically warm, but also just sort of keeping your surfing form on point. So when a bomb does come through, you're in tune with everything. Let's get another look at this wave.
Yeah, that was an epic turn there by Gabriella Bryan. Had so much speed, and then, you know, just 2 turns. It's not going to come in at anything too exciting, a 3.67, but just feels good to, you know, get speed and unload on a big turn. So much power, gaffing it in the pocket there and throwing buckets of spray, getting just so low after her turns and straight into another one. So, you know, just being able to feel out your boards as well. Like, this is the first time Gabby's been here, so to be able to keep trying and rolling the dice and getting as many waves as she can, it's smart.
Hyper-aggressive surfing as well. You put that kind of surf in on a bigger set wave, and the scoring scale really opens up for Gabriella Bryan. Just gets a 3.67 for basically that one combination on a pretty small inside wave. And just putting some scoreboard pressure on Bella Nichols, who is sitting there with the priority and having to be patient. And that might come to an end as an opportunity comes towards her here. Isabella Nichols, as we mentioned, winner over at Margaret River in Western Australia in the year. And looking to go down the line here with a ton of speed, looking for a section now. Tight bottom turn, clips one off the top, keeps the speed up crucially, and just matching the pace of the wave. Little swoop back off the rail. And gets a little more bite into that one. And again, just clipping it down for a finish and a quick pin drop to exit. So patience paying off, being rewarded with a really decent wave.
Yeah, it did. And talking about those 2 different strategies, Isabella's just dropped, in my opinion, the best wave of the heat and just surfed that really precise, really crisp, nothing too over the top. She just wanted to finish that wave, and she did just that.
So waiting pretty much 10 minutes just under to ride that wave. Let's get another look here. That patience paying off for her. Some nice maneuver selection, Laura.
Yeah, she just waited down the line, waiting for this moment to just really be able to draw and slash. She's so good at those big jams in the pocket and whips it around there and brings the board right back into the pocket. Another big slash and just finishing it off there. It sucked out so much in the bottom there, and she just had to make sure she finished it. We saw Tyler Wright go down in that last heat, just nosediving. So Bella just wanting to finish this, and beautiful, clean surfing.
Yeah, staying really alert just to complete that last maneuver. It can get tricky in there. She just made sure that she made it, and surf really smart on this. The numbers in 6.33, so it's good stuff from her. And she puts a bit of daylight between her wave and the top score of Gabriella Bryan, who has the lead at the moment. Just be a small number, really smartly done. And you talked about maybe not over surfing. She probably knows this might not be 16, 17 point totals in this heat if, you know, the way the ocean slowed up a little bit. Be pragmatic. She surfed it really well, and a decent score, 63.
Yeah, with the ocean right now, there's no room for mistakes. There's no room to not complete a wave. So I think Bella just knew that and just had to capitalise on that beautiful wave that came through. Just a 1-wave set, unfortunately, but it looks like Gabriella's going to have a paddle here.
Gabby Bryan out the back, and she will slot into this one. A little pump, mid-face, and then off the bottom. A quick speed snap from her, really glassy on the face. And there's a searing rail turn again into the lip there, more spray from that impact with the lip. Another nice jam, keeping the speed up crucially throughout. Bang again. So good stuff from her. Be really interesting to see where this one goes. Not a lot of time between the turns. She was busy throughout there, that board just moving pretty much throughout that wave. Let's see where it goes score-wise.
Yeah, such different styles of surfing, Isabella and Gabriella, but I love watching both of them do their thing. And, you know, I can't wait for that replay. Gabby just, you know, she does have that skatey style where, you know, she's just constantly moving her board and just waiting for the pocket to show up and then to jam her foot on the tail and do the turn. So had the nice start. She didn't have to race too far. Got a little turning before having to go down the line. A nice jam there. Through the lip. Lots of spray on that turn there for Gabriella Bryan. So much power. So compressed and throwing the fins there to have that exciting finish.
So wait for that number to lock in. But she seems pretty happy to be surfing her third wave. Could well be her best as well. And looking to try and get closer towards Isabella Nichols. Good score of a 6.33. In the meantime, someone that was able to get good scores on the few opportunities that came through is Tyler Wright. She's with Rosie.
Yeah, Tyler into the quarterfinals. Well, there's a bit of a bad feeling with surfing when you break one of your magic boards. There's a backstory to the board that you broke. Do you want to just fill us in on the board that is in 2 pieces now?
Yeah, that's my Bells board. I'm a bit bummed, but you know what? Like, it's all or nothing at the moment for me. You know, I've missed 3 events, and you know, I was probably in 3rd before I missed those events. So, and I'm now in 10th. So, at the moment, it's all or nothing. I'm here to break boards and I'm here to get it done, and try and get back into the top 5. But you know, that's what happens. So yeah, there is a bit of a story, but I'm going to keep it. I'm going to swap the kid for a jersey instead. He was stoked.
Fair enough. But Tyler, you know, the focus now, that WSL Final 5, I mean, how's that sitting with you at the moment? You mentioned those 3 events that you missed. You've got a win under your belt. You've done well in other events. How crucial are these last 2?
Honestly, it's all or nothing right now. If I lose, I don't make the top 5. So any heat, literally. So that's kind of where it's at for me at the moment. Obviously, I'm super bummed, and it wasn't the momentum carried that I wanted to carry through to G-Land. I felt like I was surfing really on point, and everything was moving in a really good direction, and had great guidance and been training really well. So yeah, obviously super devastated to have like a little handbrakey halfway through the year. It's a bit of a bummer, that's for sure. So yeah, but back now, and I feel good. This wave's really tricky. I've never surfed it in a comp. So yeah.
I wanted to touch on that, just being back in J-Bay after everything that you went through. I mean, any PTSD, or are you feeling good?
No, like I've had, you know, over the last few years, like obviously had severe PTSD from what happened here and then the ongoing illness. And I've been really lucky, like for the last 4 years, I've worked with Jason, my psychologist. I've worked with other psychologists as well to specifically help me with PTSD around this. And, you know, because it's all part of it, like traveling and like feeling tired, and then, you know, we're on edge all the time just because of what we do. We're extreme athletes as well. So so far I've been really lucky. My fiance's here, so which is amazing to have her support here right now, and it's actually been one of the most enjoyable trips, and I really love here. So I was so bummed that, you know, there might have been some traumatic association with J-Bay, because I absolutely love here, and I've never surfed it in a comp. And yeah, so there's obviously a few moving pieces to try. I make space for those. There's a lot of space for all the emotions to come up, whatever needs to happen, and then yeah, we moved through that. Got really good psych support, and got good support here. So I feel very grateful to honestly just be able to put a jersey on and be back out there, and, you know, trying to get back in the 5. It's a long shot, but oh well.
It's still a chance. And also fiance, that's another life milestone. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's super exciting. We got engaged over Christmas. And it's honestly, it's the best thing ever. We've had so much fun traveling this year, and it's all part of it. And yeah, like having Lil here means the world to me, and yeah, it's just yeah, just loving life actually. So yeah.
Love hearing that positivity from you, Tyler, and we can't wait to see what you do in the quarterfinals. Well done.
Fantastic insights there from Tyler Wright.
Absolutely, Tyler. A class act. I just, love seeing the evolution of Tyler Wright. She has gone through a roller coaster of, just, it's like she's just had balls being thrown at her left, right and center, and she's had to, overcome a lot of adversity in her life, with that illness that she had here that took her out for over a year and a half. She, is in the Make or Break episode 1, actually, you can sort of get the insight into that illness that she had and just how she had to get over it. She couldn't get out of bed for months on end, and to have her back here now and into the quarterfinals, obviously saying that she wants to make the final 5. It's a long shot, but 10,000 points for a win here, and that could jump her way up the rankings.
She's got her work cut out. If you're going to back anyone to go on a run of wins, Tyler Wright would be right up there. Let's see how she goes at doing that. She's through to the quarterfinals here, so she's got a decent start to the opening day, and she'll be buoyed with maybe just feeling she got to have a really tight heat where there weren't many ways. Sometimes you just feel like things are kind of going your way. Hopefully she'll take some of that energy through. Meanwhile, Isabella Nichols at the moment chasing down a pretty modest number here. She's got the 6.33. She's got a bomb as well. Bella with a little kind of check-in turn off the top. She'll need to attack here. She gets a bit more bite into that one with the rail. Again off the bottom, nice and hard. Kind of clips it a little bit. Going down the line quite a lot with these turns. And this wave is just reeling away down the point here in beautiful evening light. Another nice jam down from her to finish. Again, similar, maybe a better, bigger wave, but didn't try to do too much there, Laura.
Yeah, it seemed like there's a lot of racing going on that wave, but Bella has found herself so far down the point right now. This is going to be a huge paddle out for her, and she got some work done. I think that's going to be a good backup for her, and a bigger wave, but unfortunately it's stretched out that bit that she sort of found herself racing in between turns and had a few sort of funky sections. So we'll see the replay and see the strengths on that and see what the judges think.
The requirement, the 4.61, go back into the lead.
She's so far down. She's with the free surfers.
She's literally surfed out of the competition area down to a point where our water patrol aren't going to boot you out if you're surfing down there. So that lineup, they're enjoying a chance to see some of the very best in the world at close quarters. Isabella Nichols, fresh from a ride, paddling past them. Let's get another look.
Yeah, bigger set wave, looked absolutely beautiful. It's just such nice conditions right now here at J-Bay, and she gets in that first turn. Unfortunately, nothing of consequence. She just has to keep racing down. Just getting a bit lost on that carve there, but hits the lip, makes her way around this section, and this is just where she has to race a bit more. So unfortunately, just not being able to get anything too critical in here, and gets this nice carve there.
Just trying to strike that balance between how hard you want to hit it and make sure you make the weight.
Yeah.
Maybe, for being critical, possibly left a couple of points out there on that wave. Let's see how it comes in score-wise. Gabriella Bryan with that 5.77 for her last, so just kind of putting a little bit more on the board, and also with priority now, Gabriella, 14 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this one. It's setting up for a pretty decent back half of this heat.
Yeah, and both of these girls, their first time competing out here at J-Bay, so, exciting stuff for both of them. And, I love seeing, Gabriella Bryan was just ecstatic this morning when she woke up and saw the lines, because the lines marching through, because, the last week she's been here for quite some time, but there just hasn't been much swell, so there hasn't been too much opportunity for all the athletes to really dial in their boards and see J-Bay at its best. So, I think this morning the buzz was just, everyone was falling over.
Well, we're seeing the world number 7 take on the world number 8. That is Isabella Nichols making her way back out after a ride. We're going to come back from break to bring you that score. At the moment, Gabriella Bryan, the Hawaiian rookie, in the driver's seat in this one. Stay tuned for more live action as we wrap up a big day here at the Corona Open J-Bay.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and looking really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf till you're dead.
I
love listening to music, I like collecting vinyl. I think my greatest hobby is hanging out with my mates, getting coffee, going to the cafe and just gibbering.
Ok, você mais gosta no Brasil?
Você é mais de qual ginásio da mulher?
Did I not say right? It's gonna be absolutely fine.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Corona Open. J-Bay, Gabriella Bryan, your heat leader. And she takes off on an absolute bomb here. Super glassy on the face. Little clipping turn to open up from her off the bottom with power off the top. And still driving down the line. Bryan, again, just clipping up spray and getting on the gas, motoring past sections. Nice turn from her as she pushes that rail and doesn't get a final maneuver, just manages to tuck under the lip there. Paul Evans joined by the busiest woman in show business, Laura Enever. And, well, scores in for Bella's wave, and it came in a little bit under, and you probably got to say that wave had the score on it. She didn't quite get there.
Yeah, I think just for how long that wave was and how much time that would have taken her to get back out the back of 4.5 is probably tough to hear. And, you know, both of these girls, their first time competing out here, so they're just getting to know this wave whilst they're competing, and it's a hard wave. A lot of these waves are running fast, and if you can't keep up with the tempo or you don't choose when to do your turns correctly, you can just kind of find yourself stuck in no-man racing zone. And I even think Gabriella Bryan there, that was both of those waves are the biggest waves of the heat. Gabby's coming in as a 4.1, so not even factoring in, I think, both those girls just not really getting any critical turns in on those waves.
Doesn't go into a top two. Gabriella Bryan, the Hawaiian, though, leading this one at the moment. Just over 11 minutes to go. Strider Wasilewski, you're in the lineup. How's it looking, mate?
Yeah, just wanted to comment on the, the surfing that's happening out here, and I saw it in the men's round. I'm seeing it in the women's round. There's an indecision that happens in a lot of the surfers' minds out here on these waves, because you have this beautiful lip line in front of you, and then you've got this big wall, and you have to make a decision. Do you commit to the lip line, or do you go out and do those big carves on the face? So it's been happening all day long, and I feel like that's why Griffin Colapinto lost his heat on his deciding wave. He just didn't really decide on one or the other, and he kind of was in between and didn't finish off the big gouge or the lip line turn. So these athletes are really going to have to make a decision and really commit to one or the other. And on these last couple of waves that we saw the ladies surf, there was an indecision right as they got to the lip, and they were down carving out of it instead of just going straight up into it or getting out on the face and doing a big turn. So that's something they're going to have to adjust, and if they want the big scores, they're going to have to commit to one or the other.
Yeah, great analysis there from Strider. And our judging panel, well, we've seen it all year. They are pretty particular about exactly what they want to see and how they want to see it done. And not super generous of just throwing up points if they don't really feel the surfing's been quite critical enough. And some of those low scores that come in just reflect those kind of narrow margins, those small differences. At the moment, Gabriella Bryan with a couple of fives. Isabella does have that high score, the 6.33. Beginning of this heat, but unable to add to that with her last wave. Now got the priority though, Laura, and I just wonder, how does she react to what would be a little bit of a disappointment to only get that 4.5 on the last wave?
Yeah, well, 9.5 minutes and she's got priority, so after not getting that 4.6 on that last wave, it's going to be a tough one. But she's got the priority, she's got time, and if a set comes through, she's just going to have to adjust and clean up those mistakes. She's going to think back on that wave and realize, yeah, I did a lot of racing, there was a lot of downtime. I probably should have just gone to something critical in the lip and maybe even focused on doing 2 big critical turns, because we know the judges love those big critical turns. 2 of them can get you an excellent score, and instead of just racing the whole way and just getting a few sort of, I guess, half turns. So I think the girls are absolutely shredding. They just need to get those big complete turns, and like Strider said, just choose.
Yeah, and it's particularly telling as well, isn't it? Maybe some of those kind of mid-heat adjustments that our rookies are making, they haven't got a ton of experience out here. There's not a load of ways in this heat to kind of surf yourself into form. You might only get a couple of opportunities. We saw in that last one, just 3 waves ridden, 2 waves for Isabella so far. So maybe now she's got a bit of a better read on what she needs to do. She needs to get a wave.
Yeah, and it seems like the sets right now, they do have that faster pace and that more drawn out down the line wall, which is, you know, that tough wall that these girls aren't used to surfing at all. So, you know, the small waves, they've been sort of holding up. They've had the slower tempo. That's where Gabrielle Bryan's been able to sort of unload and get those turns in. And same with Bella on her 6.33. She surfed that wave to perfection. She just sort of, you know, I think that wave also could have been a bit higher if she'd pushed a bit harder, but you know, she's surfing on point.
Gabriella Bryan at the moment splitting Isabella Nichols' scores with the lead. It's not a big one, and that means this one will stay wide open. Just the 4-6-1 the requirement to take Isabella Nichols to the quarterfinals at the moment. Of course, Gabriella Bryan might well get her own chance to improve as well. Absolutely gorgeous scenes here, and that beautiful evening light. Feels like afternoon kind of goes pretty quick. It is midwinter down here, and getting towards that evening. There's beautiful colours on this wave, and you know, those line-up shots that we kind of grew up looking at in magazines and all that sort of thing. It's just a magical place to see all of the natural elements come here. I know our surfers at the moment aren't really appreciating, you know, exactly how beautiful this place is, but from our point of view, what a magic place to be holding an event.
Yeah, it is absolutely stunning. And, you know, even waking up this morning and walking through the competitors area, there was this orange glow and just the most beautiful sunset and sunrise, sorry. It's been a long day. But we're about to see a gorgeous sunset. And, yeah, it's just such a beautiful place here at Jeffreys Bay. It's, yeah, my first time, and I've just been blown away by everything I'm seeing. You know, the wildlife in the water, there's dolphins. You know, some of the girls in their heat this morning had dolphins just jumping right towards them. It was pretty special.
Massive day of competition, loads of big talking points, a lot of drama. That's all coming up in the Corona post show. Do stay tuned for that. It's coming up after this heat. We're going to be breaking down all of those big talking points throughout a really big day. 3 years is too long to not be back at J-Bay. Well, we're stoked to kick things off today, and it's not let us down. And we're also pretty optimistic about the way the swell is going to be going tomorrow as well. So the surf coming to the party here at Jeffreys Bay, the Corona post show coming up after this heat. Just over 6 minutes remaining in it, and a little quiet period of reflection for us surfers who are keeping very close company out there in the lineup. Priority is with Bella Nichols. She's in the red, and she needs to make a move here, requiring a score. It's just a 4-6-1. What do you got to do to get a mid-range 4 out here at J-Bay?
I mean, I think Isabella just needs to go to her, you know, in the pocket power hack. She just only needs, I think, 2 of them, and that could get her a 4.5. And, you know, she's just got to stay calm right now. And, you know, these last 2 heats we've been on the edge of our seats because the waves have just, you know, slowed up. And, you know, so many of the surfers, they can time the sets and sort of understand when they're coming through, but they've been very hit or miss right now, and we've had some long lulls.
Well, let's see if some of this energy can bend its way in here. Looks like we've got some lines stacking up on the outside. Can be a little deceptive as well, the angle looking up the point. They don't always quite bend in. Let's see how this goes with just over 5 remaining in this. A beautiful evening for spectators to take it all in. Nervous moments for our surfers out in the water in these relatively low scoring heats. It means it's super close and can be anyone's, and it looks like Isabella Nichols will use the priority here. Gabriella Bryan looked interested. Bella's up and driving from deep here. She'll need to cover a bit of ground off the bottom and pushes really hard. Pushes a little too hard, and we've talked about how difficult this wave is to really engage the rail at full speed, and she'll go down a mistake. She'll also hand over that priority and unable to add points there, Laura.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough one for Bella. Just, you know, had the speed there, but just went a bit too high on that carve, and her board just skidded out from under her. So she's going to have to get back out there and just shake that one off. But, you know, a missed opportunity there. That was looking like a really nice wave. She just, if she could have just got 2 or 3 turns done on that, she could have been very close to the score.
So just that 3rd wave ridden for her. It'll be a really small number and a throwaway. Let's get another look here and see what happened.
Yeah, she had the speed and she eyed off this section, but then unfortunately, yeah, just went too high on that carve and the board just skidding out from under her feet.
Was in the lineup. What have you got, mate?
I think this one's going to close out pretty quickly here. I think Gabby's just going to shadow her for the rest of the heat. The score, though, you know, in Isabella's favor is not big, so if a 2-wave set comes through, she'll be happy because she'll be able to get that score. But at the moment, she's, you know, under priority. She has, you know, she doesn't have the ability to catch that next wave that comes in. So I think Gabby's going to sit all over her and make sure that she plays that at offense and won't let her have a wave, and I think it's going to be tough for her to find the wave that she needs out here. So I think Gabby's in the driver's seat at the moment.
Feels a little bit nervy when there's not a lot of waves coming through. Do you kind of sense that nervous energy? You think maybe that was what happened for Isabella on that last wave, making that mistake?
You know, it's a tough go. The wave had a nice double up on it, and when she went for the turn, she actually, to drive down into the bowl, she was on the very top of the double up, and so the board just kind of stuck into it, and it was almost hard to identify because I saw the line coming up the face, and as she was coming down, it just met her oddly and took the rail away from her. So it was unfortunate. I think she was ready to tear into it, and I don't think she identified the double up coming, and that's what happened.
All right, thanks, Strider. It is still Gabriella Bryan, our rookie, at the moment in the lead in this one, holding the priority as well. Laura, just over 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is so crucial right now. Isabella Nichols in rank number 7, Gabriella Bryan in rank number 8. So with the final 5 picture, these girls are both right there. They can, you know, a quarterfinal is a good result, and Isabella Nichols, you know, she's probably never competed or been to Chopu, but, you know, as we see her having one last-ditch effort.
All right, here goes Bella from under the priority of Gabriella Bryan. She rips into her first turn, and that wave will just run away. But yeah, absolutely, almost feels like more significant. You're surfing against someone that's right next to you in the rings. There's not a big points difference between them, and getting the advantage from this heat, getting into those quarterfinals will feel extra significant for whoever makes it out of this one. At the moment, Gabriella Bryan's looking pretty good. Under 2 minutes, got the priority. It is a low requirement for Isabella, but she kind of needs a 2-wave set, right?
Yeah, she just needs a 2-wave set, and Gabriella Bryan is going to stick very, very close to her right now. And the girls have moved quite far down the point as well, so I think Gabby's just going to try to just not give Isabella an opportunity, but looks like we'll see her paddle.
Just under 90 to go in this. And a little look from Isabella Nichols, and she's going to have to just try and force the issue here, get busy, just hope for something to come together. It's not an ideal spot to be in. If you're looking to just manufacture a score, you do need a set wave to come through. And they are discernible from a long way off here at this point break. So if a good wave comes through, Gabriella Bryan will be all over it. There's the view from above as we wrap up what's been a pretty epic day into the final minute here of competition. And J-Bay's not let us down. Neither has the surfing we've seen as well. As we mentioned, that's all coming up in the Corona post-show real soon. At the moment, Gabriella Bryan, she got Rookie of the Year, and she's looking at a spot in the quarterfinals here in her first outing at J-Bay.
Yeah, and she had a good big result over there in Rio, just coming off a 3rd. And so, you know, she's got that momentum, and it must feel pretty good for her right now to back it up with another quarterfinal finish.
All over Bella Nichols there, just following her at real close quarters. And Isabella just kind of spanned a look at that wave, and Gabriella Bryan was right there, just saying, you know what, it's my priority. She might well use it here, because Isabella's going to need to go this, and Gabriella's going to say, I don't think so. So here goes Bryan into the tube, a tight tube. It will take her down, and crucially, she did hold Bella off that wave. And I'm not sure we're going to see another wave ridden, so that's what it's all about with the priority. You got to be relentless, got to be ruthless, and Gabriella Bryan gets it done.
She does. That was unfortunate that there was no opportunity there for Bella, but a really well-served heat from the rookie. What a rhythm and momentum that she has. Not doing too much to get that win, but doing just enough, and I love to see it.
I think relief really sort of sums up the look on her face, getting out of a really tight heat. It was entertaining, though, right at the end. It's been a massive day of competition. Corona post-show coming up, all the big talking points, highlights from a great day at the Corona Open J-Bay. Join us for that right after the break.
having this vision. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my fish, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I never change. That's in my blood, I never change. That's in my blood, I never change.
Great to have your company for the Corona Post Show. What an epic day, the opening day of competition, day 2 of the event window. Ronnie Blakey with Laura Enever and Peter Mel. Laura, your thoughts on what was an action-packed day?
Well, I've been saying wow all day, I think a bit too much, so I'm going to have to find a different word for wow, but it was very, very exciting. And yeah, what a day. This is my first time in J-Bay. I think I've said that 100 times too, and it has not disappointed.
Pete, some big heats, some huge opportunities for some competitors too.
Yeah, I mean, you think about this last run here for the Final 5, and this is an important event for that. We've got a lot of surfers that are sitting right there on that cut line. They need to make it. So some big performances had to happen. We had some surfers in the elimination round in the women's side that were able to get through, and some that didn't.
Yeah, we're looking forward to taking a deep dive into that. But right now, let's have a look at all the highlights from an action-packed opening day here at the Corona Open J-Bay, starting with the first excellent score of the contest. Carissa Moore comes in here as the #1 seed. She's already clinched her spot in the WSL Final 5, but she wants to go into those finals as the #1 seed, and she just looks so strong. Typical power on show from the Hawaiian as she blitzed the long open walls here at Jeffreys Bay, and still some texture on that first couple of heats of the morning. It didn't bother Carissa, the 5-time world champion. She was dominant in her first performance in the opening round. The local crowd ate up the performance of Matthew McGillivray, and he had a really tough draw, but he was on the attack, super explosive in the pocket, great variation in his surfing, and with every move the crowd lit up and they got right behind him as he looked to overcome the highest scoring surfer not to progress directly through to the round of 16. Griffin Colapinto would have won every other heat, bar heat 3, where Jack Robinson put up 15 points, but he is looking so on point. The current world #4 coming off a couple of big victories this year, but Matthew McGillivray too strong. Jack Robinson, what a magic run he's been on, and he has seriously connected with this wave. He got pushed by the wildcard Luke Thompson in the opening round, but held his nerve, and in the final stages tapped into this ride, got himself a couple of brilliant barrel rides, and got the number he needed to get the jump on the South African and earn his place in the round of 16. He is so nervy and so solid. Nat Young had a really tough opening round draw up against the current world #1, Felipe Toledo, a man who's been on absolute fire, dominating at each of the venues, but Nat's got that powerful backhand approach, and he put up an excellent score against Felipe, backed it up with a 6.33, and he definitely engaged the crowd with these big, powerful backhand blasts. Just love the way he floats through these maneuvers and hanging on to an important finish there. Kelly Slater makes his competitive return here at Jeffreys Bay after skipping a couple of events. And he had moments, flashes of brilliance, but Slater was ultimately overcome by Miguel Pupo and Connor O'Leary, who just looked so strong on the backhand. But Slater, he's going to have a lot of room to improve. Great finish there and some real positive signs. But what about this guy? The big goofy footer from Australia, really laying into some huge turns, finishing off his heat beautifully to turn it in the dying stages. Joanne Defay got pushed into the elimination round and the pressure was on. Obviously she has an opportunity at this stop to clinch her spot, and with this surfing she was able to do that, getting into the quarterfinals. She hasn't missed a final series all year, and she is going to be warming up as she moves into those quarterfinal clashes. But Joanne Defay just always confident, and she looked very sure-footed when she took to the water in the opening round and also that seeding round. It was a big recovery. Tyler Wright, she is back in the jersey and really looked comfortable. It was a slow heat. Lakey Peterson never really got the opportunity to get going, but Tyler, she got the work done on an opening wave. It was the board that she rode to victory at Bells Beach, and she ended up breaking it in this heat, but she's got a good backup under her feet, and she'll have a fantastic opportunity to go on to a big finish here at the Corona Open J-Bay as we take a look at the quarterfinal bracket. Incredible matchups. We're going to be really taking a close look at those. But for more highlights, athlete updates and full heat replays from the Corona Open J-Bay, go to worldsurfleague.com. Whew. Man, oh man, there was some amazing performances, some great surfing on show today, and now we're going to get that opportunity to have a really close look at it, Pete. But yeah, super impressive, I think, what we saw from the competitors, considering that they didn't get a lot of clean face to work with in the lead up to today's action.
That's true. You know, not a lot of practice time. We went straight into day one of the waiting period. Not a lot of surf there. We didn't even run heats at all. And then now into day two of the waiting period, we ran all day long. There was literally, what, 30 minutes of practice time this morning, and then now probably another, what, 20 minutes, unless you're going to surf in the dark. You know, it's not a lot of practice time.
Dimity Styles here, she did that yesterday. She came in, it was pitch black. But let's talk about the opening heat of the men's round. Unbelievable, Laura. Matty McGilvray, you know, he really did come out of his shell. He's a quiet, shy kid, but he is making a lot of noise with his performance today.
Yeah, Matty McGilvray, it was such a special performance. When he had that huge result at Margaret River to make the cut, all he said was, I just want to surf at J-Bay. That was his motivation, and didn't he come out today and absolutely flare?
He said it with tears in his eyes too, didn't he?
He did. It was so special for him to be able to make that cut. He just wanted to be here in front of his home crowd. Just seeing him surf this wave, the tempo, the speed, and, you know, the preciseness of him and his turns, he can just stay so tight in the pocket, and it's just unbelievable and so exciting to watch.
Yeah, it was a good comparison too, wasn't it, Pete? Because Griffin had those big, clean calves.
Of the day. I mean, this heat was the highlight. It was the very first of the men's round, and the performance put on by Griffin Colapinto, as well as this man here, Matthew McGilvray. He was in the pocket. Didn't see any surfing like this later in the other rounds. It was really, you know, there were some highlights. I guess Nat Young was one of those surfers that got in the pocket pretty well. But overall, this was the highlight for me. Matthew McGilvray was on fire.
Yeah, highest heat score total of the day, 15.33. Just loved how on the attack he was. You know, I think there can be a lot of pressure on the hometown hero sometimes, and, you know, considering that he hadn't really had an opportunity here at Jeffrey since 2017, he turned up in a big way. So did this guy.
Yeah, well, and Griffin was reviewing this heat right after it. Literally was in the Rebel Athlete Zone, had his phone out and reviewing this heat because he felt like he surfed a solid heat. And, you know, he kind of asked me what my thoughts were, and I was just like, hey, it felt to me like you surfed amazing, but really what the difference was Matthew McGilvray was pressing. He was really pushing everything into each and every turn, just a little bit more than Griffin was. Griffin had that silky smooth approach, was on really good waves, but that little extra press that we saw from Matthew was definitely evident.
Exactly. If you're just looking at highlight vision of these guys, you take the jerseys away. Griffin had a bit more time between his turns, and he did flare up with that great style, that classic clean rail turn that he's got. But this is a criteria that these guys are surfing to, and you've got to get those big high impact moves done in the most critical section of the wave, and Matthew did that.
He really did, and I think the judges just, you know, loved it. The crowd was just going absolutely nuts, and it was a well-deserved heat win by Matt McGilvray. Just that 8.5 was a really special ride, just amazing.
It was a big morning for the South African spectators, but also surfers, 4 of them competing in those first 4 heats, Pete. Geordie, he had some magic moments. This ride was excellent.
It was, you know, an incredible performance. We expected from Jordy Smith here, especially at J-Bay. But it was good to see that he was able to produce the type of performance that he was able to for the fans, for himself too, because it has been a tough year for him, and having to come to this point and putting it together was great work.
It's so hard to watch that wave of Geordies and think, oh, he got 3rd in the heat, but you know, he did, because this was a hard heat. Italo Ferreira just going absolutely to town. He has had huge results here in the past, and this is why, because he's so dominant and powerful on his backhand. And here comes the heat leader.
All 3 of these guys were on in this heat, and we knew it was going to be close just based on where the numbers went in those opening exchanges, Pete. But Yago, he showed a lot of promise early on, but he just couldn't connect with a set. That changed at the end of the heat.
Right when it needed to, right? I mean, this was the best wave we had seen. I mean, especially for a backhander, nice and tall on the face. It had that perfect pace, and he attacked it. He just straight up into the bowl, and it was beautiful stuff there, and ended up getting the win with the highest wave total, or highest actual single wave of the day.
That's right, yeah. Italo fought back in the final final stages. Got that 5.77, just fell short of the required number. But I think all three of these guys have a really good chance in this contest. Looking forward to watching their run through the event. Now getting back to the women's event, Caroline Marks, so great to have her back, especially when you think about Jeffreys Bay. You know, we've been talking about this backhand approach for a while, Laura, and Caroline's just tapped right back into the form that saw her go right to the top end of the ratings in her first couple of years on tour.
Yeah, Caroline Marks that we have always loved is back, and her backside is just on point. And, you know, talking about the goofy footers today, the win was up the face, that Devil win this morning, and Caroline was one of the only girls in the first round to connect and be able to go top to bottom and get some big scores. So it was so good to see her coming out of the gates in those first couple of heats and yeah, put up some big scores.
Man, we missed her. She is just such a talent. She came on and she started shaking things up and snatching event wins away from those multiple world champs. And if she can really continue this kind of form with a couple of big sevens, she'll continue to do that here.
And where her seed is one of the things that's kind of messing up the draw as well, considering that she has no points. So she's a low seed and comes in and she's going to be against all those top contenders, and that's a tough one.
We saw the quarterfinal bracket before. She's going to be up against Carissa Moore, and that's a good test for both the surfers as we get into the elimination round highlights now. Gabriella Bryan, what a run, Pete, for this young rookie. She's just been on fire.
Yeah, and like I said, I was touching on this, her performance in Brazil, saying, hey, we're going to head to J-Bay, and this girl's going to be on fire, and she sure has not disappointed. There was some highlights in her round one heat, but this one, bit of a slow roll. She had the heat previous to this one, so she was able to see there was only 3 waves written in Tyler Wright's heat. So she made the decision to go out there and not sacrifice the size of wave, and she went out early and got that early lead, which was really helpful in this heat.
You think about her performance in the opening round even. She had Carissa Moore. It was unfortunate because she surfed great. There was some real positive signs there, and she's looked sharp in the free surfing sessions too, Laura.
Yeah, she really has, and she's just so excited to be here. She is just showing us time and time again that she is a powerful, incredible surfer and has the competitive strategy and fight to make it to the top.
In those bottom heats of any draw, you know, you're going to see close seeds meeting, and these two are sitting 6th and 7th on the Championship Tour rankings, and Gabriella Bryan's likely going to be making a jump ahead of Isabella now heading into these last couple of stops. It's a huge opportunity for the rookie.
Big time, you know. Can you imagine on your rookie year to be sitting into the Final 5 at the end of the year at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, fighting for a world title as a rookie?
Yeah, well, let's hear from Gabriella. She's obviously going to be buzzing. She's with Rosie Hodge.
Well, what a way to finish the day, our rookie Gabriella Bryan, getting that win, an important win for you. How was it out there? Conditions seemed to slow up throughout the day.
Yeah, it was really slow, but it's still so dreamy out there. It's like a dream come true to surf out there, and honestly, just making another heat, I'm just so excited to surf out there again.
And into the quarters, this is so important, and obviously surfing against Isabella, who's just above you on the rankings. Thinking about the Final 5 picture, is that factoring in at all for you?
Not really for my performance. I mean, it's in the back of my head. It's hard not to think about it. That's my goal, to make the Final 5, and I'm working really hard towards it. And every heat does count now, so more heats you make, the closer you get.
Well, the soundbite from you was that you wanted to make the cut and that you wanted to be Rookie of the Year. You've checked those off the boxes. Did it even come into your mind that you'd be thinking about the Final 5 in your rookie season?
Honestly, not really at the beginning of the year, no. I think the cut was more the focus, like I want to stay on tour. And because we had such a big rookie class, I wanted to get Rookie of the Year. That is a pretty cool achievement to have now, so yeah.
Well done on reaching those goals. We can't wait to see what you do in the rest of the year and this event. Thanks, Gabby.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Yeah, she is absolutely, you know, grinning ear to ear for good reason too. It's a magic run and it's not over, and she's got to reassess her goals now, and the surfing that she's doing, it could see her in her rookie season get a title shot.
Really truly feels to me that she is so excited about just surfing another heat at J-Bay. That's really what it's coming down to, and that's the incentive she needs to win heats. Then keep it up.
Let's talk forecast, Pete, courtesy of Surfline. Obviously the J-Bay alarm clock kind of got me at about 2 o'clock last night. I could hear waves rolling down the point, and I thought it was actually going to be a little bit bigger, but it was kind of ideal. It was perfect, but there was slow moments.
Yeah, there was, and that's J-Bay, because you got to think about what we're doing. You see how the swells are moving across, you know, from the west to the east, and so it has to kind of come in, and so it takes away a lot of the bulk of the size of the swell to be able to wrap all the way in here to J-Bay. But of course, we've got tomorrow's forecast saying it's going to be bigger. So fingers crossed. Doesn't look like it's pulsing by any means, but I actually think that's actually a good sign as we go through the evening. I think that, you know, there's a second pulse. It's going to lift for tomorrow morning, and hopefully at 2 a.m. you get woken up again. Yeah, well, we had that buoy on the other side of the Cape measuring at about 8.5 meters yesterday afternoon. So we were kind of going, what's going to go down here? But it's going to be great to watch it all unfold. And that forecast is looking perfect. So bring it on. But right now, let's dive into the top 5 moments of the day. There was plenty of highlights. I love seeing the return of Kelly, but he didn't really put it together the way he would have liked, Laura.
Yeah, no, it was so good to see Kelly back here, and the crowd was just losing it. They were so excited to see him here too. And, you know, his board, his equipment looked really cool and, you know, really sparky under his feet. So he was looking loose and just looking like, you know, just he was excited to be back here at one of his favorite waves in the world. And, yeah, racing down the line here, he did a really cool lip line floater here, just hanging on there. But so good to see Kelly back.
That was a really important ride, Pete, when you think about the mindset and the confidence of Kelly moving through to the next round. It didn't go excellent, but it was there. It had great moments. Big finish too. Jack Robinson, what a run he's on at the moment. This was clutch. The pressure was on. The wild card pushed him hard.
Oh, big time. You know, that kid was on fire, and, you know, he had to do it again at the end of the heat. Jack's been given those opportunities over and over and over again in his good run that he's had recently, and he's been able to produce. That's the big part about it. I mean, he did fall short in Brazil on that last-minute heroics that he had there, but here did not disappoint, got it done.
Stephanie Gilmore, you know, at Jeffreys Bay, she's just so fun to watch. This was her best ride. She put together some great scores, Laura, to get the victory in what was a tough heat in the elimination round.
Yeah, and Steph was, you know, she was looking fierce before she went out, but this was a really crucial heat for her, and she was pretty vocal about that. She looked a bit shaky at the start. This was her first wave. She waited over 10.5 minutes for it, but then as we saw her go throughout the heat, we just saw her get more and more confident and just become even more beautiful and just stunning to watch. It was just, you know, there was a wave here that you said was just one of your favourite waves you've seen in a long time out here.
She had 4 incredible rides in this heat, and there was a couple that she didn't really even finish off. So Steph Gilmore's got the potential to turn in those 8-point rides, Pete, and really improve on what she gave us today. Goofy domination in the opening round. Caroline Marks looked really strong, and Tatiana too, flaring up.
Yeah, that's good, because this wave is not easy to surf on your backhand. You know, there is the point of difference that you can have with the backhand. I mean, in exactly the situation here where we saw one of the best waves ridden of the day. It was the best wave ridden of the day, and Yago Dora on the backhand. But look at the choice of this wall. I mean, it's a, you know, double overhead, and the wave was perfectly paced, and it was tall, and he just executed those backside moves solidly, as well as this guy did, you know, and another big number in the exit range. It's been tough for Nat to find excellent rides this season, but he gets to J-Bay. It's not that hard for him.
Well, that's just vintage Nat Young. That's the kind of surfing that saw him go way up the rankings when he first joined the tour. He's back now and really starting to gather some confidence. Connor O'Leary also with a great showing. But the #1 moment today belongs to Joanne Defay, who was emotional after clinching her spot in the WSL Finals. That means there's only 3 spots left. Laura, you got goosebumps.
I just got goosebumps. You know, this is what she's worked for all year, and she has just shown, you know, such confidence, and just she's risen to another level this year, Joanne Defay. She hasn't not made it past quarterfinal the whole entire year, so to make, you know, to get that win at G-Land, to final at Rio, and to clinch her spot, it's so well deserved.
It sure is, and you think about it, she went into the WSL Finals last year in 5th position. She really wants to elevate that seed heading into that same battle in 2022. How do you like our chances, Pete?
I was just thinking about those quarterfinals. I mean, we popped it up on the screen there. I was trying to look it up on my phone there, but I know that those draws are tough, right? You know, Stephanie's got a hard draw.
You want to know?
You know, Carissa has a hard draw.
Joanne's going to be up against Tyler in the first quarterfinal.
Right? So all those quarterfinals are gnarly.
They're going to be fun to watch, as is the rest of this event. Hope you enjoyed today. We're going to leave you with highlights. Tune in bright and early. We'll look to get competition back underway on what could be an unbelievable day for waves.
Full moon.
Welcome everybody back to the shores of Supertube's Jeffreys Bay.
Stop number 9 on the WSL Championship Tour, the Corona Open J-Bay, and everyone's very excited.
4 or 5 foot, maybe some bigger sets as the day goes on, so it looks really good for a competition today.
Risa Hennessy taking off. Nice slice there to get things started. What a battle between Gabriella Bryan and Carissa Moore.
Carissa Moore speeding down the line. There's the hack off the top.
Caroline Marks, here she goes. Boom, in the lip for the first turn. Comes around second hooking turn. A very strong heat lead for Caroline Marks.
Tati gets another goofy win, straight through to the quarters.
Time now to transition into the opening round for the men.
Here goes J-Bay's very own Matt McGillivray. Big hit that time. The water's still flying.
Again, what a combination on the outside.
I'm so grateful to everyone for coming down to watch. And yeah, let's do South Africa proud.
Geordie Smith is up and riding, folks.
Yago's starting to really throw down some of the best surfing that we've seen in this heat. What a combination, and he celebrates, and for good reason. That was impressive surfing.
All eyes on red, Jack Robinson. Beautiful tube tuck.
And the board control is unbelievable from Jack Robinson. So critical in the pocket, couldn't be any tighter. Beautiful, clinical precision surfing. And well done to Nat Young, deserving of that win.
Look to the lineup for the opening ride of Ethan Ewing, folks.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.